I smuggled drugs in the 1980s for a narco kingpin. I brought something home far worse than blood money. Having a pilot's license in the 1980s gave me many opportunities. The most lucrative of them were not within the bounds of the law. Most of my free time was in the sky. I carried packages of a certain white narcotic that was in high demand. I spent my free time in Miami. The limitless amount of cash afforded me the best clothing, drinks, and jewelry. I also met my fair share of women at that time in nightclubs. If I was smart, I would have maintained a low profile. My mindset at the time was juvenile. When you see an opportunity to be flashy, I told a fellow partygoer, why not indulge in that decadence? I knew that one day you were king, and the next year in the poorhouse working a dead-end job, or worse, in the penitentiary. I had to let loose while not at work since I had a few close calls back then. There were times when I landed in Colombia and believed I would never make it out. I never snitched on any of my superiors or equals. This is why I still have a pulse today. When they thought I may have been culpable of ratting on them, I had to clear my name. I always did. The kind of assignments I undertook was easy for me. For starters, I was a great pilot. I am also of Hispanic descent, and I have no problem fitting in with the populace over there. I rarely raised any red flags. Some may speculate how facing near execution should have been a wake-up call to flee to a place far away. What the person on the outside looking in does not know is how good the adrenaline rush feels. The natural high you get when you are living on the outskirts, and working against the system the way I did. The outlaw lifestyle is one of the most addictive elements on earth. This is especially true when it is abundant. Around December 1993, I did decide to take a long hiatus. In my mind, I was not giving up the life. The notion of retirement was nauseating. I thought about putting the brakes on the entire operation was a good idea. The highest boss at the time had died on a rooftop in his home country with a bullet to the back. I did not trust anyone to take his place. I did not believe a new leader would be anywhere near as profitable for his subordinates. One day I sat in my apartment watching television. The phone rang and I answered. The voice on the other end was hoarse. He sounded as though he finished chain-smoking 20 packs of Pall Malls. We know you stole one of our bricks, the man said. I went to one of the brujas. I had him give you a little karmic present. Enjoy. I hung up and tried to forget the conversation, though I knew it was a sign I had to move. I bought a cabin away from society. It was in the mountains. The views surrounding the estate were breathtaking. In the first 6 months, I was there. I felt a bit isolated, but I knew it was for the best. I had an escape route mapped out if the authorities were to ever circle the place. Tapping my phone was impossible considering I did not have a phone. I watched old westerns on VHS and read thriller novels during my downtime. I fished, hiked, and hunted every other free moment. I still grew deathly bored. To go from having your heart racing every single day to living like Thoreau was a culture shock. I kept copious amounts of cash buried around the perimeter. It was in everything from shoe boxes to milk crates with pieces of wood placed over their tops. There were no witnesses to watch me shovel in the remoteness. There were stacks of bills stuffed into my mattress, so I rarely had to resort to unearthing the currency. I grew out a beard and dyed it a color I never had before. I went into the nearby town and stocked up on everything from top ramen to blue label scotch. A month after the booze had run out, I searched my bed for more money and found I had tapped that particular reserve. I grabbed a shovel and went out back. I dug up one of the boxes and brought it inside. As I laid out the money on the floor, one discolored bill, in particular, caught my attention. It did not even resemble a typical Franklin. Upon closer inspection, I saw the bill had dried blood. A symbol was on it. The mark appeared to be similar to that of a corporate logo, but one that was completely unknown to me. I was willing to wager it was unrecognizable to almost everyone. It looked as though someone tried to remember how to draw a pentagram and failed. I knew I could not spend it in town without attracting attention, so I threw it in my wastebasket. I left, purchased the necessary liquor in town, and came back. I awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of rustling. I sat up and stared at where the noise was coming from. It was in the corner of the room, where the wastebasket was. In the darkness and drowsiness, I contemplated how it was more than likely a rodent. Something seemed out of place when I opened my eyes a little more. The rim of the wastebasket had unusual shading around it. It seemed as though someone had painted it with a dark and inky liquid. I stood and switched on the lamp. The wastebasket looked normal in the light. I shrugged and thought it was a result of exhaustion. I had spent the day splitting wood. I turned the light off, got back into the bed, and rolled over. I slept well and did not wake up until 7 hours later. When I went to stand, I saw a shadow on my wall. It was humanoid and held a staff. I saw the shadow entity shake the object in the air. It unnerved me so much that I even ran my hand along the wall, where it dissipated. I spent the morning trying to shake off the feeling of interminable doom which had befallen me. I made coffee, eggs, and bacon. As I was frying my food to start the day, I heard a loud pounding noise. It came from the eastern part of the cabin. I sat my utensils down and went into my room. I reached for a very large mag light and knife. I also grabbed a pistol. I held the blade downwards and crept towards the persistent noise. I crouched and waited for someone to crash in through the window. I knew it was likely not a lawman, since they tended to announce themselves. I reasoned it was a stray or an adversary. Remembrances of news headlines about a serial killer being active in the area came back to me. I stared at the wall for a long time. There was no silhouette through the shuttered casement. The ruckus ceased altogether. With the gun clutched, I went outside and searched for footprints. What I found instead horrified me. Dismembered animal carcasses were everywhere. The limbs of elk and the bloodied, severed claws of bears were strewn about. I gazed at some of the crimson stumps as the hair on my arm stood up. Whoever had done this had wielded a hatchet with more brute force than precision. I circled the cabin and did not see any trace of a human. I contemplated how it was almost as though someone had dropped the parts off from a plane. I scaled a nearby hill to get a better look at the uppermost part of the structure. There were streaks and wide swaths of blood coating the rooftop. I shoveled the animal remains into many trash bags. The smell was abominable. I tied them off and kept them many yards away from my house. I knew predators would come in the night to feast on the collection. I thought of the possibility of this not being a targeted event. I knew about the kind of damage that flocks of geese could do to an engine, but this was beyond inexplicable. My mind went through scenarios of exotic animals transported via aviation to dictators. Something could have gone wrong with the latches. It seemed like a silly hypothetical at the moment, but I was trying to calm myself down with an explanation. Even if done on purpose, I could not figure out who would complete such a thing and why. My head pounded. I went inside and lay down. I felt myself drift off to sleep. I heard a brief scratching noise which I dismissed as a tree limb scraping against the rain gutter. Drowsiness overcame me, and I saw something protrude in the corner of my left periphery. I looked over. Spider legs the size of batons emerged from the wastebasket. I awoke screaming and sweating. I glanced over and saw that the wastebasket was normal. I wiped my brow and kicked my feet over the edge of the bed. I took in a few deep breaths. I stood and paced. I picked up a paperback and read a few passages. I decided to give sleep another go. Faithful, another night terror would not fall me. Darkness whirled around me as I melted into the embrace of slumber. I was in my cockpit. The earth below rushed towards me as divided squares of land. I was in the beginning stages of a crash. All I heard was my voice screaming out the word Mayday. I knew it was futile, a result of training-based instincts and desperation. The sweetness of jet fuel, singed flesh, and flames greeted me in an instant. Scorched metal, debris, and burnt pieces of electronics sunk into my skin. I wanted to shout for help, but my voice grew muffled in the enveloping swarm of land and wreckage. The disassembled morass of ruined parts flowed around me in rivers of sparks. I crawled out of what looked to be a narrow prison which I widened with what little ounce of strength I had left. My skin peeled off as I trudged through the dirt and grass. I cranked my head around to look at the ruined plane. The same sigil which was on the $100 bill I had thrown away was visible on the side of the aircraft. I yelled out at the lowering sun before I awoke again. When I sat upright, my hand grazed something cold. I looked down. The wastebasket was right next to where I had lain. I got down on my knees and threw up into it. I had to destroy the symbol. Before the night was over, I would fish it out and burn it. My decision felt superstitious. Still, my suspicion of the source of bad luck was undeniable. It has been many decades since that last nightmare. I have never had a repeat of that one. I have had anxiety-inducing ones about planes crashing into me. They occur in isolated and peaceful settings. Another unusual change in my life has been the continual presence of spiders. I have already hired an exterminator to come out and try to rid me of the nuisances, to no avail. They lurk in my cabinets. They are beneath my floorboards and in the cracks of every piece of furniture. I am always at war with them, though I am armed with a bountiful amount of insecticides. They crawl on me when I dare pass out. The dead animals also became a recurring incident. Something always took them away in the night whenever I put them in bags. Some may envy me for my reclusive lifestyle and my lack of typical responsibilities. If they only knew the true hell I live in, with the constant worry of how many animal bodies I'll have to clean up the next day and how many visions of obliteration I endure. They would not trade their normalcy for my existence if they only knew. I still see the shadow of the man who likely cursed me. When I go into town, I see the same symbol. Sometimes it is a piece of graffiti on a bus bench. Other times it is an ornament hung on a cab driver's rearview mirror. It taunts me. This morning I walked out and saw words written in blood on my front door, likely with a sharp end of a stick. Viveras en el mundo que creemos para ti. You will live in the world we create for you. I met my boyfriend on Craigslist. He really bought you that diamond bracelet? I get why Rachel was skeptical. The nicest thing Mike ever got her was a pizza slice with everything on it. How did you meet him? Teresa asked, without a smile. At Starbucks. He randomly sat down next to me, and we just started talking. Okay, that was a lie. The truth was, I met him online. Specifically, Craigslist. Yeah, I know what you're all thinking. What, you can't get a guy to like you at school? And, well, no. I can't. I even asked out some guys. It didn't end well. Kevin apparently had a girlfriend, though I never saw him with her. Jackson wasn't into my type, whatever that means. And Alexander just gave a flat-out no, and never talked to me again. So, soon enough, I found myself browsing personal ads on Craigslist. And after scrolling through some weird ads, I came across something real. Teenage guy seeking a nice girlfriend, M4W, 16. Hi there. My name is Matt and I'm a sophomore in high school, so I'm looking for a girlfriend. I'm pretty shy in real life, so I haven't even been on a date yet. I do track and field at my school and like to play video games. Fallout, yeah. Personality is much more important than what you look like. I want to laugh and have fun with my girl, not watch her apply makeup all day lol. We hit it off. He was funny, smart, and just got me. After a week, he mailed me the bracelet. After 2 weeks, we were basically in love. And, tonight, I was going to meet him for the very first time. At 10 p.m., I slipped into the lacy underwear I stole from my sister. At 10:30 p.m., I snuck out the window and walked the 2.5 miles to his house. His parents were out of town, he said, and we'd have the place all to ourselves. When I finally got there, I had to double-check I got the address right. It wasn't a sprawling brick mansion, like I had pictured, from the bracelet and talk of his parents' wealth. Instead, it was a grimy little house, with an overgrown yard and tacky garden statues. I hit the knocker 3 times. One of the lights flicked on. Come in, a voice called, from deep within the house. My heart racing with excitement, I turned the knob and walked inside. The living room was a mess. The couch was covered in paper, and on the kitchen counter sat a tub of bleach and some dirty rags. The whole house reeked, too, of something foul. A putrid mix of chemicals and rotten food. Maybe I should leave, I thought. But that was quickly stomped out by the excitement of meeting Matt. Hello? A figure walked out from the back room. But it wasn't a teenage boy. Instead, it was a towering, gray, bearded man. Despite the condition of the house, he was well dressed, in a neat button-down and khakis. He broke into a smile. Yellow, crooked teeth. You must be Sami. I'm Mr. Johnson, Matt's father. But Matt said his parents would be out of town. My heart pounded in my chest. Where's Matt? He's at the diner, waiting for you. But he told me, "Oh, no, you must have gotten mixed up. He wanted to meet you at the diner, so you two would have some privacy from me. But I can give you a ride over. I think maybe, come on, he's so excited to meet you." "No, I'll come back tomorrow." I turned my heel and started towards the door, quickly, in fact, racing steps. Strong arms yanked me back by the waist. His wild eyes and yellow teeth flashed in my face. "Get off me," I screamed. "Help. Someone," but I felt the cold sting of metal against my neck. "Make any more noise, and I'll kill you," he growled. He took one of the rags from the sink, pulled it around my mouth, gagged me. Then he bound my wrists and threw me over his shoulder. I kicked and screamed, but the noise came out as nothing more than muffled squeals. "Another girl, just like you, has a date with Matt tonight," he whispered, as he walked towards the door with me. "I'm going to bring you and Brittany to the abandoned farmhouse out on Alston Road, and then we're going to have some fun." I was thrown into the trunk. The lid came down. The car rumbled beneath me. The tears fell hot and fast. Cold sweat soaked my shirt. How was I so stupid? I actually thought some guy on the internet was the real thing. That he liked me? Now I'm going to die. Oh, Mom. Dad. Teresa. Rachel. I fell against the side of the trunk as the car swung in a turn. And that other girl. Brittany. If only I could warn her. My sobs were muted against the gag. She's going to die, too, with me. She just wanted a guy to notice her. Like me. The car halted to a stop. I tried to scream. I tried to thump against the sides. I tried everything I could to make as much noise as possible. Maybe someone would notice. I felt the front door close as he got out. "No, don't do it. Run, run, run." I thought as if I could somehow warn her through my mind. But then I heard something else. Shouting. Muffled through the metal, but I could still make out the words, hands in the air. And then, crack, dash, the trunk popped open. There stood a police officer. "He's got one in here," he yelled. By some miracle, Brittany had been a sting, set up by the police. After searching Johnson's house, they found 3 bodies in the basement. Of girls my age. Probably desperate, outcasts, and feeling like they finally found true love in Matt. As for me, I'm grounded basically forever. The bracelet turned out to be a $5 fake, and my sister is still looking for her missing underwear. I'm going through counseling, but things are looking up. There's even a guy in my class who seems to like me. But don't worry, I'm never going to meet him at his house. I didn't expect to shock the dentist that I had my first trip to the dentist last week. I do mean first, too. I don't think I ever went growing up. Mom said baby teeth didn't matter since I was going to lose them anyway, and the little dentist would protect my permanent teeth perfectly well, so there was no point in throwing perfectly good money away for some huckster to look at my teeth and say they were perfectly fine. Mom had pretty strong opinions about dentists. She had pretty strong opinions about a lot of things, really. But I've been out and living on my own for a lot of years now. A few months back I was thinking that it was probably worth going to a dentist at least once, just to make sure everything really was okay. So I read some online reviews and called a place nearby, and I had my first dental appointment last week. It was fine at first. I filled out some paperwork. They brought me back to a sort of awkwardly reclined leather chair. I sat around and played with my phone while I waited for the hygienist to come to join me. All is as expected so far. The hygienist even complimented me on my teeth when I first opened up, saying how clean and white they were. So I was feeling pretty good. I'll be honest, I'd been a little worried that they were going to find all kinds of cavities and have to do root canals and tooth extractions. I didn't have any reason for thinking this. I've never had a problem with my teeth at all. But you know how it is. But then she started scraping at the base of one of my teeth with a little metal pick. She leaned forward, bringing the light closer, and squinted at the pick, and then into my mouth. "What's up?" I asked indistinctly, speaking around her fingers. "You've just got a little something at the base of your tooth, down in the gum line. It's not plaque, I don't think." She moved the pick away, and something glistened on the tip. It was a tiny sphere, perfectly round, no bigger than the head of a pin. "Aren't those from the little dentists?" I asked. "The what?" she said. "The little dentists," I repeated. She gave me a look of confusion, and I realized that she hadn't just misheard me. She had no idea what I was talking about. I was embarrassed because I thought maybe it was just some stupid childhood name for them that everyone else had grown out of using, and I never had because I never went to the dentist. So I tried to explain. "The cleaners? Like the little mouth things that go between your teeth? Flossing?" she asked. "That wouldn't be in your gum line like this, even if it did leave anything behind. And you wouldn't get anything more than a piece of string, anyway. Nothing like this. There are a lot of them," she added, peering into my mouth again. "It looks like they're all along the gums, at the base of your teeth." She poked around a bit more with the pick, scraping a few more of the tiny gelatin dots free. I didn't bother to correct her about floss because obviously, I wasn't talking about floss. It seemed like she legitimately didn't know about the little dentists, the things that live in your mouth and clean your teeth. And I knew that not everyone had them. My mother had told me not to talk about them growing up, that not everyone would receive them when they started getting their adult teeth, and it was rude to brag about them. But it had never occurred to me that someone working in a dentist's office might not know. The hygienist went to fetch the dentist, and I figured that he'd set her straight. But when he came in, he seemed just as puzzled as to what she'd found. "I really think you've just got an egg," I told them, and they both turned to look at me. "Have you been eating caviar?" the dentist asked. "No. A dentist egg whatever, you know what I mean. Seriously, have you not heard of these? You've never had a patient with the little dentists?" The dentist shook his head. "I have no idea what you're talking about. They're like cleaner shrimp, I guess, only for people. They live in your gums, and come out to clean up food and plaque." He was still staring at me like I was talking nonsense, and I was starting to get annoyed. "Look, get your magnifying glass or whatever, and come take a look for yourself. They can't be that hard to find. They come out all the time. I see them. I'm sure you can find one. You're telling me that you think you have worms living in your mouth. I'm telling you that I do have worms living in my mouth. I can't believe you don't know about this." Look, just find one. Maybe I'm explaining it badly or something. The dentist shook his head, but he began carefully poking around in my mouth. Back by one of my molars, I felt a little dentist shift, the small tickling sensation they always caused along my gums. Go to the back, I told the dentist, the one with the tools. He peered in, then suddenly recoiled, exclaiming, "What is that?" I rolled my eyes at him and gestured to my mouth, trying to keep still to avoid disturbing the little dentist so this so-called professional could take a look. Carefully, he leaned back in, using a pair of tweezers to pull it forth. It was longer than I expected, taking several seconds of steady pressure to slide free from my gum. I'd always thought of the little dentists as, well, little, but clearly they kept more of themselves coiled up and out of view than I'd expected. This one measured 5 or 6 inches long, although it was no thicker than a string. It coiled its body around the tweezers, unhappy to be out in the air. The dentist poked at it cautiously with his gloved hand, watching it move. I've never seen anything like this. You thought these were, ouch. The dentist suddenly shook his hand, sending the tweezers and the little dentist flying into the sink to clatter into the drain. The dentist ignored this, instead stretching out the latex to peer at the glove covering his hand. Everything all right? I asked. Yes, it's nothing. It's fine. Tell me more about these worms. You've always had them? I started to get uncomfortable. It wasn't ever exactly taboo to talk about the little dentists. I'd just never done it, is all. And the dentist's tone was making me feel like a lab experiment. It was becoming pretty clear that these were not common, and that maybe my mother had undersold it a bit when she told me that not everyone got to have them. Yeah, I said, shrugging. Basically. I need to get another one, he said, reaching for my mouth again. Whoa, hey, I pushed his hands back, leaning away. I can't feel any more out right now. You can't just go digging for them. Let me look, he insisted. No. Look, I don't even know how many there are. You've taken out some of their eggs, you took one of the dentists, just maybe cool it, huh? Look, I'll come back another day and you can get one then. Fine, said the dentist, though his impatience was clear. Tomorrow. I was thinking more like next month, or at least next week, I said. He shook his head. This is an amazing opportunity, an amazing discovery. Please, tomorrow. I can use the time to get ready, anyway, I agreed, just to be able to get out of there. He followed me to the front desk and insisted that the receptionist clear a spot for me in his schedule. I saw him reading my information over her shoulder, and I knew that if I didn't show up, he'd probably end up calling or even coming to my house. I felt kind of trapped, but I didn't really know what to do. The next day, though, I got a call from the dentist's office, asking me to reschedule. The dentist was under the weather, they said, and wouldn't be in that day. And then 2 days after that, I got a mass distribution email from the dentist's office announcing his unexpected death. They stressed that his illness had not appeared to be viral in nature and that no reason for patients should be concerned. I'm not concerned. It's pretty clear that the little dentist didn't much like being hauled out of his home like that. He might have been a tiny little thing, but he wasn't defenseless. As for me, I think the only dentists I need are the little ones I can feel sliding over my tongue right now. I'm done with the full-sized kind. There's something in the cornfield next to our house. At 3 a.m., I jolted awake to a sound outside. Snap, snap. That was unusual for our Ohio farmhouse. We were surrounded in every direction by vast fields of corn, miles from the nearest neighbor. And I'd know if we left the gate open, or one of Madison's toys was out. I'd done my nightly check of the backyard about 1,000 times. But as I lay there, still under the blankets, the noise continued. Snap, snap, snap. I ran to the window and threw back the curtains. The corn stretched out as far as the eye could see, rippling and churning like some great, dark ocean. It stopped just short of Madison's swing set, casting long shadows onto the grass that nearly reached the back door. Snap, snap. The stalks shifted and swayed, shaking the husks so hard they threatened to fall. David, there's something out there. Probably just a raccoon, he slurred, pulling the covers over his head. That's bigger than a raccoon. Look at it. The corn rippled and roiled as if something large was moving underneath. Snap, snap, snap. What if there's someone out there? I'm going to check the locks. You already checked them a million times, like you do every night, he groaned. Just go back to sleep. I didn't listen. I opened the door and stepped out of the room. No. At the end of the hall. Madison's door was hanging open. Maddie? I called, my voice shaking. And then I got that terrible feeling that only a parent knows. Something's terribly wrong. Sinking, paralyzing, throbbing in your chest, as you try to tell yourself she's okay. Doesn't freak out, I'm sure she's fine. But she wasn't fine. The bed was empty. Madison? I ran out the back door, into the yard. Madison, where are you? I screamed, out into the night. The corn was still. Now that I was out there, I saw the evidence. Little bare footprints in the mud, leading up to the cornfield's edge. Where they disappeared, the corn was slightly trampled. 2 stalks leaned in opposite directions as if forcefully pushed apart. Madison. I screamed, as loud as I could. But I was met with only silence. David stumbled out after me. She must have just went out in the corn, to explore or something. We'll find her, he said, his tone barely convincing. He pulled out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and squeezed himself between the leaning stalks. Hey, Maddie, he yelled, with panic trembling in his voice. I took a deep breath and squeezed in after him. The corn scratched my body. My legs were shaking so badly, every step threatened to send me tumbling into the mud. The white orb of David's flashlight hovered a few feet in front of me, but other than that, the cornfield was pitch black. I was about to collapse with panic when the corn thinned out. And then we were in what appeared to be some sort of clearing or crop circle. The corn had been trampled into the ground in a small circle, roughly 10 feet in diameter. In the center stood Madison, facing away from us. Madison. I screamed. She didn't turn around. David was frozen, staring at her back, the flashlight shaking in his hand. Are you okay? Madison. I turned her around. No. I was staring at a blank face. A face made of burlap. A brown wig was stuck on top with safety pins. An Elsa shirt was stretched over the bloated waist of straw. The bottoms and patterned pink fair all were put on backwards. I began to shake. Those are the pajamas I put her to bed in. My voice cracked. She wanted the My Little Pony ones, but they were dirty, and what kind of sicko would do something like this? David said, his panic boiling into anger. He pulled out his phone and began dialing 911. Snap, snap, snap. The corn shook and shivered all around us. Shadows, slowly coalescing between the stalks, surrounded us in a ring of black. And then, before I could react, a hand shot out between the dark stalks. It grabbed David by the arm. He lost his balance and toppled backward, his phone flying to the ground. David. A cold hand latched onto my waist. I was yanked into the corn. My back hit the cold mud, the corn scratched and poked at my sides. Get off me, I screamed, swatting blindly at the stalks. Black slowly faded into hues of indigo and gray, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness. And then I could see them. Interrupting the vertical pattern of the corn stalks, several short shadows were standing over me. Then the whispers started. Hissing, hurried whispers, that seemed to generate the very wind that blew through the stalks. The corn shivered and shook, and then a heavy silence filled the air. I tried to scream but quickly realized one of them had tied something over my mouth. But then I heard it, and my heart soared. 911, what's your emergency? A tinny voice, breaking through the silence. I pulled my neck up, and through the stalks I saw the white light of the phone, glowing against the trampled corn. I tried to scream through the gag. It didn't work. Similar grunts several feet away from me rang out in the night, David. A low rumbling sound filled the air. The corn shook above me, harder than I'd seen it all night, stretching and swaying, stalks wildly crashing into each other. And as the voice continued, 911, hello? What's your emergency? A loud rush, like an airplane flying right overhead, filled my ears. I looked up just in time to see the lights. Red, purple, and green, blinking in an odd asynchronous pattern. The scarecrow, wearing Maddie's clothes, was enveloped in white light. And then, with a deafening hiss, it was yanked up into the night. I looked back at my captors. In the strange, flashing lights, their faces were illuminated and I saw that they weren't terrors, monsters, or unalivers. They were children. Horribly disfigured children. Some were missing noses. Others had long scars running straight down their faces as if someone had split open their heads to explore what was inside. Quite a few were missing ears, and one had no teeth. All of them had a profound sadness in their eyes, except for the one to my left, who had no eyes. But they were also smiling, just a little. As the light disappeared, and the faces faded back into the shadows, the hands on me loosened. The gag fell away, the shadows receded into the corn. Except for one. Mommy. Snap, snap. With a squeal, two warm arms wrapped around my waist. Maddie. Oh my God, Maddie. I began to sob, hugging her tighter than I ever have in my life. Are you okay? Maddie? The broken, hopeful voice of David sounded to my left. Crunch, crunch, he ran over to us. I'm fine, Daddy. Let's get out of here, he said, grabbing both our hands and yanking us back through the corn. We ran back into the house, locking the doors and calling the police. Madison was in a different set of clothes, one's dirty, smudged with mud and riddled with holes. But she was smiling, safe, and happy. They saved me, Mommy, she kept saying, tugging on my arm. The bad men were gonna get me, but they tricked them. As the police were taking our statements, as the sun was cresting over the corn, Maddie stood at the back door. Bye-bye, she said, waving wildly at the cornfield. Faces in the flowers. Do you see it? I asked. No, Anna said, squinting. It's right there, though. It's small but it's there. In the center. Anna stood up. I don't see an eye in the flower, Dad. Can I go? I waved her away and bent closer to the dandelion. The way the white needles came together, yes, there was the silhouette of a human eye. You could see it when the flower caught the sun just right. Ha, I said, plucking the dandelion and blowing the petals into the breeze. The first neon stars of spring completely covered the yard. A kaleidoscope of wildflowers stretched from our driveway to the old rotting barn near the tree line. Cornflowers and yarrow and daisies and poppies burst from the ground in bright outposts. Honeysuckle grew in the shadow of the barn, filling the property with a smell like sugar and dirt and vanilla. Mom says dinner is ready if you want something, George called from the porch. What did she make? I asked. George was already back inside. I took a last look at the yard and the trees before heading for the house. Did you sign yet? Virginia asked me after the kids had gone to bed and we sat silently in the living room, the TV buzzing as usual. Well, no, not yet. Why not? Well, I guess I didn't see no rush. Virginia sighed. Nothing is changing, Lloyd. Sure, I know. I'll have it signed this weekend. Tomorrow. Virginia went to bed. I went for a night walk. There are paths in the woods that are hard to find in daylight and next to impossible with a flashlight. Memory, though, could show you. I walked through the trees listening to the night sounds, the frogs and crickets in rival orchestras, owls and thrushes fluttering, and the whisper of bats on the glide. Maybe let her stay a little while? I asked the forest. The wind blew warm from the valley. I smelled honeysuckle and made my way home by memory again, with a hand from moonlight. I see a face, Daddy, Anna told me. A full face? Where? Show me. Here, by the barn. Come look. She was right. There was a blanket of chicory and paintbrush growing and I could see a face in the patch. Despite the heat of the sun, I felt a chill. The face was not kind. She had wide violet eyes and cheeks like a ravine. Her mouth was a patch of bare black dirt. Don't play around the barn anymore, I told Anna. Promise? But she ignored me, bending down to pluck a flower from the face. Anna. She ate the flower, chewing the bright orange petals. Then Anna went skipping away, dancing to some music in her mind. I smiled for the last time. What do you mean she's fine? Virginia asked. Look at her. I meant physically, Dr. Levine said. I can't find any medical cause of her, the erratic movements. Dancing, I said. She's dancing. Damnedest dance I've ever seen, Virginia said. Night and day, she won't sleep or eat and she messes herself. 2 days, doctor, she can't keep on. Dr. Levine packed away his bag. She'll stop when she's tired enough. It's for attention. Acting out. Kids will do that. Problems at home? I'll walk you out, I said. Virginia and I sat on the porch watching Anna and George twisting in the yard. The sun was falling and their shadows jutted and snapped as they danced through the wildflowers. Anna was slower, weaker. It was all we could do to hold her down long enough to force a handful of water and some honey into her mouth. Now that George had started dancing, as well, Virginia and I were finally talking regularly again. We might tie them down to their beds for a day or 3, I suggested. Doc says it's psychosemantics. Psychosomatic, Virginia corrected. I rocked my chair. Exactly that. Could be all we need to do is keep them still a spell and it'll clear up. Virginia stared out at the children. Anna was losing weight, her white dress loose on the scarecrow's arms. George was sweating, rolling in the flowers, staining his shirt the same color as the sunset. I'm scared, Virginia told me, touching my arm for the first time in a year. They're not well. I patted her hand. I'm scared, too. What'll become of us, Lloyd? It'll be fine, I lied. No trouble at all. I woke up to the sound of a bird thumping into the window. When I pulled the blind, I saw it was not a bird but my wife. She was dancing with the children in the yard, eyes closed, arms whipping up and down. Occasionally, her hand slapped the window. Her face was turned towards the sky, scorched with ecstasy. Once more her palm found the glass, this time so hard the window shattered. Blood spurted in and across the floor. The droplets reminded me of the wildflowers. Virginia smeared a crimson streak down what remained of the glass and then she danced away. Outside, the day was furnace hot. Anna lay in the grass, unable to stand but still twitching. George loomed over her, stomping and shaking, grinning, jumping. All 3 of them fought me as I dragged them inside. I wept as I tied them to their beds with thick rope. I fed them as best I could, and gave them milk and bread dissolved in cold water. Anna couldn't take in any, spat it up. No, 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 I prayed by her bed. Please, give her back. I fell asleep there on the floor next to my daughter. I awoke to moonlight brushing my cheek and the sound of wind chimes. Anna still lay tied to her bed, shaking, trying to move. The chimes were soft and old. I followed the sound outside into the night. Oh, I whispered when I caught sight of the thing sitting in the barn. Jesus in heaven watch over me. Not here, the creature called. Come closer. The figure was twice as tall as the barn. It sat on the roof, one leg dangling. As I approached, the moon seemed brighter and I saw the abomination clear. She was beautiful and slender with skin like sycamore bark. Her face contained the impression of wild animals and skull poked through here and there. Over one ear twisted a great whorl of black antler, festooned with vines and flowers. Over the other ear, a ram's horn, white but spotted with the dark red of old blood. Green eyes the size of dinner plates flickered like the first stars to ever stain the sky. When she exhaled, the wind breathed with her, ripping at me with the smell of honeysuckle and spoiled meat. Flowers spilled from her body and covered the barn, a vivid curtain filled with an entire garden. I dropped to my knees, overwhelmed. I was a rabbit trapped by a dog. Or a lawnmower. My heart bashed so hard against my chest that I wondered when my sternum might crack. Why don't you dance? She asked me, and in her voice rang the chimes and bells, whistling flutes, and the call of pipes. What? I choked out. Who? You don't recognize me? You don't know the king of the vine? I shook my head. The night became much colder. The creature leaned down and the barn creaked. You refuse to dance and you claim you don't know me even though you called to me in the forest. I never called. Never. Your heart did. You wanted my help. You wanted to keep your family here with you. For them to be happy. I tried to stand up but found that my legs would not respond. You're unaliving them. The king shrugged. I die each year, every year, for as long as days have been counted. What is one death to worry over? No. No, please don't. Please let them be. Let them stop. The giant regarded me for a moment from her improvised throne. When she moved, the flowers in the yard moved with her, stretching, caught in her orbit. How cruel you are, she said finally. You ask for my help but reject my gift. You see me as so few do but do not recognize me. I'm sorry. I'll do anything. My gift was given freely but my help has a price. Anything. Your eyes. I cried for the last time. Okay. My world went black. That will do for your children. For the woman, something small. Something you barely care for, as she barely cares for you. Anything, I said into the darkness. Your name. Take the damn thing. She did. I felt it leave me like a bird dropping from a nest. You'll need to steal a new name, then, the king of the vine whispered. Or beg for one. Or borrow. A great pressure lifted and I knew she was gone. It took me some time to find my way back to the house, relying on memory. Several times, I stumbled through the thick flowers. Anna was not in her bed, only coils of empty rope. George was missing as was Virginia. I found them, eventually, in the yard. I knew them by the feel of their faces, familiar lines. I screamed when I stumped upon them. They were still, at least, rooted to the ground and so thin. From a distance, I'm sure they look like any other sunflowers. It's taken me years to learn how to navigate the world without sight. And without my family. There are lovely devices that read to you, write for you, and keep you connected even when you're alone. I find myself online more and more as I drift through the rest of this life. A message came in the other day. An offer for new eyes. I don't know how they found me and I don't much trust free things anymore but I can't help myself. Curiosity. A chance to see the faces of my family again, however they might look. The email had my old name but I don't use it anymore. I wouldn't steal one, either. I'm too proud to beg. Do you need to put a name to me in your head? Alright. You might call me Borrow. Calico in the clearing. When I was 16 years old, I had the greatest job in the world. I was a counselor at Camp Cherry Pine. It was the best summer of my life until the last week of August. That's when Ben Pisley was unalived. And it was my fault. Ben was a hurricane that had somehow gotten stuffed into the body of an 11-year-old boy. He was curious and clever, wild and fearless. While Ben was a camper at Cherry Pine, he came up with a nickname for each counselor. He called me Calico because I avoided the water. "Calico, why don't you jump in?" he asked, splashing me from the river. I pulled my towel up for protection and scooted my chair towards the middle of the dock. "Splash me again, Ben Pisley, and you'll be cleaning the camp toilets with a toothbrush. And no more bug juice with dinner. You'll get water. River water." Ben grinned and swam back towards his friends out on the float. I stuck my tongue out. I wasn't always the most professional counselor, but I loved the kids, loved watching them explore the forest and become friends and grow into stronger people each summer. Most of all, though, I loved scaring them at the campfire. There are 6 legends that haunt Camp Cherry Pine. Tonight I'm going to tell you about the most dangerous. Jensen's hand shot up. I sighed. "Miss Becca," he asked me, "is this a true story?" I moved the flashlight under my chin. "Yes. This is the true story of the Devil's Clearing." Jensen squirmed back against his log. Several of the campers glanced around at each other, small shadows jittering in the campfire light. Each week I told the kids one of Cherry Pine's legends. The night that I told them about the clearing was the last Sunday before camp ended. I held court before the fire, sitting on my favorite stump, sneaking bites from my s'mores whenever I paused in the story. The clearing has existed in these woods since before Camp Cherry Pine was built. It was here before any human eyes saw the evergreens and the fir trees and the rivers here. Devil's Clearing has always existed and it will be here long after we are all. "Where is it?" Ben asked, barely more than a pair of eyes reflecting firelight from deep inside a hoodie. "The location of the clearing changes constantly. You'll never find it on a map. You'll never find it at all unless you're supposed to." Little Lucy Carter waved her hand. "Miss Becca, but what if you flew over the forest in a plane? Would you see the clearing?" "Hey Calico, what about a satellite?" Ben added. I tossed a few more branches onto the fire. They erupted with a crack. "Neither would work, dear counselors. The clearing disguises itself. It can hide in plain sight. And it's always moving. It's like an octopus or one of those leaf bugs that can blend in around plants." "Katydids," Ben said. "If you say so, smarty pants." Ben didn't reply. He was withdrawn into his jacket, watching the fire. I recognized it as his thinking face. I hesitated. The Devil's Clearing was my favorite story, one the senior counselors used to scare newbies every summer. The clearing had a way of sinking hooks into the curious. I went looking my first year but never found it. There were times I felt close, alone at night in the forest after sneaking out. Some shadows can only exist in the woods in summer, warm, dark spots that could hide anything. I shivered and considered stopping the story. But all eyes were on me. Even David's eyes, the other counselor helping me run the fire. And his eyes were so blue they looked like cracked little pieces of sky. I wanted to keep those eyes, that attention, so. "What's so bad about the clearing?" Lucy asked. "Nobody ever comes out the same," I said. "Most don't come out at all. Devils dance in the clearing under the moonlight. They call the rain and it burns as it falls, and bites right into the trees. They call the thunder and when it cracks you can hear the day you'll die in the sound. The clearing chews on some and eats others and keeps the ones it cares for most." The campers were silent. There was only the fire and the sound of the forest. Raccoons and mice skittering across leaves, the whoosh drop of owls finding them. "How do you find the clearing?" Ben asked. "You don't," I said, finishing my s'more. "If you have something at once, it'll find you. If you're ever in the woods and all of the sounds stop and the sun freezes in the sky and you end up seeing an opening in the trees that calls to you." More silence. "What do we do?" Jensen whispered. "You run." The campers screamed as I jumped up, shaking my arms and rattling my flashlight. Everybody was scared except for Ben. He stayed seated, resting against his log, watching the fire. David helped collect everyone after they settled down. "Good story, Calico," he said with a wink. "Don't you start with that calico bull stuff," I said. I felt very warm and very present right then under the stars. Someone cleared a small throat. "Oh, Ben, why are you sneaking around back there in the shadows?" He stepped out from the tree where he was hiding. "I wasn't hiding. I thought maybe you'd want help to put the fire out." "All right." Ben was efficient with cleanup, making sure the embers were soaked and then buried. All by the book. It took him about 5 minutes to finally ask me the question that was writing him. "Is the clearing real, Calico?" "It's just a story, Ben." He paused. "It feels real." "I know. I'll tell you a secret. When I first started here years ago, I went looking for the Devil's Clearing. It's just a legend, Ben. I think I've seen it. The start of it. I didn't know what it was. Some nights I sneak out." "Ben. Sorry. Not a lot. Just when David is watching us because he's too busy texting some girl." I felt my stomach drop but kept a stone face. "That's really not okay, Ben. It's dangerous. Promise you'll stop." "Sure. Ben." No, I swear." He crossed his heart. "But, Calico, I think I did see the clearing. Some nights I would come to an opening in the trees and the forest would go quiet. The stars would stop in the sky and something would tug. I always ran. I didn't know. It's just your imagination, Ben." He looked at me square, my flashlight catching his expression. "Calico, why don't you look again? I don't think I want to find it even if it is real." "Oh," Ben said, looking out at the silhouette of the nearest trees. "That makes sense." I led Ben back to the cabins trying to ignore the pressure between my shoulder blades. The feeling of being watched. The walk home was silent. I considered mentioning Ben's little jailbreaks to David but didn't want to make him feel bad about it. Instead, I made Ben promise me that he'd stop his nighttime excursions. 2 nights later, he went missing. We all searched when he didn't show up for morning chow. The whole camp, then the cops, then the entire town went through the forest root by root and needle by needle from dawn until after dark. My group didn't find what was left of Ben, but we were close enough to hear the screams. I ran towards the sound thinking maybe he was alive, hurt, scared, alone. It would have been better if I was slower. They found pieces of Ben nailed to a cluster of trees arranged in a rough circle. I saw all of it, all that was done to him. His face. I saw it. I was sick for a long time after that. Camp Cherry Pine shut down permanently. Who wants to send their kid to the camp where a camper was? Who wants to risk what happened to Ben happening to their son or daughter? Once I was able to hold down food again and stop sleeping all day, I became occupied with a need to go look for myself. I was staying with my parents, not even an hour from Cherry Pine. One night, I copied Ben and snuck out. I put my mom's pickup in neutral and rolled it down our driveway to the road before turning the ignition. Camp Cherry Pine was closed for less than a month at that point, but looked like a corpse years into its rot. I parked in the gravel lot and took a long breath. Fall hadn't arrived. The night was still balmy, but I couldn't shake a chill. I climbed over the chain closing off the camp and set off into the woods. I noticed the quiet immediately. It wasn't that the silence was everywhere. No, it was clearly behind me, moving with me. Like a wake. Or a stalker. Initially, I followed familiar paths twisting off into the wild. The farther I went, the more I stepped away from trails and pressed into the bramble. Leaves brushed my face and roots dogged my steps. More than once, I felt the ladder snap at my foot. Soon, I was lost. The moon was heavy over everything, soft burning shadows onto the forest floor. My flashlight was shaking though I thought my arm was fine. There was a break in the trees ahead. I felt a tug when I slipped into the opening. The clearing was wide, flat, green. Sunlight swept the tall grass hand. Sunlight. I took another step forward. There was no sound. No breeze. No birds. How was the sun out in the middle of the night? The air had a taste. It was sour or bitter. I was struggling to breathe. The sun began to dip and soar. The silence was replaced by a roar, a noise so complete it pushed out the rest of the world. It hurt, but I still wanted to take another step into the clearing. Calico, why don't you turn around? Ben's voice cut through the fear. The clearing's pull was still there, but I stumbled back. I tripped over roots, landed hard, crawled away. I kept crawling and soon it was night again and I heard the usual forest sounds. After I don't know how long, I got up and ran until I hit the camp. Then I drove home. My parents never noticed. Never knew. That was almost 20 years ago. I've tried to put it out of my mind. I read about Camp Cherry Pine and accidents that should have been warnings. Missing kids. Sickness. I've read about it but never gone back. I knew the clearing was waiting if I did. But now it's here. I feel it on my step, a silence that follows. Some nights, I catch a glimpse of it at the end of the alleys. Other times I know, that if I take a left I'll drive until the road narrows and I see a wide, green, flat place. So far, I've been able to resist that tug. Every time, it's stronger. I run a psychic service. My most recent client brought in something that horrified me. The little neon sign in the window says psychic, but I'm not really psychic. Psychometric would be the appropriate term, but that doesn't make for a great sign, does it? Whatever the word, I've had this ability since I was a little girl. When I touch other people's objects and concentrate, I feel part of them. It can be anything. An emotion. A sense, like a certain smell or touch. Or a flash of a visual in my mind's eye. I've been working for 10 years now, in a dingy little office above a pizza parlor. From the inside, you wouldn't have a clue what I do. My office always smells like garlic, and I don't keep any of the usual trappings. No crystal balls, no tarot desks, no mysterious symbols or pentagrams. So, yeah, business is slow. But this afternoon, someone dropped in. He wasn't the usual clientele, a guy, only a bit past teenagerhood, wearing a Lakers t-shirt. Usually, my clients are about 30 years older, and female. Oh, sorry. I must be in the wrong place, he said as soon as he walked in. No, this is right. I'm the psychic. He sniffed. Is that for vampires or something? It's from downstairs. Oh, what can I help you with? Well, Mrs. He glanced at the name card on my desk. Miss Greenberg. My mom has been missing for 3 days. The police have been looking, but they haven't been able to find anything. She and my dad went up to a cabin in the Catskills for a second honeymoon. My dad said she took a walk in the morning, and she never came back. Oh, I'm so sorry. He forced a smile. Thanks. So, I was wondering if you could help me. Sure. I'll try my best. Do you have anything of hers with you? He frowned. What do you mean? I work best when I can touch objects that belong to the person in question. It's psychometry, I added, though the look on his face told me he had no idea what that meant. Oh, no, sorry, I don't. Oh, wait. Yeah, I do. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a Swiss Army knife. He rather recklessly slid it across the table, and I watched it skitter towards me with apprehension. This knife? Yeah. It was my grandpa's, and then hers, and then mine. I keep it with me, always. I frowned. The fewer people who own an object, the better. Otherwise, the signals got all messed up, and it was hard to pick out who was whom. Okay. So your grandpa had it first? No, this is a family heirloom. First, it was my great-great-grandpa's, then my great-grandma's. Okay. I'll give it a shot, but I can't promise anything. I closed my eyes and laid my hands on the knife. As soon as my fingers touched the metal, 1,000 sensations assaulted me. Steel forged in a blazing fire. Candlelight against the darkness. The scratch of a quill against parchment. A woman's blue eyes. Snow falling to the ground. I concentrated, weaving through the sensations, trying to pick out the one that I needed. And then I saw her. Or, rather, was her. The smell of lavender filled my nose. I was standing in a humble kitchen, using the scissors of the knife to cut a loose thread off my shirt. My hands were small and nimble. Black curls fell down my shoulders, bouncing in my peripheral vision. That's your mom, I said, my eyes still closed. The one who smells like lavender, with the curly black hair. Wow, yeah. Well, her hair is gray now, but yeah. My mind probed into the sensation, but there was nothing I could learn. Just more scenes of her in her home. I did see a little boy run past, who looked like a miniature version of the man before me, and that made me smile. I'm sorry. There's nothing more I can learn from this object. I passed it back to him. Do you have anything else? No. He hesitated. I do have a photo she sent me. It's the last photo before she. He trailed off. I mean, it's not an object. But I was going to show it to you. I showed it to the police, too. Thought maybe they'd see something I didn't. Photos, like all digital objects, were tricky. Occasionally I could pull a sensation from them. It wasn't impossible. People were imbuing a part of themselves in the texts, art, and stories they created on a computer, just like they had been doing to physical objects since the dawn of time. But technology itself disrupted the senses. All the radiation, the processors, the chips, it all grew into a mechanical roar in my head that I couldn't block out. Here. He handed me his phone. I think you need to print it out, dear. What? I can't just touch a phone. Too much noise. I pointed. My office printer is right over there. 10 minutes later, the soggy photo was laying on the table in front of me. Before I touched it, I just looked. An older woman with curly hair and kind eyes was standing on the porch of a quaint little cabin. Next to her stood her husband, a stocky bearded man. Both were smiling, his hand tucked behind her waist. The forest, green and alive, extended for miles behind them. I slowly lifted my hands and pressed them into the photo. I first felt the tree swaying in the wind, the tree that the paper came from. Then the drops of ink themselves, chemicals mixed in churning, smelly bats. I blocked that out, focusing past that. Past the details. Onto the picture on the page, the shapes and lines that drew the woman and her husband. And then I felt everything. I smelled the dirt of the forest, the pine wood of the cabin. Heard the birds twittering in the trees, the soft breeze in my hair. Felt the sun shining through my eyelids. But I felt fear. Horrible, paralyzing fear. Worse fear than I'd ever felt in my entire life. Because I felt something else. Cold, hard metal, poking into my back. A gun. I jerked my hands away. Instantly, the sensations fell away. I was back in the chair. Back in the office. My heart pounded in my chest, and I stared at him, feeling dizzy. Are you okay? That child. That poor, sweet child. I am, I said, catching my breath. But I'm so sorry. I'm not sure your mom is. Dr. Diablo's demonic dawn. I woke up naked in the middle of an empty church. Everything hurt and my junk was on fire. Not figurative fire, my genitals were literally in flames. Dear Lord, I shouted, diving into an erotic stop, drop, and roll. I was terrified that my nether parts were going to end up scorched. There are few fears as powerful as the fear of frying your franken beans. The flames refused to go out, merely crackling like a summer bonfire. It wasn't as painful as I would have thought, more of a mild burn. Also, a little itchy. A flock of bats burst from the belfry above. With my excellent vision, I could see each bat had a human face and a terrible haircut. What the f***? I shouted in horror. I shook my head, trying to clear out my mental fog. The events of the previous night came back in a rush. An unholy covenant was full of reverse nuns. A night of sacrilegious passion. It seemed that I'd contracted an STD. A sexually transmitted demon. Again, my name is Dr. Juan Diablo, plastic surgeon, amateur exorcist, and semi-professional lover. I'll steal your soul, my burning bush shouted. My member uncoiled and struck like a cobra. I was able to subdue my love rod after an extraordinary struggle. Settle down, I whispered, securing my manhood to my leg with a few zip ties. Don't ask me where I got the zip ties from. Because I'd have to tell you it was my butt. As I worked to pacify my possessed trouser missile, memories came pouring in. I'd gotten the call yesterday to investigate a possible cult. Upon arrival, I was swarmed by a dozen sexy, demonically possessed reverse nuns. They were frightening creatures, covered in horns and scales but still kind of fetching in a classic way. Everyone knows that the only method for exorcising a possessed reverse nun is to make sweet, consensual, and efficient love to them. So I set about seducing the group. I surveyed the crowd of bloodthirsty, red-eyed, demon ladies, and one gentleman. I was trembling but steadied myself with a deep breath. If you reserved nuns were words on a page, you'd all be fine print. Properly seduced, we all made love throughout the night. The reverse nuns must have slipped away to avoid any morning awkwardness, which I can appreciate. But they left me with some satanic syphilis to sort out. You'll burn for eternity in hell, my prison penis promised. Not the nice part of hell, either. The bad part. Quiet, you devil, I said, shaking my leg. I prayed the zip ties would hold until I found a way to exorcise my STD. Still naked, I left the church and set off into the surrounding desert. The sands were warm and fine, like scotch, if you put it in the microwave until it was dry. Overhead, the morning sun whipped me with bright golden light. I had to walk fully flexed to avoid a sunburn. My deviled salami and I traveled for weeks in the desert, surviving off of scorpions that I lured out by dancing the dance of their people. Picture tap dancing but more scorpiony. Finally, we made contact with the civilized world in the form of an isolated biker bar. A cluster of the Rough Riders was standing on the building's porch, drinking beer from a keg while sharpening their machetes. I'm going to need your clothes, your bike, and about 30 road beers, I told the nearest biker, who, based on the amount of flair on his leather vest, I assumed was in charge. Eat machete, you handsome, naked stranger, the biker shouted. I subdued the gang using a combination of Krav Maga and a gun that I had with me. Don't ask me where I got the gun from. Properly outfitted and hydrated, I chose the most bitchin' motorcycle, an all-chrome Harley, for the ride. My demon dong threatened through my leather pants. You in what army, Beelzebub? I replied, the bike roaring to life. Everyone knows that the only way to cure a case of the inferno is just to make sweet, consensual, electric love to an angel. So I head towards the nearest Olive Garden, the closest place to heaven on earth. Behind me, the sun dropped below the horizon like one of those animatronic gophers at an arcade returning to its hole. There are few things as freeing as riding a Harley down an empty highway at night, wrapped in leather head to toe. The calming rhythm of the road even put my savage slong to sleep. I heard the demon snoring in my lap. Curiously, while the pants never caught fire, smoke was rolling out, so I knew my bush was still burning. Arriving at the Olive Garden sometime around 3 a.m., I jumped off the still-running motorcycle, it's not like I owned it, and rolled into a kneeling position. "Hey, you up?" I prayed. A divine white light washed over the parking lot. The angel was beautiful beyond measure, with marble skin, lips like the first rose to ever bloom, and a fantastic rack. Also, I could tell she had a great personality and was well read. Plus, she was like, which I was really into. Who dares summon me? The angel boomed with a voice like a trumpet that was still somehow an ASMR whisper. I stood up. "It is I, Dr. J. Juan Diablo. I was wondering if you'd like to get some authentic Italian food and then maybe watch some Netflix back at my place." "Good try, mortal, but I'll not be wooed by breadsticks and reruns of The Office. That's not actually on Netflix anymore." The angel began to flicker. "Then you truly have no hope. Wait, did it hurt? Did what hurt?" I flexed my facial muscles. "Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" "No. There's actually one of those poles like at a firehouse that we slide down. Very convenient. However, I find myself feeling things about you." "What are you doing?" I removed my leather shirt. "Baby, when God created you, he broke the mold." "Yes, he did. That's the standard operating procedure." Why are my hearts racing? And where did all of this moisture come from? "Take me now, mortal." We banged. It was epic. I shook as our flesh slammed together wetly. There was something horribly divine about the creature, dreadful but also hot. I was scared of how aroused I was and aroused at how scared I was. Entering the angel felt like sliding into the home base after hitting the winning run in the World Series. It felt like sprinting down Main Street high-fiving your entire town the whole way and then jumping into a swimming pool filled with jello and it wasn't even sticky. Okay, it was a little sticky. Our lovemaking shook the parking lot, set off car alarms, and sent any stray cats in a 3-block radius into a frenzy. Our sex was so sexy that it would inspire Halloween costumes for generations. When we were finished, I came so hard that I arrived. Adequate, the angel told me as we lay together in the bushes outside of Olive Garden. Should our union prove fruitful, however, our spawn would be an abomination. The Antichrist. Sounds like a future me problem, I murmured, reaching over to cuddle. But the angel was already gone. I stood up and checked my junk carefully. No signs of demonic possession. I was officially sexorcised. And that is the story of how I invented penicillin. I received a really strange package from Amazon. It all started with a ding. I checked my phone to see the notification. "Your package is arriving today." I stared at it, confused. I hadn't ordered anything from Amazon recently. In fact, I thought I'd uninstalled the app from my phone, in an attempt to save myself from 1 a.m. impulse buys of weird kitchen gadgets I didn't need. "Hey Ben," I said, "did you buy something off Amazon?" "Yeah. Socks, a colander, and a..." "What was it?" "Oh. Those little rings that hold up shower curtains, with the metal beads on them." "No, that was last week. I'm talking about today. There's a package arriving." He furrowed his eyebrows. "Oh. No, I didn't order anything since then." "Did you?" "No. That's why I'm asking you." He frowned. "Maybe Alexa ordered something by mistake." "Does that happen?" "Yeah. A lot of people complain about it online." "Of course. Another way for Amazon to reel in money, by making mistake orders. Whoops, you just spent $102.71 on a new stainless steel frying pan." With a huff, I pulled out my computer. I went to Amazon. Clicked orders. There it was, an item, ordered a few days ago. But the product image was replaced with the standard gray text, "No image available." The price box read $0. The title of the product read, "Unknown." Underneath, in green, bold letters, it read, "Arriving today by 8 p.m. "Hey, Ben? Look at this." His eyes glanced over the computer screen. "Ooh, that's so weird. Probably just a glitch." He looked at me, and I must have looked pretty upset, because he added, "I wouldn't worry about it, Ellie." I waited for the doorbell to ring. Every time I heard the slightest thump or scuffling sound outside, I jumped and peered out the window to see if the package had arrived. But the afternoon passed without event. As the time approached 8 p.m., and the package still hadn't arrived, I felt both disappointment and relief. I'd been excited to see what the mystery package was, but also a bit freaked out over what appeared to be some sort of phantom Amazon order. But I guess it was a glitch. There never was any package that would be delivered. It was just an error in the system. Then, at 7:46 p.m., my phone dinged. "Your package has arrived." I jumped off the couch and ran to the door, as fast as my feet would take me. "You okay, Ellie?" Ben called, holding a cold slice of pizza. "The package is here." "Ooh," he said, through a mouthful of congealed cheese. "I thought it was just a digital glitch. But if they actually sent us a package we didn't pay for, awesome. Free stuff." "It's not awesome. It's weird." He followed me to the door, practically dancing. My hand fell on the knob, shaking. I shouldn't be nervous, I scolded myself. Mail mix-ups happen all the time. Ben's right, this is good. It's free stuff. Free stuff is always good. I yanked the door open. There it was. A brown box, about a foot on a side, sealed shut with blue tape. I bent over and picked it up. It was much heavier than I expected. "Here. I'll take it," Ben said. We brought it to the kitchen, set it down on the island. He grabbed a butter knife. "Ready?" he asked. "I guess." He plunged it through the tape. Pulled open the flaps. "What the hell?" he said, backing away from it. It was empty. I was staring at ordinary cardboard. Slightly frayed and bent in places, held together with that blue tape. I circled around the island, staring inside as if something might suddenly materialize out of thin air. But it was so heavy, I finally said. How could it be empty? I thought it was going to be something really good. Like a boombox, Ben replied, sadly. A boombox? What is this, the 90s? He laughed. Hey, I would have been happy. He disappeared back into the living room. I grabbed the box and lifted it. It was light, now. Normal. As my heart slowed, I folded the box up and tossed it in the recycle bin. All that fuss over an empty box. I woke up cold. I squinted at the clock. 3:34 a.m. The window was wide open, curtains billowing in the breeze. Damn it, I said, rushing up to close it. That's when I noticed the bed was empty. Ben? I whispered. I glanced at the bathroom. The light was off. The bedroom door hung wide open, though, and a dim, golden light shone across the stairs. He was downstairs. I walked out into the hallway. It was even colder out here. I whipped around and noticed every bedroom door was open. And inside each, every window was open. What kind of f***ery has Ben up to? Ben, I shouted. No reply. I sighed and started down the stairs. As I descended, I started to hear it. A repeated, metallic noise that throbbed in my ears like a heartbeat. Damn it, Ben. I called loudly. What the hell are you? I froze. Ben was standing at the kitchen island. Hunched over something. He didn't look up at me. His arm just moved back and forth, almost mechanically. He was sharpening knives. Every single knife we owned was divided into 2 piles on either side of him. He pulled that knife out of the sharpener and placed it in the right pile with a metallic clang. Then he picked up the next one, a 12-inch long chef's knife, and began sharpening that. And then he stopped. I ducked behind the wall, holding a hand over my mouth. Ellie? He called from the kitchen. My lungs felt like they would burst. I have something to show you, he said. His voice was flat, almost monotone. His bare feet slapped against the tile, slowly, heavily, as he walked towards me. I took in a slow, shuddering breath, extended my foot out in front of me, silently. Ellie? I ran. I took off, down the hall. My feet slipped against the linoleum, but I forced myself forward, lungs burning. Ellie! He screamed. His voice was no longer light and kind. It was angry. I grabbed the keys off the hook. Then I opened the garage and ran out into the driveway. His hulking form was silhouetted in the doorway. The knife gripped tightly in his hand. I dove into the car, locked the doors, started it up. The headlights washed over him, and his eyes glinted eerily in the light. For a moment he was still. Then he ran towards the car, as fast as he possibly could. Knife raised in his hand, mouth open in an animalistic howl. I peeled out of the driveway. My mind raced. Ben had never been violent, never. Maybe it wasn't what it looked like. Somehow, he was innocent, and I let my fears get the worst of me. I knew it was impossible. That there was no other explanation. I just didn't want to accept it. It wasn't until I pulled into the police station that I remembered the empty package. So heavy when we lifted it from the doorstep. So light, after Ben opened it. Maybe the box wasn't empty at all. Maybe there was something inside. Something we couldn't see. And we just let it free. My husband keeps asking the same question over and over, and it's driving me up a wall. My husband started telling dad jokes before he was old enough to pour his juice, so I may have missed a red flag or 2. Or 4. But in my defense, this kind of juvenile behavior seemed very on brand at the time. Let me give you some quick context. The entire first year Steven and I lived together. Anytime we exchanged I love yous, he would quickly pinch my cheek and shout, BZZZT, make your damn waffles. Neither of us even liked waffles. He just got a kick out of spoiling the moment. And although I'd groan and roll my eyes, his dumb shtick cracked me up. Lord help me, it absolutely cracked me up. So when I shuffled into the kitchen one morning, fresh from sleep, his odd remark barely registered. Can you see me smile? I glanced at Steven from across the center island. What? He leaned back and blinked. What? Thought you said something. He shrugged and shook his head. My imagination then. As I poured a cup of coffee, he said it again. Quieter this time. Can you see me smile? Here we go. Steven's jokes were usually unfunny for that first week or 2 until his relentless commitment tickled my funny bone. That's nice, honey, I said after a yawn. Then I circled the island and went in for a kiss, but instead noticed a sore beneath his left nostril. Oof, get some cream on that. On my way out of the room, Steven began ratcheting coughs. Things seemed normal for the next few days. He periodically dropped the smile line mid-conversation and then continued on like normal. Once or twice he even said it over the phone. Hey hon, I'm at the store. Do or need any? Can you see me smile? Kitchen roll? Steven picked up some cream for his increasingly gruesome scab, although that didn't seem to help. If anything, it made things worse. One evening, as we sat down to dinner, he slurped up some pasta, stared dead into my eyes, and twisted his mouth in this horrible pumpkin grin. Can you see me smile? I set down my fork. Okay, enough. It's been a week and I'm still not laughing. What are you talking about? That stupid can you see me smile thing. He cocked his head to the side. Huh? Don't. Even. Start. Just drop it already. The two of us went back and forth, him pushing me to explain myself, me growing steadily more agitated. Can't you just admit this gag didn't land and move on? Well, the only gags that do land are ones about airplanes, but I still don't understand what you're talking about. The tension immediately dissolved as I half-groaned, half-chuckled at his zinger. Later, as I soaked in the tube with 2 cucumber slices over my eyes, the door at the far side of the room creaked open. Steven? I called. Another creak. Hello? I slid up, catching the slices. There was no one else in the steamy room. A draft had most likely blown the door open. I settled back into a comfortable position. Afterward, while toweling myself off, I noticed a smiley face in the fogged-up mirror above the sink, accompanied by the words, "Can you see me smile?" Steven had already turned in for the night, so my lecture about boundaries got placed on hold until morning. Sometime after midnight, an awful dream about falling into this endless black void startled me awake. For a moment the sensation carried into the real world, no doubt because the mattress had compressed beneath our combined weight. I opened my eyes in an attempt to escape the sensation of that awful dream and saw Stephen, who held himself directly above me, supported by his elbows and knees. His nose was pressed right up against mine. I bit down on the screen. Stephen's sore had spread. Now he looked like a toddler after devouring a plate of jam sandwiches. Was he picking at those oozing scabs? What the duck? I shouted. Immediately he rolled onto his half of the bed and faced the wall, pretending to snore. I thumped the back of his skull, hard. You almost gave me a heart attack. He acted all innocent like he just woke up, the corners of his mouth twitching as though pulled by invisible strings. Ow. What was that for? He propped up against the backboard, one hand rubbing the bump across the back of his head, the other fingering a leaky sore under his chin. Turning away, I said, "This is getting seriously old. You're not funny." He began to protest but then entered a harsh coughing fit. It rose from deep inside his chest as he raced down the hall. "And go see a dermatologist," I shouted after him. When the alarm screeched, the far side of the bed was still empty. I crossed the upstairs landing and went into the bathroom, where Stephen stood before the sink, eyes fixed on his reflection. He stretched and twisted his lips which had gone pale at the corners, using his forefingers. From the doorway, I said, "Look, sorry about last night. But you scared the crap out of me. Can we act like the whole thing never happened?" He pulled the sides of his mouth apart. The gums looked gray and unhealthy. I rolled my eyes. "Fine." On my way across the hall, he shouted, "Can you see me smile?" I called my mom from work, who listened to me vent for 20 minutes. He just won't give it a rest with his smiling thing. Be upfront. Explain how much it's bothering you. That sounded reasonable. Stephen liked juvenile jokes, granted, but he wasn't a man-child or anything. Most likely the two of us could get this straightened out and then go for a romantic meal someplace fancy. Back home, Stephen was in the downstairs lounge, furiously scribbling into a notebook. "Can we talk?" I asked. He stayed hunched forward, his attention fixated on his writing. "Sorry if I was a little short-tempered last night. I didn't mean to hit you so hard. But this joke, it got under my skin. You think we could pretend the whole thing never happened?" No response. "Can you please answer me? Or at least acknowledge you're listening?" I moved forward and snatched the notepad away. Stephen stood, suddenly enough to startle me, and grabbed it back. For a split second, I glimpsed the words "Can you see me smile?" written over and over again. He grinned, exposing teeth of startling whiteness. Had he bleached them? This wasn't a joke anymore. It was full-blown mental illness. "Stephen, talk to me. What's wrong?" He cleared his watery throat. "Can you see me smile?" He tossed the notebook aside and took a single step forward, arms outstretched. Thin trickles of blood ran along his chin from where he'd compulsively nibbled his bottom lip. "Can you see me smile?" I retreated into the hall. "Stephen, can you see me smile?" He coughed harshly before saying it again in a kind of hoarse growl. Thick wads of saliva flew from those pale lips. I spun on my heels and made for the door, Stephen walking after me. "Can you see me smile?" He followed me out of the house and across the front walkway. The second I pulled the door of my Ford Escort shut, he drum-rolled the window. "Can you see me smile? Can you see me smile?" As I slipped the vehicle into gear, he breathed over the glass to fog it up and wrote a backward CAN. It's a miracle I didn't plow over him barreling out of that driveway in reverse. My eyes had gone all red and puffy by the time I reached Mom's place. The police showed zero interest in Stephen's condition. "Yeah, sure, your husband keeps telling you to smile. We'll get right on that." Neither did the paramedics. "Do you want us to send an ambulance over a nasty rash?" Stephen didn't respond to any of my messages, nor answer my calls. That night, I lay awake praying he was okay and that he'd made use of the mental health resources I'd sent over. Mom told me to steer clear until we could arrange for somebody to accompany me home, but laying in that cold, empty bed, I had terrible nightmares about Stephen hurting himself. He needed help, and it couldn't wait. When I pulled into the driveway, the house was entirely dark. A nasty aroma hit me the second I pushed open the front door, a strangely familiar, coppery scent. There were dull thuds from somewhere upstairs. I slowly climbed the steps. On the landing, I flicked on the light and stifled a yelp. Scribbled up and down the walls were the words "Can you see me smile?" Stephen had covered every inch of space from floor to ceiling. My heart kicked into a higher gear. The door to the bathroom sat slightly ajar. I tiptoed forward, the color of the writing switching from black to red in what I assumed was lipstick or paint. Gently I rapped the door. "Stephen," I called, so low I almost couldn't hear myself. Then, after a little while, I went in. My husband was crouched in the corner naked, his back to me. He dragged a lobster red hand up and down the wall, smearing the word SCE over the cream-colored tiles, stopping only to replenish the ink by vomiting thick red phlegm onto his fingers. Oh duck, it was blood. He'd written those words with his blood. "Can you see me smile?" He snarled, along with a full-body spasm. There was something wrong with his voice. He sounded like a patient in a dentist chair with a prop in their mouth. The door made a cress sound as I flinched back without meaning to. Stephen's head perked up. I spun into the hall and raced toward the stairs. Halfway there, Stephen threw himself hard against the back of my legs, sending us both careening down the steps. I landed flat on my back. Directly above my head, two blurry light bulbs circled one another. I watched them go round and round until two Stephens, their mouths caked with dry, crusty blood, leaned into my window of vision. He pinned me down. And between gruesome wheezes that slid up from his throat, he repeated those 5 words again and again. As my vision stabilized, I realized it wasn't just blood on his face. Tendons and jaw muscles were exposed, pulling and vibrating like overtuned guitar strings. Fragments of bone even shined through in places. The lips and the surrounding area had been chewed or cut or scratched away. His cheeks hung loose in torn flaps. He brought us nose to nose, his exposed jaw inches from my mouth. "Can you see me smile?" That raw sewage breath reeked. A big purple tongue slid out of his mouth, finding its way inside my right nostril. As I lashed out against him, raw meat peeled away beneath my fingernails. He eventually made a sound like a cat hacking up a furball, exposed teeth chattering and closing and crunching. I seized the opportunity by worming my way out from under him and made a break for the kitchen, where I armed myself with a steak knife. He followed me into the room, canines bared. "I'm effing warning you," I screamed. He grinned, although I could tell only by the eyes, those mad eyes that almost seemed to laugh. As he shuffled forward, his pincer jaw clamped shut again and again. Finally, he lunged, and I rammed the knife straight into his throat. Stephen's body went completely limp before slumping onto the floor. The paramedics actually wretched when they arrived. "Craziest effing thing I ever saw," said the taller of the pair. A police officer couldn't believe the story. Still a stammering mess, I recounted how Stephen had mutilated himself before attacking me over and over. He took me to the station for an official statement, after which Mom took me to her place, where, for some odd reason, my mouth wouldn't stay closed. I sobbed into her shoulder, licking my lips again and again. My tongue had the texture of a carpet, plus something kept turning over in my gut. Acid reflux maybe. Eventually, an urge to open my mouth and let out a giant, irresistible yawn overpowered me. Then Mom reeled away, her face laced with concern. "What do you mean, honey?" I threw her a confused look and scratched my itchy mouth. "What do you mean, what do I mean?" She reached over and wiped a tear off my cheek. "Why wouldn't I be able to see you smile? Calico in the clearing, devils in the distance." I woke up to the overwhelming smell of pine needles. The room was dark, pre-dawn light struggling to limp through the shades. It was warm and getting warmer. A songbird called out. I sat up in bed. There was a bright glow under my closet door. A draft, a breeze, brushed out from the closet and cooled the sweat that was breaking out on my arms and neck. Ever since this started, my whole life has felt barely a step ahead of something awful. The air in the bedroom was humid and tasted like flowers. The light under the closet grew brighter as shadows began to split and divide in the rest of the room. "Leave," I whispered, jamming my eyes shut. "Please leave." For a moment, the heat and light were unbearable. Then it was gone and my bedroom was normal again. I slid under the covers feeling a new chill. The encounters were happening more frequently. I saw hints of the clearing behind doors, buildings, or off in the horizon. Each day it became more clear and each day the pull got harder to resist. One day soon, I knew I wouldn't be able to look away again. "Did you have another nightmare?" Kate asked. "Yep," I lied. "The camp again?" "Yeah. We were getting ice cream at a spot down by the beach. The boardwalk was sparse. All of the weekenders wouldn't be down until Friday and the real summer crowds were still a month away. I was plopped on a bench overlooking the ocean. Kate sat on the seawall, the wind pulling at her short hair which she'd recently dyed electric blue and black. I tugged at a loose strand of my curly hair. Dyeing it might be nice, but I was struggling just to get out of my apartment for anything other than work. "Would you like to try mine?" Kate asked. "Is it cookie dough again?" "Aha. I'll pass. You need to expand your horizons." Kate stuck out her tongue. "I need to expand? When was the last time you went out? Whatever happened to that guy you were talking to? The writer?" I didn't answer. I'd stopped paying attention. I was too busy watching the ocean slowly turning green. Chunks of tangled grass and flowers washed up on shore in a ragged line. Waves of dirt crashed without a sound. The entire beach was silent and quickly filling with greenery. Trees sprouted from the sand. "Calico." The voice was familiar but wrong. It resembled someone I used to know in the same way a corpse resembles the person that used to wear the body. I felt a horrible tug towards the beach, a psychic riptide. Someone nearby was screaming. Hands covered me, grabbing, pulling, tearing. "Jesus, what's wrong?" Kate asked. I sat up. I'd fallen from my bench onto the boardwalk. Sand and rough wood nipped at my legs. "What happened?" I asked. Kate knelt over me, checking me for bruises. "You screamed and collapsed on the boards. Then you started to crawl towards the beach. Once you hit the seawall you just curled up and sobbed for a minute." I looked around. A small crowd was gathered in a semicircle with Kate and me in the middle. "Oh, did I make a scene? I'm sorry if I did." Kate winced. She handed me a napkin. "You've got some." I reached up and felt something wet on my chin. I licked my lips and tasted metal. Kate's napkin came away red when I pressed it to my nose. "Duck," I muttered, trying to ignore the slim blades of grass quickly growing up through the boardwalk. I knew no one else would see them. I managed to hide in my apartment for a week with no incidents. Then, one night I woke up standing on my balcony looking down into an empty expanse of green. The field, the clearing, stretched across the city, infinite and warm. There were no stars in the sky above it. There was a red moon or something like it, though. It hurt to look at. "Calico, why don't you?" "No," I shouted, stepping back towards my window. "Why won't you leave me alone?" "Duck off. Go the hell away." I bumped into the glass. "Just leave. Go away." "No." Hands shot out from below my balcony. Dozens of hands, young and old, smooth and battered. Long arms wrapped around me, and cold fingers pushed into my throat and pulled at my limbs. I tore myself away and hit the window so hard the glass shook in the frame. I clawed at the windowsill until, finally, it lifted and I crawled back into my apartment. Some pressure lifted and I lay on the floor for several minutes, panting. My eyes were closed. If I couldn't see the clearing, I wondered if it would let me go. Fresh red bruises in the shape of fingers covered my neck and my arms. The clearing was physically trying to take me now, after all of these years. Why? I spent the rest of the night in my kitchen marathoning my way through 3 pots of coffee to stay awake. Once the sun was up, there was a long drive waiting. It was time for me to face the clearing where I saw it for the first years ago. Maybe burn the ducker down. Camp Cherry Pine looked like poop. I drove the entire morning and pulled up to the old gravel road just before lunch. The camp sign was weathered down to the nub and hung from one rusted chain above the gate. "Comforting," I said, leaving my car in the lot and immediately heading off towards the tree line. I didn't want to hesitate. I might talk myself out of my terrible idea. And I definitely didn't want to take too long and run any risk of being in the woods at night. The trail was clear and easy to follow. I left shallow footprints in the dry dirt. It didn't take long for the forest to notice me. Whippoorwills called my passing to each other like operators at a switchboard. Less than an hour from the camp entrance, I noticed roots growing through the path. They reminded me of veins, wet and twisting and so easy to trip over. I was shaking then but not ready to turn around. Not ready to wait for the clearing to find me. This would happen on my time. My decision. There was a break in the trees ahead. I pushed through to find myself staring up at a sky so full of stars it was blinding, a white expanse with only drops of black. And silence. I fell to my knees and closed my eyes. Eventually, the light outside my lids faded and I risked a glance. The sky was dark and starless. There was an orange glow coming from the middle of the clearing. 3 figures danced around the fire. I could barely see them through the smoke and shadow, but they looked large. Bloated and sleek as overfed leeches, so pale I doubted they'd ever even met the sun. The trio dipped, jittered, linked arms and shook together. Watching them move, I felt a sick dread pulling me toward the creatures. Calico, why don't you come over? Ben's voice, but not Ben's voice. Something wearing Ben's voice. It sounded like him but spoken from the far end of a tunnel during a rainstorm. Ben? Fire's warm. Come over. The figures had stopped dancing and stood watching me. Silhouettes in the smoke. They hummed like fallen live wires or a nest before the wasps pour out. Leave me alone, I said, voice breaking. No more. No more. Dance with us. Why are you doing this? Why now? Doors are opening. Place is getting thin. Locks falling away. It'll only get worse. You've been seen. I was curled on the grass. This was a mistake. The pull was horrible, like being stuck in a microwave. I don't want to see you anymore. Go away. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, Ben, but I just want to be left alone. You've seen. No. You have. I don't want to, I shouted. The wind ripped at any exposed skin. Something dragged me forward a few feet, then stopped. Leave me alone. You see us. See? See? My car keys were in my front pocket. I didn't use a key. Almost, but I had enough presence of mind to remember the small pocket knife I kept on the keychain. The first cut hurt more than every other moment of pain I'd felt before in my life all rolled together. The second cut wasn't much better. Or the third. Fourth. I didn't count for long. The blade was small and dull and efficient. In less than a minute, I made sure I couldn't see the clearing ever again. The wind stopped and forest sounds returned. And the sound of me shrieking. I let it all out. It was a very good thing that I'd brought my phone. There's no way I would have made my way back to my car like that, in the dark. I called for help and they found me, moved me, did what they could to heal me. You won't ever see again, but there are ways we can help you navigate life, the doctors told me. That's fine, I replied, bandaged but free. Still, some nights I lie awake in bed, in the black, and I feel a breeze and I smell summer and I wonder if I'm done. I want to keep falling. Lung cancer, stage 3, inoperable. Those were the words that spelled out my ultimate fate, and while it wouldn't be a particularly original way to die, the irony wasn't lost on me. I'd never touched a cigarette during my short lifespan, despite growing up in a household where pretty much everyone inhaled those toxic fumes, including my parents. Of course, they are both alive and healthy. Even to this day they never suffered any consequences for any of their unhealthy habits, not even a dent put in their lung capacity. Destiny truly is a fickle jerk. There I sat at the doctor's office, speechless after hearing the diagnosis. I'd just gone in for a persistent cough, from what I thought would be nothing more than a common cold. In all honesty, I didn't feel that sick, but my wife had convinced me to go for a checkup regardless, and because of that checkup, I'd just been told that in less than a year, I would be dead. I've never been much of a religious person. If asked, I'd put myself somewhere on the agnostic spectrum of not knowing what the hell is going on. That being said, I didn't fear death. I had spent one too many nights thinking about my eventual departure from this world, and had accepted that life was a precious resource that would inevitably expire. I just didn't think it would be so soon. My one true quarrel with death was leaving my family behind. At the not-so-ripe old age of 42, I still hadn't saved up enough money to keep us afloat in case of emergency, and while my wife still worked, neither of us made enough to support a child on our own, and it just so happened we had a 10-year-old son together. That's why I started praying, begging, and bargaining for a second chance. Each night I tried a different god, desperately looking for otherworldly answers regardless of religion or relevance in modern society. I was desperate. The doctors offered a combo treatment of radiation and chemotherapy. Of course, none would extend my life in any meaningful way, but I started the treatment nonetheless, hoping that maybe someone could offer a miracle cure. But, of course, my hopes were left unanswered. At the beginning of this year, my body had deteriorated to the point where I was nothing but a loose sack of skin draped over a malformed set of bones. I knew I only had a few weeks left before the cancer that had gestated within me, growing with each passing day, finally won the battle. When breathing became little more than an agonizing chore, serving only to initiate a cascade of painful coughs, I ended up bedridden next to an oxygen tank. Then, finally, on July 29, 2019, as I tried to get dressed and make the short journey from my bed to the little breakfast table down the hall in my hospital, everything suddenly disappeared beneath my feet. I started falling. 1 second I was traversing the hospital hallway, oxygen tank dragging on behind me, and with a final gasp, my pain was simply erased from existence. The memory of my disease was nothing more than a faint dream, and my life became a part of a very distant past. I had died, I realized that much, but the concepts of life and death themselves meant little to me in the grand scheme of things. Yes, I had been a part of society on Earth, a note in the everlasting symphony of life, but my part had passed and the song continued without me, while I moved on to the next stage. I floated or sank. It was hard to tell directions apart in my new, weightless state. It almost seemed like an ocean. The deep blue hues surrounded me with bubbles of flickering light floating by, delightfully circling me as I moved toward the brightest thing I'd ever seen. Though the light was blinding, I could sense other beings surrounding me. I turned to look at them, squinting my eyes to get a better grasp of what they were. They didn't resemble any creature ever walking upon the Earth's surface, but I could tell they had once been human just like myself. They were happy, smiling without having faces, voicelessly laughing. I waved at them, and they greeted me using nothing more than the warmth of their souls. I still had my body, not yet processed by the afterlife, but I felt healthy, no longer ravaged by the tumors within my chest. Once I got close enough to feel the heat of the light, my periphery darkened, and the joyful creatures dancing around me had been replaced by shadows staring intently at my passing. The new creatures weren't people, but beings emitting the most dreadful sense of sadness and anger. They hated me for being able to touch the light, while they were forever trapped in the shadows. One of them reached out for me, its arm stretching impossibly far beyond its confinement. It grabbed onto my leg, pitch-black nails digging deep into my flesh, tearing muscles from bone as I silently cried in agony. Before I could get a grasp of my situation, another pair of hands grabbed my arm, tearing it straight from its socket. A third pair wrapped around my chest, digging deep into my lungs, rummaging around where the tumors had once lived. More hands joined in, and before long, I was enveloped by hundreds of shadows, all tearing away at my limbs and organs. But as all meat was stripped from my body, the hands had nothing more to hold onto, and I was let go. I was jolted awake, back in the hospital, gasping pathetically for air as the cancer once more inhabited most of my lung tissue. My family stood close by, sobbing at my demise. I had died, but only for about a minute. Silence quickly filled the room as they noticed I was still alive, doctors wearing shocked expressions and horrified stares from my son. They were surprised, confused, as no attempt had been made to resuscitate me. My death had been expected for so long that keeping me alive would be nothing more than a cruel joke. Yet, once again, I lived. I had been so close to eternal salvation, but something had pulled me away and denied my entrance to whatever lay beyond. Of course, with the cancer relentlessly spreading throughout my body, I wasn't meant to stay. Despite the bittersweet taste of my revival, the locals hailed it as a miracle, and multiple news stations wanted to share my story and profit from it. I promptly declined. I didn't want to tell anyone what I saw on the other side, and I was in too much pain to accept it as a miracle. As I stabilized, they moved me to a hospice care facility. Death was still lingering around the corner, but they said I might have a couple of more weeks to spend with my family if nothing more. They'd already said goodbye once, and now that cruel trick of nature made them do it twice. My wife didn't smile once in the following days. She wore a tired expression on her face, and her eyes were sunken, but I couldn't blame her. Taking care of a dying man is no easy task, much less for someone that has to do it twice. My son, on the other hand, would not stop crying. He was too young to understand, but he knew I wouldn't stay for much longer. 2 weeks came and went in the blink of an eye, each day spent in misery, dreading what awaited on the other side. Then, one morning, I simply didn't wake up. Once again, the world was done with me. I had been tossed away from existence, and just like before I started falling through time and space, into an infinite void. The shapeless being still floated in the peripheries, lights that once wandered the earth, but this time, there were no smiles to greet me, no joy filling my soul to the brim. They were angry at me. I had returned to a place I didn't belong, and now my journey was one no longer welcome. I was pushed further towards the light, away from the once blissful companions, and it wasn't long before I saw the shadows again. There the light lingered, just out of reach, so close I could almost touch it, when a pair of twisted hands grabbed onto me, digging into my flesh. This time they didn't settle with violence. They started whispering, begging for me to pull them out of their prisons, to take them with me. Millions of voices rushed through my head, promising it was all a misunderstanding, that they had not meant to hurt me, they wanted nothing more than the warmth of the light. Yet, with their pleas for salvation, they tore into me, ripping me apart from within. I couldn't help them, I didn't know how, and with that, their voices turned from prayers to anger. They shouted obscenities from within my head, filling it with hatred, while telling me what would happen to my family once I truly perished. In a split second, a vision of my family's future became burned into my memory, as if it had already happened. Depression would force my wife out of her job and into a battle with substance addiction, which eventually melted over to our son as he grew up. Unable to escape, my son would get expelled from school after school, ruined by the death of his father and his absent-minded mother. At the age of 16, my son would get into substances himself and ultimately die in a horrific car crash. That was the summary, cascade of events that followed my death, but the shadows didn't stop there. They promised a way out. That they could save me, and my family if I only took them with me towards the light, but I could never reach the light. As desperately as I longed to just move on, I could never quite get there, always torn to shreds long before I touched it. Each brief visit to the promised afterlife left me nothing more than a barren fragment of thought, alone in a world that didn't belong to me. No matter what they did, nothing happened, and suddenly I was once again dragged away from the light, back to an excruciating life. Since my diagnosis, I've died a total of 16 times. Each time I'm further ripped apart by the shadows, each time rejected by the light and flung back to my cancer-riddled body. My family has grown tired of my presence. My once loving wife loathes my very existence, and my son is beyond traumatized. I can barely move, I can't feed myself, and I need help just getting from bed to the toilet. Because, by now the cancer has spread everywhere. The doctors say I couldn't possibly be alive, yet here I am. It is even starting to eat away at my brain as well, taking away not only my physical body, but the memory of what I used to be along with it. I prayed, begged and bargained for more time with my family, and I guess something answered. As a result, I was given infinite life, just not a functioning body to go with it. But, infinite agony isn't what truly haunts me, nor the fact that I've been rejected by the afterlife itself, because soon I won't have a mind to worry with. What truly frightens me, is that I now see the shadows while I'm awake. I hear their whispers at night as the pain medication slowly lulls me to sleep. They're thanking me, because in their whispers of lies and deceit, their false desires of entering the light, what they wanted was our world, and by returning to life, I brought them here. They needed me to survive, they needed a vessel, to come here and extinguish the light we live in, to take away the small amount of happiness that still exists on Earth. They've already taken mine, infecting my family with their horrific purpose and desires. I thought my wife had simply suffered one too many days due to my disease, but it's the shadow within her that has turned her into the hateful creature she's become. She went from a loving spouse, taking care of me in my darkest days, to spewing vile hatred in my direction each time I returned from death. She hated me, and she hated my son for being a part of me. Every day she would laugh at my agony, telling me that I hadn't done anything right, I couldn't even die properly. In between the barrages, she'd let it slip whom she had really become. She thanked me for releasing her from the dark abyss, smiling wide as she did. It wasn't her talking, it was the creatures. Of course, my son had been infected too. He quickly followed after my wife, when he stopped speaking and eating, only rotting away in his room, neglected by his sick mother. Once he had become as emaciated and weak as myself, he finally spoke, telling me this would only be the beginning. Soon the rest would come through, another shadow for each trip I take to the beyond. I'm stuck in my broken body, watching everything I love fade away, so I'm writing all of this down in an attempt at warning everyone of what exists beyond the boundaries of life. I need my last deed to be something remotely useful before my mind vanishes with the rest of my decaying body. Perhaps my only hope is to destroy my body, break down everything I am so that no shadow can infest me, but I'm too weak, too frail to even leave my bed. Please don't let the darkness spread. I'm sorry for bringing it here, and my punishment is to stay alive and watch, half-witted and broken, when all I want is to simply leave this place. I want to keep falling. My husband is blind and I wouldn't have it any other way. If you came to me with a button that gave Derek his sight back, I wouldn't press it, and neither would he. Not in a million years. Our lives are way too perfect and cute as is, honestly. For example, we have this game where I creep up on him like some sort of predator. Derek could hear a penny drop from across a crowded bar, so whenever I'm stalking him, the slightest floorboard creak makes his ears perk up. Then he'll crane his neck to the side and say, "Morning, Charlotte." I still get the better of him, though. Now and again, I'll go full stealth mode and slip my hands around his waist from behind, a little surprise attack hug. Then he always pretends to sulk for a minute or so before kissing me. It's adorable. There are also fringe benefits like not needing to dress up. Not gonna go into detail, but my toxic ex liked making a big stink about that. He said he made the effort, so I should too. Never mind the fact that, for him, getting ready meant a quick glance in the mirror. You can imagine how much it bugged me. But now, there are times I don't even bother with an outfit at all. It's bliss. The only downside, and you're putting a gun against my head here, is Derek's a light sleeper. Every minute sound keeps him awake. If Mr. and Mrs. Mumble over in number 12 get into a late night squabble, he sits up and listens to one of his audiobooks until they gas themselves out. That said, there are times having a spouse with a built-in alarm system comes in useful. Like last night. We'd gone to bed after a spirited round of Marco Polo ended with us in bed, as usual. Not long after midnight, Derek sat bolt upright and said, "Someone's outside." I kicked on my slippers, shuffled over to the window, and pulled back the curtain. Beneath me, the kitchen window banged lightly in the breeze. "It's nothing, honey." I left the window open. "Go back to sleep." "No. There's a burglar downstairs." I can hear clicks. While Derek fumbled for the baseball bat stashed under the bed, I swallowed a gulp and said, "Why don't you wait here while I f*** that? I'm about to go all daredevil on this asshole." A wave of black panic rushed over me. Seeing no other choice, I molted out of my human disguise. The discarded skin suit flopped onto the floor. Then, in a movement so swift Derek wouldn't have seen it if he could see, my stinger shot forward like a dart, penetrating his stomach. The muscles in my legs, all 8 of them, twanged wildly. Not good. The toxins didn't immediately take hold. Instead, my husband gulped the air like a drowning man while my upper limbs closed around him in an intimate embrace. "Don't worry, Char," he said lazily, quivering as I lay him flat along the bed. "I'll protect you." A runner of drool leaked from the corner of his mouth. "I know, honey. I know." Unencumbered by my disguise, I raced toward the outer landing, scuttled across the wall beside the stairs, over the ceiling, soundlessly traveling with sequential contractions of my limbs. Downstairs, a sickening stench of dead bugs wafted out from the kitchen. My nausea cranked up a notch. First, the toxin didn't kick in immediately, now this. What the hell was going on? I slipped through the door. Up ahead, in the darkness, a tall blonde man leaned against the center island drinking from a cup of coffee. "Charlotte," he nodded, eyes gleaming in the gloom. "Ryan, you're looking monstrous as ever. What are you doing here?" My voice sounded thin and uncertain. "Scared. Heard you got married. Thought I'd pop by and say congratulations. I would have sent a letter, but, you ghosted me." "That's sweet." He smirked. I circled the outer edge of the room, each limb striking the tiled floor in succession. "So, does he know?" Ryan asked, nodding at a wedding picture mounted against the sidewall. "Know what?" Air hissed through his thin lips, a series of rapid clicks. "Oh, about those funny little quirks of yours. The way you hog the bedsheets. Or how you binge-watch that dumb reality show. Love Island." "Yeah, Love Island. And there was one more thing. What was it again?" He pretended to concentrate. "Oh yeah, that you're secretly a giant spider monster? Did you drop that bombshell on the poor bastard yet?" It never came up." Fighting the dry cramp seizing my throat, I said, "Why are you really here? You wound me, Char. I honestly just stopped by to say congrats. And there are no hard feelings about how things ended." "Fantastic. You can leave the same way you arrived." With a casual expression, he finished his coffee, tossed the empty mug into the sink, and started in the direction of the window. He paused, his back to me. "Although, I did travel a long way to get here, and I am absolutely famished." My insides squirmed. "Maybe I'll grab a quick snack? Like a chunk of your visually impaired boy toy? What do you think he would miss less, an arm or a leg?" From across the room, he opened his mouth and let out a series of rapid clicks. Curds of foam splashed across my face as we stood there, motionless. A showdown. No preference? Let's go arm, then. And for dessert, I'll suck out his eye jelly. He doesn't need it. I flew at him, enraged. In the split second, it took me to cross the room, Ryan's body elongated hideously, the spine splitting into segments. From invisible slits along his forearms, razor-sharp, green appendages flicked out like switchblades while mandibles extended through his mouth like a blooming flower. Within seconds, his face became a rubber Halloween mask stretched taut over a skull 2 sizes too big. Before, that effortless transformation irritated me. Now, I was terrified. Those forelegs sliced the air once, twice. At the very last second, I dodged by leaping onto the ceiling with a flex of my legs. Ryan looked up, eyes as yellow as candle flames, before charging into the hall, mandibles clicking away. I raced after him, still upside down. An awful bolt of terror struck me as I pictured Ryan killing me, then leaving the body for Derek to uncover. My fear and rage cranked up a notch. I needed to move, fast. As the creature started toward the stairs, I flexed the muscles in my underside. Nothing happened. What an awful time for a block. I tensed my entire body. Soon, spools of web shot forward like party streamers, coating Ryan's legs. Those webs stretched out, elongating, as he scurried past the top step, only to get yanked back into the downstairs landing as if pulled by a bungee cord. The bastard crashed against the side table with a heavy thud. A porcelain lamp fell to the ground and shattered while landscape painting slid off the walls. After righting himself, Ryan slashed through the webbing, which bought me enough time to move into position and let my stinger swing down. Aware of what was happening, he stabbed upward at my midsection. The spines pierced my exoskeleton, but he couldn't yank them loose because the barbs became tangled with my insides. This left my stinger free to penetrate his thorax, again and again. 10 injections made his body go limp. I'd only planned on pumping him full of toxins, but then my muscles suddenly contracted. A loud cry forced its way through my throat, one so loud a conscious Derek would have heard it from miles away. There came this intense, tingly sensation, and then my entire world came crashing down. The next morning, Derek wandered into the kitchen, later than usual. I kept one hand against my bandaged midsection as he grabbed 2 headache tablets from the cabinet. "I think I'm coming down with something," he said as he filled a glass of water, his voice tired and groggy. Even without me uttering a single word, his head perked up. "Is everything okay? You're shaking." Quickly he crossed the room, covered my cheek with fierce little kisses. Above our heads, Ryan's corpse lay cocooned inside a web. "What's that sound?" Derek asked. I glanced up. The portion of webbing covering the thorax went up and down, pulsating rhythmically. Less than 6 hours after our encounter, it had, almost, reached bursting point. This put me in a difficult position. After finishing my coffee, I took a deep breath, laced my hands with Derek's, and sighed. "So, you know how we always talked about having kids? The singing statue of Saint Sapphira. They sent us into the desert to protect the doctor while he hunted a monster. At least, that was the rumor. The truth was nobody knew what we were doing at the start. But we could all tell the doctor and his 2 bodyguards were hard types. LT had some buddies in the CIA, real spooks that probably showered with their sunglasses on. And LT told us even those guys were afraid of the doctor and the organization he worked for. If I knew then what we were in for, I would have gone AWOL. I'd hoped to leave Afghanistan in my rearview. The whole squad was sick of training local militia, violent sunshine, and endless sand. Instead of heading home to the States, though, Brass gave us a send-off mission, babysit a scientist and some goons on their trip to a small village in the northwest. The doctor was young, dark-haired, and slim. He wore aviators and khakis like he was out on a nice little safari. His bodyguards looked similar enough to be twins and never spoke. We called them Thing A and Thing B, but only when they were out of earshot. The guys were huge and carried rifles that looked like they came out of some old episode of Buck Rogers. The target village was supposed to be hot, swarmed with AA guns old like Sues and ZPUs. Still enough firepower that we weren't able to drop in and would have to hoof it through some rough country. "I think we're hunting Bigfoot," Showalter said, picking the last of his MRE from his teeth. LT snorted but didn't comment. We'd stopped for lunch in the hangfire until Dr. Peters told us where we were going. He was keeping our final destination to himself. Peters wouldn't even tell us the day-to-day march until we were already moving. We were 3 days in and all sick of the thin doctor and his secrets. "We're moving like pond water out here," Donovan said. "Why don't you take the opportunity to read a book and better yourself?" I suggested. "Fitzpatrick can even teach you how to read so you can get started." Sergeant Fitzpatrick grinned. "Can't teach a rock to whistle Dixie, Private Harrison. That goes against its nature." "You're both very funny people," Donovan said. He was field stripping his rifle for the second time that day, not even bothering to look at the parts as he reassembled. "You know, it's going to break my big Irish heart having to pick which one of your wives I'm going to date when we get back home. I would suggest you choose Harrison's wife," Showalter piped in. Having seen a picture of Mrs. Sergeant Fitzpatrick, I'm entirely convinced it's just Sarge in a dress. The mustache gives it away. "What if we are looking for Bigfoot?" LT said, looking out over the desert. "Or what if there really is some kind of monster out there, hiding in some forgotten corner out there in the sand?" Everybody got quiet. LT wasn't one to wag his jaw. If he was given to speculate about our field op, that made me nervous. Peters walked over, map in hand. He and his goons took their break on the other side of the dune. It seemed they weren't fans of fraternizing with soldiers. "Lieutenant, I'd like to go over the route for this afternoon," Peters said. LT nodded and went to join the doctor. The rest of us pretended not to watch their discussion. "Tell you what," Donovan said, "if they are trying to capture Bigfoot, they sure send a nasty mofo for the job. Almost makes me pity the monkey." "Bigfoot's an ape," I said. "Bigfoot is a cryptid," Fitzpatrick corrected both of us. Donovan shrugged. "Yeah, like I said, a cryptic monkey ape." LT finished his chat with the doc and hoofed it back to us. "Mount up," he said. "We should be there in the morning. We're cutting through some Fugazi country on the way, though. Stay frosty." Showalter was dead less than an hour later. I don't know who left the trap. It could have been old hardware planted by a local tribe or government forces. It didn't matter who buried the mine. What mattered was that it actually worked rare enough those days and Showalter found it. He'd taken a step off the trail to take a leak. I wasn't sure why he bothered. It was all sand and dust and the occasional brush. Showalter just said he had a shy bladder. Some of the metal must have been poking out from the desert. That's the only reason I can think of for Showalter to kneel down, probably for a closer look. Something set it off. The sound of the explosion rattled my teeth and made my ears ring. When they cleared, all I could hear was Showalter screaming. It was bad luck that any of us found a mine out there. Worse luck than the one of us who did was our medic. LT was the first to reach what was left of Showalter. "Showy, please, let me help you." "What do we do?" Showalter couldn't help us help him. His medkit was shredded and useless. The blast tore both of his legs to pieces. From the waist down, the guy was just a hamburger. Shrapnel had ripped up Showalter's guts, too. It looked like wet, purple eels kept slipping out of the holes in his stomach. Showalter couldn't talk, but he could still shriek. He was so pale. "Doc, do something," Fitzpatrick yelled, grabbing Peters by the arm. I never saw Thing A and Thing B move, but they were instantly behind Sarge. Peter shook his head and they backed away. Then he pulled his arm free. "I'm not that kind of doctor, Sergeant. The best medicine for your man now comes in 9mm. LT was considering it, I could see that. We were days out into the backcountry, with no medical supplies, no medic, not much chance for a dust-off. Showalter was trying to speak, maybe to ask for help, maybe to give LT permission to end it. Before any decision was made, the young medic's eyes became unfocused and a wet rattle came from his throat. Then he was still. We buried him near the river where the ground was firm and there was a little bit of green. There was a small marker and Donovan noted on the map where Showalter was laid to rest so we could try to recover the body later. Bad luck. Just bad luck. That's what I was thinking when we pulled out back into the field. Peters was rushing us, mumbling about a schedule. He kept giving us a dirty look the whole time we were burying Showalter, but the mission was the mission, so we went back on the trail in 20 minutes. Just bad luck, about Showy. That's what I thought until a sniper tagged LT an hour later. By that point, it was starting to feel like we were cursed. The sun was going down when LT got hit. It was beautiful in the desert at night, everything blue and purple and orange. But visibility got bad at dusk. None of us saw where the shot came from. 1 second LT was walking point, the next he was in the sand, a little red halo of blood already forming around his helmet. "Down," Fitzpatrick shouted. We fell into firing positions. Donovan was closest to LT. He scrambled up, grabbed the lieutenant, and pulled him into cover behind a cluster of rocks. With Showalter dead, I was a backup medic. All I had was a basic kit with some field dressing, a couple of doses of morphine minus 2 I'd given Showy. None of that mattered. LT was dead before he hit the ground, the entry wound standing out like a third eye. The exit wound, suffice to say, there was nothing to do but bury the man. However, first, we had to deal with the sniper. Peters was sitting against a rock, looking unconcerned. His bodyguards were nowhere in sight. "Doc," Fitzpatrick hissed, rifle sweeping the nearby dunes. "Where are your men?" Peters smiled, clearing the way. There was a scream in the distance. Then Thing A and Thing B came back at a trot. Thing B was covered in blood while Thing A held a cheap rifle, one of a million Soviet models lying around. "We're safe, now," Peters said, standing up. "Bury your lieutenant quickly. If we march through the night, we should be at the village around dawn." Bad luck or a curse. Opinions in my squad were split by that point. But what else could we do? "Charlie Mike," Fitzpatrick called out once LT was underground. "Stay steady, boys. Stay sharp." Fitz was the acting squad leader. He did the best he could, I firmly believe that. It's not his fault that everything went to hell on his watch. Nobody could have predicted what happened when we found the village and Peter's monster, the singing statue of Saint Sapphira. We came up on the settlement just before daybreak as the doctor predicted. It was a small town nestled between 2 hills next to a river. The place was beautiful, an oasis of green plants and dark soil safe within the desert. The village was also dead silent. There wasn't even the bleating of goats or any other animal sounds. "Something's wrong," Donovan muttered. He swept his binoculars back and forth across the empty dirt streets. "Feels like a trap. Feels like a graveyard," I muttered. Sarge shot me a hard look. But he nodded. "We'll set up over on the east side near the river," Fitzpatrick began. "Donovan, we'll leave you in an overwatch position to dock." "Dr. Peters, what in the hell are you doing?" Peters ignored the sergeant and kept heading down the hill towards the village, Thing A and Thing B in tow like giant shadows. Fitz cursed but gestured for us to follow. I felt a wild impulse to frag Dr. Peters and his goons right there. Just plug them from behind before they could turn, maybe roll a grenade between them for good measure. There was something just not right about them, about the whole operation. 2 of my friends were already dead. But the mission was the mission, so all I did was shoulder my rifle and follow Sarge and Donovan into the silent village. We passed a goat pen tucked against a small building on the outskirts of town. It was immediately obvious why we hadn't hurt any animals. They were all dead. "Christ," Fitzpatrick muttered. The goats were spread out like scattered coins within the pen. They were unmoving, bodies curled and contorted as if they died in agony. Donovan made eye contact with me. "Gas?" He mouthed silently. I shrugged. We'd all heard stories about chemical attacks on targets in the mountains. The US was supposed to stay hands-off in the conflict, and I'd never heard any confirmation about any of the rumors from friends in the field, but the rumors persisted. Peters and his team had stopped at the center of the village next to the well. He seemed to be waiting for us. "Donovan, start checking houses on the east side," Fitzpatrick ordered. "Harrison, you take west." Donovan nodded, checked the windows of a nearby hut, then quietly slipped inside. I hadn't even reached the door of my first target before he emerged, gagging. "Jesus. Dead," Donovan sputtered. "Everyone's dead." Sarge nodded towards the house and he and I approached, weapons up. The smell hit me before I even walked through the door. Rotting meat. I pulled my necker up to cover my mouth and nose, then I stepped inside. It was a massacre. There were at least 6 dead in the main room alone. I saw men, women, even 2 kids. Judging by the smell and decomposition, they'd been dead for the better part of a week. Maybe longer. Even more disturbing than the condition of the bodies was their positioning. Limbs were twisted and bent at unnatural angles, backs and necks snapped. Everyone was mangled, like spiders crushed under some divine thumb. Even the kids. There was a cradle in the corner, and... What happened here? I whispered. Who did this to them? Sergeant Fitzpatrick was leaning down by the nearest body, examining it in the pre-dawn gloom with his flashlight. They're scratched all to pieces, blood under their nails, but no defensive wounds. It's almost like they did it to themselves. Peters finished. He was standing in the doorway flanked by his two goons. There's no need to inspect the other properties, Sergeant. You'll find much of the same. This village is dead. What we're looking for will be in the common building. The doctor was right. We followed him into the largest structure in the village, a squat mud brick and stone facility. There weren't a lot of basements in the desert, but this building had a kind of cellar carved out into the soil below. Bodies were everywhere, just as broken as the ones we'd found in the hut. Was this a chemical attack? Donovan demanded. Peters didn't bother turning around. Auditory, was all he said before opening the door to the cellar. The statue sat in the middle of the small room at the end of the stairs. It was rough and gray, cracked around the eyes and neck. The figure had the appearance of a young woman with long hair, wearing a simple dress and no shoes. Time had worn away her features until only her mouth was distinguishable. Her eyes and nose were completely gone. She was smiling. Allow me to introduce Saint Sapphira, Peters said. For the first time since I've met him, he sounded happy. The statue opened its mouth. What the hell? Sarge whispered, raising his rifle. Donovan and I followed. No, Peters shouted. You idiots. Don't provoke the object. Why the doctor didn't tell us that beforehand, I don't know. Maybe it never crossed his mind to keep us in the loop. Maybe he just didn't like sharing secrets. Either way, the result was the same. The saint woke up. Its smile grew wider, a little pink tongue sliding over stone teeth. A droning hum emerged from its lips. I felt my skin twitch. The sound was unpleasant, greasy, the auditory equivalent of a trash can fire. I heard Sarge giggle and realized I was grinning. I didn't feel like grinning. It hurt. F this, Donovan said, firing a burst into the center of the statue. You goddamn idiot, Peters whispered. He ran, Thing A and Thing B right behind him. I hesitated. Donovan looked like he was about to pull a grenade. Sarge. Sarge was doubled up, laughing this choke laugh. His eyes were white and panicked. The humming grew louder. Before Donovan could make up his mind about the grenade, before any of us could act, a slit appeared on the statue's face where its eyes should have been. The line opened to reveal a second mouth above the first. Both began to sing. It was beautiful and terrible and absolute. I smiled so wide that my jaw cracked. My legs were shaking. I wasn't sure if I was going to have a seizure or start dancing. Sarge was spasming, already on one knee. Donovan was pawing for his dropped rifle, laughing like a maniac the entire time. The singing kept increasing in volume. What's the worst sound you've ever heard? The loudest? Have you ever stood directly under a siren while the vibrations rattled your teeth and made your eardrums stretch? The noise coming from the statue was all of that and worse. It swallowed the world, invaded my head, and my shrieking was lost in the sound. I dropped my flashlight and rifle and began to run. There was no real thought in it, I just needed to get away. Blood was gushing from my nose and I felt my eyes begin to swell. The noise. The absolute noise. After a few steps, I was on my knees. A few more and I was crawling. The structure wasn't large, I was able to drag myself out the front door. Peters and his men were standing on the street, casual as construction workers on break. They were surrounded by a shimmer, like a heat wave coming up off a summer road. I reached out for help but none of them moved. The noise was everywhere, burning my eyes, my nerves, choking me. If I was still holding a gun I'm sure I would have shot myself. Somehow, I managed to drag myself into the shimmer. The moment my head was inside the distortion, the noise stopped. I collapsed. It was quiet. I think I wept. I pulled myself the rest of the way inside the field with Peters and his goons. I noticed a device that looked like a wire antenna sticking up from the ground. It wasn't there when we went in, so I guessed it was what Peters was using to protect us from Saint Sapphira. I shook my head clear. There was no sign of Donovan or Sarge. We have to go back, I said. Peters didn't bother replying. I saw movement in the doorway and drew my sig. It was Donovan, crawling towards us. His face was a red mask. I think his eyes had both bursts. But he kept moving. We're right here, I yelled, stretching out my hand. Don, Commande, he couldn't hear me but he was still dragging himself forward and he was so close. I tried to grab him but as soon as my head left the shimmer, the noise came back and I pulled away. The best I could do was reach my hand out. Please, I said. Donovan, please. He died less than 3 feet away from my fingertips. The noise was just too much for him. Donovan curled up, blind and deaf, and began clawing at his ears. Then his throat. Then he began seizing so hard I heard bones snapping. Finally, he was still. I never saw what happened to Sergeant Fitzpatrick. After Donovan died, I went a little wild. I remember demanding Peters help me look for Fitz, that he'd give me one of the antennas that would protect me from the object. When all he did was smirk, I remember pistol whipping him with the SIG. The look on his face, the way his nose broke under the butt of the gun, it was the best I'd felt all mission. I didn't get a chance for a second swing, though. Thing A and Thing B were on me and they were gorilla strong. They tuned me up a little and I blacked out for a minute. I woke up to the sound of Peters on the radio. You can call off the search, he relayed into the mic. We found the target at potential site 7XG. Extraction required. There was a pause. 4 personnel, 1 object, approximately 200 kilograms. 4 personnel. I think Peters was pausing because he was trying to decide if I'd be getting a ride out or an unmarked grave in the sand. I'm not sure why he chose the former but they did pull us out by chopper. I went through a debriefing, a quarantine, another debriefing, and then they left me locked in a comfortable, tiny room for at least a week. When I got out, a medical discharge was waiting for me. I never found out if they recovered my friends' bodies, or what happened to the statue. I used ChatGPT to write my stories for me. But things started to get terrifying. I'm an indie horror author. And when I say indie, that's really just a cool way of saying unknown. I write short horror anthologies and self-publish them on Amazon. It's a good thing I have a real day job because there's no way in hell I could support myself on writing alone. Anyway, for the past several months, I've been brainstorming ways to increase my revenue. And suddenly, in the middle of the night, it came to me. Artificial intelligence. I could make ChatGPT, or whatever the up-and-coming AI, write stories for me. Then I could slap them all in a book, say I wrote them, and voila. Instant cash. My first prompt was pretty vague. Write a horror story. ChatGPT spit out something pretty generic, but it was better than I expected it to be. On a dark and stormy night, Sarah was sitting home alone. Suddenly, she heard a knock at the door. She opened it to find a man standing on the porch. Something about him looked off, and she realized it was because he was smiling too wide. I won't bore you with the whole story, but the man came inside the house, the lights went out in a conveniently timed blackout, and then he unalived her. Not good enough, but also not terrible. So I decided to try again and be a little more specific with my prompt. Write a horror story about a doppelganger. On a dark and stormy night, a young woman named Emily was watching TV home alone. She heard a footstep outside the window. When she looked up, she saw a woman looking in the window. However, the woman looked just like her, except for the bloody gash on her head. I read on and began to smile. It wasn't just good. It was great. Heart-racing scenes of the doppelganger stalking her through the house, a final twist where the injured doppelganger was coming to warn the main character about her impending death. It was a lot better than anything I'd written recently. I brought the story over to a new Word document and edited it. Then I posted it to all my social media pages and it blew up. Jackpot. I got 2,000 new followers. My sales went through the roof. Amazon gave my book the Little Orange #1 bestseller in horror anthologies tag. That night, with a glass of wine in hand, I ran back over to ChatGPT, opened my ideas document, some of which had been languishing there for years, and began rapid-fire copy-pasting them into the AI. Any story that was halfway decent went right into the queue. But then things started to get a little weird. I entered the prompt. Write a horror story about a creepy monster who lives in the basement. Hannah had always been afraid of the basement. It was always dark down there and there were lots of cobwebs. She always let mommy or daddy go into the basement for her. But one night her parents were out. She was too scared to ask her babysitter, so when her rainbow ball rolled down the steps, she decided to go down there herself. I stopped. I had a rainbow ball, as a little girl. It was one of my favorite toys. And there was one night that it rolled into the basement. Nothing happened, there wasn't a monster down there. But it was still a creepy experience that I vividly remember, 20 years later. Just a coincidence, I told myself, taking a long sip of wine. I've generated about 50 stories at this point, there are bound to be some weird coincidences. But still, ChatGPT seemed to always go the vague route. Why would it say a rainbow ball? That seemed like an oddly specific detail. I shook my head and entered the next prompt. Write a horror story about someone who sees something terrifying on their Ring camera. Johnny installed a Ring camera next to his doorbell for his own safety and security. One night, he was woken up at 3:24 a.m. by a notification on his phone. When he opened the camera feed, he saw an old woman in a white dress standing in his front yard, standing next to the old well. I had an old well in my front yard. One of those little stone ones with a peaked roof. The house was old, and it had been here when I bought it, even though the well itself had been filled in long ago. I continued reading, but no other details matched my house. I let out a sigh of relief, then entered the next prompt. Write a horror story about a woman who is visited by a vengeful spirit. But the words ChatGPT spit out made my blood run cold. On a dark and stormy night, Blair was home alone, reading a book. It used my name, Blair. In all the other stories, it used very common, generic first names. Sarah, Emily, Johnny. I held my breath as the words popped up, one by one, on my screen. She was starting to get sleepy, but then she heard a noise coming from her front porch. She strained her ears, listening for a knock, but none came. I picked up the glass of wine, my hands beginning to shake. I took a sip. Thump. Must just be the wind, I whispered to myself. The next sentence popped up on the screen. Blair thought it was the wind, but it wasn't. The glass fell out of my hand. It shattered into a million pieces, and dark wine oozed across the linoleum like blood. I grabbed a towel from the kitchen and began to sop up the mess. Just another coincidence. That's what all the horror stories say, when there's a weird sound. Must be the wind. Must be the house settling. Etc., etc. If it were just that, maybe I could persuade myself. But the rainbow ball. The old well. And using my name. I looked up from cleaning, my throat dry, and read the next paragraph. As Blair cleaned up the wine she'd spilled, she heard the sound again. Louder this time. Oh, no, no. Thump. I jumped. My hands shook as I held the wet rag in my hands. Hello? I called out, my voice echoing in the empty house. No answer. I jumped up and ran over to every door, making sure they were all locked. Then I checked the windows. Panting, I ran back to the computer. Blair made sure all the doors were locked, but it was too late. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. It was already inside the house. All the blood drained out of my face. I grabbed the computer and ran down the hallway, locking myself in my bedroom. Then I dragged my dresser across the carpet, in front of the door. Thump. It sounded like it was right outside my door. I backed away from the door, until my back was pressed against the window. Then I turned towards the cold glass and saw something that made my blood run cold. There was an old woman, wearing a white tattered dress, standing next to the well. And then she began to walk towards me. I gripped the windowsill, my knuckles white, wishing this were a two-story house. But in a few minutes, she'd be at the window, with only this thin pane of glass between us. She continued towards me in strange, halting movements. As if she didn't know quite how to walk. As if she was trying to imitate everything she'd observed about human movement. Imitating an AI. Thump. The door shook. A shadow appeared in the crack underneath. No, no, no. Tap tap tap. I whipped around to see a woman with her face pressed up against the window. Not the old woman. A woman who looked just like me, with a bloody gash on her forehead, warning me of my own death. Like in the story. The door shook again, and I pictured the man with the too wide smile outside. "I'm sorry," I sobbed. "I'm so sorry." Thump. Tap tap tap. Shuffle shuffle. In a last, frantic attempt to save my life, I grabbed the computer and closed out of ChatGPT. And just like that, the noise stopped. I crouched down and peered at the crack underneath the door. No shadow. I ran over to the window. Nothing. Leaves swayed slightly in the breeze. Water glinted off the grass. I collapsed onto the bed and began to sob. I didn't fall asleep until dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight illuminated the only trace they left behind, a smudge of dark blood on the glass. So I'm begging you. Please don't use any artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT, to write your stories for you. Or you might end up like me. We stopped at a hotel last night. We can't leave. I didn't want to spend a night at the Southfield Inn. But we didn't exactly have a choice. It was 3 a.m. We'd been driving 10 hours. Every hotel we passed was booked solid. So when I saw the small hotel on the side of Route 22, its red sign blaring vacancy, I almost cried. We ran in. "You have rooms?" I asked, breathless. "Of course." The tall, thin woman at the counter smiled. "We checked in as fast as we could." "I'll bring James up to the room," Caroline said. "He needs a diaper change, bad." "You bring up the luggage, park the car, okay?" "Sure." "What's the room number, again?" I asked as she disappeared towards the elevator. 213. I trudged out into the cold and loaded our suitcases on the cart, plus the random toys and books were strewn around the car. 15 minutes later, I was yanking the cart across the ugly brocade carpet, hotel key in hand, fantasizing about a soft, feathery bed to collapse into. I slowed down as I got close. 210, 211, 212, 214. I stopped short. The cart rolled a few inches past me. Wait, where's 213? 210 and 212 were on the left. 211 and 214 were on the right. But no 213. I shook my head and started walking further down the hall. Maybe it's one of those weird corner rooms that seem to defy numbering conventions. But no, the rooms at the end were numbered correctly. 213 wasn't there. Weird. I walked back down the hall, dragging the cart through the silence. Maybe 214 is really be 213? After all, 214 was on the wrong side of the hallway. Should have been on the even side, not the odd. I bet it's just misnumbered. I pulled out my key and touched it to the door. Brit. Red light. In the off chance it wasn't Caroline's room, I didn't want to wake up whoever was inside. But desperate times call for desperate measures, eh? Knock, knock. "Hey, Caroline. Is that you in there?" I called. The door swung open. A middle-aged, bald man in a fluffy white bathrobe stood before me. "Yeah? Sorry. Wrong room." I walked back towards the elevator, yanking the cart behind me. Maybe I missed it somewhere. Hee hee hee. A high-pitched giggle. Muffled, faint. "James." I stopped in my tracks. Ran back over to 214, pressed my ear against the door. Silence. Confused, I stepped back, towards 211. Giggle. "What the hell?" I ran over and pressed my ear against 211. Silence. I stepped forward. Giggle. Stepped back. Silence. Forward, back, forward. My heart began to pound. I knew exactly where the sound was coming from. Not from 214. Not from 211. From the tiny stretch of wall between the two doors. "Caroline?" I yelled into the wall. I felt like an idiot. That guy in the bathrobe probably thought I was nuts. No reply, except for my son's pattering footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. Giggle. I pulled out my phone and dialed her number. A few seconds later, the muted tones of "I'm bringing sexy back," her ringtone for me, came through the wall. Through that tiny, foot-wide gap between the two doors. "How? Hello? Caroline? Where are you? I can't find the room." "What are you talking about? I can't get into the room." "What, lost your key already?" "Okay." Her classic annoyed sigh. "I'll open the door." She cut off. "Caroline? Oh, my God." Her ragged breaths came through the line. Labored, panicked. "It's a wall." I opened the door, and there's just a wall on the other side. Her voice cracked. "Daniel, what the hell is going on?" "I don't know, but I'm going to find you." "Daniel?" Her voice was cut with static, suddenly. No longer loud or clear. "Caroline? Where are you?" I pounded my fist on the wall. Like that would help anything. Static. "Caroline? Caroline, can you hear me?" Static. I pounded the wall as hard as I could. My wife's voice, and my son's footsteps, were impossibly faint. Whispers in the wind. Then silence. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I got to get them out of there. Maybe they got trapped in a crawl space or something. Somehow. I whipped around, looking at the cart. My eyes fell on Caroline's suitcase. Yes. I grabbed her self-defense knife from the pocket. I ran at the wall. Crack. The blade punctured it, crumbling bits of drywall everywhere. I yanked the blade out, stuck my fingers in, and began clawing my way through. I didn't stop until I'd created a sizable hole. I raised my eye to it and peered inside. Darkness, wires, wood, and a sliver of light. It was a hotel room, on the other side. Only 4 or 5 feet in width. The walls looked almost as if they were closing in. As if the very room was winking out of existence. Caroline stood in the center, holding our son. "Caroline!" I screamed. She whipped around. Ran towards me. Her brown eyes appeared in the crack, wide with fear. "Daniel. Oh my God. Get me out of here. I'm trying." I reached in and grabbed her hand. But there was no way I could pull her out of that tiny hole. No way I could take down the wall with my bare hands. but I pulled anyway, shutting my eyes. Crack. The sound shook the entire floor, echoed around me in waves. My eyes flew open. I was standing in the hall. But my arm wasn't reaching into the wall, it was reaching into one of the rooms. Room 213. But the room was no longer lit with golden light. It was dark. Pitch black. And the hand latched onto mine, wasn't Caroline's. I yanked my hand back, jumped out of the way. Then I raced down the hall, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until my lungs burned and my legs wobbled underneath me. I collapsed on the carpet. As I caught my breath, I looked around the hallway. To the left, then the right. There were no windows. No exit signs. No elevators. Just an endless hallway, fading into darkness in either direction. Only broken by that one door. Room 213. I've been here for hours. Maybe days. I've tried screaming. I've tried running up and down the halls, but all I've found is more of the hallway. More of the ugly brocade carpet. More of the flickering lights. I haven't found my family. Or an exit. Or anything else. My phone seems to work, but every time I call someone, it fades to static. If anyone reads this, I think my tool shed is trying to unalive me. I'm telling you, Sinead, there's something sinister about the shed. Something ravenous. I pushed the blinds a little farther apart to get a better look at the squat building lurking in my yard. Sinead sipped her tea. You think our tool shed has malicious intent? I'm certain of it. It was our second day in the new house, the new neighborhood so far away from our comfortable, safe lives. I didn't mind moving across the country so Sin could finish her degree at a top school. I truly didn't hold it against her even though it meant uprooting my entire world. But I'd had a nasty feeling about this new house from the start. But it was a dream home and a lovely little slice of suburbia, so here we effing are. There was a glow inside the shed last night, I whispered. I could see it through the grimy little windows, red as the devil's bare butt. I think the shed is haunted. Maybe the whole house. Duck. Maybe the entire neighborhood. You heard that weird whistling poop last night, right? Ah lads, relax. It was just birds or a harmless prank by that welcoming committee that stopped by. They were grand. The shed hadn't moved. I snapped the blind shut. Grand? They were laughing at our expense with all of their warnings and smiles and crap. You look tired, Sam. Of course I'm tired. I was up all effing night making sure nothing came crawling out of that shed. Did I tell you I saw some kind of vapor leaking out of the door? I hate this place. Did you make coffee? Sinead was washing out her mug, standing in the kitchen, morning sunshine caught in her red hair. She practically shimmered in a crimson haze. I didn't resent her or the sound night's sleep she'd gotten while I was on watch. No, not at all. There's no coffee on, but I've got tea out, Sin replied. Could you throw some in the microwave for me? Jesus, Sam, no. You savage. I'll start a kettle. Whatever, I muttered, resuming my post at the window. Truth be told, I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was about the shed that was making me so nervous. We didn't have a chance to properly tour the house before moving in, settling for a virtual walkthrough and pictures. There hadn't been much focus on the yard, so my first impression of the tool shed was when we moved in. The structure was small, with faded blue paint dropping off in chips. One of the double doors was slightly crooked, resting unevenly in its hinges, showing a gap in the floor. Its narrow windows were streaked with dirt and both had cracks at the corner. The moment I stepped into the backyard, I got the impression that the shed was watching me, sizing me up. And it wanted me. It wanted me in the same way a shark wants a sunbather, dried out like jerky, to just take a few careless steps into the water. Things escalated at night. The red glow, the vapor leaking through the gap in the door. I thought I saw shadows behind the windows, too, and heard a sound I couldn't entirely understand. Rushing water or maybe a sizzle of meat. Sinead slept through it all. The few times I shook her awake, the shed would rest and go silent. Dark. That's how I knew it only wanted me. But I was smarter than my tool shed. As long as I didn't go inside, I was sure I'd be safe. I'm going to have a shower, Sinead said. Kettle's on. Just wait for the whistle. Yaha, I said, waving her off. Oh, wait, do you know if we have any gasoline? Like in jerry cans? Why? No particular reason. Just, in case. Of. Wasps. Sinead stopped on the stairs. You're not considering burning down the shed just because you thought you saw a red glow inside last night, are you? No. That's good. I saw a red glow, steam, and it gives me bad vibes. If you burn the shed down, Sam, I'll divorce you and move back to Ireland. I breathed on the window to clear a spot. Don't threaten me with a good time, I muttered. What was that? Nothing, dear. Enjoy your shower. And if there is any gasoline left over from the last owners, dear, I imagine it would be in the tool shed. The moment Sinead was upstairs, the shack began to glow again. Its windows were like bright, bloody sockets. Tonight. The voice came into my mind as an invasive screech. A threat from the shed. Was it stronger at night? Duck, I bet it was. Demonic poop always was more dangerous after sundown. It was a beautiful summer day. The yard was fresh cut green, the sky pale blue, the shed was, duck, it was glowing. But the light was fainter than the night before. The vapor came out in limp little puffs. It was weak during the day, but I was sure of it. Tonight, the voice again, nearly a purr. My hands were beginning to shake. It was me or the shed. Did I have time to run into town for gas? Sinead would be done with her shower by then. She might try to stop me. She didn't understand. If only there was gas in the... I blinked then leaned in closer until my nose was nearly touching the glass. There, in the shed's window, something orange? The glow was nearly gone and I had a clear view. Yes. There was a jerrycan visibly in the shed, right at the front. It would only take a moment to grab. I wouldn't even need to go all the way inside. The sound of the shower was a steady drizzle. Knowing Sinead's complex routine, I figured I had 10 to 20 more minutes before she would turn the water off. If I was going to act, I needed to go now. A violent shriek caused me to fall out of my chair. I pulled myself up, nearly knocking over the kitchen table. It was only the kettle whistling. Duck. I might have pissed my pants a little. The whistling continued, rising to a nearly inaudible howl. I made up my mind and went out through the back. The shed looked innocent as I approached. More than innocent, it looked sick. Was the paint always that faded? And the windows, were they always more cracks than glass? The shack looked one hard sneeze away from cosplaying as a pile of matchsticks. Feeling a surge of confidence, I opened the wobbly door and reached for the gasoline. Close, so close but my arm wasn't long enough. I leaned in, then put one foot inside. My fingers brushed against the cool metal of the jerry can. Something grabbed my wrist and yanked me forward. I resisted, panic flooding adrenaline into my veins so violently I thought I'd pop. It wasn't enough. My balance was gone. I fell into the darkness of the shed. Somewhere behind me, a door slammed shut. Gotcha. Hands, countless hands, clutched me and held me down, pressing my cheek into the wood floor so hard I felt splinters press deep. Oh Jesus, no, please, no, this isn't real, I whispered. Tongues and teeth, invisible in the absolute dark, pecked at me. Licked. Nibbled. My bladder was released. Something in the shed laughed. An animal smell crashed over me. It was like wet dogs, urine, and visiting a petting zoo on the hottest day of summer. Heavy footfalls began from the corner of the shed, followed by a dragging sound. Please, I begged, squirming against the hands. Let me go. The steps paused. Trade? I don't understand. An image popped into my head, a thought that came from outside. Sinead in the kitchen, standing in the bright sunshine from the window, hair like a birthday candle. She was smiling. Trade? The voice asked again. I can't. I don't know what you want. But I did. Silence for a moment. Then another footstep. Unseen teeth bit off my left earlobe. Duck, stop please, okay, I screamed. Stop. Trade? Yes, trade, Jesus, trade. Trade. Deal. The hands were gone. I uncurled myself from the floor and stood up. I was inside the shed. A little light crept in through the windows. Besides being cluttered, it was just a shed. I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath. Maybe it was gas fumes or... Sinead. The kettle was still whistling when I ran into the house. And the shower, it was still running. I took the stairs 2 at a time. There was steam leaking out from the crack under the bathroom door. I touched the knob and yelped. It was hot enough to take skin from my palm. Sinead, I yelled. Are you in there? Are you okay? No response. I kicked the door at the lock. It gave way in one blow. Steam rushed out, scalding wherever it met skin. I threw my arms up to protect my face and pushed inside. It was hard to see through the vapor, but I managed to make it to the shower. I, very carefully, reached in behind the curtain and turned off the water. The heat was unbelievable. Once the shower was off, the steam began to clear. Sinead? Sin? Oh, I'm so sorry. What was left of Sinead lay curled up in the tub. She'd been boiled to a vivid, glossy red. Most of her skin had slid off in soggy piles. Her face was mostly intact. That was the worst part. The look in her eyes, the agony in her lipless smile. The room was spinning. I reached out to check for a pulse. My fingers slid into the exposed muscle in her throat like it was ground beef. Red. Everything was so red. I sat on the wet bath mat for a long time. The kettle continued to screech downstairs. Eventually, I stood up and got ready to make the worst call of my life. As I was leaving the bathroom, I noticed that there was writing on the foggy mirror. 2 words. Bad water. I've spent a lot of my life on the water. There's nothing like being the first one on the beach in the morning just as the sun is slipping up over the blue horizon. Or spending the day drifting on a lake so clear and flat you feel like a marble rolling over the glass. I was allowed to roam and swim and sail on my own from a young age. My parents taught me water safety, drilled it into me until I could mumble the rules in my sleep. Swim parallel against riptides. Wear a life jacket around swift water. Never dive unless you are sure of the depth. More than anything else, my parents warned me about bad water. You'll know it when you see it. My dad told me the first time I took a solo kayaking trip. I was 13. Bad water doesn't look the same every time, but you'll know. The danger is not noticing until you've been on it for a while. You might get lost, even in a familiar area. You might see things in the water that don't make sense. Don't panic. Just head for shore wherever you are and you'll be fine. Don't panic, but don't hesitate. Bad water is usually out in wilder places, deep areas without much traffic. Sometimes, though, through a fluke in tides or channels or currents, you might find it anywhere. I always assumed my dad was using the term bad water as a catch-all for any dangerous patches of river or ocean. There are places where the water is deceptively deep and strong currents can exhaust even an experienced swimmer in minutes. Or maybe bad water was a superstitious thing for Pops. He was an old-school Navy guy, a sailor who'd seen all 4 corners of the world and probably even that 5th corner they keep secret. You wouldn't believe what he would consider good or bad luck. It took me 20 years after that first solo trip to realize that bad water is real, it's probably alive, and it's f***ing hungry. The Pocomoke River is 66 miles long, connecting the southern edge of Maryland's eastern shore to Delaware in the north. It slithers along up from the bay through wetlands, forest, and the Great Cypress Swamp. The word Pocomoke means black water. There are some places where the river is so deep that it's said to be bottomless. The truth is, it might as well be. Quick currents a few dozen feet under the surface have been known to drag swimmers vast distances once they reach a certain depth. But for all of that, I love the river dearly. I've spent countless hours kayaking or paddleboarding over the wide, dark water. The shore is lined by endless phalanxes of green. The cypresses stretch out over the river. You could cut through their reflections as you paddle if you stay close to either bank. There are elms and pine and hawks and cranes and eagles often on the wing. Birds will dive and pluck fish from the Pocomoke like candy from Valentine's hearts. The wind follows the river gently most times, but when they quarrel it causes the trees to bend and the water will chop in short, blue-black waves. If you're out on the Pocomoke at dusk you can watch it drink the sun until below you is stained gold and above you, it's a purple canopy where the stars are just beginning to burrow through. When the moon emerges, low and cool, it's like having your own personal spotlight. Yeah, I love the river. Maybe loved. Because now I know there are places where the bad water got in. I launched my kayak from a slip not too far from town on a clear morning last week. There was a breeze coming from downriver. It was almost chilly before daybreak. Even once the sun was up, the air stayed cool. A perfect day for a paddle. The first hour was a wonderful drift. I had the current with me so the ride was easy. The Pocomoke has a notoriously powerful undertow that gets stronger the deeper you dive. Even on the surface, the current can drag an unprepared swimmer. When you were paddling with the grain, though, it felt like gliding. I found the cut about 2 hours into my trip. I've spent countless mornings on the Pocomoke and thought I knew every nook and cranny within 10 miles of my usual launch site. But that day I noticed an estuary creeping off from the main channel. It was half hidden by hanging willows, but my eye was immediately drawn to the opening because of how out of place it was. It shouldn't have existed. I'd traveled that stretch of river dozens of times and had never seen the waterway before. It was like waking up and looking in the mirror one morning to discover an old scar had popped up on your cheek overnight. A wound on the face of the Pocomoke, albeit a small one. I stopped paddling and floated. As I drifted closer to the channel, I began to feel a little nauseous. The cool breeze that was blowing across the water became chilly. I wanted to explore the opening, but my anxiety was revving up. There had to be a good explanation for the sudden appearance of a new channel. I began paddling towards the cut. The waterway was narrow, not much wider than the length of my kayak. Green branches wove together overhead, so thick I couldn't see more than a few patches of clear sky. It was cool in the shade of the trees. I felt my muscles begin to relax. Maybe the channel was hidden in the undergrowth before. Maybe it was always there and I just drifted past it. Now it was like I found a secret passage, a winding vein through the body of the Pocomoke forest. This was some Narnia shit and I was having a good time. The channel opened up after 100 yards. Branches still blocked most of the sun, but larger openings appeared as I went. Sun stood on the river in hazy columns. The only sound was my paddle breaking the water. The only sound. It took me a few minutes to realize that all of the usual forest noise was muted. No bird calls, no rustling from wildlife skittering around the brush. I stopped paddling and found myself floating in silence. The river snaked ahead of me, the bends making it impossible to see more than 50 yards ahead. The channel might stretch on for a mile or 10 times that or more. The lack of any sound was making me feel uncomfortable. Isolated. I decided to turn around and head back to the main channel. I rotated the kayak and started retracing my route. It shouldn't have taken me more than 15 minutes to get back to the opening of the cut. After almost an hour of paddling in the strange quiet, I was focusing on my breathing to avoid having a panic attack. It didn't make sense. The river looped on and on with those light-eating branches overhead. It was a straight shot and there's no way I could have gotten lost. So why couldn't I get back to the main channel? After another 10 minutes, I put my paddle down to rest. I was sweating heavily and half soaked from the backsplash. The cold air made me shiver as soon as I stopped exerting myself. I looked down at the water and felt the panic attack inch closer. Pocomoke is always dark. It's incredibly deep for its size. That plus silt and soil in the water suck up sunlight until it looks like you're drifting over a shadow. But this was different. The river wasn't dark. It was black, beyond ink. It was the empty black between stars. Bad water. Bad water. I tried to analyze the situation calmly, professionally, and without pissing in my cargo shorts. The most rational explanation was that I'd gotten turned around or that the side channel had a fork I'd missed coming out but accidentally took going back. As for the water, the shadows from branches overhead plus some extra silt that day might cloud it up so that it looked almost black. It's not almost black, I thought, it's. I told myself to keep it together. There were always explanations for even the weirdest shit. I was lost, the water was full of soil, and the forest was silent because, I didn't know. Maybe all of the animals were at a party or something. Taking a quick breath, I put my paddle back into the water. The channel would have to open up eventually. 30 minutes later it seemed like I hadn't moved at all. The only change was that with each passing minute, there was less and less light. It was too early for sundown, and I didn't see thunder clouds in the few patches of sky visible through the branches. The sunlight was simply fading, dusk in fast motion. Maybe it's an eclipse, I whispered, wincing at how loud my voice sounded in the utter silence of the river. There was only my breathing, the splash of the paddle, and the failing light. Full night came quickly. I hadn't brought a flashlight, but I was able to use the one built into my phone no signal, naturally for navigation. I stopped paddling and floated along in the quiet blackness. Eventually, the branches above me became less tangled. Soon enough, I was staring up at a black sky filled with unfamiliar stars. They were close and cold and tinted a sickly yellow-green. All except for a single red star, brighter than the rest, that made my eyes water when I looked at it. The constellations made no sense, chaotic swirls of uneven lines, crooked spirals, and overlapping rings. And the stars were moving, slow but clear, like storm clouds in the wind. A pockmarked moon rose shakily above the tree line. It cast a harsh light, enough that I no longer needed my phone to see. The river stretched on and I wondered if I should beach the kayak and take my chances in the forest. I'd nearly made up my mind and was searching for a level plot of shoreline when I noticed the eyes. Thousands of eyes, all reflecting the glow of the moon, hovered in the darkness between the trees. I decided to stay on the river and began paddling towards the middle of the channel. The moon climbed quickly, casting shadows of trees onto the water. There was another shadow, slim and oval, about the size of a bed. At first, I thought it was from my kayak. Then the shadow jerked and darted away like a trout fighting a line. Whatever it was, the object was under the surface. Another shadow appeared, then another. These were larger, each roughly the size of a truck. More shapes began to surround my boat. One was massive, taking up most of the width of the channel and more than twice that in length. It settled directly under my kayak and matched my speed. The world shook as something nudged me from below. I began to paddle as fast as I could. My mouth was sticky with an alkali adrenaline taste. My shoulders burned, but I kept moving, trying not to look down at the shadows swarming below me. The river straightened out after the last bend and I spotted a new cutout. It was a narrow opening obscured by roots. I leaned into the turn, sliding into the channel, praying it was too tight a fit for most of the shadows to follow. I guess it was because nothing seemed to follow me. The estuary widened almost immediately, opening into a small gulf. I racked my paddle, completely exhausted. There were no eyes shining from the shore here. I decided to take my chances with the forest. Before I could make my way to land, I noticed a log floating toward me. The moon was directly overhead now, lighting the river in a perverse pseudo-noon, as daylight strained through a dirty coffee filter. I leaned forward to get a better view of the log, then recoiled. It was a body. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The corpse was naked, pale, shoulders and back exposed in a dead man's float. It was drifting slowly towards me. I paddled away, racing for shore but found my way blocked by another body. Just like the shadows, new corpses rose to the surface, bobbing on the river, macabre landmines I desperately wanted to avoid. They all moved with that same dead man's float towards me. I was stuck, surrounded, maybe 10 yards from shore. I had just resolved to make a break for it, even if I had to ride over one or two bodies on my way when I felt a tug on my submerged paddle. Before I had a chance to react, the paddle was yanked down so hard that I lost my balance. The kayak tip then rolled. The water was so cold. I tried opening my eyes but the river burned. Christ, it felt like being pepper sprayed. I thrashed, kicking for what I hoped was the surface. A hand wrapped around my ankle while another ripped at my hair. I could sense forms around me in the water. There wasn't time to take a deep breath before the boat flipped and my lungs were already shrieking, begging for oxygen. Something scratched my left calf deeply. I yelped and felt greasy water flow into my mouth. It's incredible what a human is capable of when facing absolute desperation. Moms lift cars off of their kids. Hikers fight off mountain lions. And, somehow, I managed to squirm until I broke the surface of the Pocomoke. The air that rushed in was the sweetest, cleanest thing I'd ever tasted. Unseen hands still pawed at me from below. I swam for it, all grace and experience forgotten. I splashed and kicked and forced my way through the water until I finally felt dirt against my chest. I scrambled up the bank, collapsing into a ball. My eyes were still closed. I vomited in darkness, the liquid burning almost as much coming out as it did going in. I opened my eyes to dazzling summer sunshine. The night was gone along with its strange moon and exotic stars. I spit out more water, pushing down a wave of nausea at the taste. The shoreline looked familiar, as did the river. I knew where I was. It was a section of the forest I'd visited a dozen times, not more than a mile from where I'd launched earlier in the day. The Pocomoke was calm and normal. There was no sign of my kayak. I was able to hike back to my car in less than half an hour. If it wasn't for the burning sensation in my eyes and throat, it would have felt like a regular day trip. I drove home and immediately went to bed, still soaking wet. After that, I got sick for a while. Even went to the hospital for a week. Doctors said it might be flu or food poisoning or any number of things. Whatever it was, it seemed to clear up on its own. But I knew it wasn't over. I never should have traveled the cut. I should have listened to the little warning bells. Once bad water gets in, it stays with you. Seeks you. Finds you. I don't go out on the river anymore. I don't swim. I don't even shower. Disgusting, I know, but the water, it always comes out bad. I drink overly processed, sugar-saturated crap, boiling it just in case, and even then I can taste it. You never think about how much of your life revolves around water until you can't have it anymore. Hair. Trichotillomania. A mouthful of a name for the compulsion to pull out your own hair. All hair, the hair on your head, arms, your eyelashes, eyebrows. Lots of people have it. It's usually paired with anxiety and other lovely issues. Mine got worse when I felt anxious. My fingers would just curl up in my hair and I'd pluck a strand out. Then another one. And another one. During high school, I begged the principal to allow me to wear a hat to school so no one could see the bald patches, but he told me just stop pulling out your hair. Needless to say, I got picked on. A lot. I suppose it was a learned habit though. My mother pulled out her hair too. I was raised only by my mother, but that didn't mean we were close. She was a mousy woman who never went out, only to work at the salon and pick up some groceries. When I was 12, she started giving me the money so I could handle that. My mom's trichotillomania was much worse. Her arms were bald and she had no eyebrows. Her head was covered in bald patches that looked irritated and sore from where she picked at the exposed skin. When she went out, she did have the luxury to be allowed to wear a hat. People tried to get her help, I think. But as far as I know, she never pursued help. Her obsession with hair went farther though. When I pulled my hair out, I just wad it up in a ball and toss it. Not my mother. In the living room, as we'd watch TV, her fingers would curl into what little hair she had and pluck. Out came a strand. She'd set it across her lap, and run her finger along it before her hand went right back to her hair. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Pretty soon she'd have several dozen hairs stretched across her lap. She'd stroke them, ever so softly, before pulling out more. At the end of whatever movie or show we'd watch, she'd go down to the basement. At the time, I had no idea what she was doing with the hair, but she'd come back up without it and get to work on dinner. My friends hated coming to my place. They'd pull faces at my mom's balding head and were disgusted by the hair. I'd gotten used to picking out hair for my sandwiches and stews, but one time my friend found a long strand of hair in her spaghetti and screamed before she ran to the bathroom to throw up. She refused to come to my house after that. I'd grown ashamed of my mother and her compulsion, I'll admit, but it didn't stop me from pulling out my own. When I got to be 18, I moved out with a few other students. We weren't friends at the time, but I was the only one with a car, so they let me stay with them. I learned to stem the habit when I was away from my mother, and after one of my roommates suggested I cut my hair, I went the extra mile and shaved it all off. A strange style for a woman, maybe, but it stopped me from pulling it out. At times I'd find myself tugging at the hair on my arms, but that wasn't nearly as strong a desire. More like an itch rather than a need. The next time I saw my mother, I was 24 years old. She hadn't attempted to call, or message me on Facebook. Hell, I didn't get even so much as a text from her. It was hurtful, maybe, but I figured that's just how it was going to be. Then one day I found myself turning onto her street. We'd only lived maybe half an hour or so apart, but I'd never bothered to go visit. She never invited me after all, but today I felt different. Someone needed to check up on her, after all. When I got up to the front door, I thought the window was covered in cobwebs at first. When I managed to get the door open, I heard several familiar snaps. Hair. I forced the door open to the hair web of my mother. It was the only real way to describe it, a web. Strands of hair had been woven together, over everything in the house. I covered my mouth to stop from inhaling the musty scent. God, had my absence made my mother's compulsion grow out of control? Half tempted to call the police, I walked past the hall into the kitchen, where a similar sight of woven hair greeted me. It appeared that these hairs were woven first. They were starting to crumble and seemed more like efficient tangles rather than the smooth plating that concealed the couch. Where the hell was my mother? I heard something clank downstairs. Let it be clear, as a child my mother always made clear I wasn't allowed down there. She said the stairs were steep and I could break my neck. As a teenager, I didn't want to go down there. It was dark and smelled bad. But curiosity got the better of me, that and the possibility that my mother could be entered down there. So I walked to the door. It had been entirely taken over by hair. I ended up having to take a pair of scissors from the kitchen to cut my way open. The basement was dark, and the moment I set my hand on the banister to steady myself I felt it. Hair. Even more hair. But this wasn't my mother's hair. See, I should have put it together when I was upstairs. That my mother had fine, brittle brown hair. The hair upstairs varied from blonde to black. And the hair I rested my hand on was thick. I could almost imagine the locks of curls that had been stretched out to weave together. Feeling dread seep into every pore, I walked into the basement. It was a maze of darkness. I could only feel my way through twisting walls of hair. I could feel textures, coarse, fine, curly, thick, frizzy. Had she stolen it from work? Then I turned to a room only lit by a dim desk lamp. A woman was strapped to the chair, and I took notice of her luxurious and long red hair. She was unconscious. I heard the buzz of a razor, and I saw a pair of hands extend from the darkness to stroke that lovely red hair. I screamed and ran from the house. I ripped through so much hair, tore down all the sheets of it that I could. I was trapped for God knows how long. I finally reached the kitchen and went out the back door, ripping away locks of dyed green and pink hair that had it tied closed. You look like a crazy person when you run down the street, covered in enough hair to make a whole new person, and screaming your head off. Someone called the cops and I was lugged in for questioning. Someone had been going around and kidnapping people, returning them after 3 days physically unharmed save a few nicks, but telling stories of a dark basement and someone stroking their hair and complimenting it before shaving it all off. I was partially relieved my mother hadn't become a serial unaliver, but the worst problem was when the police searched the house. They hadn't found my mother. But they did find a tunnel that led into the ground, covered by a mass of hair so thick they had to burn it to get through. When the sundown is green, you must stay unseen. There's a saying I've heard a lot growing up on the shore. Red at night, sailor's delight. Red sky morning, sailor's warning. The gist being that red sunsets forecasted clear weather while red sunrises meant a storm. In my family, we have our third verse. When the sundown's green, you must stay unseen. The sky was never completely green. It was subtle, a little emerald at the edges of the horizon. In 32 years I've only seen it happen 4 times. According to my granddad, those green nights happen once or twice a decade and have stuck to that pattern going all the way back to when our family moved to the area. You probably haven't ever seen something so weird or even heard of it. That's understandable. As far as I can tell, the phenomenon is only observable within about a mile radius centered around our farm. Rare as they were, my folks took emerald sundown seriously when I was growing up. The second any of us saw the slightest jade tint at dusk, we moved fast. The farmhouse windows were locked and shuttered, doors bolted, and all lights extinguished. We would head to the basement and lock ourselves in for the night. Dad even hung a thick drape of padded cloth over the door to keep any sounds from leaking down. There were no games for us kids, no lights, no conversation. Everyone went to bed and stayed in the basement until dawn. I was never told why we performed this, ritual, I guess. No one told me what we were hiding from or why. All my grandma told me once was that they were outside but that we were safe as long as we didn't invite them in. My dad always had that hard look when it happened so we all followed, we all listened. And after the farm became mine, I stuck to the tradition. 11 years passed between green sunsets. With the phenomenon so infrequent and hard to predict, I'll admit that I let my guard down. In those 11 quiet years, I got married, brought Katie back to the farm, and we had a daughter, Olivia. They knew to keep an eye on the horizon in the evening, but I don't think I made it real enough. I don't think I scared them the same way my dad scared me. Which means everything that happened a week ago is my fault. I was driving home much later than usual. I'd been mending fences all day in the July heat, so I'd swung by town for a drink. The sun was already 3/4 drained into the ground by the time I made it back to the edge of our farm's property line. I glanced at the horizon more out of habit than anything else. When I noticed the faint smear of green light on the low clouds, my stomach nearly exchanged places with my windpipe. I immediately floored it and pulled out my phone. "Katie, are you and Olivia in the basement?" "We're watching Paw Patrol," my wife replied. "Why would we be in the basement?" "Hey, did you remember too?" "Katie, Christ, look outside." "I don't understand." "The sunset." I heard Katie moving, likely to the nearest window. There was a pause. "Oh poop," she said. "Yeah. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Turn all the lights off, lock everything, and head to the basement." Another pause from Katie. "Matt, are you sure? I know we've run the drill and it's a family tradition, but do we really need to drop everything and run to the basement?" I turned down the dirt road that would take me to the farm so fast that I thought my truck tires might lift off. "Katie, please. Trust me. Lock up, lights out, be quick." "Okay, see you in a few." I sped home, and a wake of dirt and dust kicked up behind me in a rolling cloud. Ribbons of pale green stretched out across the dark sky. The wind was picking up, an odor like charcoal and moss on the breeze. I'd never been out at night during one of the events. By this point, the whole family should have been safe and tight in the basement. There was still a sliver of sun peeking above the horizon, but it would be full night any minute. I parked the truck and got out at a sprint, almost tripping over the new welcome mat Katie had bought the week before when I reached the porch. Apparently, I was dragging mud through the house. "Oop," I said at the front door. I'd left my keys in the truck and Katie should have locked the door. I tried it anyway. The knob turned. Olivia was still seated on the couch watching TV. The lights were off but not all of the windows were shuttered. I heard Katie moving around upstairs. For a moment, I was angry, bordering on furious. Then I reminded myself that this was my fault. I think a part of me hoped that now that it was my farm, with my family, whatever old curse or shadow came with the green sky might simply move on. It was my fault I didn't prepare. I didn't know what to prepare for. But I could imagine my dad's eyes, that hard look he got, and I knew he'd be disappointed, maybe even scared. "Katie," I called up the stairs, "we gotta head down. We gotta go now." I scooped up Olivia and turned off the TV. Katie's light steps echoed down the stairs. She looked annoyed, then saw the expression on my face. Her eyes went a little wide. "Matt?" She asked, "What's going on? Is it a storm?" All I could do was shake my head. I carried Olivia down to the basement with Katie on our heels. Once I put my daughter on the old futon in the corner, I went back to check that the door was locked and bolted. I rolled down the heavy fabric that was tied above the doorway, then went back to my family. "I'm not sure I got to everything," Katie whispered. "Oh, poop, and we forgot Olivia's snacks and her bear. You know she can't sleep without the bear. I'll just run back." "No." Katie stared at me, delicate mouth hanging open. I'd never yelled at her before. "Sorry," I whispered. "I'm sorry for all of this. It's been so long. We're down here for the night." I walked to the switch and turned off the main light. We kept a battery-powered camping lantern in the basement. I dug that out and set it on the covered pool table. "I'll pull out the futon for you too. Try to get some sleep. Remember, no lights except this little one. No conversation if you can help it. And if you have to use the bathroom, don't flush." Olivia was watching me as I darted around the small room. It was cluttered and needed a good dusting. We didn't use the basement much. Olivia had big blue eyes and ink black hair, just like her mom. At that moment, my daughter's eyes were fixated on me and wet with undropped tears. "You're scaring her," Katie whispered, walking next to me as paced around the room. "Jesus, Matt, you're scaring me, too. What are you so?" Something shattered upstairs. I waited, unable to breathe. Carefully, I inched over to the table and turned off the lantern. Katie and I stood in the darkness listening. "Someone is in our house," she whispered, voice so quiet I had to lean towards her to understand. I reached towards her blindly, felt her shoulder, and gave her a reassuring squeeze. "I think it was just a window," I whispered. "Hey, nothing can get in here unless it's invited. So as long as we wait it out, we're safe." "Jesus, Matt, what is happening?" I started to say, I have no genuine idea, but before I could respond, someone knocked on the other side of the basement door. Katie screamed. I would have if I was able to find the air. A long pause. The knock came again. Katie had found my forearm in the dark and was squeezing it. Hard. It didn't make sense. We were supposed to be safe as long as we didn't invite. The new welcome mat. It clicked just as the third knock came. Was the mat an invitation? Olivia, polite little Olivia, must have been scared and confused in the dark. But we taught her to always mind her manners, so when the fourth knock came with no answer, Olivia spoke up. "Come in," she called out. "No," I yelled. I heard the basement break open, and running feet as if from an entire crowd crashed down the stairs. I tried to go to Olivia but fell over a chair in the pitch dark. People were laughing, screaming, and pressing all around me. And then, nothing. Everyone was gone, no sound in the room other than Katie yelling for our daughter. My hand brushed against the lantern. I turned it on and saw a frantic Katie fumbling towards the couch. "Matt, she's gone." I was already moving, taking the stairs two at a time. The sky had fading lines of that same sick green light fading when I ran out on the porch. Stars were thick in the sky and a full moon was rising. Plenty of light for me to see my daughter being led by two figures towards the tree line. The creatures were old. They had bloated human bodies, pale wrinkled skin, and both were stark naked. One an ancient man, the other, a withered woman. Instead of a face, the man had the head of a ram with black, spiral horns. From the neck up, the woman was a wild boar with gray hair and stained tusks. Olivia saw me and smiled. I ran as fast as I could, but all three had disappeared into the forest before I could catch up. I looked everywhere for a sign. Nothing. Katie called the police and they found me out there, stumbling in the dark. We searched all night. Our neighbors came to help, the whole town. It was Olivia's third-grade teacher who found her body just after daybreak. Mangled. Chewed on. Missing so many, my little girl. The only comfort was that Katie wasn't the one to find Olivia. Some comfort. Right now, the official report is that Olivia ran off and got lost, then animals got to her. The Natural Resource Police are still out there a week later looking for wolves or maybe coyotes. I know that whatever unalived my daughter won't be found or caught, not until the next green sundown, at least. Katie wants us to move. Too many bad memories. But I need to stick around. There will be another evening when the sun tints the horizon with jade and emerald light. It might be 5 years from now, or 10, no more than 15. And when that night arrives, whatever comes out of that forest, I'm going to invite them in and I'm going to make them suffer. How many people are in the room? That was the first thing Stella asked me as she settled in at the table. I looked around the diner. It was 2 in the morning. The place was mostly empty. What do you mean? How many people are in here right now? Besides us, she said. Maybe 5, 6, I replied. Stella's lips trembled. How many people are in the room exactly? She was terrified. I counted. The waiter, the old man staring into a bowl of soup by the door, the 2 young women coming down from a night of partying over pancakes, the guy in a ball cap trying to cut through his overcooked steak, and the middle-aged woman in a pea green overcoat. 6, I said. 6 people. Stella instantly relaxed. Thank you. Stella and I hadn't seen each other in 5 months. I was in school out of state and was home for the summer. Stella had gotten into a good university, but her sister, Anne, had died in a car wreck 2 weeks before she went off to school. The death hit her hard. Real hard. I wasn't sure why she'd called me. I doubted it was to catch up, and it certainly wasn't to party. Stella knew I abstained from everything. For me, that decision was the end result of being raised by verbally abusive alcoholics and knowing the genetic odds. Stella looked rough. Not strung out, but existentially exhausted. There were scars on her hands, bruises modeling her tattooed forearms, and some unusual scarification marks on her neck. 2 of them looked like clumsy Z's, but reversed as if done in a mirror. Stella's friend Corey had dropped her off at the diner about 30 minutes before I'd gotten there. I didn't know him well, but what I did know, I didn't like. "So, how are you holding up?" I asked. Stella didn't answer. The waiter appeared and Stella looked him over cautiously before she ordered a black coffee and a slice of blueberry pie. I got a hot tea and a side of fries, though I wasn't exactly hungry. We sat in uncomfortable silence for a few minutes before Stella, staring down at her hands, asked, "What's the worst thing you ever did?" I shrugged, said, "Lied to people. Lied to get out of things. Mostly to my friends, in high school. But I've changed. I don't do that anymore. Oh, I also shoplifted once. A pair of socks." Stella laughed. That's when the waiter reappeared with our drinks and food. Stella jumped. Her eyes wide. Face flushed. The other people in the diner turned and looked but did nothing. "You alright?" The waiter asked, weirded out. Taking a deep breath, Stella slowly sat back down. "Yeah, sorry," she said. Just it's been a long night." The waiter shook his head as he put the stuff down. When he left, Stella sipped her coffee and then she looked over the mug at me, her eyes tearing. "I did the worst thing you can do. I tried to kill someone." I wasn't sure I heard her correctly. "What?" Stella nodded, eyes locked on mine. "A jogger. Corey and I hit him with the car." "Oh my god. When did this?" "On my way here." The blood drained from my face. "We should call the cops." "He could still be there, hurt and..." "Don't bother," she interrupted. We went back and checked on him. There was no jogger. "What's that mean?" I was starting to lose it. "Please don't start playing games with me," I said. "I don't want to hear this sort of bullshit." "Isn't bullshit," Stella replied. "Ask Corey." I didn't want to call Corey, Stella said. "I didn't actually see the jogger." Corey did. That's how I knew. So, I asked him exactly where the man was and I grabbed the wheel and Corey screamed at me as I made the car slam into the guy. Sent him flying. Like it mattered. Corey hit the brakes hard. He was losing it, talking about going to prison and his life being over. But I told him not to worry. That pissed him off something bad. When he got out of the car to go help the jogger, he just froze up, because there was no one there. The road was empty. Me, I expected that. She took another sip of coffee and poked at the slice of pie with her fork, stabbing the crust and examining the blue-tinged tines in the dull fluorescent light. "See, it can look just like a person. Could be any age. Dressed in any sort of way. It talks like a person. Eats, drinks, does all the regular sorts of things people do. Doesn't exactly sound threatening, I know, but wait for the twist, I can't see it. This thing pretending to be a person, it's invisible to me. But you, and everyone else, you can see it. I don't know what you're talking about." And I didn't. Stella finally looked up at me. 2 weeks ago, we were tripping. Me and Corey and this woman named Genevieve. She was the guide. This was at Corey's house, on the deck. We dropped N-bomb, that synthetic MDMA stuff. We'd been using hallucinogens and trying to explore an inner mental space. Tripping together, sharing the same imagery. It's crazy how, if you're in sync, like emotionally and mentally, you can basically travel together. I know how it sounds, I do. But, it was really working for us. We were. I guess you'd describe it as something like astral traveling. We built this architecture, this city, in our minds and then explored it. Mostly it was made of shifting, beautiful buildings. Structures that rose over us like mountain ranges. And, in this metal city, that's where we came across it. The diner door chimed as the 2 young women had pancakes left. Stella watched them go, then turned back to me. I didn't need an explanation. "There are 4 people in here now," I said. She nodded, sipped more coffee, and then continued. "Well, this night, we traveled deeper into the city than we'd ever been before. We ended up in a tower. Had a spiral staircase. We all went up to the top floor and found a locked door. You're all seeing the same thing?" I interrupted, not buying the experience. Yes, Stella's demeanor had intensified, the twitchiness melted away. We all saw it. Okay. So, we get to this door. It's a metal door. Dented, but from the inside. Bulging out. Like someone was kicking the door, trying to smash it down. Genevieve, she got scared. Told us to not open that door. To stay far away from it. She said a Voyager was on the other side. Voyager? That's what Genevieve called it. Being a guide, she knew the sort of constructions we were exploring. She'd seen doors like this one. And she'd been warned about the Voyagers. The way she told it, they were like us. Explorers in inner space, but not from our reality. From another one. A bad one. But long story short, I opened the door. Why would you do that? Stella stirred her coffee, lost in thought for a second. As she did, one of the cooks quietly came out from the kitchen and sat at the counter. He flicked through a newspaper someone had left and glanced over at me. He nodded, gave a little smile. I wondered if he'd made the fries I wasn't eating. After Corey and Genevieve drifted away, Stella continued, still staring at her drink. I heard a voice on the other side of the door. My sister's voice. She was begging, pleading with me to let her out. I swear it was her. So, I opened that metal door. Feeling the stare of the cook, I ate a few of the fries. They were cold, soggy. What happened? I asked Stella. When I opened it, something suddenly brushed past me. Something clammy, cold. It touched me, very briefly. There was pain. Stella unconsciously motioned to the Z-scars on her neck, then continued. Anyway, there wasn't a room on the other side of the door. Just a void. A deep emptiness. When the trip was over, I immediately felt a change. I felt like I was being watched. The whole rest of that night, the next day, the next week, something was following me. A shadow. A presence. And I just deep in my gut knew, that if it caught up with me, if it touched me again, I would die. She kept stabbing at her slice of pie, breaking the crust, letting the congealed blueberries slowly tumble out in a little landslide of jelly. You told me that you can't see this thing, Stella. The door to the diner opened and two men in work overalls walked in, each holding a hard hat. Their clothes were dusty. Stella suddenly straightened in her chair. Two men just walked into the diner, right? I nodded. Yeah, just those two guys. Stella settled. Why me? I asked. Why did you want to meet? To tell me this? Stella smiled. The first time she'd done that all night. Because I knew you'd believe me. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly, impossibly dry. You've been a good friend, Stella blinked away welling emotion. In high school, when things got bad. With boyfriends or ass, you were the one I could confide in. The one that trusted me. The one that, no matter what I did, no matter how stupid it was, you were there for me. A shoulder to cry on, a hand to hold. And she reached across the table and took my hand. Squeezed it. Tight. Truth was, I'd had a crush on Stella most of the high school. She was a friend, for sure. And, for a while, a good friend. I liked being that rock for her. But I'd always hoped for more. Like most friendships, it began with a one-sided attraction. Mine. And even though I hadn't seen her in half a year, those feelings remained. Dormant but there. Waiting to be awakened. As Stella held my hand and smiled, I noticed. I felt her fingernail tracing something on the inside of my palm. At first sight, just a little pressure. Only, it got sharper until, ouch. I pulled my hand away to find Stella had cut me. She'd sliced a shape with her sharp pinky nail into my skin. It was a backward letter Z like the ones on her neck. A ribbon of blood began to well up from the center of the small cut. What the hell, Stella? She just shook her head and stood up, backing away from the table, repeating over and over, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to, okay? I had to. Had to what? Hurt me? I was furious, confused. Everyone in the diner turned to watch us. Only the cook got up from his place at the counter and walked over, eager to lend a hand. I waved him away. It's okay. I got it under control. That was when Stella broke, her voice barely a whisper. What? I told him I got it. She went pale. Who'd you tell? The cook, I yelled. He's just trying to help you. There is no cook. No one's there. Stella began shrieking, scrambling backward. She slammed into a nearby table. Chairs fell over. Silverware scattered. No, she yelled. No one's there. The cook kneeled down beside Stella and, for a split second, bewildered as I was, I honestly thought he was going to help her up. He didn't. Instead, he leaned in close to her. She was crying and shaking and clearly couldn't see him. The cook turned to me, nodded with a sick grin, and then opened his mouth wide to reveal jumbled, bloody gums filled with jagged teeth. He tore her throat out with a single bite. And as Stella's blood pumped out across the linoleum flooring, the cook vanished. Not a slow fade. Not dissolving into mist. Just there 1 second and gone the next. Someone screamed. I think it was the woman in the pea green overcoat. Afterward, when the cops came, a story emerged. All the other people in the diner that night said Stella cut her own throat with a knife. Where she got the knife from and where it went, they didn't know. They also said that the cook had tried to help her. That he attempted to close the wound and save her life. The cops couldn't find him after the EMTs got there. When I went back to the diner the next day to ask about what happened, the waiter claimed they didn't even have a cook who resembled the man I described. The man I saw. It was as if, after Stella's death, all the details of her demise began to unravel. Like the universe was erasing her from existence entirely. And now, the Voyager, whatever it is, has come for me. It's been 5 days since Stella died in that diner. For 5 days I've been haunted and hunted. I tracked down Corey and he led me to Genevieve. She told me what fate awaited me. According to her, Voyagers use the symbol, the backward Z's that were on Stella's neck, the one she scratched into my flesh, to track their victims down. Stella, I guess she thought she could trick the Voyager into taking me instead of her. It didn't work. And now she's doomed me. It's just a matter of time before there's an extra person, a person I can't see, sitting across from me on a bus or walking behind me on the street. Right now, I'm in my bedroom at my parents' house. I haven't left in 48 hours and they're getting worried about me. They'd heard I lost a friend, though they can't seem to recall anyone named Stella going to high school with me, and so they're being compassionate and letting me stay cooped up. But they've told me I've had visitors. Folks stopping by unannounced. Folks who, when I crane my neck out my window to catch a glimpse of them standing on the porch, aren't there at all. Just my parents talking, gesturing, into empty space. I'm going to have to leave this room eventually. That or my parents will get worried enough that they'll have me helped out, likely to the hospital. And when I get there, I'll be asking the same question Stella did. How many people are in here right now? How many exactly? The bloodbath at Bill's Kitchen. The summer I turned 16, I started my first job ever working at the local Bill's Kitchen, a greasy spoon lunch spot popular with college kids. I was young and excited, with all these ideas of making enough money to buy a car. My employment at Bill's Kitchen lasted a total of 2 shifts and involved the worst night of my entire life. I arrived for my afternoon shift early with my uniform freshly washed and ironed. My goal was to make a good impression with the manager, but the restaurant was so busy she barely noticed me other than to park me at a cash register and tell me to ask the other cashier any questions that popped into my head. Luckily, the other cashier, Thomas, was more helpful. He walked me through the process of taking orders and using the register. I sat down with Thomas during our break. One of the perks of working at BK were the free meals. I was just finishing off my last fry when Thomas gave me one last piece of advice. Whatever you do, newbie, he said, don't be alone here after dark. If you have a night shift, make sure you have a partner. We always lock up in pairs. Is that a safety thing? I asked. Like protection from robberies? Thomas grinned. No. You don't want to be here after dark because this building is haunted. He explained that, before it was Bill's kitchen, the location was a small family diner called Johnny and Peggy's. It was run by a couple, Johnny and Peggy. According to Thomas, the pair were deeply in love, until one day, Peggy was unfaithful. Somehow, word got to Johnny and he just snapped. The man came into the diner the next morning wearing his apron and carrying an axe. Johnny went full-on psycho, Thomas said, stealing some of my fries. He unalived 7 people that day, staff and customers, including himself. There was blood everywhere, dripping from the walls. You can still see a dark stain on the ceiling in the bathroom. So keep your eyes open, you might see some weird stuff here even during the day. And absolutely, never be here alone after dark. I chalked the whole conversation up to Thomas pranking the new guy, but I have to admit that I was uneasy for the rest of my shift. There were weird cold spots all over the restaurant, unexplained musty smells in the freezer, and Thomas was right about the stain in the men's room. It was dark brown in the shape of a half moon. The bathroom was also where I encountered the first unexplained sighting. I was finishing my shift and stopped in to wash my hands. The bathroom was empty except for someone in the handicap stall. I saw a pair of feet under the door in the reflection of the mirror. The creepy thing was, I thought I saw bare feet, no shoes, and they were surrounded by a puddle of dark liquid. I whipped around to check under the stall but saw nothing. The feet were gone when I looked back at the mirror, as well. I hurried out of the bathroom. All in all, I felt good about my first shift. Before I could leave, my manager stopped me and asked if I'd mind working a double. A few folks had called out of the evening shift so they were short-staffed. Being eager to please, I was happy to volunteer. The night shift went by just as busy. After the sun went down, I did start noticing more and more oddities. The cold spots got colder. There was a knocking sound from the walk-in freezer and lights would occasionally flicker over a few of the booths in the dining area. By the end of the shift, I was itching to leave. I wouldn't be volunteering for any future night shifts if I could help it. It ended up being just me and my manager there for the final closing. She was walking me through the checklist for locking up the building when her cell phone rang. I don't know what the call was about, but my manager's face looked distraught. I'm sorry, she said when she hung up. I have to go, family emergency. Here's the checklist. You're doing a great job, I'm sure you'll be fine with closing. Just like that, I was alone in Bill's kitchen. I locked all of the doors and flipped the sign to closed. The lights were still on, but the dining room seemed darker, the lights growing dimmer and shadows sticking to the corners. I glanced around nervously as I went through the checklist. Oven, off. Fryer, off. Freezer temperature at. There was a banging noise from the men's room. I froze. The lights in the dining room were weaker than they were a few minutes ago. I decided to hurry through the rest of the checklist. I mopped the floors and wiped down the tables. Next on the list was cleaning the bathrooms. I glanced at the door to the men's room. I desperately did not want to go in there, but it was my first day and I was being trusted to close up. It had to be a good job. I took a deep breath and pushed into the men's room. The first thing I did was look under the stalls. They were all empty. I let out a sigh of relief and then glanced at the mirror. I gasped. There were bare feet under all of the stalls in the bathroom's reflection. A dark puddle oozed out under and between the feet. All of the stalls began to shake. I backed up into the men's room door, unable to think, to even breathe. The lights went out. For a long, panic moment, I couldn't find the handle to the door. I finally pawed it open and fell into the dining room, slamming the door shut behind me. Not real, not real, not real, I whispered over and over. My eyes were closed and I huddled on the floor too scared to see if anything followed me from the bathroom. When I finally worked up the nerve to peek, I instantly regretted it. There were people in some of the booths. All of them were bloody and disfigured. 6 dead faces stared down at me. One woman, her skull split open, almost seemed sad the way she watched me. She looked up at something behind me. The room was getting colder, my breath rising as steam. I turned to see a man in a bloodstained white apron standing over me holding an axe. He was pot-bellied and muscular, eyes completely black. I screamed and crawled away. Stumbling, I managed to get to my feet just as the man swung his axe. I shrieked, throwing my hands up. The lights flickered and went dark. All of the dead people disappeared in the blackness. I ran. The lights kept snapping on and off. Whenever the room was lit, I saw the man with the axe getting closer, his victims watching. Then, in the darkness, they would all be gone. The worst moment was when I had to fumble for the keys to the main door. I fell out into the parking lot and hit the ground running. When I finally looked back and saw faces at the window in the flickering light, my manager called me the next morning to tell me I was fired. I'd left the Bill's kitchen half open with the door unlocked and the checklist unfinished. My manager also got in trouble for leaving me to close alone on my first day. It didn't matter. There was no way I'd ever go back to work at that restaurant ever again. I was able to find a new, less terrifying summer job that year. There was a robbery later that month. 2 people got shot. A few years later there was a fire and more deaths. I don't know if a place can be cursed, but, if one can, that Bill's Kitchen is. I still live in that same hometown and drive past the old Bill's Kitchen now and then. If I pass the place after dark, I'll maybe catch a glimpse of a face reflected strangely in the window staring out into nothing. I'll never go into Bill's Kitchen ever again. Shadows lie on the streets of Dublin. Dublin is a city of music and stone. The streets hum each day with the sound of traffic and footsteps. Bells follow everywhere, ringing down avenues. You could feel the weight of all of the years on every wall and with each breath. Dublin is a city built on the bones of 100 older cities. It's lovely and alive, and even though I lived there my entire life, I never actually saw Dublin until I was almost 30. I was born blind. Last month, I was given new eyes. Never have I regretted a thing more. There might be some momentary discomfort. The doctor's voice was gentle, young enough to make me a bit nervous. Something about old doctors and fat chefs speaks of experience, but that's unkind of me, unfair. I tried to remain cheerful as the doctor removed the bandages. The gauze was warm. Don't panic if it takes some time, even days, the doctor told me. For the first images too I screamed. I saw light. I saw. At least, I think I did. No real frame of reference prior, you understand. But it was some new, alien, overwhelming sensation. My eyes, new and artificial, blinked. Blurry shapes, barely shadows, began to focus. Are you okay? A familiar voice asked. Hey, Sinead, I'm grand, I said. Don't touch your face, the doctor advised. I lowered my hand. Wouldn't dream of it. The figures were growing clearer by the moment. There were 3 in the room standing around my bed. It was shocking how quickly my brain was learning how to process an entirely new sense, images coming together like a few drops suddenly flowing into a storm. One of the figures on my right leaned over. She was a girl, I was quite sure based on descriptions I'd heard and, previous research. Hello, she said in Sinead's voice. Sin, friend, fancy seeing you here. Your hair. My hair? What is it? She wrinkled her eyes. Red? That's red? Ha, it's lovely. Suits you well. I glanced over to the other 2 people in the room. The one directly in front of the foot of the bed was watching me, jotting something down into a book. Doc? The young man smiled. How are you feeling, Noah? The finest, I replied, turning towards the 3rd figure. No troubles at all. And I. The final person in the room didn't look much like the other 2. Nearly twice as tall as the others, back bent to avoid hitting the ceiling, the creature watched me with small eyes like bullet holes. It had a pair of mouths, one over the other. The voice that emerged from the mouth surprised me. You look well. Are you thirsty? The monster asked in a lilting tone, soft and feminine, not much beyond a girl. Are you all right, Noah? Sinead asked. You've gone pale as the dead. I looked at my friend. Does everything seem okay here? What do you mean? I don't know, I said, watching the tall thing with the voice of a girl. I turned to the doctor. Is it possible I might experience hallucinations with these new eyes? Possible. Your brain is still getting adjusted to processing visual feedback for the first time in your life. It's not just the eyes but the nerves that are fresh. Give everything time. If you see anything unusual, well, everything is unusual for you, right? The doctor laughed. A large spider with butterfly wings flew out of his mouth. Lovely, I said, laying down. I think I need some rest. Rest up, the thing with 2 mouths told me. I'll be close. All you'll need to do is call for me. I was out of the hospital the next day. Doc made me promise to keep a journal of any odd sights I encountered. Having never seen anything at all before, it all was a bit odd. Mostly lovely with a few exceptions. Sinead was a darling and took time off from uni to play tour guide. We visited Trinity College and St. Stephen's Green, the James Joyce Center, Kilmainham Jail, and, I swear, every museum in town. I'd been to all of those places before but I was, literally, seeing them now with new eyes. Sin led me from spot to spot with the enthusiasm of a local showing off her neighborhood to a visiting Martian. It was a lovely week where my mind made connections between old sounds and new sights at a breakneck pace. Colors became more than names. They came alive, vivid, and each unique as a fingerprint. However, not everything I saw left a pleasant impression. A few times each day during that first week, I would notice that I was being watched. The feeling always came from behind me, like a hot needle hovering just above the skin on my neck. I'd turn around to find a dozen eyes staring. Eyes some as large as manhole covers, others the size of swimming pools were peeking out at me from the walls of nearby buildings. They were entirely black except for small white irises. When the eyes noticed me staring back, they would blink and disappear. The more time that passed, the more uncomfortable visions I'd see. Children with blurred faces walked down the street in pairs. A man with a cigarette, always hidden in the smoke. Shadows drifted across clouds, dark silhouettes that spoke of secret giants just out of sight. I kept reminding myself these creatures weren't real, but my blood always ran a little quicker when I encountered one. On the 4th day of my tour of Dublin, I decided to touch one of the monsters. A small sprite, not much more than a red glow the size of a coin, was buzzing down the street. It came close, orbiting my head. I never looked at it, never let on. While Sinead's I was drawn by a bookstore, I struck, reaching out and catching the sprite in one hand. For a moment, I felt nothing at all. Then it was like someone dragged a razor blade across my palm. Shite, I yelled, shaking my hand open and the red glow zipped away. What's the matter, then, Noah? You alright? Sinead asked. Couldn't be finer, I replied, tucking my hand in my pocket. Just a cramp. I could feel warm liquid between my fingers. Sinead was waving her arms, explaining the history of the bookstore next to us. I tried to listen but kept getting distracted. The monsters were real enough to draw blood. I shivered and told myself it was only the breeze. On our 5th day walking around Dublin, I saw the butcher shop. Sin and I had just gotten lunch, sitting outside the cafe in the spring sunshine, listening to the birds and the bells. I couldn't get over the way the light reflected from my beer bottle onto the table. I kept passing my hand over it, watching the reflection ripple across my palm. There was a bandage tap there. The tiny creature's bite had gone deep. I was looking around at all of the people in motion when I caught sight of an out-of-place shop across the street. The first thing that stood out was the pigs. 6 large hogs dangled from chains in front of the store. They were hacked up, with gaping wounds gone black at the edges. All 6 carcasses were covered in fat flies. The bodies buzzed loud enough to be heard over the traffic. When the wind shifted, I caught a whiff of the rot and almost returned my lunch to the table. Flounder not sitting well? Sinead asked, rocking back in her chair, eyes almost certainly closed behind huge sunglasses. Do you not smell that? I can't believe they're allowed to just leave the pigs out there. Must be some kind of health code violation. What pigs? Across the street in front of the butcher. Sinead turned her head, looked, frowned. The closest thing to a butcher over there is the organic olive oil and vinegar shop. I believe you might be seeing phantoms again. Sure, but smelling them, too? Sin shrugged. The mind is a funny thing. Senses are like dominoes, each influencing the others. I rubbed some lemon juice under my nose to combat the odor. The pigs were swinging gently from their hooks. There was a faded wooden sign above the shop. It read, "Carver's Market, so nice to meet you." The building was dirty and sat small between its neighbors. There were blotches everywhere, most red, black, and old. Grime caked the windows, one of which was missing a few panes of glass. As I studied the shop, a figure emerged from the door, stooping to get through. Taller than any man I'd ever seen, the thing had a human body but the head of a boar. A white horn jutted out from above one ear while another horn curled back and over the opposite ear. "Hey, Sinead?" "Yes? What's the animal with the spiral horns?" "Rams." "Why do you ask?" I sipped my tea. I saw a little tremor in the cup. Just popped into my head, I guess. The creature was completely naked except for a stained apron, which was stretched by an enormous gut. Its arms were thick with coils of muscle and there was not a patch of visible hair on the giant. Sinead was chatting about where we might go for dinner later, but I couldn't pry my attention from the butcher. It stood next to the carcasses, looming over the busy street just a few feet from the shop. A flow of people passed without sparing the butcher or his shop a glance. The creature crossed its arms and tilted its head. Faster than I could follow, it shot out a hand the size of a football and snatched the man off the footpath. Except that wasn't exactly right. A version of the man kept walking while an identical copy kicked and struggled against the butcher's grip. Some twins, some clones. The monster carried its shrieking captive over to the line of pigs, pulled another chain down from the rack, and pressed the hook on the end into the man's back until he was hanging. The screaming got much worse. I couldn't even hear Sinead anymore. My new eyes were locked on the scene across the street. The butcher calmly walked inside the shop, then returned with a long knife that curved upwards. It held the squirming man by the hair and placed the point of the blade on his shirt just under his belly button. "Don't," I whispered. "No, no, no, no." "Don't what?" Sinead asked. I didn't answer. The butcher lightly ran the knife up the shirt. The fabric split, revealing a pale belly. Slowly, the creature returned the blade to the man's belly button, pressed, pulled up. Hard. I've never heard another person make a sound like that poor fella did as he hung on the chain, pawing at his stomach, trying to keep his guts in. Oily purple and gray ropes kept slipping out from the slit in the man, squeezing between his desperate fingers. He was open from neck to navel. The only mercy was that it didn't last long and then he was empty and still. That identical copy of the gutted guy looked healthy and oblivious. He was 3 steps from rounding the corner. After 2, the man stopped, looked around like he was confused, then grabbed his stomach. The shriek that ripped out of his mouth was the exact same one that came from his twin. A crowd gathered around the thrashing man. Phones came out, some to call for help, others to record. The stranger's shoes kept scraping against the footpath. Fast. Slower. Then no movement. "Saints above," Sinead whispered. "What should we do?" I wanted to answer. "Please do believe me." But I couldn't find my voice. The butcher was watching me, tiny black eyes pinning me to my chair. It licked the curved knife. I stood up. "Can we go? I'll leave cash on the table for the bill." Sin looked from the growing crowd and the dead man back to me. "Shouldn't we help?" she asked. "Do you think we can? Or is this past us?" Sinead bit her lip but stood up. I tucked money under my mug. I tried not to notice the butcher's eyes following me as we left. Shadows lie on the streets of Dublin, the butcher, the baker, and the crucifix maker. I'd never seen spring before. It's a hell of a lovely thing. Trees shedding dead skin to reveal all of that green. Nearly 30 years in Dublin, hearing and smelling and tasting nearly 30 springs. But this was the first I've been able to watch. Such a shame I spent so much of those weeks with my eyes closed praying that the monster slouching through the city wouldn't notice me. After encountering the butcher on Cow's Lane, I begged off the remainder of Sinead's planned tour of the city. The cut on my palm and the dead man was enough proof that I couldn't keep pretending the creatures I saw were hallucinations. The smoking man was following me, face always hidden in the exhaust. It stuck to him like a veil. Compared to some of the horrors I saw that spring, though, he was damn near Bonnie. There was an ever-growing parade of nightmares roaming the streets wherever I looked. Men and women who, when the light struck them just right, would turn translucent, filled with black veins that twisted into knots. Other abominations buzzed and slithered and knelt on the street shaking. Some noticed me staring. Every now and then, one might slowly, quietly, change their course to start heading in my direction. When that happened I ran, dignity be damned. So far none of the creatures chose to pursue. After one such encounter with a cloud made out of teeth and silk, I ducked down an alley to catch my breath. More than once, I'd considered locking myself in my house, but I'd run into monsters there, as well. Eyes looking through windows, fingers pressing against wallpaper, and my name whispered whenever I passed a closed door. I wasn't about to wait for trouble to come find me alone and asleep. So I spent my nights walking. I figured if something was going to take a bite out of me I might as well die with a pretty view. And Dublin skyline at sunset was worth dying over at least a few dozen times. Imagine the finest gold and violet dusk you've ever seen where the light comes in layers and each unique shade only survives for a moment before dissolving forever. Now imagine you've lived your entire life in the dark. Can you blame me for walking even with monsters? The truth is, while I spent those weeks scared out of my sacred wits, nothing harmed me. Followed, sure. One wounded me once, but that was self-defense. Might be if I treated the abominations with the same cool distance you afford wasps, maybe I'd eventually adjust. Breath successfully caught and restrained after fleeing from the tooth cloud, I exited the alley from the same way I'd entered. But the street I emerged onto was unfamiliar. The buildings were older, the road cobblestone. Not a car in sight. I said. I turned back to the alley only to find the opening gone. A blank brick wall stood in its place. Not great, I muttered. This new street was crowded. Men and women and children walked by wearing clothes at least 100 years out of date. Big hats and layered dresses. Even the kids wore ties. Nobody seemed to notice that I stood out like a jalapeno in a bowl of milk. I tried to blend in as best I could, looking around for any familiar landmarks. My eyes happened upon the face of a child sitting on a stoop across the street. I swallowed a scream. The creature wasn't human. Almost definitely not human. Its eyes were huge compared to its small face. The iris was white and all of the surrounding orb was black. There was no hair visible on its head, no eyebrows, and the skin looked slightly damp. The child's nose was barely a slit and its mouth was set far too low, all but eradicating the concept of a chin. Fat, square teeth were just visible between thin lips. The combined effect made the creature look both ancient and newborn at the same moment. I looked at other figures in the crowd, trying to act naturally. I would have whistled if I wasn't so worried I'd only throw up. All of the faces resembled the child, lineless, hairless, pale with striking features. I ducked my head down and began walking. The people weren't the only oddities on the street. The shops had the strangest titles, all painted on crude wooden signs that swung in the breeze above doorways. I read them as I hurried along the footpath. Tooth and consequences, fine dentistry and palm readings, gnaw and gnash, daycare axes and X's, artisanal hardware and marriage counseling, you dirty, worthless worm, ice cream parlor. I rushed past them all, doing my best to start down at the cobblestones. Every now and then, I'd catch a flash of what was happening behind some of the shop windows. This made me walk faster. I approached the corner and stopped. A green sign stood on a tall pole. Hollow Bridge Road, so where's the bridge? I wondered. There were two shops on opposite ends of the lane. One appeared to be a baker, the other. I'm not sure how to describe it. The shop didn't have a traditional sign. Instead, a massive cross that looked like it was carved from driftwood hung above the doorway. A chubby man thing wearing a vest and shirt sleeves sat on a stool outside of the shop between two tables. One of the tables held a cage full of panicked birds. The other table supported a box of wooden crosses. Humming softly, the man reached into the cage and snatched a bird from the air in mid-flight. Except I was close enough now to see that it wasn't a bird. It was a tiny, winged woman. Miniature blue feathers sprouted from her back. She was screaming in a small, fragile voice. I moved closer. I don't know why. Casually, like he was plucking petals from a flower, the man ripped the wings from the creature's back. Her shrieking became frantic, so high-pitched that it wove in and out of audible range. In one clean motion, the man then pressed his captive against a wooden cross from the box and held her in place with one hand. With his other hand, he retrieved a hammer and nail from the table. No, I said, my voice lost in the crowd. I took a step towards the man. Don't do, he was so fast. I never saw the movement, only the result. The woman shivered and twitched on her little cross, a hobnail through her chest. She kicked twice then was still. I wanted to hurt the man. I wanted to walk over to the squat little bastard and drive a few nails into the soft, sensitive parts of his body. But when he glanced up from his work and I saw his black and white eyes, all of the anger left me in an instant. I turned, pretending to study some other shop, praying that the creature would not notice me. While I was hiding, a giant with the head of a hog walked out of a shop across the street. The butcher. A woman followed the creature outside. She had a blank, warped face like all of the rest. Unlike most, though, she did have hair. It was black and beautiful and dragged on the ground behind her, leaving a wet trail. The butcher leaned down, almost kneeling. The woman gave it a kiss on the cheek, then wiped her hands on a white apron, just like the one the giant wore. Both aprons were covered in red stains. The butcher stood and began walking down the street. I did my best to fade into the nearest brick wall. When the monster passed, I was overwhelmed with the smell of meat and vanilla. It didn't notice me, or didn't care if it did. The woman with the dark hair returned to her shop. A simple blue and silver sign announced her profession. Flowers Bakery. I'm not sure why I went to look. The street was full of horrors. There was no reason for me to drink in another with my new eyes. But I couldn't resist. I approached the dirty window, cupped my hands against the glass, and peered in. Bodies swung from chains, impaled by meat hooks, leaking purple red onto the wooden floorboards. The butcher's work. I watched the woman scoop up a handful of the offal that was puddling under the hooks. She carried the material over to her counter and plopped it into a circle of fresh dough. Grinning, the baker licked her fingers clean. I threw up on the street. A few of the creatures noticed, watching me like I was an animal that had wandered into a dinner party, a mixture of amused and annoyed. I heard a ringing sound coming from an alley on my left. A phone. I patted my pockets until I located my cell. It wasn't the source of the ringing, and when I tried to call Sinead, there was no signal. The other phone continued to ring. Not having all that many options, and wary of getting any more attention from the locals, I slipped down the alley. Sitting in the middle of the space was a tall white and green box with a crosshatched glass door. To left end. I opened the door and picked up the receiver. Hello, Noah, what's the crack? Asked a familiar voice on the other end of the line. Sinead? I see you're playing tourist in a bad part of town. Her voice was wrong, strained and overlapping, like 3 or 4 people speaking at once. You're not Sinead, I said. No, we suppose not. Not yet. We just wanted you to feel comfortable during our chat. I'm about as comfortable as a cat in a shark tank, thank you, kindly. The voices laughed. You know what they say about curiosity and the cat, Noah. Why did you need to go looking for trouble? Hell to that. I didn't go searching for a thing. The voices giggled. And yet, trouble you found. So run, little cat. Run before the sharks find out you don't belong in the water. I opened my mouth to reply back with something cutting. Then I looked out of the glass door to see creatures watching me from the mouth of the alley. It was getting dark much quicker than it should. A sunset bled out over the antique street, spilling orange gold light over the cobblestones. Do you know what it feels like to be disemboweled? Not, Sinead asked. If it's done quickly with a sharp knife, you won't experience much pain at first. Just a strange, sucking feeling, then a terrible emptiness as your insides flow out of you into a slick pile at your feet. Your first instinct will be to catch them and push them back into the cut. This won't work. The ropes and organs will slip through your fingers. Then, that's when the pain starts. Of course, if the gutting is done with a dull knife, slowly, why aren't you running yet, Noah? I burst out of the telephone booth in a dead sprint, arms held up to ward off any of the locals that might try to grab me. None of them did. Instead, I saw them pause and point toward me as I came out onto the street. It was already full night and lamps were glowing, casting cool shadows on the cobblestones. I ran back towards the first alley, hoping that it would be there. The creatures continued to watch me. I saw mouths pulled back, eyes wide, chest shaking. They were laughing at me. Silently. The entire street. I stepped into a long shadow from a nearby lamp and tripped. I'd stepped into the shadow, my leg sinking to the knee. It was like finding a soft spot in a marsh. The shadow was cold and wet, sticking to my pants as I tried to scramble out. The locals weren't laughing anymore. I pulled hard enough I worried my hip would dislocate, but the shadow held. It was like tar, ink, quicksand. Something bumped my ankle from under the surface. I screamed, tried once more to stand and only ended up slipping further into the shadow. Now both legs were stuck and I was falling. I clawed at the ground but felt myself dragged under. It was so cold. I held my breath for as long as I could, floating in the dark. Just before I passed out, I inhaled. When I woke up, I was lying on a footpath looking up at a bright summer sky. The sounds of Dublin hummed around me. Modern Dublin. My Dublin. I sat up and looked around. I was back on Grafton Street. People milled about, normal people. My stomach felt like I'd swallowed a wasp's nest. It still does. It's been a week since my visit to Hollow Bridge. Sinead's been calling. The real Sinead. At least, I think the real one. I've been avoiding her and everyone else. I keep thinking of the butcher, of all of the creatures laughing, following. They all seem so hungry in my memory. I can't walk down the street without watching every shadow, terrified one wrong step could send me back to Hollow Bridge. Most nights, I barricade myself in my bedroom doing research. I found a group online that has experienced similar encounters. And we all have something in common. We've all been given new eyes. Even when I'm hiding, I can feel an invisible pressure bearing down on me. Part of me wants to run, but a bigger part is tired of running. If the next shadow I step through sends me back to Hollow Bridge, I'll go through chin up and eyes sharp. I'll find where that bridge goes. My online group is starting to feel like a small family. We all have our little nicknames to protect our identities. I didn't want to reveal that my name is Noah, so I used the first call sign that came to mind. Dublin. I realize now that choosing a nickname based on the city where I live is actually less secretive than simply giving my real name. Ah well. If anyone asks, I'll tell them I'm from Cork. I'm a deep sea diver. In case you missed it, scientists recently released audio footage of a cavern collapse along the ocean floor. They're lying. All names have been changed to keep me out of hot water, legally speaking. For 6 days, I shared a cramped metal pod with 3 other divers, 594 feet below sea level. At that depth, there was a constant risk of explosive decompression, which would have resulted in the cholesterol from our veins being about the only thing left to bury. On the 6th day, a grainy voice spoke over the comms link and gave us the green light, then boss told us to strap on our suits. These came equipped with circulating hot water systems to prevent hypothermia. Typically, 4-man teams split into groups of 2, alternating shifts. Not us. Boss was 42 years old and a good family man. I remember how choked up his voice got speaking with his daughter before submersion. When he found out my wife was pregnant, he gave me some great advice. Advice like, build a nest egg and then get the hell out of the diving game ASAP. Soldier and Gamble, I didn't know quite so well. Soldier mostly read in his bunk and trained, whereas Gamble just complained about how none of us played cards. He said the minute the cash got wired into his account, he was booking a suite at the Bellagio. Considering the money we were making, I doubted even he could blow through the earnings at a blackjack table. You have ever been on a job that pays this good for a single day's work? Gamble asked me one afternoon, as we sat in the main chamber, an egg-shaped compartment 20 feet long by 16 in diameter. I shook my head. How about you, soldier? No, he answered while doing clapping push-ups in the space between our bunks. It's just weird, you know? All that talk of planning charges and local biodiversity. It sure doesn't sound like we're blowing up a cavern. Boss sat up in bed and made a cut-it-out gesture, his eyes flicking toward this little black cube in the ceiling. A camera. My hand cramped up from the mountain of NDAs our employers made us sign, which is another way to say the suits took discretion very, very seriously. Once the command came in, we each used the bathroom. Pro tip, if you want to work in this industry, learn to poop on command, and then piled into the diving bell through a hatch in the ceiling. Like always, I concentrated on my mental exercises. Breathe in, breathe out. They were about the only thing that kept me from obsessing over how, if anything went wrong with the detachments, the chamber would crumble like a tin can. Gauges, switches, and monitors lined the curved walls of the bell. They lit up as we slowly rotated into position and then flushed outside, into the cold water. Boss's voice came over the radio in my face mask. Take it nice and slow. I know we're all itching to get home, but don't be complacent. Let's do this once and do it right. Space out the charges, and double check that everything's armed. If anything goes wrong, listen to my instructions. You can't imagine what it's like down there, in the bowels of the planet. You're free falling into an open void while Lord knows what swims around you. Every so often you'll feel a ripple and know some strange, alien life form just passed by, inches from your face. Guided only by our headlamps, we plunged until a bumpy and uneven surface rose to meet our boots. Then, we hop-walked around like astronauts. The floor sucked at my ankles, a greedy hidden mouth. It felt like standing on a shag carpet that shivered and flexed every once in a while. Not like any cavern I'd seen. So far as I could tell, we'd landed on some sort of formation with stadium-sized holes threaded throughout, steep, sudden drop-offs my lamp couldn't touch the bottom of. I'd never seen anything like it. Why had they sent us here, of all places? In near zero visibility, the 4 of us spread out and planted our charges. As the distance between me and my teammates grew, the radio feed broke apart, and an intense panic washed over me. Breathe in, breathe out. Stay calm. We trained for this. A dive coordinator once told me if you can't roll with mishaps, you need to get the duck out of the ocean. He was right, too. Once, my suit's umbilicals got tangled in a boat's tool rack, and the jerky movements from the crashing waves overhead almost separated me from my gas supply. For a moment I squeezed my eyes shut and prepared to meet my maker. But then my brain kicked into gear. Breathe in, breathe out. Nobody else is gonna save you. Through a combination of discipline, training, and sheer dumb luck, I somehow cheated death that day. After 2 hours of laying charges, rounding several chasms along the way, I closed in on our starting position. Boss's voice crackled through my face mask. How we looking? Only one more to go, I answered, relieved. Same here, said Gamble. 15 minutes later, our 3 headlamps converged at the meeting point. Soldier, as usual, kept his responses short and sweet. ETA 10 minutes. Most likely he picked up that sharp, methodical communication style in the military. Not much longer. Breathe in, breathe out. Soon we'd return to the cabin, spend 5 days depressurizing, then I'd get home in time for my son's birth. Every once in a while, water rushed by and whirled around us as something big swam past. Something none of us could see. Maybe it kept out of our lights deliberately. Maybe it wanted to stay hidden. Boss, who could monitor all of our vital signs through a little monitor attached to his wrist, pointed his light at me and said, "We're almost done. Nice and easy. Breathe in, breathe out." Another ripple. What creatures lived at depths of 600 plus foot? Pelican eels, hatchetfish, octopus. But none of those stirred the water quite like that. Nearly there, Boss said, after another glance at my vitals. A yellow blob bobbed toward us as Soldier rounded a pit, laying one final charge along the way. While he drifted closer and closer, Boss performed a few last-minute checks, but before he could give the all-clear, the ground flexed, and water particles stirred in front of my helmet. A powerful suction reeled us all downward, like hungry quicksand. As my thoughts circled back to my pregnant wife, I hoped she'd be well compensated for her husband's death. As the intensity of those ripples swelled, each of us careened off in different directions. Someone shouted, "What the duck is happening?" over the comms. It might have been me. Everybody stay calm, Boss said, as calmly as he could manage. Breathe in, breathe out. Lose your sense of direction at that depth, and reorienting is a real jerk. Unsure of what way was up, and still clueless as to what actually knocked us off course, I kicked in the direction of the nearest light. Our torches drifted closer and closer, still spread out across an area the size of a football field. For a few glorious seconds, I thought everybody might make it out alive. But then, as more shock waves pulsed out, I got this sense of a giant organism, Leviathan-esque in size and somehow denser than the surrounding blackness, snaking its way out of the pit. One of the lights vanished. In an instant, somebody was gone. Swallowed. Taken. My chest went into furious convulsions as I floated helplessly, frozen in place, until part of me became vaguely aware of Boss's voice screaming, "We have to go," through the headset. Breathe in, breathe out. I swam up in the direction of the pod, chasing the 2 remaining beacons. Breathe in, breathe out. Don't think about what happened. Hell, you didn't even see what happened. At this depth, your mind plays tricks. My brain was so fogged out I don't remember climbing back inside the bell, or worrying about the mechanism sealing properly. The hatch closed with a hiss of air, followed by metal divots sliding into place. Once the water drained, Boss got on the comms and brought up Soldier's telemetrics in the hope we could save him. Surely there hadn't been some kind of giant life form out there? Surely I'd only imagined that part? The data recorded by Soldier's suit, before it went offline, indicated the poor bastard plunged 1,203 feet in 30 seconds, his internal temperature spiking 30 degrees. My hands would not stop trembling. Not just my imagination then. Breathe in, breathe out. There'd be no rescue mission. Nobody even suggested the idea. And from the expression on Boss's face, I didn't think any of us would ever breathe a word about this. No wonder the suits running the operation took discretion so seriously. After Boss punched in a few more keys, a countdown began. Breathe in, breathe out. The concussive force of a powerful blast made us rattle in our seats. Metal groaned all around me, and for a second the bell went dark. I waited for the smooth walls to compact into a sphere no larger than a marble. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Lights blinked back on, one at a time. A collective sigh of relief went out, then Boss pushed the comms link and announced we were ready for desat. Desat stresses your body. For 5 days, we endured joint pain, headaches, and shortness of breath, speaking only when necessary, unsure whether whatever took Soldier might come back for us. What even was it? Had the charges been meant to unalive it? Did it live within the chasm, or had we actually been walking around on some nightmarish creature's back? We emerged pale, disoriented, and drained, like prisoners released from solitary. After so long under artificial light, the sun burned my retinas. Up on the ship, they let us take showers, had the chef whip up meals of our choosing, and then let us call our families only after reminding us about them. The ship docked off the southern coast of Greenland, where a taxi transported us to a private airstrip. Boss, Gamble, and I didn't hug, shake hands, or even say goodbye. We simply nodded at one another. I'm too much of a coward to tell the soldier's family what happened, so I'm sharing it with all of you instead. I haven't dived since that day, partly because of the guilt, partly because a giant lump forms in my throat at the mere thought of getting back in the ocean. And whenever that happens, I force myself out of that waking nightmare by focusing on the exercises. Breathe in, breathe out. My husband has a weird addiction that I think only applies to him. Whenever my husband latched onto some daft new fad, I just had to strap myself in and sit under the dark storm cloud until his interest finally waned. For example, on Monday, Glenn might have returned home from the supermarket with 6 bottles of olive oil that he guzzled by the spoonful, because it helped stabilize blood sugar. Then, by Thursday, he'd have moved on to lathering Manuka honey over everything for the antibacterial properties, never mind the fact it cost 85 pounds an effing jar. His latest fad started with a tennis ball, of all things. While out walking our pet beagle, Toto, Glenn bet I couldn't clear the fence some 50 yards away. I made it soar clean past that point. But then Toto took off after the projectile, burrowed his way beneath the closest post, and disappeared. Great effing job, Pete, Glenn snapped, his angry forehead wrinkle making itself known. As I jogged away backward, I threw my hubby a poop-eating grin. Enjoy cleaning those dishes, jerk. I got halfway over the post before deciding it was too slippery, but climbing back down, my finger snagged. There was a sharp tug with zero pain, and when I looked down, my first thought was, oh great, Glenn's gonna make a scene. Don't freak out, I said, once he finally caught up, breathless, but I need you to call an ambulance. My ring finger had become completely degloved, only the tendon remained attached to the knuckle. To my surprise, Glenn didn't hyperventilate at the sight of all the juicy blood. He just stared fixedly at the lonesome digit slowly rotating in front of my waist, a bungee jumper hanging from a cord. A passing nurse bandaged me up while we waited for the paramedics, who doped me up with some seriously good poop. At the hospital, a doctor drove a needle into my mangled finger base. Even with all those pain unalivers, it stung like a pissed-off hornet. 3 days later I got discharged and sent home, one digit lighter. Photo got found by a cute couple with an adorable 8-year-old daughter who cried when she learned her new best friend already had owners. As the father handed him over to me on their front porch, he said, "Damn kid's heartbroken." Her and Toto played with a stupid rope toy for 3 hours straight last night. The doctors warned me I might need therapy to cope with the amputation, but honestly, the trauma of losing a finger wasn't nearly as bad as the inconvenience of having a spouse who endlessly talked about losing a finger. "Don't take this the wrong way," I said one evening, as we sat down to a dinner of smoked salmon and manuka honey, "but can we please go 10 minutes without mentioning phantom pains or tissue death?" "Fine." Except it wasn't fine. Glenn could be louder than a blender without uttering a single word, and from the pursed lips and narrow eyes, you could tell he was desperate to discuss some obscure study about limb detachment by some fringe scientist in Denmark. "Why is it always the Danes?" "Go on then," I sighed. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, telling me about amputation, about how increased blood flow accelerates the healing of wounds. From there, he pivoted to Olympic athletes and how they extract and re-inject their blood to boost red cell concentration. You see what I was up against. The next morning, as I shuffled into the bathroom, my eye happened across this big purple plum wrapped around Glenn's toothbrush. When pressed, Glenn held his hand behind his back and tried to distract me by insisting I should read the 500-page study he WhatsApped me. Using my height/weight advantage, let's just say the kids in my English class didn't call me Grizzly Adams for nothing, I wrestled Glenn's hand out of hiding. A string was tied around the base of his forefinger, so tight the digit had inflated to triple its regular size. It quickly deflated once I pulled the thread loose. "Why can't you sign up for a gym membership like a regular person?" I asked. Of course, the love of my life had his comeback ready, because running and weightlifting are terrible for your body. Didn't you know pro athletes all wind up with artificial knees by their early 40s? If they're not already dead, that is. I blamed his father for the whole horrible mess. All those weight jokes had burrowed deep inside Glenn's psyche, embedding themselves like a tick. This was simply the manifestation. For the next few weeks, every time he opened his mouth, it was a fountain of pure arse gravy, a tidal wave of diarrhea more pungent than the bathroom during the week when he ate nothing except sardines and rhubarb. He told me our bodies had a concentration of minerals and that scientists in California had figured out how to focus them. Neanderthals understood this stuff, back when mankind truly engaged with nature. And anytime I said, "Why not come with me to Weight Watchers?" he'd sob and bring up the time an attendant at Disney World told him he was too heavy to ride Space Mountain, and he had to watch as his entire family got on without him. He was 27 that day. Later one night, the fire alarm started screeching. I reached over and flicked on the porcelain lamp Glenn's aunt left us, the one with the French aristocrat figurine whose eyes tracked you across the room. Quickly we pulled on our robes and scrambled to rescue Toto. Fortunately, after a few minutes of complete terror, we realized the alarm was caused by faulty wiring and settled back down. And to think, we'd already had that bastard electrician out 6 times. As I climbed back into bed grumbling about a refund, it hit me how, during the mad panic, Glenn only wrestled one arm through the sleeve of his robe. When I ripped the blanket away, I saw a limp, blue appendage sprawled across my husband's torso. A rope was tied around his arm, just beneath the deltoid. Duck knows how he managed the knot by himself. The two of us argued around the house, his arm flopping about like an out-of-control firehouse. After finally giving in and loosening the knot, he shivered his fingertips a half inch or so. "See? You're getting worked up over nothing." He threw me a cheery smile like the argument was finished. "No need for these over-the-top theatrics, darling." That felt a little condescending from the guy who sobbed loud enough to get us kicked out of Marley and Me. Over the next month, I'd ask him to fetch a tin opener from the middle drawer, then he'd awkwardly paw at the handle, his hands pale and useless because he'd been sitting on them for hours. And occasionally he'd limp out of the bathtub with a red ring beneath his kneecap, then I'd discover twine clogging up the drain. Once it became clear this nonsense wasn't simply another flash in the pan craze, I gave him an ultimatum, me, or the bullpoop. What did he do? He crammed his belongings into a suitcase and marched straight out the door. From then on, I could only keep tabs on him through the scale readings and selfies posted on Instagram, each post accompanied by a mountain of hashtags. Hashtag weight loss journey, hashtag healthful lifestyle, hashtag motivation. Note the words fitness and diet don't appear anywhere on that list. As he went from 127 kilograms to 115, to 105, his following grew. "You can do it. So proud of you. You've inspired me with my journey." I texted him ferociously, begging him to come up for air, but he never responded. Little by little, oddities crept into the selfies. They started as full-body mirror pics, soon switching to extreme angles where you couldn't see below the chest, then only showed him from the neck up, and soon, not even that. Meanwhile, those figures continued to plunge, 94, 83. You couldn't lose that much weight if you cozied up to a damn tapeworm. I completely lost the plot and messaged him to come home immediately, otherwise, we were through. I didn't want the police on my doorstep saying they found a rotted bag of skin and bones that I was once married to. After that exchange, his Instagram page got deleted, and my calls went unanswered. 2 weeks later, in the middle of the night, a door shivered open downstairs, so I pulled on a robe and shouted, "Glenn?" Into the darkened hall. No answer. I exited the room, feeling along the wall for the light switch that did nothing. Damn electrician. Dread crept into the pit of my stomach as a voice called out from the lounge. It sounded like Glenn, only more guttural. The kind of sounds you make in a dentist's chair. I called out to him, receiving only a muffled "Pete" in reply. In the lounge, a trapezoid of moonlight was thrown across the floor by the bay window. In the direct center sat a figure perched on a wooden stool, its back to me. From the blonde hair, I could tell it was Glenn. Only thinner. I let out a sigh of relief, crossed the room, and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Okay, what the hell's going?" As my husband spun around, the words caught inside my throat. There was a gaping hole in the middle of his face, through which you could see the beginnings of a nasal passage. Beneath it, the lips were gone, as though they had succumbed to a flesh-eating bacteria. I retched. Before I could react, a hand shot out and plunged a needle into my neck. My gut churned uneasily as the room and all the furniture sloshed from side to side, and then I hit the floor, hard. Glenn rose. A plucked chicken wing poked through his left sleeve, capped by a rounded elbow infested with maggots, and the hand which had been holding the needle moments earlier only had 2 fingers and a thumb. The last thing I can remember was staring at a bare foot that ended in a perfectly straight line, as though somebody had sliced the rest off with a guillotine. I woke up staring at the bedroom ceiling, my arms raised and splayed out, wrists secured to the bedpost by a length of rope that bit down on the spongy flesh. The slack gave me about 6 inches of movement. I couldn't feel my toes. Oh duck, did that maniac cut off my legs? What else had he cut off? I wriggled my nose, puckered my lips, did a few kegels, and then let out the deepest sigh of relief imaginable, almost forgetting my dire situation. I squirmed from side to side, alternating between trying to shimmy and brute force my way out. I screamed even though I knew it wouldn't help since our closest neighbor was that partially deaf old lady who threatened to have Toto put down for pissing on her rose bushes. To my left, the door swung open, and then Glenn leaned into my window of vision, his exposed teeth chattering away as he promised things would be okay. The words came out all garbled because of those missing lips. "You sick duck," I screamed. "You cut off my legs." "Not yet," he replied, eyes gliding across my naked body. I craned my neck far enough to see past my waist. 2 hose clamps were fastened around my thighs, tighter than a python. There was a 2-inch recess where they plunged into the flesh. Past them, my toes had turned impossibly blue. Glenn promised things would be over soon. Every time he spoke it took a little contemplation to deduce the words. "You'll feel so much better this way." "Why are you doing this?" I screamed, between bouts of hysteria. He launched into another tirade, excitedly raving about some fringe researcher who believed amputation makes you healthier because the blood has less distance to travel. Cut off an arm, and the good bacteria in your gut produce extra iron. Lop off some fingers, and hey presto, lung capacity just increased by 14%. "You'll unalive us both," I cried. "Don't be so dramatic. Look at me." He straightened up and struck a pose. "This treatment worked wonders. Glenn, you're unaliving yourself. Look at your arm. There's maggots everywhere. Shows what you know. Maggots only eat dead skin. It's like a little exfoliation treatment." Glenn grabbed a pencil and stabbed it into my ankle. Only after a few seconds did I realize he was testing whether I had any feelings left. I faked a grimace. "Ooh." Teeth rattling away, he smiled and said, "Almost ready." And with that, he disappeared into the hall. I thought Glenn's horrible, garbled voice was the most bone-chilling sound I'd ever heard, until a few minutes later when a metal whine rang out from the garage. He was testing the circular saw. With every available ounce of strength, I squeezed, pulled, and twisted, but before I could work myself loose, the door creaked open once again. A giant pool of sweat gathered beneath my bare butt. "Here we go. Goodbye lefty, goodbye righty. You were always my favorite." A little ball of fur jumped up onto the bed and licked along my face. "Toto," I cried out, relieved. "Here boy, bite this rope." He stared blankly, tongue hanging from the corner of his mouth, until I said, "Get me out of here then we'll go for a walk." The magic W word sent him into overdrive. Soon the knot around my left hand loosed enough for me to reach as far as the ugly lamp on the bedside table, but before it worked the other free, unsteady footsteps traveled along the stairs. My time had just run out. Left with no other option, I shooed Toto off the bed, lay flat, and held both arms against the headboard as though still pinned in place. Glenn stepped into the room, the circular saw pinched between the crook of his pencil eraser elbow and 2-fingered hand. "Toto, who let you out?" While he shooed my furry savior into the hall and closed the door with his foot, I forced myself to remain perfectly still, arms quaking. Glenn marched across the room and stood beside the bed, ready to carve me up like a Christmas turkey. The saw made a brutal hissing sound as it spun round and round. He handled it pretty well for someone with only 3 digits, honestly. As he squatted into position, my hand shot out and seized his aunt's lamp. Then I sat up as far as my restraints would allow, swung the ugly figurine in a fierce arc, and smashed the heavy base across the top of my husband's skull. What happened next was a PSA on why you should never play with power tools. Glenn collapsed forward, the saw chewing through both the mattress and his neck, mere inches from the side of my exposed midriff. With his top half sprawled across the bed, Glenn's eyes rotated towards me, a ring of blades threaded through his jaw, the entire lower half of his face a torn rag with diagonal, metal spokes shining through. Several minutes later, after a little negotiation, I worked my arms free, then I rolled over onto the floor and crawled around the bed on my elbows, past the heap of amputated meat that hadn't quite died yet, and out into the hall, where Toto licked my face, eager to get on with that walk. At the hospital, the doctors and investigators insisted I didn't have a choice, and even Glenn's dad agreed. "That boy was effing wild," he said, staring out the window. "I just don't understand why he couldn't have just signed up for a gym membership." "Who knows?" I replied, then wriggled my big toes. "Who effing knows?" Me and my friends are using an Ouija board for the first time. It keeps asking people to leave the room. I'm using this post to chronicle the events of this evening, as they have been truly fascinating. Some quick backstory: the small section of the city that I and my friends live is generally known to be haunted. And even if you're not a believer in the supernatural, it's at least a bit eerie. I'm not going to dox myself by stating the location, but let's just say the creepy sightings and unalive/deaths due to unexplainable circumstances are our bread and butter. For most people, this means you move away as soon as they can. For folks like me and my friends, who love all things spine-chilling, it generally makes for a pretty good time. Our Halloween parties are awesome. Most of our drinking nights have some sort of spooky game interlaced into them. And if you have literally nothing to do on a Friday night with your friends, you can always go on a tour of some of our haunted locales, graveyards, abandoned buildings, creepy forests, you name it. So, with that background established, let's cut back to tonight. I and my closest 3 pals decided to try our hand at using a Ouija board. Were we going to be normal and try the Ouija board in one of our family attics? Nah, too basic. We instead decided to trek up together too. What I poop you not, is an abandoned treehouse left in an elevated section of our city, surrounded by forests. What could go wrong, right? We climbed up to the treehouse, set down a spooky-themed rug, lit some candles, and brought out the Ouija board. Despite my pretty extensive resume dealing with all things creepy, I'd never actually tried an Ouija board before, so I was really excited to see what would happen. We went into this excited to break every rule in the book. We weren't going to do a seance, we were going to ask whatever we want, and we didn't need to worry about being respectful to the spirit, etc. We figured if something interesting were to happen, it'd be more likely if we went in as carefree as possible. We sat in a circle around the Ouija board and got started, asking the simple question, is there a spirit with us? With all of our hands placed on the planchette. No real response. We flooded the planchette in a few different directions, but we could tell we were kind of forcing it. We asked a few other questions. What is your name? When did you die? Etc., but nothing came of it. After trying for the next half hour and not getting anything in the form of a response, we decided that we probably didn't have any spooky luck tonight, and opted instead to share scary stories in the treehouse. We left the Ouija board out just in case we'd get luckier later in the night. Amidst a break in our storytelling where everyone was grabbing drinks and snacks from their bags, I decided to give the Ouija board another quick go. I placed my hand on the planchette alone and whispered the following question. Will you please grace us with your presence tonight? Surprisingly, the planchette started moving. It's hard to explain, but you kind of know when something is moving on its own, versus you sort of subtly and subconsciously moving it with your hand to force an answer. This felt real. A tingle went up my spine. It was cool as hell. My hand was moved to the following letters. Yes. Awesome. I looked over to the group and told them that the Ouija board was working again. Excitedly, we all huddled around and placed our hands on the planchette. I followed up with another question. Where are you from? We sat there excitedly waiting for something. Instead, nothing. The planchette was still. The lack of any sort of external force with us was very, very obvious. Disappointing, but I had an idea I wanted to follow up with. I turned to my friend Kevin and asked him, do you want to try doing it solo? It worked for me. Kevin was confused, but he decided to give it a try. We all backed up to give him some space with the Ouija board. He placed his hand on the planchette and repeated my question. Where are you from? His expression changed to shock as his hand started moving with the planchette. He turned to all of us and mouthed, I'm not doing this. To which I excitedly mouthed back, I know. I pulled out a notepad and recorded the answer as the planchette went from letter to letter. I recorded the following. Not important. Love it. A spirit with some sass. I asked Kev to back up for a second as I approached the Ouija board, prepped for one final solo question. I asked, why are you only responding when it's one of us using the board? Yet again, the planchette moved effortlessly with my hand. It was faster this time, so I said the letters out loud and had another one of my friends, Eleonora, transcribe them onto my notepad. The answer was, one at a time. Fair enough. I thanked the spirit, my hand still on the planchette. I appreciate your answers, friend. To my surprise, in a strange synergy between me and the spirit, I felt compelled to move the planchette again. It was the fastest it had ever been this time as it covered the following letters. Tell everyone else to leave. Huh. My friends looked at me skeptically as I said the letters at a time. Are you sure you didn't just force that on purpose? Asked Eleonora. I assured her I didn't. That was definitely from the spirit. At this point, this had been the most clearly supernatural phenomenon I'd ever experienced in my life, and I was excited to keep it going. My friends, usually unflinching and made of ice, were a little bit thrown. Eleonora and Martin looked ever so slightly spooked, but Kev was willing to go with it. Might as well see where this goes, Kev said as he started climbing down from the treehouse. With a slight bit of hesitation, Eleonora and Martin followed suit. Sweet and creepy night. I embraced the quiet amidst the lighting of the candles and the power of the Ouija board. I geared up for my next question. I wasn't going to hold back. Spirit, how will I die? I took in a deep breath, waiting for some movement. Slowly. Depends. Interesting answer. If not a bit underwhelming. I geared up for my follow-up. Oh come on spirit, what about something a bit more specific? My hand moved with the planchette to the following letters. I tried hard to focus and connect the letters since I didn't have anyone to transcribe with me. What is your name? Weird. Completely dodged my question and asked me my name. Okay, all-knowing spirit, I assumed you'd already know that. I decided to try tricking it. My name is Belle. Movement from the planchette on the Ouija board. It took me to the letters. Do not lie. Well played, spirit. I gave the spirit my actual name, Jennifer, and continued to see the follow-up response. What is your favorite food? Honoring the spirit's rules, I opted to tell the truth instead of following up with another lie. Your girl loves donair and the spirit deserves to know that. The Ouija board's response. Correct. Before I could take in the affirmation from the spirit, who was asking who questions here, spirit, it followed up with yet another question. What is your biggest fear? Do not lie. This question took me aback a bit. I wasn't really afraid of anything, or so I thought. So I struggled with it. It took me a few moments. I thought of it. I kind of cringed at the answer, but it was my truth. Something horrible happening to my little brother. No movement from the Ouija board. Seconds turned into minutes as I kept my hand awkwardly placed on the planchette. Then, finally, thank you. Send Eleonora. Veiled. I obliged. I thanked the spirit for its time and decided to climb down from the treehouse, where my friends were waiting. I passed on the spirit's message and told Eleonora that it was her turn. Martin, Kev and I spent what must have been 15 minutes standing outside the treehouse while Eleonora was up there. We'd pulled drinks out of our bags and were discussing my experience with the Ouija board so far. Both were incredibly surprised when I told them that the spirit was asking me questions. What kinds of questions? Generic stuff, like my name, favorite food, etc., I answered. Weird. Both Kev and Martin seemed a bit thrown off by it, but I was excited. We looked up at the treehouse as we heard the sounds of someone climbing down. Eleonora had finished her session. She looked traumatized. How was it? I asked her. Weird. All it did was ask me questions. Questions like, Kevin asked her. My name. My favorite hobby. My, biggest fear. That one took me a while to answer. Kev turned to me. That is a little bit eerie, he said. I agreed. Didn't look like Eleonora was loving it either. But still, a spirit asking us questions? This had been one of the coolest, if not the coolest, paranormal experiences I'd ever experienced in my life. Eleonora turned to Martin. It said that you were up next. Martin's session seemed longer than the others. We stood outside, drinking, talking about the happenings so far, and pulling out the occasional snack. That was a little bit traumatizing, said Eleonora. Kevin pointed to her, and then up to the treehouse. Agreed, this is kind of messed up, he said. Yeah, but that's the point. I responded. We seek out spooky happenings all the time and we never get lucky. This is an actual legit supernatural experience. I feel like we have to take advantage of it. Even if it's asking us personal stuff? What does it want this info for? Followed up Eleonora. I shrugged. While the biggest fear question was pretty weird, I didn't feel too worried that a spirit knew what my favorite food was or what my name was. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of someone climbing down from the treehouse. Martin had finished up his session. It felt like it had been 30 minutes, which topped the rest of our sessions. We bombarded Martin with questions as he reached the ground. He looked more shell-shocked than Eleonora did. That was pretty ducked up, he started. What did it ask you? I asked enthusiastically. My biggest fear, Martin responded. It's weird but, it felt like it didn't like my answer to that one. It almost seemed annoyed. So was it just silent for a while after that? I asked. No, it asked me way more things after that. What the happiest moment of my life was, who I was the most jealous of, what my biggest life dream was, and all that stuff. It was a lot of questions. Then, finally, it just wrapped up with, thank you, and that was that. Martin turned to Kevin. You're up next. Kevin turned to all of us. Here goes nothing. He sighed and started climbing up to the treehouse. We watched him make his way to the top. For the first time in the evening, I had a knot in my stomach. Only 5 minutes had passed since Kevin first went up, but he was already climbing down. He was shaking his head as he made his way down the ladder into our group. Duck that, said Kevin. What happened? We asked him. He just shook his head. That poop is dangerous. We need to get the duck out of here, ASAP. I'd never seen Kevin like this. He was uncharacteristically shaken. You have to tell us more. What did it ask you? What did it say? But Kevin ignored all of our questions. He started packing up his bag. You guys can play with fire if you want, but I'm out of here. I suggest you guys come too, he said. I watched as Martin and Eleonora started packing up as well. I had bad feelings throughout this whole thing. I think we should leave, said Martin. Guys, what the hell? Just because it's unsettling doesn't mean we have to pack up. We can just hang out up there and do something else, I said back. This doesn't feel right, said Eleonora. I watched them as they all took a few steps away from the treehouse and towards the forest. You coming? Asked Kevin. I stood my ground. Kevin just shook his head and started heading out on his way. Suit yourself. I had no idea what could have possibly happened up there that would have shaken him this much. He had already started walking as Martin and Eleonora pleaded with me to come with them. I said no. Begrudgingly, they all left. You're probably wondering, wasn't I scared? Especially now that I was alone? The answer was yes. But, something in my soul told me that I was up next. I'd spent my whole life waiting for something that was truly supernatural to happen, and now it was in front of me. With my fingers jittering, I climbed up to the treehouse as my friends departed. It took me a moment to pull together the bravery to put my hand on the planchette. The candles were still lit. The setting was just right. Finally, I spoke to the spirit again. Why are you asking us all these questions? Nothing, for a few minutes. Then, my hand moved with the planchette, slower than usual. The answer. To confirm my suspicions. Confirm your suspicions of what? Movement from the planchette on the Ouija board. One of you is not whom you say you are. What are you talking about? I heard blood-curdling shrieks coming from the forest outside the treehouse. Like nothing I'd ever heard before. What the duck? The planchette was moving on its own now. I watched it go from letter to letter. That is not Kevin. He is coming back for you. Run. And so I did. The small section of the city I live in is generally known to be haunted. I think I know why. It's time for me to leave. Where's Wendy? My buddy Sam and I used to have a YouTube channel where we played pranks on fast food workers. I know what you're thinking. We sound awesome. But it wasn't always glamorous. Once or twice Sam and I had folks run out of the store after us. All we did was toss a milkshake or some water balloons at them. Nobody can take a joke. However, Sam and I had a good time until the night we crossed paths with a worker named Wendy. The girl fit the part for working at a Wendy's restaurant. She had freckles, red hair, big eyes, and a slightly crazy smile. Welcome to Wendy's. My name is Wendy, no relation. Can I take your order? Her chipper voice squeaked out of the drive-thru speakers. Sam rolled his eyes. Are we rolling? I checked the GoPro camera. Yeah, buddy, we are recording. So what is the joke this time? A new one, something special. Sam patted the canister on the dashboard. It cost me a ton to buy off eBay, but the views will be worth it. We pulled up to the window to pay and got our first look at Wendy. She really did resemble Wendy's mascot. The girl opened the window and before she could so much as say hell, Sam pressed a button and tossed the canister through the opening. There was a bang and then a cloud of fog drifted out. I caught a whiff of the odor as Sam drove away. It was vile, a stench like milk left out for a week in the hot sun. We heard Wendy scream as we sped off. I think I even saw her lean out of the window to throw something, but I couldn't see what. Sam was cackling. Did you get all of that? Did you see her almost crawl out of the window after us? Yeah, I caught all of it. The viewers are going to love it. Maybe we even put this one on Patreon first. Was that a stink bomb? A stink bomb, Tommy? That was a tactical stench warhead. They're so powerful you can't even buy them legally in the US, but, you know, I got a guy. I let out a low whistle. We stopped at another Wendy's on the way home to pick up some food. Sam and I roomed together in addition to being business partners. He was the face of the YouTube channel. I was the producer and editor. As soon as we got to our house, I took my Baconator and headed to my garage workshop to start editing. The next hour passed by in a blur. I only snapped out of my editing when I heard glass shatter from inside the house. I opened the door leading from the garage. "Hey Sam, did you hear that?" No answer. I walked through the door into the house. It was dark even after I tried flipping the switch a few times. I brought out my phone's flashlight. "Sam, are you alright?" I called out. "Just fine, Tommy." I dropped a glass. "Everything's fine." It was my friend's voice but strained, a little off. "Where are you, buddy?" I asked. "In the ouch living room." "Okay, I will be right." "No," Sam shouted. Well, it sounded like Sam but high-pitched. Then his voice returned to normal after a long pause. "No, don't come in here. I'm working on something secret. In fact, could you go outside for a bit? I don't want to ruin the surprise." Sure. I'll take the trash out or something." "Perfect." As I walked the trash to the curb, I kept thinking about how strange Sam sounded. At one point during the conversation, when he told me not to come into the room, it didn't even sound like my friend, at all. I deposited the trash into the curbside cans and headed back toward the house. It was chilly out and the sky was clear above our neighborhood. I tightened my hoodie, then stopped when I reached Sam's car. There was something stuck to the back of it, a circle about the size of a coin. I pulled my phone out again and shined the light on the object. It wasn't a coin, it was a black and white Apple Air tag. Someone had stuck it onto Sam's car. They were tracking him. Tracking us. I rushed back into the house and headed for the living room. A shadow darted out of the greater darkness and slammed into me, knocking me to the kitchen floor. "Sorry, Tommy, is that you?" The not Sam voice said. "I didn't mean to bump into you. We're still working on the lights and the surprise. Why don't you sit down and wait?" I slowly sat up, groaning. I'd knocked my head pretty good when I fell. "Sam, what's going on? Are you okay?" A long pause and then Sam's voice, the real Sam, but rough. "Yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine. But maybe you should leave." Sam began choking. "Sam." I ran for the living room. 3 steps in, my ankle hit something and I tripped headfirst into the floor. This time I blacked out. I woke up tied to a chair in my own living room. The lights were back on. I tried turning my neck to look around but stopped when there was a sudden stab of pain. "Are you awake?" A chipper voice asked me. It sounded familiar. I shook my head gently, trying to clear the fog a little. "What's going on?" I whispered. My mouth was dry and my vision kept swimming. There was a smell nearby that was making me nauseous. Or maybe that was the head injury? "Oh, poor baby," the voice said. "I think you might have a slight concussion. Sorry about the tripwire, but I couldn't have you rushing in while I was still working." "Who are you?" I groaned. There was an odor in the room, awful and growing worse by the minute. "Don't you recognize me?" A face leaned into my vision. Red hair. Freckles. A crazy smile that wiggled from ear to ear. "Wendy, from Wendy's?" I asked, gagging on the smell coming off of her uniform. She slapped me. "Yep. That was a pretty mean trick that you and your friend pulled, throwing a stink bomb at me. I was just trying to take your order." "It wasn't a stink. Wait, you followed us?" Wendy grinned wider, her teeth stained red. "I tracked you." The air tag on Sam's car. That's what she must have thrown out of the window while we were driving away after the prank. "Where's Sam?" I asked. Wendy walked behind my chair. I felt her strong grip spin me until I was facing the opposite reaction. I began to scream and scream and scream. Sam's body sat on our couch in a puddle of blood. His throat was ripped out. It was a rough cut like someone had used a dull knife or teeth. I jammed my eyes shut. It was just a joke. Just a joke. Just a joke. A joke? Wendy hissed. "You think it was funny to come in while I'm working a double shift, to throw garbage on me so that I'm left smelling like an open sewer line? That's your idea of comedy? Do you know how many other jerks like you I have to wait on every single day? My entire life is taking crap from pricks like you and your friend and I am tired of it." "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Please don't unalive me." "I'm not going to unalive you," Wendy said, walking behind my chair, leaving me to look at my dead friend. "I just wanted you to get a small taste of the pain. Plus, I'm starting a YouTube channel. I'll be pranking the pranksters, I think. I've got a camera running in the corner. So, how about it? Did you like your surprise? Is this funny enough to launch my channel?" I stared at Sam. His head was back, dead eyes pointed at the ceiling. The wound in his neck was so deep I thought I could see a pale sliver of bone in the back. "You're insane," I sobbed. "You're a monster." "It's just a joke," she growled in my ear. Then she hit me across the back of my head and I was out again. By the time I came to, Wendy was gone and the police were cutting me free from the chair. Paramedics had already removed Sam's body while I was unconscious, so that was a small blessing. They never found Wendy and the whole thing got chalked up to a break-in gone wrong. Everybody but me just swept it under the rug. I quit the YouTube game after Sam's death. I could never stop looking over my shoulder, wondering, where's Wendy? I live in terror every single day. I found a new job, at least. The pay's not great and I have to deal with the occasional idiot in the drive-thru, but at least I get a free Baconator meal with every shift. I found my friend's sketchbook. She's been drawing inappropriate pictures of my ex-boyfriend. Everybody knew about Rebecca. And I'm not just talking about the kids who went to our school. My former best friend, Michelle, had this older brother who worked at the IMAX theater over on Castle Street, and he told us the staff all recognized her from this one summer when she watched an animated film about horses every day for 6 weeks straight, free of charge. "How come she got in free?" I asked. Michelle's brother shrugged. "Guess the ticket guy felt sorry for her. This is a shitty thing to admit, but I liked having Rebecca around. You know, before I found out what happened to the people that wound up on her naughty list. Because of her, my goofy buck teeth flew under the radar. Bullies were way more interested in the girl who wore mismatched clothes and growled like an animal anytime the teachers asked her a question. This one group picked on her nonstop, even jumped her in the park after school one afternoon and tore up her art piece. The queen bee of that troop was called Kelly. Before the incident, Kelly considered herself insta-famous. Her bio used to say, model and singer, which was complete horseshit. Only her stupid cronies liked her singing. Or pretended to, at least. Go through her old TikTok and you'll see comments from them swearing she'd be the next Billie Eilish, even though she sounded like a cat getting strangled with a leather belt. Rebecca and I accidentally became friends because of creepy Carl. Carl worked at our school as a caretaker, and he used to do this thing where he'd knock on the bathroom door and say, "Anybody in here?" right as he stepped inside. That way, if he caught a glimpse of anything, he could play it off like a mistake. Even after half the school signed a petition to get him fired, the slimeball kept his job, although Rebecca fixed the problem. Because of her, he had to take what's called medical retirement. Anyway, late one evening after poetry club, I was washing my hands in the bathroom when Carl pushed his cart through the door, this big ugly grin plastered across his face. He went back and forth across the tiles using a mop, his ass pushed all the way to the wall so anybody who wanted in or out would literally have to rub against him. As I stood there nervous about what to do, the middle stall toilet flushed, then out popped Rebecca. Straight away Carl started wiping a mirror, whistling casually all innocent-like. I waited for Rebecca to finish washing up and then we left together. The very next day, she handed out invitations to her birthday party. They looked like something a little kid would make, think clown pictures and balloon-style lettering. Most girls in our class celebrated their sweet 16s at the Filthy Onion. That's this dinky little bar where the doormen never check IDs. I don't think I've ever seen anybody older than 21 in there. Anyway, Rebecca dished out these invites all around the school. The problem was getting caught at her party would be social suicide. The idea of her sitting around all day, completely alone, made me feel queasy. I kind of felt like I had to go. She did rescue me from Carl, after all. Besides, not so long ago that had been me because when I first moved here, I had nobody to invite to my birthday party either. I tried to get my then BF, James, and Michelle to tag along. Thinking back, it's no wonder they said no. They were a really shitty boyfriend / best friend. James had already cheated on me this one time when he kissed a blonde girl on the dance floor in the Filthy Onion. I forgave him because it was his first time drinking White Claw, whereas Michelle was really selfish. A thief once stole my handbag which had my iPhone and AirPods inside, and she wouldn't stop complaining about her 2 pounds and 50 pence lip balm which also just happened to be in there. Anyway, on the day of the party, I cycled over to Rebecca's place. Her face lit up as she pulled open the door. The house was a mess, but not, like, a crazy mess. You wouldn't see it on Hoarders or anything. In the lounge, a stereo played quiet classical music. A ton of food had been laid out on a long table way more than just 2 people could eat. But there was literally no one else around. Rebecca wasn't popular, but you'd at least expect her parents to show up at some point. While eating chocolate cake and fizzy cola bottles, the 2 of us got talking. Rebecca told me she wanted to be an artist. I told her I'd like to become a writer. "Your stories are always amazing," she said, enthusiastically. "That's why Ms. Duffield always gets you to read them out in class." I liked the one about the girl who got lost in a forest. I was surprised she remembered that. I wrote it a really long time ago. When I asked to see some of her drawings, she raced across the room to fetch a sketchbook and said, "I've got a better idea, give me something to draw." "Like what?" "Like anything." "Okay, a horse." Her hand flew across the pad. Less than 60 seconds later, she said done and showed me a super lifelike sketch of a horse drinking from a river. "That's amazing," I said, then reached over to grab the pad, eager to see some more of her work. Quickly Rebecca cradled it tight against her chest, her expression suddenly serious. I didn't think much of that reaction, since I sometimes got funny about people reading my stories. Over the next few hours, we got to know each other pretty well. Really, once you got past the occasional animal sound, Rebecca wasn't as weird as people said. She did drop a few lines about how wonderful I was that sounded slightly creepy, but only slightly. Around 6, she gave me a parting hug at the front door, and I went away all pleased with myself, my good deed done for the year. I had no idea about the disaster headed my way. The trouble started Monday morning when the birthday girl came and sat beside me during registration. Straight away other students gave us funny looks. Rebecca talked about the party, her mouth going a mile a minute as she told me how much fun she had. That day, she sat next to me in every class, even if she meant moving her desk the whole way across the room and clocking an aisle. For some reason, the teachers never complained. At lunch, she followed me into the canteen and waited beside me in line, despite the fact she brought turkey sandwiches from home. This went on for weeks. From the first period until the final bell, the 2 of us stayed joined at the hip. And it didn't stop there. Rebecca must have stalked me online because whenever I hung out with James or Michelle, whether the 3 of us went to the cinema, gigs, or the park, she turned up out of nowhere, acting like part of the group. For some reason, this little ball of guilt deep in the pit of my stomach wouldn't let me cut her off. I wasn't totally sure why. She acted all clingy. Insanely so. As in, she'd unload a barrage of messages if she didn't hear from me for a few hours until I finally called her back, even if I didn't really feel like it. My so-called friends didn't engage with her much. They called Rebecca social poison and canceled plans last minute just to avoid her. It was a thing to say, but technically true. Every time people saw the 2 of us together, my popularity took a hit. Within 1 month I became the second least popular girl at school. All of a sudden, bullies started lining me up in their sights. One Wednesday during the study period, Kelly and her cronies sat around the table directly behind Rebecca and me. As Her Royal Highness finished a toe-curdling rendition of Royals, I rubbed my throbbing temples and muttered, "Finally." Straight away Kelly spun round and, in her best Bugs Bunny impression, said, "Hey, what's up, Doc?" My front teeth hit puberty 6 years before the rest of my mouth, so the rabbit jokes started coming thick and fast the second Rebecca and I became friends. Kelly and I got right in each other's faces and wrestled around. At some point she grabbed me into a headlock, her fake nails gouging my cheek. Then a teacher appeared and calmed things down. From across the room, Kelly held up a carrot, nibbled at it, and asked if I wanted some. Upset by all the laughter, I ran outside around the back of the bike sheds and cried. Rebecca followed me and listened carefully while I ranted about my hatred of Kelly about how she thought she was better than everyone because of her so-called Insta fame. I wish there was a way to make her shut up, I muttered, knees hugged into my chest. Without saying a word, Rebecca grabbed the sketchbook out of her pack and spent a few minutes scribbling furiously. As she flipped the cover back and slipped it into her bag, I could have sworn I glimpsed a drawing of a girl who looked like Kelly. Found my friend's sketchbook. She's been drawing inappropriate pictures of my ex-boyfriend. 10 minutes later, as we settled into 5th period geography, an ambulance pulled up out front. Despite Mr. Gowdy's protests, the whole class rushed toward the window side of the room, packed shoulder to shoulder, and watched paramedics wheel the school's aspiring model/singer away on a stretcher. Several WhatsApp groups confirmed Kelly bit through her own tongue. There was so much blood they had to close the study hall for 3 days so they could sterilize the carpet. We later found out surgeons at the city hospital, probably unaware of the terror they'd inflict upon any living creature unfortunate enough to have ears, successfully reattached Kelly's mouth organ. But then the second the anesthesia wore off, she woke up and chomped through it again. Last I heard, she was under psychiatric care 24/7. Kids around the school agreed the pressure of being an influencer made her snap. The incident became a popular excuse for missed homework, unexplained absences, and failed tests. James and Michelle even used it to deflect blame when I caught them making out behind the dumpsters one time, after they didn't turn up at the front gate to walk home with me. What the f***, I screamed. Going on the offensive, they insisted their cheating was my fault, that I'd spent so much time with Rebecca they felt neglected and needed each other's help processing what happened. I stormed into the bathroom, sealed myself in the middle stall, and bawled my eyes out. It wasn't long before a male voice shouted, "Anybody in here?" Of course, the scumbag appeared at that exact moment. I waited in the cramped stall, not making a single sound, for what felt like hours. Eventually, I undid the latch and made a beeline for the exit. As I passed a wet floor sign, Creepy Carl grabbed at my chest. "Watch out, those tiles are all slippery, you might fall." Skirting his tentacles, I quickly sidestepped through the door. A very concerned Rebecca found me in the corridor. Noticing my red, puffed-up eyes, she asked what happened. I wiped the tears from my cheeks. I felt embarrassed that I'd gotten cheated on, so I only told her Carl tried to grope me. Immediately she pulled out her sketchbook and went to work. She slipped the pad and pencil into her bag. A few seconds later, I heard screams from the end of the hall. A tidal wave of students charged in the direction of the sounds. I couldn't see what all the commotion was about from behind the crowd, but this little freckly kid told me the caretaker doused his own eyes with an entire bottle of bleach. He'd staggered out of the girls' bathroom, blind and begging for help. I thought back to Kelly, to how Rebecca sketched her right before she bit off her tongue. I faced my friend and studied her expression. The way she smirked, it looked like she alone knew some wonderful secret. Before she could react, I snatched the pad away and saw a picture of Carl, head tilted back as he poured a dark liquid into his own eyes. Immediately I tossed aside the pad and sprinted all the way home. I faked being sick to stay off school the next day. And the day after that. And the day after that. What if I accidentally upset Rebecca? Would she hurt me like the others? Avoiding her became more and more difficult. She called nonstop and sent a bazillion messages until, finally, Mom marched into the room holding the house phone, eyes glazed over. "It's your best friend." I swallowed a gulp and held the receiver to my ear. "Is everything okay?" Rebecca asked, her voice all nervous. Funny how she sounded nervous. "Yeah. I just haven't felt up to going to school." "Because of me?" she asked. My pulse skyrocketed. If I said yes, would she draw me as punishment? No. Quickly scrambling for an excuse. Any excuse, I said. "It's just, I caught Michelle and James kissing." "Really?" she asked, shocked. "I've been depressed about it is all. That's why I was crying in the bathroom that day. But I'll be okay." After a brief pause, she said she hoped I felt better soon, then hung up. The next morning, Dad literally tipped me out of bed and drove me to school, saying I'd already fallen too far behind. In first period maths, at the very back of the room, Rebecca took a seat beside me. There was no point avoiding her. I couldn't hide forever. After taking an extra long breath, I said, "Okay, tell me what happened with Carl." "I made him blind himself," she answered, casually. "You made him?" She nodded. "I can make people do whatever I want. Watch." She lay her sketchpad across the desk and drew the whole class, except for us. The second her pencil went down, the teacher's voice trailed off. Then everybody reached beneath their tables, grabbed wads of the gum previous students had stuck under there years ago, stuffed said wads into their mouths, and started chewing. "See?" she said, beaming. I swallowed the huge lump that had suddenly formed in my throat. "So, Kelly, does that mean you?" Rebecca flicked back a few pages, toward a drawing of Kelly on stage, a severed tongue in her left hand. "But if you can make people do things, why not make everybody act nicer to you?" "Whatever people said never bothered me." She thought for a moment. "Well, except my parents. What they said bothered me. But then I saw people hurting you, and that upset me. I think you're really, really special. And I don't want to see you get hurt." "So, you only drew Kelly and Carl because they hurt me?" "Yep. Same with James and Michelle." It suddenly dawned on me neither of my former companions turned up for registration that morning. "James and Michelle? When you told me they kissed, I knew I had to do something." Flicking forward several pages, past doodles of us hanging out together and another of my mom handing me a phone, Rebecca said, "I don't think anybody's found their bodies yet. The principal will probably make some sort of announcement when they do." She handed me the sketchpad. "I worked extra hard on this one. Look. What she'd drawn, I don't even want to describe to you. It looked kinda like a tumor with bits of hair and teeth and the occasional eyeball. Their parents are gonna need to arrange a joint funeral. Probably close the casket too." What was there to say? If I insulted Rebecca's artwork, she might have added a picture of me to her collection. My only option was to continue acting like her friend and hope to stay out of her sketchbook. Forever. Now on the verge of throwing up, I forced a smile, handed back her pad, and said, "Bex, I think that's your best." The word took a second to slide up my throat piece yet. As I got on the elevator, the man getting off whispered something strange to me. As he left to fetch whoever he was meaning to fetch, he gave me the following response: "Relax, man. No cursing on the job. We're a family here." It felt like I could only move a centimeter at a time. A true snail's pace. I inched my finger closer and closer to the closed door button. I heard footsteps. He was coming back. With every fiber of my being, I pushed through. I hit the button. The doors closed, and I collapsed to the floor, free from whatever weird force was stopping me from moving. "I'll let you two talk more on the elevator," I heard him say from outside the doors. "What?" Instinctively, I looked around. To my surprise, there was nothing. The elevator was the same as it had always been. A lengthy exhale. I was done with all of this. At this point, I would have taken death over continuing this bullshit any longer. As I pondered my next move in this hopeless situation, I noticed something strange. The button to the 9th floor was lit up. An ominous, crimson-red color. Before I could do anything else, my phone started ringing. I checked the call. It was my wife. I answered. "Babe, I don't know why I didn't even think to call you. I'm trapped in an elevator and is happening and maybe I should call the cops." "Guy, hon. Don't go to the 9th floor." "What? Wait, how do you even? It's a trick, honey. You have to trust me. The man from before was lying to you. It's not safe. None of this has been safe. How do you even know everything that's happening? You just need to trust me, hon." I paused. "So what do you want me to do then?" A demon on the other side of the phone answered this time. "Go to your interview." I hung up the call and in a panic, I mashed on the 9th floor button. The elevator started rising again. Even after me hanging up the call, the muffled sound of the demonic voice coming from my phone continued. "Go to your interview. Go to your interview. Go to your interview." I pulled out my phone and flung it to the ground as hard as I could. I stomped on it angrily. The warped sound of "go to your interview" slowly started dying out. But suddenly, the elevator started shaking. It was continuing to go up. But it was faster than usual. Really f***ing fast all of a sudden. Almost like the 9th floor was now way below me. It felt like an amusement park ride with no brakes on it. Loose. Dangerous. Flinging up at an insane speed, almost as if it was falling upwards. But I pressed 9? I screamed to myself, exasperated. It didn't matter. Now arriving at the 41st floor. God, what? I was brought to my knees by the speed of the elevator traveling faster and faster. Now arriving at the 90th floor. The buttons didn't even go past 52. Now arriving at the 141st floor. Now arriving at the 230th floor. Now arriving at the 401st floor. I felt like I was inside a bullet. The pleasant voice of the elevator lady was getting deeper and deeper as we rose. Now arriving at the 840th floor. The voice started croaking. A demonic sound this time, now arriving at somewhere nice. A sudden halt. The elevator stopped. The doors didn't open though. The panel above the elevator doors had no indication of what floor we were on. As I sat, I heard what could be best described as the sounds of hell coming from outside the elevator. Low grunts of pain. Crackling. A darken. Was this where I was supposed to get off? Before I could ponder the question further, I heard a soft tapping on the elevator. A voice from outside. "Do you want to trade?" said the voice. I decided to bite, for reasons I still don't fully understand. "What do you mean? What if you stay on this floor forever, and I get to go home?" I think I'm good. But I really want to go home." It almost sounded like the voice of a kid. "I'm sorry, kid," I mustered back. "It's okay." An awkward silence between us. "He told me that he wants to wish you a happy birthday," said the kid. I think he's got it wrong. "Today isn't my birthday." "It is," he responded. "It's the first day of your new life. Your birthday. He wants you to look at the TV." "What?" I looked at the TV in the top corner of the elevator, hoping to see the one constant I'd had during this whole cursed trip, the weather. Instead, the TV was now showcasing what looked to be CCTV footage. Grainy footage from a camera. Of the exact elevator I was in. A live feed of this exact moment. Except, the TV showed me lying down. Looking up with a wide smile on my face. And something above me on the ceiling. Looking straight down at me. Him. The lights in the elevator went off. The elevator plummeted downwards, as I closed my eyes and screamed for dear f***ing life. I waited for the impact. For what I knew was my demise. Here it comes. Here it f***ing comes. I'm not ready. I'm not ready at all. Now arriving at the 9th floor. The doors opened. Wait, what? 9th floor? I peeked out from the elevator. Another reception desk. Wait, is this really I was interrupted by a voice from the outside. "You coming out or what you being moron?" I got to my feet. The feeling of distrust. Anxiety, whatever you call it. My fear intuition. It was gone. I felt light. F*** it. I stepped onto the floor and approached the counter. The receptionist handed me what looked like a button for the elevator. "For the ground floor," she said. "Single use only." I took it and headed towards the elevator. Then, I turned back to face her. "Can I maybe take the stairs?" She shook her head. "If you didn't like the elevator, then you're really not gonna like the stairs." Fair enough. I got into the elevator. I said a silent prayer to myself as I put the button where it belonged. It fit without any issue. I pressed it, and the elevator went down. It was a smooth ride. Now arriving at the ground floor. As I got ready to exit, I realized that the ground floor button was missing once again. Strange. I didn't linger on it. I marched out, ready to get the fuck out of this building. I noticed a woman running onto the elevator. I tried to stop her, but something in my body wouldn't let me. The most I could muster was putting my hand on the door to relay a message to her before the doors closed. "Don't get off until you reach the 9th floor. No matter what." The woman just smiled at me. "Happy birthday, Michael." Floor 17, the infinite hunger of the cannibal unalivers. The hotel I died in didn't look like all that much from the outside. Old stone and new glass, the non-dormite wanted to appear classic. Personally, I figured it was trying too hard. A Four Seasons knockoff. Hollywood, California aspirations with Hollywood, Florida style. The sign on the front desk read, back in 8 minutes. I wasn't sure if a font could be sarcastic, but, if it could, the little sign was dripping with it. Luckily, I saw a skinny guy farther behind the desk doing some kind of inventory on keys hanging from the wall. Reservation for 1706, I said, loudly ringing the bell to get the man's attention. The shiny brass name tag pinned to his red vest simply said, Concierge. Adjusting round, gold-rimmed glasses, the concierge smiled politely. I'm sorry, but we don't take reservations on floor 17 of the hotel non-dormite, he told me. How nice for you, but that's what it says right here. I pushed the screen of my phone towards his face. Room 1706. Right? The concierge's smile dropped. He began to quietly peck at the computer behind the worn welcome desk. My apologies, he replied, sliding me an old key. It seems you're correct. I winked, took the key, and slouched my way towards the bar to meet Abby. The hotel hadn't done much to impress me, but the bar was quality. Well, bad in quantity. Liquor lined the mirrored shelves in a translucent rainbow of whiskey reds and gin blues. A small chalkboard hanging next to the mirror proclaimed every hour a happy hour. Drink prices fulfilled that promise. The guy behind the bar, he seemed less quality. Wearing the same red vest as the concierge and a brass name tag, bartender, but with the addition of an old-fashioned white medical mask, the man never seemed to fully come into the light. Not that I was spending much time looking at the bartender considering what Abby was wearing. She was poured into the dress, tight and smooth, black and backless. I could see the small movements of the muscles dancing between her shoulder blades when she laughed. Her hair was blonde this week, her skin flawless. She was young and pretty and all mine. Did you get the key? She whispered to me as we sat at the bar waiting for our second round of drinks. Well, my second round. Her voice was already whiskey washed. I imagined she'd gotten a head start on me. I slid the key over to her. Sure, but what in the world were you thinking picking this dump? Abby shrugged those perfect shoulders. It was a great deal. I got an email advert for the place out of the blue and it seemed just right for, you know. She gave me a cat-eyed smirk as the bartender served our drinks. Abby tipped hers back in one go then signaled for another. I've got to powder my nose, she giggled, stumbling away. What brings you to the hotel? I looked up from my beer to find the bartender regarding me, blue eyes like sunken candles above his mask. I took another drink before responding. Business, I muttered. The bartender began making Abby's next drink. Your friend works with you? What makes you think she's my friend? Maybe she's my wife. I couldn't see the bartender's mouth, but I could sense his smile. Apologies. It's just the age difference. And, of course, you're wearing a ring and she is not. You're observant, I said through gritted teeth. He shrugged. Nature of the job. I sipped at my beer. Say, if I wanted to order room service later, champagne, strawberries, all that fun stuff, how late do you all deliver? Depends on where your room is. Huh, that's odd, I replied. We're in 1706. The bartender's eyebrows ticked up. I didn't know floor 17 was open again. Yeah, you and the guy at check-in both seem pretty ill-informed about the goings-on of your own place of employment, I said. I suppose you have me there, sir, he replied, leaning on the bar. His eyes were much greener than I'd initially thought and they had me pinned to my seat. Thing is, there's a very good reason that floor 17 has been closed for reservations for a very long time. The concierge must have told you about the incident? I cleared my throat. Nothing was mentioned, no. About 20 years ago, 3 visitors not guests made their way up to floor 17. The bartender was close to me. I wanted very much to look away. Couldn't. They put a chain and lock on the door to the stairs. Over the next 32 minutes, the trio made their way down the hall, clearing room by method of sledgehammer entry. By the time police were able to gain access to the floor, all 11 guests, as well as the 3 strangers, were found slaughtered. Several guests showed signs of bite marks, consumption. The 3 unalivers seemed to have died by their own hands, their knives, their teeth. The bartender finally leaned back. So, to answer your question, there's no room service available to floor 17. I like your eagerness to get to the room, Tony, but I wanted a few more drinks, Abby whined. I watched the floor numbers light up as the elevator rose. I told you, babe, the bartender was giving me the creeps. He was eyeing you funny, probably would have put something in your drink. Abby pursed her lips. Maybe the room will have a minibar. The door slid open with a lonely ding. Thick blue carpet and peeling paint greeted us as we stepped out of the elevator. My eyes wandered the wall in front of the elevator, fixating on a cheesy painting of a family at the beach. Even the air in the hallway smelled tacky. I heard the doors click closed behind us. And then I heard the rusty chime of a harmonica. Tony, Abby whispered, looking past my shoulder. I turned to my left. 3 figures were standing at the end of the hall, 2 men and a woman. The men were in the middle of wrapping a long, dull chain around the safety bar on the stairwell door. The woman was leaning against the wall, silver harmonica to her lips, watching me and Abby. The duck? I muttered. Besides the harmonica, I could see the woman had a knife in her other hand. The men were similarly armed, the bigger one picking up a sledgehammer as they finished with the door. When all 3 turned to face us, I noticed they had painted faces. Not camouflage, more like shapes and suns and clovers, like they just left a carnival. There was a feather tucked at an angle in the woman's headband, brown and plain, like from a duck. We should get back in the elevator, Abby whispered, tugging at my arm. I frowned, pieces clicking into place in my mind. They're effing with us. Abby was already desperately slamming the open door button. What? The bartender, these ducks, the hotel staff, they're effing with us. Trying to scare us. I was tapping my closed fist against my leg. I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to be mocked. Why the hell would anyone do that? Abby asked. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Well, sweetie, the alternative is that 3 psycho unalivers are walking this way, I snorted. Then I walked to meet the trio. The woman kept playing her harmonica as we grew close, some songs low and lonesome. I planted myself a few feet away from the group. I don't know what the duck you people think. I never saw her hand move or heard the music stop. There was a blur and then more pain than I've ever experienced dripping through my stomach. I looked down to find the hilt of a kitchen knife sticking out of me just above the belly button. As I watched, too stunned to yell, the woman dragged the blade up, struggling but making terrible progress. I was an envelope being slid open. There was a loosening and I felt my guts begin to slide, purple-red pile, down to the floor. That's when I screamed, but only for a moment. The woman pulled her harmonica away long enough to sink her teeth into my throat and tear a chunk away. I fell, slipping on my wet organs. I heard Abby scream behind me. The trio walked over me as I bled. At least the shock made me numb as my vision blackened. Just before the world went black I heard the harmonica start again. Floor 17, the infinite hunger of the cannibal unalivers. The shock made me numb as my vision blackened. Just before the world went black I heard the harmonica start again. I opened my eyes and saw my terrified reflection in the mirrored elevator door. Abby's reflection stood next to mine. I turned to her just as she began to weep. What the duck, she sobbed. Abby, I said. What happened? She slid down to sit on the floor of the elevator. Oh God, I think I died. I think they unalived us. Oh, Tony, they were eating me. Just a dream, I whispered. Or a trick or... The elevator drifted to a halt and the doors opened. Ding. Abby yelped and hit the close door button. Nothing happened. She hit it over and over again. The door stayed open. I heard the harmonica begin to play. Come on, I grunted, running without looking to see if Abby was following. I saw the trio the moment I stepped out of the elevator. They were watching me with their painted faces, already strolling down the hall. Room 1706 was 3 doors down from the elevator on the left. I've counted many times. I let out a ragged breath, half laugh, and half scream when I reached the door. The trio wasn't hurrying to catch me. I had a few precious seconds to get inside. Except I didn't have the key. Abby hadn't followed me. She was still in the elevator and its door was still open. I could hear her crying and even the click of the button being pressed over and over with no result. As the unalivers passed the elevator, the smaller man peeled off and climbed through the door. I couldn't see inside, but Abby began to shriek. My feet were rooted to the carpet. The girl and the big man were nearly to 1706 before I snapped out of my haze and turned to run. My knee popped like a grape under a boot as the big man's sledgehammer connected. I was mid-step and my leg buckled, screaming and cursing as I fell. I'll always remember the feel of the rough carpet as I tried to crawl away. Then the slight weight of the girl settled on my back. Please, I begged. Don't. The knife, cold and long, stabbed into my lower back, once, then again, and then it scraped the bone. I realized she was cutting pieces off of me. She giggled as she ate. It took me such a long time to die. The elevator ride on our 3rd trip felt unbearably long yet still over too soon. Stick with me, goddammit, I whispered to Abby. Stay with me. And give me the effing key. Abby only nodded, handed me the room key, and stared as the numbers crept up toward 17. The moment the doors opened we were moving. I only glanced back once when I heard the harmonica start. The trio was there, of course they were there, at the end of the hall. They came towards us but they never rushed. For one god-awful moment, the key didn't seem to fit. Please, I yelled out loud. Click. The key turned and the door opened. Abby and I stumbled inside. I slammed the door behind us, turning the lock and throwing the deadbolt. We stood, gasping for air, watching and listening for several seconds. Did we? Abby began, her question giving bloody birth to a scream as the door cracked under a heavy blow. The second hit from the sledgehammer knocked the deadbolt out and the third opened the door. That time, at least, they were quick with us, professional. Like they were on a schedule. But I still remember every second of it, every bite they took. We exited the elevator that 4th time with a plan. Once we made it into the room, Abby and I immediately began to barricade the door. The dresser, the nightstands, the television, the mini fridge, anything in room 1706 that wasn't nailed down was quickly dragged into a palisade. I didn't think it would be enough, but when the sledgehammer boomed again and again, the door held. Wood cracked, and Abby shrieked. I was starting to hate the sound, but everything held. The trio moved on and I heard other rooms facing the hammer, other guests beginning to scream. We were safe. Christ, what if they come back? Abby asked. Tears had left twin inky rivers of mascara snaking down her cheeks. I tried the room's phone but the line was dead. Our cell phones received no signal. All Abby and I could do was wait, stranded, hoping help would arrive. We curled up together on the bed, still fully clothed. The bartender's words struck me as I lay looking into Abby's red eyes. 32 minutes. What? Abby asked. I sat up in bed, checking the time on my phone. The bartender told me the original unaliving spree on floor 17 lasted for 32 minutes. We just need to sit tight and wait this out. The minutes crawled by like a wounded animal. I wasn't sure how long it had taken us to make it from the elevator into the room, then to build our barricade, but certainly not more than a few minutes. Just as my phone's stopwatch ticked up towards 29 minutes I felt the room shift. I had to close my eyes to suppress vertigo. When I opened them, Abby and I were back in the elevator. No, I yelled, pounding on the inside of the door. Abby sank to the ground and didn't move when we arrived at floor 17. Get up, I barked. We have to. What's the point? Abby asked, staring at the ground. What's the point anymore? I tried to drag her up but she fought back with surprising ferocity. We struggled briefly but I guess it was long enough. When I finally wrenched her purse with the key away, I turned to find the trio watching us from the elevator opening. I felt my bladder let loose, warmth running down my leg. I guess they didn't like it when we refused to run because they made that death one of the slowest. The next time, Abby ran with me. And the time after that and on and on. Usually, if we didn't hesitate we would be safe. Every now and then the barricade might not hold and the trio would get into the room. A few times, instead of their careless stroll, they would immediately run after us the second we left the elevator. But most times we survived. 32 minutes can feel like an eternity in only a moment. Run and wait. Run and wait. Run and die. Run and wait. Repeat. I lost track of how many loops we completed after the first few dozen. Maybe a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 or 1,000,000. Early on, Abby would attempt small talk or ask me to hold her. I wasn't much inclined. This is your fault, I told her after a particularly gruesome loop where our barricade didn't hold. You booked this room. You brought us here. She was silent for a long moment before responding. I'm not sure if I've ever loved you, Tony. Of course not, I muttered, raiding the minibar for a drink before we reset again. Who the hell was talking about love, anyway? After a lifetime of running between the elevator and room 1706, I did something I'd never done before. I started to pray. Not to God or anyone in particular. I prayed to anyone or anything who listened. I would give anything to leave. There was a knock at the door. I froze with the television still in my arms, the last piece of our new barricade. We have an offer, came a soft call from the other side of the door. The voice was like silk-wrapped wind chimes swaying in a breeze. The woman. Whichever one of you opens the door first gets to leave. You can leave the room, this floor, this hotel. But it's a one-time offer, so act while supplies last. I could see Abby considering, eyes flitting back and forth between me and the barricade. It's a trick, I hissed. They just want in. After a moment, Abby's shoulders slumped. She nodded in agreement and closed her eyes. That gave me all of the time I needed to break the TV over her head. It only took a minute to clear the barricade. I swallowed before opening the door, but I knew it didn't really matter. If this was a trick, the worst they could do was unalive me all over again. We were hoping you would be the one, the woman said, staring in through the crack in the door. The carnival face paint made her eyes look predatory. Even the duck feather felt sinister, jutting out of her headband like an ice pick raised for a lobotomy. I opened the door the rest of the way and the three walked in. Go ahead, the woman told me as she moved towards Abby's crumpled form. Get gone. As I ran down the hallway, I found myself hoping the blow from the television had unalived Abby. I owed her that much mercy, at least. By some miracle, the elevator doors were closed and it responded when I pushed the call button. Somehow, that wait for the elevator felt longer than the thousands of loops I'd experienced on floor 17. I kept anticipating a knife in the back or worse, a reset. When the elevator doors opened, I collapsed inside, sobbing like a lost child reunited with their mother. The ride down to the lobby may have been the happiest minutes of my life. The doors opened again on the ground floor and all I could do was crawl out. My eyes made level with two pairs of boots and I looked up. A wiry man with a mop and a short woman, both in coveralls, stared down at me. I stood up. I noticed they had name tags, the same strange brass as the other hotel staff. The man's read, janitor, the woman's, pest control. You must be the new guest on floor 17, the janitor said, smacking his gum. I stammered but couldn't find any words. None of that would make sense. We're on our way to clean up, the janitor continued. It's always such a mess. Pest control looked at me with hard eyes. She pulled out what looked like a miniature bear trap. For the rats, she whispered, blood always brings them swarming. You shouldn't bother, I said. The whole floor, it resets, restarts. The janitor shrugged. Time doesn't work the same way for everyone, everywhere, at least not in the non-dorm mind. There is always disorder on that floor and I must have that sorted as quickly and efficiently as I can. Pest control grinned. And I just love my work. They brushed past me into the elevator. Duck 'em. Bunch of wackos. I ran for the lobby door. I was not going to spend a minute longer than necessary in the hotel. As I passed the front desk, though, I came up short. The concierge was watching me, light glinting from his glasses so much I couldn't make out his eyes. There was another man with him behind the desk, tall and broad-shouldered, with a car salesman's grin and a rock star's long hair. His name tag read, Public Relations. Checking out? The concierge asked. I could only nod weakly. Public Relations gestured me forward and I obeyed. He slid a document across the desk. We understand you may have not had the most enjoyable experience here at the hotel non-dormite. We certainly apologize but would appreciate it if you signed a basic non-disclosure agreement. I signed without reading. Can I go? Of course, Public Relations flashed his teeth. Please do and go with our sincerest apologies. I turned to leave. In fact, as a sign of goodwill, I want you to know that your next stay with us will be on the house. I let out an insane giggle. Well, gee, I appreciate that, but I don't think I'll be back anytime soon. Are you sure? The concierge asked, checking his computer. It looks like your next stay is already booked. No, I whispered. Yes, I've double-checked, he said. Your same room, 1706. Then he told me the date. That's so soon, I said, breathing hard. That's too soon. I'd like to cancel. I'm sure you would, the concierge replied. But that's not how it works. If I were you, I'd enjoy the time you have until your next reservation. It looks like you have the room booked for a very, very long stay. I left the hotel in a daze, bumping into people in the street as I walked. It seems I wasn't granted a reprieve, only a delay. I wonder what Abby will say when I return. Maybe I should pick her up a gift, something in the way of an apology. They've taken our tongues. I knew something was wrong when Greg came home and didn't even so much as kiss me before he ran into our bathroom. The first thing I did was run after him, knocking on the door after finding it was locked. Is something wrong, dear? Are you sick? I thought you'd be out fishing for a few more hours, I asked. Greg's response made something inside my skin crawl. Everything's all right, lovely. I heard his voice respond in a tone far too chipper than the look of sheer panic I saw on his face when he sped past me. What's for dinner tonight? What did you catch? I tested the doorknob, finding it locked. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't catch a damn thing. Greg gave the most hollow laugh I've ever heard. How about you make some of your delicious lasagna? I've got quite the appetite. Is everything okay in there? I gave the doorknob another pull, only for Greg to pull it open a few inches and poke his head through. Everything about his expression was wrong. His smile was as wide as it could physically go, but his eyes were filled with terror. "Everything's fine," he said before slamming the door again. "I wasn't born yesterday. Something was very wrong. But I chose to go get dinner started instead of pursuing the matter further." He looked all right, except for his eyes. I figured he might have gotten sick from pounding too many beers at the lake and just didn't want to tell me, even if he went about it in the most unsettling way. The lasagna was in the oven when I went to go check on Greg again. He was still barricaded in the bathroom. I knocked before saying, "Greg, do you need something?" I heard a muffled sob before he responded. "Everything's fine. Are you making green beans too? I am famished." Now I knew this was something more than just some bellyache because of cheap beer. I grabbed a pin off my side table and began prodding at the lock. "Greg, you're not fine. Whether you like it or not, I'm coming on in," I snapped. "No. Please. It smells like a sewer in here. Darling, you don't want to do that. Stay out. Go make dinner like a good wife. Greg, you better hope you're dying, because if you accuse me of being anything but a good wife." I felt the lock pop and I shoved open the door, taking one step inside before nearly slipping into a puddle of blood. My husband was sitting on the toilet, clutching a dripping razor between his fingers. His lips were cut up and oozing red, his right cheek slashed open to the molars, giving him the most sinister of exaggerated smiles. I gasped, running to his side. "Greg. Jesus Christ, what happened to you?" Greg dropped the razor and with a distorted scream, he grabbed onto his lower jaw and yanked down to reveal what was inside of his mouth. It looked like some sort of bug. Silvery in color with spiny, thin legs burrowing right under his teeth. It had gotten a grip on his tongue, swallowing it down right to the base. Just as I was finally getting a good look, Greg's mouth slammed shut, taking off the tip off the 4 fingers that were between his teeth. Tears sprouted at the corners of his eyes as he dropped his hand, cradling his maimed fingers against his chest. "Oh my God, Greg, we gotta get you to a hospital," I said, although I did not attempt to get to the phone. What the actual hell was that thing in my husband's mouth? "Dear," Greg swallowed, his eyes leaking more tears. "Everything is fine. I think the lasagna is burning. How about you go tend to that?" I shook my head. "Is that thing controlling what you say?" Greg nodded before he made this pained gurgle, blood squirting out of his slashed cheek. Whatever that thing was doing inside his mouth, he was in the worst kind of pain. Jesus Christ, I picked the razor off the ground. "Can you open your mouth? Or does it got control of that too?" He shook his head to the negative. Another spurt of blood came from his cheek and Greg nearly fell off the toilet. It took all my strength to drag Greg into the bedroom. I finally managed to get him on the bed before I held up a finger. "I'll be right back, don't you move a muscle," I said before I ran to the kitchen. I did take the burnt lasagna out of the oven before I grabbed the knife block and a wooden spoon. When I got back to the bedroom, Greg was looking pale, his unmangled fingers clutching onto the quilt so tight I swore it was going to tear. "All right, we got this, dear. We've been through worse, right?" I lied as I set down the knives. "Jerk, don't you cut me." I flinched as Greg screamed at me, bloody spittle landing on my cheek. "And you know Greg would never call me a jerk. Do you even know my name?" I said as I started going through my knives. Butcher's knife wouldn't be precise enough. Wasn't going to take the risk of accidentally unaliving Greg while cutting this little poop out. "You don't need one. You just need to listen to what I tell you to do." What was worse was hearing this nasty filth coming from Greg's mouth. "And what you need to do is get the hell out of my husband," I snapped before I worked on prying open his mouth. It was harder than you'd think, and I nearly lost my fingers twice before I finally got the spoon in there at an angle to keep it open. The creature inside growled as I picked up a steak knife and began poking at it. It writhed and I heard an inhumane hiss before Greg's eyes popped wide open. He wasn't screaming with his mouth, but he was with his eyes. I bit my bottom lip until it bled as I began slicing through the legs it had embedded into his jaw. The legs were thin, no bigger around than a piece of straw, so they cut pretty easily. I got through all the ones on the right side before the spoon snapped. I jerked my finger back in time to avoid getting my fingers chopped off. Greg chewed up the spoon in his mouth before spitting it into my face. "Go away," he growled. I sat back in my chair, shaking my head. "I'm not leaving until you leave, Greg," I said. "Then we're going to be here a long time." When I managed to pry open Greg's mouth again, I discovered that the parasite had regrown its legs, once again inserted in Greg's jaw. He mockingly snickered as I let his mouth close. "All right, the first round goes to you, but I'm gonna be right back," I said, shaking my finger at him before running into the kitchen. When I returned with a metal spoon, Greg's body was so still that I thought he was dead. I ran to his side, giving him a shake. His bloodshot eyes popped open and I felt his hands grab onto my shoulders before I was slammed into the floor. Dazed, I stayed still as Greg pinned me down before roughly kissing me. I felt something slide into my mouth before he got up in a jerky motion. He sat down on the bed and grinned, the parasite poking out of his slashed cheek. The smooth thing inside my mouth wriggled about before I felt my tongue be bitten off. I screamed as my mouth filled with blood, the creature attaching itself to the stub left behind from my tongue. I desperately clawed at my lips, trying to get past my teeth to grab onto the parasite. When I opened my mouth to scream, all that came out was a flood of blood. I passed out as I felt those small legs drill into my jaw. It's taken my tongue and mouth. I have no control of it. I feel it squirming around. Greg's gone. He left a note saying he'll be back soon and to have dinner ready for when he gets back. I can feel my body grow numb as its control starts to grow. They've taken our tongues and they're going to take the rest of us too. The weird kid at school earned her reputation. Years ago, back in the days when my friend group was playing pitch and toss behind the bike sheds every lunch break, I met a weird girl who was lucky with coins. My pals warned me it'd be easier to just forfeit my money than challenge her, but she had nice blonde hair and torn fishnet stockings, so I said, "Let's go." She won, obviously. It cost me a few bucks, but I got her name, Kelly, and even made her giggle a few times. Wasn't long before we started dating. Those days, Kelly's parents weren't around much, so she fed herself with her winnings, and as she won more and more, people grumbled. They said Kelly was too lucky. Somebody even floated a rumor she used trick coins. Over the next few months, Kelly and I got serious. As she made more cash, she decided to upgrade her wardrobe and was soon rocking the full goth look. One of our teachers, a real religious lady, spent more time on abstinence than arithmetic, threw a fit. She decided Kelly was a Satanist and told her to get out of the classroom. The two of them had it out right then and there. Kelly eventually said, "You'll be sorry," and got this dark look on her face. The teacher just pointed toward the door. Later, the principal got involved. Turned it into this whole thing. The school board tried to call Kelly's parents in, but they weren't about to race down for a meeting about their daughter's education. Hell, they didn't care whether she had food. A deal got worked out. Kelly could sit in with the year below us that period. Different teacher, one who didn't give a about goths. Everyone was happy. Until 5 days later. Our gang was chilling at the skate park when a guy from school ran up and said, "Did you hear? Religious teacher died in a car accident." Two little kids saw the whole thing, although they were too young to understand what actually happened. They just said, "A lady flew through the air like Superman." Everyone got really quiet. A few people glanced at Kelly, then looked away all nervous. We stopped getting invited places after that. People started scribbling on her locker, whispering behind her back. There was talk her parents joined a weird cult back in the 80s, and our classmates agreed the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. One day Kelly was in the bathroom and this older girl, Sandra, started it. She called Kelly a freak, pulled her hair, and bloodied her lip. Kelly gave Sandra this look like she was staring a hole through her head. Like she was casting a spell, someone commented later. People asked Sandra whether she was scared Kelly might use witchcraft to get revenge. Sandra said no. Magic isn't real. Kelly's just a freak. But a few days later, Sandra's gut started to hurt. She went to the school nurse, who rushed her to the hospital, where she underwent an emergency operation that the surgeon botched. One tiny mistake, a simple slip of the wrist, and Sandra never made it to prom. After that, nobody wrote in Kelly's locker. One evening, she broke down and said, "Those horrible things weren't my fault. I don't know magic or witchcraft or any of that stuff. I just get lucky sometimes." I bought a bouquet of Kelly's favorite flower posies and told her I knew she wasn't to blame, and that nothing had changed between us. We both said "I love you" for the first time and then kissed. It was a really sweet moment. A few years went by. We both graduated and moved away from our hometown to attend college. And all the while, we had these little blessings. 10 seconds after our car broke down on a cross-country road trip, a mechanic pulled up and fixed it on the spot, free of charge. Anytime we walked into a fancy restaurant, the host would say, "A table just opened up, come right this way." Shortly after graduation, Kelly gifted me an envelope. An early birthday present. There were 2 tickets to Vegas inside. We rolled into town and started with the slots, then we played craps, roulette, and blackjack. The chips piled up. We cashed out, checked into the luxury suite at a 5-star hotel, then went shopping. On day 2, Kelly was in a form-hugging red dress and diamond earrings. I was rocking a $5,000 suit. By the end of the night, we could barely carry our winnings. Kelly's luck afforded us a comfortable lifestyle and even paid for a fancy wedding which her parents skipped, but nevertheless, the good times rolled, and it felt like they'd never end. Until 5 years later, when they suddenly did. Kelly and I started getting into petty arguments. Those petty arguments soon escalated. We jumped from "what should we watch on Netflix?" to "when are we gonna start having kids?" in less than 5 minutes. One afternoon, completely out of the blue, she demanded to see my phone, to see who I was secretly messaging. I promised she had nothing to worry about. She developed this nasty temper and started ordering me around, making me cancel plans last minute and nitpicking about the clothes I wore. I often found myself daydreaming about leaving. Things really spiraled out of control after I got a new coworker. She was my age, recently divorced, in terrific shape. You see where this is headed. One afternoon I left my phone behind, and wouldn't you know it, Kelly guessed my passcode on her first try. The second I walked through the door she screamed loud enough to wake the dead. Kelly was pissed. I goofed up big time. She told me to leave and gave me a look. I practically skipped out the door, happy to put our festering carcass of marriage behind me. Oh sure, it meant the end of all the little blessings I enjoyed while around Kelly, but that was a small price to pay for my freedom. On my first night in a cheap motel, while I was lying in bed, a sewage pipe burst in the ceiling, causing chunky, gravy-colored water to spray over my face. On day 2 a crow crashed through the window, flopped around with one twisted wing, then died right on top of my left shoe. I began to suspect my string of bad luck wasn't a coincidence. I suddenly developed this cough, and then one morning I rolled out of bed and spat a thick rope of blood. I rushed to the hospital for scans and tests, then a doctor came in to break the grim news. It was cancer. I needed a risky operation, pronto. I asked the doctor what my odds of survival were. He sighed and said, 50 to 50. The operation got the go-ahead, but I had just enough time to settle my affairs. Needing all the good luck I could get, I rushed out to the florist, bought a bouquet of posies, and sat out in the rain waiting for Kelly. She pulled up in a silver Mercedes. Turns out, right around the time I was sitting in a hospital gown waiting for a scan, she'd entered a radio contest and won. At that moment, a light bulb went off. Kelly's good luck wasn't a coincidence, she siphoned it. Throughout all the charmed years we'd spent together, we'd probably left a string of minor misfortune in our wake. And anybody who really pissed her off sure paid the price. I pictured a young Kelly arguing with her parents over bedtime, or whether she could have cookies for dinner. And after every temper tantrum, they'd stumble from one disaster into another. No wonder the pair of them cut ties with her. Now my good luck was gone. Evaporated. And I really needed it back. I got down on my knees, clasped my hands together, and said, "Babe, I want you back. I'm so sorry. I'm a stupid and you did absolutely nothing wrong. Please forgive me. I'll do anything." I buried my head in her waist and sobbed. Kelly folded her arms, tilted her head to the side, and got this look on her face like she was mulling it over. I went to a housewarming party, but soon things got a little too warm. Crystal Logan had brought egg salad and the smell had filled the entire house. It was everywhere, on my clothes, in my nose, my hair, the couches, everywhere. I had even cracked open a window in every room and even that wasn't working. It was like the smell had taken over the whole neighborhood. There were way too many people in the house. Aaliyah liked to pretend that she had a much bigger home than she actually did, and now we were all suffering the consequences of her vanity. It felt like the temperature had risen at least 20 degrees in the last 10 minutes and I was running out of layers of clothing to remove without turning this place into a strip club. I picked up a magazine from the coffee table and used it to fan myself. I could still smell the egg salad. As I looked around, I noticed that everyone was sweating. Pete Lamar's light blue button-down shirt was now about 2 shades darker due to the amount of sweat that was leaving his body. The smells in here were about to get a whole lot worse. I thought about leaving, but I knew that the Markey's car was blocking my car and neither Eric nor Watson Markey would go outside to move it. I thought about calling an Uber, but I was low on money at the moment. I thought about walking, but that only lasted about 2 seconds once I remembered that I was wearing heels. I was stranded in this egg salad-infested place until further notice. I pushed my way through the crowd of people, not bothering to say excuse me, and made my way into the hallway. The smell was even stronger there. I gagged and covered my nose and mouth with my hands. You'd think I'd have gotten used to this by now. The people standing around were beginning to notice the smell too, and I could hear some mumbling complaints. I finally spotted Crystal in the kitchen, but it looked like I was too late. She already seemed to be getting scolded by Aaliyah, who was motioning to her dish and pointing to the back door. I watched as Crystal grabbed it and angrily marched towards the back door. I didn't really care about how she felt right now. I was more relieved by the fact that she was getting rid of that poison she called a family recipe. Still, I had a bone to pick with Aaliyah, so I continued my slow but determined march into the kitchen. You need to fix your air conditioning. People are going to die of dehydration out there, I said. She pushed her hair out of her face, looking distressed. I know. I lowered the temperature twice already. I think it's broken, she said. I rolled my eyes. Great. I walked out of the kitchen and made my way to the thermostat in the hall. It was getting hotter by the second and the smell of the egg salad was still hanging in the air. At this point, it felt like I was walking through egg salad. I pushed past a few people to get to the wall that the thermostat was on. It read 90 degrees. How the f was it 90 degrees inside a house in February? The air conditioning was set to 60, but it didn't even seem like it was working. I walked back into the living room and noticed that the window was shut. Who closed that? I asked the room, pointing to the window. Some people shrugged, most ignored me. I was beyond irritated now. I was hot, tired, and nauseous from the smell. I walked over to open the window again, but it appeared to be jammed. I tried to force the window open, but it was really stuck and wasn't budging at all. I turned to face the room and everyone is staring at me. I walk out of the living room, and this time people move out of the way when they see me coming. Aaliyah, open some windows, and the doors. I snap as I walk into the kitchen. I almost feel bad for being so rude, but I've had enough of this now. I can't. She says, wide-eyed. What? You can't? She shakes her head and points to the back door. It's stuck. Everything is stuck, all the windows and the front and back doors. She tries to open the window, to prove it. It is stuck. But how? And why? Phew. It's a little warm in here, don't you think? I turn to see a guy that I don't recognize, standing in the entryway. He's the only person I've seen who isn't dripping in sweat, and he's wearing a thick cable knit sweater. He's holding a beer in his hand, which I can only assume is now very warm, but he looks completely unfazed by this whole thing. I'm so sorry. I think the air conditioning might be broken, and for some reason, all the windows and doors are jammed. Aaliyah replies, oh, don't worry about me. I'm totally fine. There's something off about him, but I can't tell what it is. I stare at him, and he stares back, not breaking eye contact as he takes a sip of the warm beer in his hand. In the living room, someone begins to scream, and it's followed by even more screaming. Aaliyah runs, and I break eye contact for a minute, to look into the room. Something is on fire. I glance back at the guy, who has a slight smile on his face, and walk into the hallway, stopping just before I enter the living room. Someone is on fire. I can't tell who it is anymore. They're completely ablaze, but they continue to scream as they're eaten up by the flames. The temperature in the house rises, and the people around this person back up out of the way. A few try to open windows, but it's no use. I see someone head for the front door, but that's also stuck. The person who is on fire appears to be melting, and the flame gets smaller and smaller before it's simply a small fire on the floor and the room fills with the smell of burning flesh, which is about 10 times worse than the egg salad. I cough. In the hallway to my right, there is another scream, and I turn to see that 2 other people have caught on fire. I back up, right into the guy, and turn around to see him looking at the 2 people who are now on fire, as he smiles slightly. You're doing this, I say. He looks me up and down. You're not sweating. I ignore him and watch as more people begin to spontaneously catch on fire. Interesting. He whispers. He lifts a hand to touch my shoulder and I catch it before he makes contact, grabbing his fingers and bending them as far back as I can. He's burning hot to the touch. Oh? He raises his eyebrows. You're like me. He doesn't even flinch as his fingers pop. I let go and look back towards the crowd of people, who are already on fire. The fire has spread a lot more, and the curtains and couches in the living room have all caught on fire. I watch as it continues to spread, and the house gets even hotter still. I don't know how I'm going to get out. Can we stop this whole pretending you don't know who I am thing that you're doing? I'm a bit bored now. I look over at the guy. What are you talking about? Aw. Don't pretend you don't recognize me. I haven't changed that much, have I, sis? Of course. It's all starting to make sense now. I thought you weren't allowed on Earth anymore. You know, after what happened last time. He shrugs. Hey, took some convincing but Dad decided to let me out. So, who's this guy? Why'd you take a white businessman's body? I ask. He's kind of a dick. Involved in sex trafficking and some other shit, so I figured it was okay. He kinda deserves to die, if you ask me. I've pretty much managed to ignore the screams around us. That's not really up to you to decide though, is it? That's kind of the whole reason why you got in trouble the last time, and you finally got out, only to do the same exact thing again. Dad will not be pleased. He chuckles. Oh, I wouldn't worry about Dad. Want to know how I managed to convince him? I killed him. You what? I asked. Oh yeah. It definitely wasn't easy, but I did it. And then it only took a few seconds to find you. You've got quite the life up here. Do you have any idea what you've just done? The screams have died out and we're only surrounded by fire now. I can hear sirens in the distance. I can't believe you would do something like that. No. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to have to ask you to please call me the devil. I say nothing, and the front door swings open and he walks out. I watch him leave, standing in the middle of the flames, listening to the sirens getting closer, and wondering what I'm going to do now. At least it doesn't smell like egg salad anymore. Please help. My twin tuition keeps picking up white noise. My sister and I have always had the whole twin tuition thing going on. Our parents joke that we spoke our own secret language, one without syllables or sentences. We just understood each other, you know? Not gonna lie, our link came in super useful. Like during a pop quiz, Alex would pretend to stretch her neck and glance in my direction, and the look on her face would tell me, "What did you get for number 4?" And then I'd raise an eyebrow. I put B, but I'm not 100% sure. This other time, when we were out with a group of friends at the bowling alley, she scratched her nose, which was her way of saying, "Allie, that Tyler guy in your lane is super cute, ask him out." Then I curled my bottom lip. No way, his man bun smells like cheese. There were times I hated being a twin, like when we had to put up with dirty jokes or got treated like one person. I mean, okay, we looked identical, but there were some differences. Arts and crafts were my jam, whereas she was always the sporty one. Overall, though, I loved having her as a sister. And I loved our special bond. But today, that bond just sort of vanished. It started with a premonition. We both got those anytime something bad happened. Once, out of nowhere, Alex ran into the lounge and told our parents, Allie just hurt herself. And at that exact moment, more than 6 miles away, I'd stepped into a ditch and rolled my ankle. This other time, a voice in the back of my mind told me Alex needed me, and I called her before her ass could even finish dumping her. But this latest premonition was worse than all those others combined. It started with the taste of bile in the back of my throat, then images of hands closing around Alex's neck swirled through my mind. I watched her face turn lobster red as her eyeballs rotated outward. I could almost hear her choke screams. When she didn't answer her phone, there was this overwhelming, almost dizzying need to hold her to make sure she was safe, so I raced home, charged up the stairs, and burst into our room. Alex, who was crouched alongside our bunk beds, casually stood and said, "Hey." That confused me. I threw my arms around her and said, please tell me you're okay." She screwed up her face and shrugged me off, in a very un-Alex-like way. Why wouldn't I be? I kept my eyes fixated on her, my body still rigid and shaking. "I got this feeling like you were in trouble." "Nope." False alarm. I surveyed the room. In the corner, Alex's soccer uniform was hanging off the dresser, and pushed up against the far wall, my crafts table was still a scattered mess of paintbrushes, coloring pencils, and spools of thread. Okay, nothing Seuss. But those horrible images wouldn't leave my mind. A glimpse of Alex trapped someplace dark came to me. Now I was even more confused. "Are you sure you're alright?" I asked. She threw me a look, and suddenly her face had a sour expression that I'd never, ever seen before. "Yeah, I'm sure." Her voice had gone odd, too. It sounded angry and flat, like she was hiding something. Okay, seriously weird. Maybe our twin tuition was on the fritz? Or maybe something happened she was too embarrassed to tell me about? That would sure explain her being such a grouch. Later, we sat down to dinner with our parents. Dad was cooking, and as the scent of his signature beef casserole wafted up, Alex and I locked eyes from across the table. I thought, oh great, last time he made casserole I was up half the night barfing. All I got was a hiss of radio static. I bit my bottom lip. "Is everything okay? Are you mad at me?" Silence. "Hello? Earth to Alex?" "So girls, how was school?" Mom asked. Alex said, "Great," then bragged about the game-winning goal she scored at her soccer game. And as she did, imaginary spiders scurried along my spine, because everything she said or did, right down to the way she held her fork, looked wrong. She ate Dad's casserole without complaining and had chocolate ice cream for dessert, instead of vanilla with chocolate sauce, like always. In the lounge, as we sat side by side working on our homework, I deliberately brushed my arm against hers and felt this horrible gust of energy, one that would have flung me to the ground if I hadn't dug my fingers into the table, clinging on for support. By bedtime, I'd grown deeply suspicious. After brushing my teeth, I shuffled into our room, where my head started screaming, "Danger!" The word was deafening, especially close to Alex. I whirled around a few times. "What are you doing?" she asked, already tucked into the bottom bunk. "Nothing." "Then turn out the light already." "I'm tired." Climbing the ladder, I felt an uncomfortable tingle. "Someone walking over my grave," Mom would say. Okay, this feeling of dread would keep me up all night, so I closed my eyes, pushed my fingers into my temples, and concentrated on sending positive vibes to Alex. But my subconscious had other ideas. It carried me around our room, toward the bed, settling at the dark space under the bottom bunk. I saw horror. Suffering, pain, death. Invisible hands clutched my throat and kept me from breathing. The force squeezed the life out of me, trying to drag me into the blackness until I jumped up and screamed. Down below, Alex flicked on her lamp and said, "What the hell's going on?" "Nothing," I answered quickly. "I saw a spider." She groaned and switched the light off while I sat there drenched with sweat. Okay, my intuition pointed me under the bed, but what could possibly be down there? I waited 20 minutes then peeked over the rail. Alex lay fast asleep. I gently eased myself down the ladder until my bare foot touched the carpet, and then I hunched over and prepared to wrap my fingers around the edge of her blanket. I felt suddenly faint and took a deep breath, now completely paralyzed. Just then, Alex's hand clamped around mine so fast I actually flinched. "What are you doing?" she said seriously. The energy flowing into my forearm was like an electrical shock or a nervous heartbeat. It broke my paralysis and told me danger was close by. I put a hand on my belly and faked a painful groan. My stomach. Dad's casserole. You know? Okay, that seemed to cool her down, even though I got the impression she didn't believe me. In the bathroom, I flushed the toilet and pretended to wash my hands, then wandered back to our room, where Alex stared a hole through me. Another attempt to look under the bed would only agitate her, but one way or another, I was determined to find out what had me so badly rattled, so I walked over to the desk and shuffled books around inside my backpack. "What are you doing now?" she asked, stubbornly. I forgot to put my homework away. Facing the wall, I casually grabbed a spool of thread and my phone, stashed them under my pajama top, climbed into the top bunk, and stayed awake until after midnight. Once I heard Alex snore, I wrapped the thread around my phone, pulled up the camera app, switched to night mode, hit record, and carefully fed the thread over the rail. That wouldn't wake her up. The phone hovered at the gap between the floor and the frame. There was only one problem: the camera faced the wrong direction. With a little shimmying, I made the phone spin several times, then reeled it up, pulled the sheets over my head, and hit play. The camera moved past a sleeping Alex, until it hovered inches above the carpet, pointed toward the dresser. A few seconds later, the footage rotated 360 degrees, and I caught a glimpse of an eye, horribly white. The camera swung again, slower this time, and when I saw what was down there, it took all my self-control not to scream. It was Alex. She lay perfectly still, one eye rolled back in her skull, tongue trailing sideways from her mouth, her neck and cheeks all crusty with dry blood. The thing sleeping under me wasn't my sister, it was an imposter. The imitation was almost perfect, but not good enough to fool my twintuition. My gut filled with a sense of dread and my face turned numb. My sister, my whole world, the person I loved most, was gone. Dead. Tears slid down my cheeks as a moist sickness rose in my throat. I couldn't stop picturing her lifeless face. My first instinct was to rush into my parents' room and show them the footage. If Alex tried to stop me, I'd tell her I needed to vomit again. But the video was still playing, and the worst had yet to come. As I reeled the phone up, it recorded the bottom bunk, and that thing was now wide awake, eyes red against the green and blacks of the darkened room. The creature grinned and suddenly didn't look like my sister, because the creases and wrinkles of its face were too severe. At the last second, the creature stared into the camera, pushed a single finger against its lips, and made a quiet gesture. The video ended with me hitting stop. Now I'm lying beneath my sheets, unable to think straight. My parents are on the other side of the house. They won't answer their phones, and I just know that thing won't let me leave the room. I'm trapped. I don't know what to do. And I want my sister back. Please somebody help. 23 years ago, my babysitter vanished. I still get chills when I think about what happened that day. When I reached 1,000, it felt like a long enough time had passed. I looked up. So far so good, the stranger wasn't looming over me. Up ahead, Evelyn and Georgia were still in the shelter, safe and sound. The man had disappeared. Going as slowly as humanely possible, I left my hiding spot, periodically waving bugs away, and continued into the park. At the front entrance, my eyes scanned from left to right. Still all clear. What happened? I asked as I approached the shelter. That man tried to make us come down, Georgia replied. Her eyes looked all red and puffy. He offered us chocolate. My thoughts whipped back to school, to a special assembly where they told us to never take sweets from strangers. We should go, I said seriously. We should go home and tell Mom. She'll know what to do. There was snot all down Evelyn's chin. I'm not coming down, she said between sniffles. He might come back. I glanced in the direction of the rear gate. My legs would not stop shaking. Evelyn said, he was in such a hurry he left his backpack. Look. They both leaned all the way over the edge and pointed to one of the benches. Sure enough, there sat a backpack like the kind we took to school, only much larger. You'd see a bunch of 20-somethings carry those kinds around while interrailing. My cousin said, Charlie, run home and tell your mom we're stuck. Quick. Before he comes back. You expect me to run home alone? Her mouth became a grim, straight line. It's either that or climb up here. Nowhere else is safe. You couldn't argue with that kind of logic. Okay. Less than 10 steps from the shelter, Georgia added, Charlie, wait. What? Check his bag. I glanced at the pack, practically bouncing on my heels, desperate to get away. Why? He might have left something inside it, like a wallet. If you show it to the police, they'll know how to catch him. A memory popped into my head. 2 months earlier, there'd been a break-in at the nursing home, the same one we cut across to reach the park. Somebody had stolen a box of jewelry from one of the residents who lived on the ground floor, and Noah Cairns found a necklace the thief dropped while escaping into the forest. Noah took the precious item straight to the reception. As a reward, the staff bought him 5 packs of Pokemon cards, and he pulled a Charizard in his first one. Even got his name in the local paper, accompanied by the words Hero Boy. If I rummaged through this guy's backpack and found some incriminating evidence, like say a bloody knife or a written confession to a series of robberies, that had to be worth at least 20 packs of cards, right? Despite my gut begging me to make myself scarce, I grabbed the pack. The damn thing was hefty. Even a full-grown adult would have struggled to lift it. And whatever was inside stunk 10 times worse than any mackerel. Immediately my guts churned and twisted. The zipper, which got snagged on something coarse and bristly, wouldn't open any more than 2 or 3 inches, no matter how hard I pulled. Even still, that was enough to make the smell 1,000 times worse. I had to keep myself from retching. What is it, Charlie? Asked Georgia. I pushed 2 fingers through the narrow gap and prodded whatever lay inside. It felt all wiry. And nodded. I don't know. A fur coat maybe? Just then, there came this whine of metal against metal. I heard the awful sound, knew immediately what it was, and spun around. There stood the stranger, his jaw tightly clenched. He sprinted toward me. Oh fuck, he was actually sprinting toward me. Above my head, the girls cried out in high, frightened voices. Run, Charlie, run. From this point, the world and everything in it went into slow motion. Between strides, the man seemed to hang in midair for seconds at a time. I stood there hypnotized, a deer caught in a big headlight. The front gate lay to my left, but to escape I'd have to cover the distance and pull it open, which would cost valuable seconds. There wasn't nearly enough time. The second option was to fight, which my brain immediately dismissed as a dumb idea. That meant there was no choice other than to climb. The girl screamed loud enough hurt my ears, finally breaking my paralysis. Already the man had covered half the distance between us. In less than 10 seconds he'd be able to grab me. Like a seasoned trapeze artist, I put one foot then the other onto the bench, and then launched myself toward the pole, twisting mid-jump. If you'd asked me to perform that same maneuver again, I'd have face-planted 10 times out of 10. My fingertips narrowly grabbed the top of the shelter as my foot swung onto the bolt, my toe slipping off once, twice. Why did it have to rain that day, of all the f***ing days? Both Evelyn and Georgia reached forward and grabbed my wrists, which did more harm than good, honestly, but all three of us were intoxicated with fear and panic. The situation had become a desperate scramble for survival. Past their shoulders I watched the man disappear beneath the shelter, beyond the point where I could see. His arms would no doubt clamp around my ankles at any moment. It felt like treading water while shark fins circled around, steadily drawing closer, all those sharp teeth hidden below the surface. It was now or never. As the man lunged forward and screamed, I stabbed my toe into the bolt one final time and heaved myself up onto the shelter. As he swiped at my left foot, my trainer came loose and spun off onto the ground. I later thanked God I hadn't tightened the laces after the shoe fling game. A gigantic bear paw reached up onto the shelter and felt its way along. I reeled backward, my shoulders pressed tight against the girl's, all three of us huddled close together, like sardines in a can. The hand reeled back. A moment later, the top half of the man's head popped up. You little sh**. A spider web of veins stood out across his temples. Get down here, he snarled, flames practically spewing from his nostrils. After several failed attempts to climb up, he grabbed the middle post and shook it. The entire structure rocked violently from side to side. That bastard was so damn strong. All three of us hunkered down and clung to a slippery, metal rail. I held on so tight that my knuckles started going white. And then, just when my strength was on the absolute verge of giving out, just when I thought I couldn't hold on for another second longer, an adult voice said, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" On the far side of the fence stood Mrs. Moray, accompanied by her German shepherd, Buster. Buster was the friendliest dog in the world. That said, he'd gladly sink his teeth into a stranger's throat at the command of his owner, especially if said stranger threatened the neighborhood kids who slipped him tasty doggy treats. Buster began to bark crazily, foam flying from his snout. Our pursuer seemed to contemplate the best course of action, before grabbing his pack and rushing out the rear gate. By the time Mrs. Moray and Buster reached us, the bastard had slipped away into the forest. Mrs. Moray took us home where Mom called the police, who asked a million questions. Within the hour they had squad cars patrolling the entire neighborhood. The police called me a hero and commended my quick thinking. Calling for Dad was a stroke of genius, they said. It had scared off our attacker, who later decided the thing in his pack was too valuable to leave behind. As a reward, I got 10 packs of Pokemon cards. No Charizard, though. The man split town immediately after our encounter. He was later arrested for stalking a mother and her child, which led to a conviction for a string of murders and abductions, including Michelle Dunbar, although that ordeal took years. That day had a profound effect on everybody. Even now Evelyn can't hike through a country park alone. But I haven't even told you the worst part of the story, the part that still gives me the occasional sleepless night. 2 weeks after that narrow escape, our neighbor, Mr. Bulger, had been out foraging for mushrooms and stumbled over a pack half buried in the earth. Hoping to find some ID so he could return the lost item to its rightful owner, Mr. Bulger forced the zipper all the way open and found something horrible. Something disgusting. Something that made me cry when I heard, and every day for the next 6 months. I remembered reaching inside and thinking I'd touched a fur coat. I couldn't have been more wrong. Inside were the remains of my ex-babysitter, Michelle Dunbar, chopped up into pieces. I'd been feeling along the top of Michelle's severed head. The 7 angels. Blanca Leon. Tracy Russell. Jean McLaughlin. 7 girls went missing 3 years ago on December 12th. Gabriella Brown. Alice McGrail. June Larson. Claudia Inman. The only thing these girls had in common was that they were all 13 and that they all lived in the same town. Race, interests, grades, social status, and nothing else matched up. Blanca and Tracy were close friends, as well as Gabriella and June, but the others didn't know each other. Claudia was my little sister. The last time I saw her was when I was heading back to my room. I had snuck out to hang out with some friends and was reasonably tipsy when I saw her standing in the hallway. She was wearing a Snoopy shirt and pajama bottoms. Her red hair was tousled in every direction as she'd just gotten out of bed. She just stared at me. I giggled and pressed a finger to my lips. Don't tell Mom and Dad? She didn't say anything, so I figured that was her way of agreeing to keep our secret. I kept on giggling as I slipped back into my bedroom. I wonder now if she was alone in that hallway. The next morning I woke up to Mom screaming about Claudia being gone and to call 911 because there was blood on her bed. It wasn't blood, by the way, it was just red paint. Someone had taken the time to spill red paint all over the bed and to write the number 7 on the wall. Up until this point, I was a poophead of a teenager. Sneaking out, drinking, and smoking, I was kind of the worst. But when Claudia went missing I changed myself. I was one of the people out searching every day. I helped answer phones and comfort the other distraught families. I kept my family together as we prayed for Claudia's safe return. I knew we'd never find her alive when the first body was found. It was Tracy. I became friends with Tracy's mom Amelia while this poop was going on. Amelia blamed herself for this, saying the last thing that had happened between her and her daughter was an argument. Tracy wanted to go see her dad for Christmas and Amelia was putting her foot down. Tracy screamed that she hated her and that Christmas was going to be the worst this year before storming into her room and slamming the door. The next morning Tracy's bed was covered in red paint and the number 1 was painted on the wall. Tracy's body was found in effing California. For reference, we live in Indiana. It was 2 weeks after the girls had gone missing and this poor effing minister walked into the church to prep for the morning services only to find the mangled body of a teenage girl. It was worse than words can do it justice. Pictures got leaked on the internet, and although I told myself I shouldn't look, I did anyway before they were taken down. Tracy had been strung up from the ceiling, dangling from the rafters like a morbid marionette. Her eyes had been put out, and have you ever heard of the method of torture called the blood eagle? If you don't know what that is, I'll save you the trouble of Googling it. The victim is tied face down while the back is cut open and the ribs are detached from the spine. The ribs are then spread out, the lungs pulled out and over the ribs to mimic wings. It's not pretty. That's what happened to Tracy. The UN Aliver had given one mercy, and that was that he left Tracy's school picture taped onto her chest, with her full name, address, and the date she went missing. Amelia had a full breakdown when the news was delivered. She ended up being institutionalized. I don't blame her. The autopsy confirmed that Tracy had been alive when she was cut up like that. Each week a body turned up, scattered all over the US. Christmas had already come and gone by the time Tracy's body was found, but Claudia's presents were still under the tree that we had yet to take down. Normally Dad would insist on taking it down the day after Christmas, but we just couldn't do it. An unspoken wish that Claudia would be found safe and sound, that we could all have Christmas together. This wasn't a wish we'd get. The final girl taken, the final girl found. Claudia was found only 10 minutes down the road from where we lived at the small St. Anthony's church. She'd taken her first communion there. She'd been cut up like all the others, only this time she wasn't alone. Mr. Leroy Weber was found kneeling under her body, praying up to it as her blood dripped down on him. The monster we'd all been hunting down was the unassuming algebra teacher for the 8th graders at the local middle school. I had Mr. Weber's class way back when. I'd thought of him as one of my better teachers. He knew how to make the material clear to us, and he never assigned homework. When asked why, he'd just shrug and say, "Less for me to grade." He certainly didn't look like an unaliver. He was over 50 years old, wasn't over 5'7" in height, and looked like a strong wind could just blow him away. But then again, you probably don't have to be strong to put a knife to a child's neck and tell her if she screams, he'll unalive your entire family. That's how he did it. He never tried to deny what he did. He had his full confession written out and ready to go the moment the cops rolled up to the church. When we were told it was him, I saw red. If my dad didn't catch me leaving the house with a gun and the intent to unalive Mr. Weber, I would have been in a lot of trouble. Amelia wasn't the only one who had to go to the mental hospital for a bit. I ended up joining her that night. I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing either. I'm glad I went. I probably would have completely snapped without the doctor's help. Mr. Weber never went for the insanity plea, but to be fair, I think it would have worked for him. Because his bullpoop reason for unaliving all these little girls made me seriously contemplate busting out of the hospital and going to wring his scrawny little neck. He wanted to make them angels. He was the only thing that tied them together. At one time or another, each of those girls had been in his class. Each of those girls he claimed was perfect. I had to be sure I got the formula right. I practiced on cats, dogs. If I failed when the time came, then they wouldn't be angels. Just remembering that sick duck makes me sick. What takes the cake though? He thought by unaliving them and making them angels, they'd rise up in 3 days. He said this so calmly and proudly to the cops that it was without a doubt that he was a loon. When he was reminded it had been more than 3 days since Tracy had died and well, she was still very much dead, he wigged out. He tried to disarm one of the police officers to shoot himself in the head. He didn't succeed, but when his case went to trial he begged for the death penalty. I know. I was there. I'd managed to get out in time for his sentencing trial. I was holding Amelia's hand as Mr. Weber sat in his chair. I'd almost expected him to be different. Maybe he'd have this dark smile or this insane laughter. But when he spoke, it was the same soft voice he'd used when he was teaching. Please. I failed in my mission. I need to pay the price for my horrid sins. It was the one thing he wanted and it was the one thing he was given. I didn't attend the execution, but Amelia did. She called me when it was over. She was crying, saying she thought it would make her feel better, but it didn't. She felt so much worse. She almost unalived herself after that, but I helped her get back into the hospital. We're still friends. We visit Claudia's and Tracy's graves together. All the angels were buried together. Angels. I wouldn't have called Claudia an angel while she was alive. She was an imp like I was at her age. I guess Mr. Weber saw something I didn't know. See, after he was executed, I heard that his stuff was being auctioned off on a serial unaliver memorabilia website. Yes, those are real, and I wish they weren't, but the big ticket item was his journal. His exact plan for what he was going to do to those girls. I ended up emptying my checking account to buy that crappy book. When it arrived, I spent all night reading it. His plan truly was to create an angel. A holy being of justice and the sword. His ramblings ranged from crazy to batpoop insane, but he truly believed in what he was doing. And I think he may have succeeded. It's been 3 years. I've recovered best I can. But last night Amelia and I were heading to the graveyard when we were stopped by a bright light. We both fell to the ground and covered our faces. When I lowered my hands to catch a glimpse, that's when I saw her. It was Tracy. She was wearing the green dress she was buried in, her innards dragging behind her from where her back was sliced open. Her eyes were emitting that bright light, white orbs that were practically bugging out of her shrunken face. Amelia sobbed when she realized who this girl was and ran forward, only for Tracy to back away, shaking her head. When Amelia reached to touch her, she shrieked, backing away as her hand crumbled away like ash. Tracy sobbed and leapt into the air, floating away until she was a star in the sky. All the graves have been torn open from the inside. Some of the other parents have claimed to see their children. Meanwhile, I'm waiting here at my parents' house, right at the front window. Right by my side are Claudia's unopened presents, covered in dust. I hope she comes home soon. I invented a list of strange rules for my stupid but new office and now I'm ducked. I effing hate rules. Whether you call them laws or guidelines or regulations or codes or what the duck ever, rules are just another form of capitalist bullpoop. I don't care if you put them in a list, write them in a book, or tattoo them on your butt, I ain't going to follow them. No shirt, no shoes, no service? Duck that and duck you. How about no shirt, no shoes, and I take a leak on your wall? Ducker. Alright, if you made it past that opening, you're probably alright and open to hearing what I have to say. I ducked up big time. Let me start from the first day in the office and paint you a picture with my words and poop. So imagine me walking into an office building around 10ish one morning about a week ago. I look good. I've got on a freshly ironed Oxford, shiny shoes, and even an effing tie. Like, a tie. The physical embodiment of rules and structure. A silken, capitalist noose. I hated the tie but wanted to fit in on my first day on the job. See, I had a plan. A strategy. I was going to take society down from the inside. I was Odysseus and random office supply store office was my Trojan horse. See, I'd been applying to jobs and going on interviews for weeks just for poop and giggles. It seemed like a great way to waste a Tuesday afternoon, especially if I got loaded first. The goal of the game was to waste as much of their time as possible. I am wildly unqualified for pretty much every position, except for missionary, you dig, so imagine my surprise when I got hired. They must have been hard up for staff like you wouldn't believe. I nearly turned them down, but that's when inspiration struck. How could I bring down the system from inside the system, you ask? With a list of rules. Rewind your brain to that image of me walking into the office for my first day. My shirt is crisp, my hair could legally be classified as an oil spill, and I'm giving off some BDC, big disco energy. I don't report to HR like they told me to because that's an effing rule. Instead, I walk confidently into the break room for a cup of free coffee and some free food from the fridge. They actually name their food here, which I think is weird but different strokes. If somebody wants to keep a container of General Tso's as a pet and name it Alice, who am I to judge? Once I confirmed that I was the only mother ducker in the room, I enacted step one of my plan. I rolled up on the big corkboard that dominated one of the walls. It was practically festooned with flyers, rack cards, sign-up sheets, laminated safety bullpoop, and other various bullpoop documents in a kaleidoscope of bullpoop formats. Typical office fixture, from what I've heard online. I did a quick 1-2 glance to make sure I was still alone, then I pulled out the list of my rules from my back pocket and stapled them in a place of honor in the middle of the board. Hello fellow worker bees. This is your friendly neighborhood collection of overlords with some updates on company policy. Our dress code has been updated to reflect the fact that fashion is poison, fur is unalive, leather is unalive, denim is assisted self-mutilation, and every pair of dock margins produced requires the destruction of an acre of rainforest. From now on, you'll wear a simple potato sack to work and you'll effing like it. There are no more titles or ranks here at whatever the duck we do office. All positions are equal and will be paid as such and should be referred to in conversation as such. Except for missionaries, that position remains above the rest. Free effing space. There will be a mandatory burning of timesheets at 3:03 p.m. Don't forget your marshmallows. Remember that we are worker bees and thus we should make buzzing sounds with our mouths whenever we move through the hallway. Buzz buzz, jerks. Simon says no more bathroom breaks. Toilets are only porcelain thrones of oppression. Instead, we've provided a lovely courtyard for your bladder and bowel convenience. All rules are active immediately. Failure to comply will result in summoning and unleashing as Gerbidin, the destroyer, who will hunt down rule breakers, shred their souls into shrieking nothingness, and eat their physical forms from butt to windpipe. Yours truly and warm regards. The system. I stood for a moment, basking in the pride of a job well done, then I went searching for an empty office so I could take a nap. I fell into a deep, well-earned sleep under some schmuck's desk until the sound of screaming ripped me back awake. The office I'd snuck into was one of those all-glass types with blinds on every wall. I pulled up the blinds nearest me to discover the glass was splattered with blood. So much effing blood. The entire room on the other side of the glass had a red tint to it. I watched men and women running from every direction. A pair of well-dressed dudes collided near the copier. One scrambled up and took off, but the second guy was stunned. That's when the demon walked in from a side hall. Gun to my head, if you asked me what kind of person I was, I'd probably say brave. Borderline heroic. Certainly hard to rattle. But when I saw the creature, I released a scream of absolute horror from my mouth, and a stream of utter terror from another part of my body. The demon was at least 8 feet tall with reddish amber skin and built like a brick poop house. Even his biceps had abs. A skirt of hissing snakes hung from the monster's waist. As Gerbidin the Destroyer. He was real. And he was here. Poop, I whispered, ducking behind nearby blinds as the demon scanned the room. I didn't think as Gerbidin was real. The name came up in one of the Warlocks versus the Patriarchy chat rooms I frequent, but I assumed it was somebody's D&D homebrew or some poop. Not a living, breathing demon. I peeked from around the blinds to see the man who'd fallen by the copier crawling away from his Gerbidin. The creature reached out a long arm which grew longer and longer every second until he could grab a handful of the dude's dark hair. It only looked like the demon tugged, a casual twitch of its wrist, but somehow it managed to yank all of the man's hair and half of his skin from his body. Red meat and twitching muscles lay exposed in his back. As Gerbidin leaned over and licked along the white curve of the spine poking out of the flesh. My stomach cramp rolled, then released its contents on the floor. The demon's face snapped in my direction. I felt like a mouse staring down a cobra. My legs refused to move, my lungs refused to pump, but my heartbeat was working overtime, pounding so fast I could almost hear the blood sloshing through my veins. As Gerbidin took a long step towards where I was hiding, then stopped and turned. A disheveled middle manager type was sprinting towards the demon while holding a pair of scissors high above his head. As Gerbidin stepped forward in a flash, wrapping the man in a bear hug. I could hear bones snapping from in my glass office. The demon kept squeezing the manager until a spurt of blood went out of each ear. I finally shook myself awake and I threw open the door to make a mad dash for safety. Behind me, I heard the man in the creature's embrace scream in higher and higher octaves until the sound suddenly ended with a wet ripping noise. That was about an hour ago. I managed to make it outside into the parking lot. There were police everywhere, shell-shocked workers laying in the grass, and what seemed like an excessive number of firefighters for a demon attack. Except nobody believed that it was a demon attack. Even the staff in the office who had seen a towering lump of muscle and violence slaughtering their co-workers gave me confused looks when I talked about his Gerbidin. The official story was that there was a gas leak that led to an explosion and fire. A minor explosion. We didn't even make the local paper. I've been doing my research on the forums where I first saw the name as Gerbidin. Apparently, other than the Destroyer, the demon has other titles: the Distortion, the Forgotten, the Unseen. Something about him ducks with people's minds and memories. The moment he's out of sight, your brain starts rewriting what it just experienced. It comes up with excuses and comforting lies that fill the gap, whereas Gerbidin was only a moment before. But whoever calls up the demon remembers him, is aware of him. I remember him. So I guess that makes me his master. If that's the case, I'm in a lot of trouble. Because, according to my anonymous online friends, as Gerbidin can't return to the fourth circle of hell until he devours the one who summoned him to Earth. Duck. All because of a list of effing rules. Does anyone know how to get rid of the things that watch you sleep? I was a difficult child, specifically when bedtime rolled around. My mom tried everything. She tried being calm, she tried asking nicely, she tried explaining to me why sleep was important. I can still remember her begging me to just go to sleep so she could get a few hours of rest before work in the morning. I remember refusing to go to bed when asked, and even making a point of keeping myself awake as long as possible, just to spite her. When my mom's patience evenly wore down, she tried shouting and punishing me by taking away toys, TV time, and playtime. When that didn't work, she resorted to scaring me by telling me stories about El Cucuy, or El Coco, and how he would roam around the streets at night, sniffing out children who refused to go to bed so he could swallow them whole. She even had a Spanish lullaby she would sing to me, the lyrics of which loosely translated to, "Sleep, my child. Sleep now. Because here comes the Coco. And he will eat you." The ominous and threatening lyrics contrasted the soothing tone and voice in which my mom sang it, and while I will admit that I found myself being rocked to sleep at the sound of her voice, I would focus all of my willpower on staying awake. When she first told me stories about El Cucuy, I was a bit frightened, and I did fear that there was some truth to them. After all, I was a child, and she was my parent, telling me that this monster was out there and he was going to come to eat me because I wouldn't fall asleep. Once I realized that she was lying, and no monster showed up to swallow me whole, her threats were empty and I still refused to go to bed. Eventually, when I was about 8 years old, my mom gave up. She would no longer tell me it was time for bed. She would no longer beg me to brush my teeth and shower so that she could tuck me in. She would no longer sit in my room for hours on end trying to get me to sleep. Whenever 9 p.m. rolled around, my mom would finish whatever she was doing, and retreat to her bedroom where she would get ready for bed, and eventually fall asleep, without even a second look at me. I would spend this time in front of the TV or building elaborate towers out of Legos. I would entertain myself for hours until I finally passed out of exhaustion in the late hours of the night. In the mornings, my mom would nudge me awake and get me ready for school, where I would spend the entire day fighting sleep. I knew at this point that my lack of sleep was affecting me, and yet, being the stubborn child that I was, I refused to go to bed at a reasonable hour, thinking that I had won this prolonged fight with my mom. Later that same year, it appeared. I first noticed it one night as I was playing underneath my blankets with my glow-in-the-dark toy trucks. It started to get hot under the sheets, so I stuck my head out for some fresh air and almost screamed. There, sitting in the rocking chair next to my bed where my mom used to sit, was a gangly, alien-looking creature. Its skin was a rotting brown color with a yellow hue to it. It was thin enough that you could see all of its ribs, as well as the thumping of its heart in its chest. Its proportions were normal, almost like that of a human, except for its facial features. Its huge round eyes took up most of the space on its head, perfectly circular with large black pupils surrounded by a shiny, radioactive-looking green rim. When it blinked, its eyelids would stretch down over its eyes, the skin becoming so taut that it would thin out and the green from its eyes would be visible through it. Its nose was normal enough, only it was unbelievably crooked as if it had been broken in 5 different places. Its mouth was a small round hole above its chin, that couldn't close. There didn't seem to be anything inside of its mouth, no teeth or a tongue. It didn't do anything but stare at me at first, but even that was enough to paralyze me with fear. I remember holding my breath as I hid under the covers that night, hoping that it somehow hadn't seen me and would just go away. Every time my lungs began to burn, I would take a giant breath and hold my breath again. I did this, over and over, all night long until I somehow fell asleep. I was woken up by my mom, who got me ready for school and made me breakfast. The next night, it was there again. I was playing in my room, taking frequent glances at the rocking chair. For the first hour and a half, nothing happened. Then, in a split second, it appeared, its eyes honing in on me as I stood there, clutching my action figures as I tried to figure out what to do. I thought about what would happen if I screamed. Would my mom even wake up? Would it just disappear? I slowly made my way to my bed as its glowing eyes followed me. I got under the sheets and turned my back to the thing, squeezing my eyes shut and refusing to open them again. I could feel its presence behind me as I lay there. Again, I eventually fell asleep and woke up the next morning to the same routine. I began to notice, over the next 2 weeks, that I was no longer tired in school, likely because of my earlier bedtime. I was unable to ignore the looming presence of the thing sitting in my room. I couldn't understand why it made me feel so utterly terrified and weak, like it would do something horrible to me if I didn't get into bed and go to sleep as soon as it showed up. I tried to outsmart it one night, by staying out in the living room, and not going into my room at all. I made sure to close my bedroom door, in case I needed to use the bathroom, so I wouldn't have to walk past the open door and see the thing sitting by my bed. I thought that my plan had worked when midnight came and there was no sight of it in the living room, but I was wrong. A few minutes past midnight, I happened to glance up from the TV and noticed the thing standing in the entryway, right at the end of the hall. It stared at me and the familiar feeling of panic and terror started to set in as I set down my controller and pushed myself up off the couch. I backed away and walked closer, slowly. I noticed that it was blocking my only way out of the room and I decided to open my mouth and scream, hoping that my mom's presence would scare it away. I took a deep breath and got ready to shout at the top of my lungs, but somehow, it stopped me. I could feel myself yelling, I could feel my throat hurting from the strain, but no sound was coming out. The creature crept closer and closer until I noticed a low whistling noise coming from its mouth. It took me a few seconds to realize that it was absorbing whatever sound I was making, and so I stopped. As I did, the whistling also stopped and we stood there in silence, staring at each other. Suddenly, the creature reached out and grabbed me by the throat, its bony fingers digging into my skin as it dragged me back to my room. I thrashed around, trying to get out of its grasp, but all I was doing was hurting myself even more, as my flailing caused it to grip my neck tighter. I tried making noise to alert my mom, kicking the walls in the hallway and banging on the wooden floors as I was dragged across them, but all that did was bruise my hands and feet, and all I could hear was the soft whistling noise. The creature finally reached my room, and it picked me up and tossed me onto my bed, walking over and sitting on the rocking chair, staring and waiting for me to fall asleep. I lay in bed with my back to it and tears falling down my face as I silently cried myself to sleep. The next day, I told my mom about the creature and what he had done, and how he sat in my room, waiting for me to sleep. "Monsters aren't real, Eduardo. You should know that by now," she replied. "But this one is," I insisted. She shook her head. "Remember when I told you stories about El Cucuy?" I nodded. "Well, did he ever show up?" she asked. I shook my head. "Then there you go. No monster, now finish your eggs." I finished my eggs and once again tried to tell her about the monster. I could tell that she was getting irritated as she slammed the car door shut once she got in the driver's seat. "Eduardo, please stop talking about the monster. I don't have time for your games," she snapped as she pulled out of the driveway. I said nothing else on the car ride to school, but once nighttime rolled around, I found myself feeling extremely anxious and frightened. I poked my head into my mom's room as she was getting into bed and asked her if she could sit next to my bed until I fell asleep like she used to. "Not. You decided long ago that you were going to do whatever you wanted whether I was there or not. Let this be a lesson." "Maybe now you'll listen to me," she replied. I backed out of her room and silently went to bed, forcing myself to fall asleep before the creature even appeared. It lingered around for years, and I would periodically bring it up to my mom, whenever I was feeling particularly disturbed by it. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move or speak, and open my eyes to see the creature sitting on my chest, digging its fingers into my scalp. I wasn't able to feel what it was doing, but one night, I was able to catch a glimpse of the reflection of its eyes. I could see his bony fingers digging around the curves of my brain. I began to freak out, trying to move and get the creature off of me as my heart hammered away at my chest. Eventually, it noticed I was awake and dug one of its fingers into my brain, causing a stabbing pain that engulfed my head. When I woke up the next morning, my head looked and felt fine, but I was paranoid that it had done something to me. I brought it up to my mom and she checked my head for any unusual signs. I could tell that she was starting to get worried about me. "Everything looks good," she replied, patting me on top of the head. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Yes, there is nothing wrong with your head. Everything looks perfect." I think she could see the anxiety on my face because she finally sat down with me and asked me what was wrong. I told her about the monster once again, and she let me recount all of my experiences with it before she spoke. "That's just a sleep monster," she said. "It'll go away once your sleep schedule is perfect." And so, I waited. I spent weeks waiting for it to disappear, but it never did. I got better at avoiding it though, and so I rarely saw it over the next few years, except for on rare occasions where I would wake up in the middle of the night to see it sitting by my bed. I eventually got older and moved out, and realized that the monster followed me. Every apartment, every home that I lived in, every dorm, every hotel that I stayed in, was there. My whole life, I've stuck to a strict bedtime routine to avoid seeing the monster. Not only has it been following me all this time, but over the years, it's gotten creepier. It's like it's aging or something, I don't know. Its skin seems to be sagging off its frame, drooping down so much that it started to rip apart at the top of its head, exposing its gray skull, and millions of angry red veins under its skin. I'd come to terms with the fact that it'll never go away, but now I think it's time that I got rid of it. I woke up in the middle of the night 2 days ago to find the monster sitting on the bed, but that wasn't the only thing that I saw. I think it might be multiplying. There was also one in the mirror, staring at me as it scraped its nails against the glass, sending chills down my spine as the sound filled my bedroom. It banged its head against the glass when it made eye contact with me like it was trying to get out. Last night, I woke up again. This time I avoided looking towards the mirror and turned around so that my back was facing both of the monsters, only to notice that there was one in the wall now. I watched, petrified, as it pushed against the wallpaper, opening its mouth and attempting to take a bite to set itself free. And I'm starting to think that they might. So, can somebody help me? Can someone tell me how to get rid of the things that watch me sleep? Has anyone seen the kids show Palace of Friends? As a single mother to a young kid, I've done a pretty good job of monitoring my daughter's usage of TikTok, YouTube, Roblox, etc. I know I can't be around all day policing her, but I want to make sure that she's safe enough. That's why limiting screen time with phones, iPads and the like is really important for me. Outside of a couple of hours where she can use some of those devices under my supervision, the rest of her fun time is reserved for watching kids shows on cable TV. Yes, cable is in fact still a thing, and I've still got it. What I love about it, I can overhear it loud and clear, and I know exactly what the programming is. It's safe, predictable, and nothing like some of the more random and occasionally traumatic videos that end up auto-playing anytime Casey goes down a YouTube rabbit hole. When it came to TV time, I always prioritized channels that I knew would play hour after hour of kids shows back to back, to avoid a situation where something more mature would accidentally play. Most of the shows were super tame, kid-friendly animated shows, educational shows, nature programs, that kind of stuff. One that my daughter really seems to love is called Palace of Friends. It's a Sesame Street-style show with a cast of both animal and anthropomorphic puppets living in a large castle together. It seemed like a wholesome, musical show with some pretty good production value. Casey seemed to love it, and I could always tell when it was playing in the background. I was setting up for dinner the first time I heard one of the weirder songs from Palace of Friends. It was a song that was all about exploring the house, with the chorus mentioning all of the fun to be had under the sink. Weird lyrics like, "When mom's not around, you'll find a whole town beneath the kitchen sink." I had to shake my head at how stupid and potentially dangerous the premise was. As I came into the living room to call out the silliness and to tell Casey to ignore the message of the song wrapped up and one of the puppets started doing something akin to a PSA, saying, "Now, while there might be a town underneath the sink, there's also some scary stuff you shouldn't drink down there. So be careful." Well, duh. It was annoying to think of how big of an oversight this was on the part of the writers and creators of the show. I mean, really, what kind of moron thought that telling kids to go to the under sink area when mom isn't around was a good idea? Rather than doing that weird PSA at the end, they should have just scrapped the whole song in its entirety. Jesus. As much as I wanted to take Palace of Friends off rotation after this event, the rest of the show was wholesome enough that I reconsidered. I took moments from time to time to see exactly what was happening on the show, and most of the time, the show featured activities for kids that seemed genuinely useful. One of these activities was called Draw Time, which is exactly what it sounds like, a point in the show where all of the puppets in the castle would gather around and motivate the viewer to draw on pieces of paper, get creative and have fun with it. While the characters on TV would draw along at first, most of the time they would just enthusiastically watch and cheer on as the kid viewing the show would draw. Really felt like an activity that would be good for my daughter's development. Even got a couple of cute drawings that Casey made of me that I could put on the refrigerator. The other wholesome thing about Palace of Friends that really stuck out to me was some of the more meaningful lessons. Beyond the standard treat others the way you want to be treated and isn't friendship amazing? Stuff that you see in these kids shows, it felt like they would sometimes dig a bit deeper. They had this whole story about this character named Friend who was too shy to come out and join the others, so he'd always hide behind a curtain. The other puppet characters on the show would always try to convince Friend to come out of hiding, but they would also, rather sweetly, choose to love him and accept him even if he'd never feel comfortable getting out from behind the curtain. There's this whole cute arc to the show about how the Palace of Friends would find the perfect special friend for Friend, to finally get him to overcome his shyness. Cute stuff. Though, pretty lazy on the writer's part to call this character Friend. Geez. I was pretty happy with the setup I had for Casey. It felt like I was giving her enough time with modern apps on her phone to ensure I wasn't completely siloing her from real life, while still giving her as much of a healthy upbringing I could for a 7-year-old in this age of technology overload. It felt like cutesy cable TV stuff was the perfect call, and that I'd done everything as right as I could have as a parent. That was, until the incident. I still feel ashamed about this. I've noticed that I sometimes use TV as a second parent when I feel overwhelmed with how much I have to juggle. Between work, raising Casey, and all of the chores and life balancing that comes between those two, having some me time is very necessary. I was getting lost in a novel when I first heard a series of thumps on the stairs. I ran immediately to see Casey at the bottom of the staircase, holding her leg and crying. From the TV in the living room, I was able to catch the last moments of the song that was playing on Palace of Friends. It went, "If you're brave, roll as fast as you can down the stairs. Don't be afraid, we know that you'll be okay." What in the actual I tended to Casey, and as I was checking up on her to see if she'd broken anything, I could hear one of the characters on the show doing what appeared to be another after-song PSA, saying, "Just remember, don't go too fast. If the stairs are really long, you could get hurt. It's always important to be very careful." Thankfully, Casey was okay. Palace of Friends was definitely off the rotation, which Casey was really frustrated about, but I had to do it. The TV channel that played Palace of Friends seemed specific to my area and public access enough, despite the show genuinely looking like it had a solid production budget, and so I wanted to quickly put together a case for the show to be cancelled and for the channel playing the show to be held liable for the severe risk it was bringing to kids. At best, the folks creating the show were incredibly oblivious, and at worst, they were actively malicious. As I was starting up my case, I noticed something really weird. I'd found a new cable channel with kids programming that I'd left on for Casey, one that I'm positive didn't have Palace of Friends in rotation. There I was, working in my room one afternoon when I heard the familiar sound of those characters coming from the living room. I wandered in to catch the final moments of Draw Time. On Palace of Friends. Lots of paper strewn around the living room, courtesy of Casey. Fun little signs and insignias and the like, and more pictures of Mom. I have to admit, she was becoming a better artist. As Draw Time wrapped up, the puppets on TV were all looking at the curtain where Friend was hiding and talking about him. "Maybe one day we'll find a special friend for Friend," said one of the characters. It was a pretty dorky catchphrase I'd heard a few times in the show at this point. As the puppets started breaking into song again, I turned off the TV. Casey was miserable, so my scolding her about changing the channel when I had strictly told her not to probably wasn't a wise move, but I just had to. She kept swearing that she never changed the channel and that her friends had just found their way back to her, but I called bullshit. Her TV privileges were revoked for a week. She had to learn the hard way. As a sanity check, once I'd condemned her to her room and forced her to find something to do that didn't involve screens, I turned the living room TV back on to notice that the channel she was on when I turned off the TV was the same new one I'd selected after banning Palace of Friends. It was odd that this new channel had suddenly pulled this lawsuit of a show into the rotation, but whatever. At this point, I should mention, Casey's room does have a small TV in it. It's not a smart TV, and it's definitely not set up with cable, but there is a DVD player and a bunch of classic animated movies and kids show DVDs strewn about that Casey was free to put on at any time. So, you can probably imagine my surprise when smack dab in the middle of the night, I heard the familiar voices of the puppets on Palace of Friends coming from her room. Beyond being frustrated that Casey was watching TV way past her bedtime, I was confused about how she'd managed to get cable onto the TV in her room. And, more importantly, why Palace of Friends was playing on TV this late in the first place. I left my room, turned on the hallway lights, and walked toward Casey's room. As I made my way there, I noticed bunches of crumpled up pieces of paper littering the hallway. More signs and insignias that I'd noticed before from Casey's other Draw Time sessions, but there were also more and more drawings of me. These ones looked a bit more demented than the usual ones that Casey had drawn for me. Almost felt like she was regressing as an artist or something. As I got to her room, I heard the following through her closed door: "This drawing time is extra special. It's just for you. For being so smart and so brave. When your drawing is just perfect, it'll be enough for Friend to finally get out from behind the curtain." I tried opening the door to her room. It wouldn't budge. I called out to Casey, but she wouldn't answer. I kept trying, pushing against the door, moving the handle in multiple directions, and eventually, out of desperation, trying to run against the door to break it down, but nothing was working. The show continued. Do you know someone who is special enough to be a friend to friend? I slammed against the door. Can you draw that special person just right? In the special way we want you to draw them? Huh? What in the world was this? Casey, you need to let me in right. My shout out to Casey was interrupted by the sounds of all of the characters on Palace of Friends excitedly cheering. They started breaking into songs. It was just one line, repeated over and over the backdrop of some very strange and almost tense sounding instruments and arrangements. It sounded more aggressive than it should have. You did it, Casey. You did it, Casey. You did it, Casey. What the fuck was happening? In an instant, I ran back down the hallway to my room. I needed to grab my cell phone and I needed to call the police immediately. I couldn't think of anything else to do. As I got to my room, my light in the hallway turned off immediately. Without me switching it off, I slammed the door behind me, out of instinct and fear more than anything else. The sound of the show coming from Casey's room was completely gone. A moment of complete stillness and silence in the house. And then, a violent knock on my door. Over and over again. I heard Casey's voice, Mom. I did it. I found a special friend for friend. It's you. The knocking continued. It was much, much more powerful and aggressive than Casey could knock. Than any little girl could knock. As it continued, she kept calling out to me. Mom. Mom. Open up. You're the special friend. With that same aggressive knock completely rattling the door. More worrying than the force of the knocks on the door was the fact that Casey never, ever called me Mom. Her nickname for me since she first started speaking was always Ami. In the dark of my room, I noticed something strange with the curtains. It felt like there was something behind them, ever so slowly inching its way out of them. 23 years ago, my babysitter vanished. I still get chills when I think about what happened that day. My babysitter disappeared in the summer of '99, although sometimes it doesn't feel all that long ago. Like when I wake from nightmares where I'm caressing her soft, blonde hair. Her name was Michelle Dunbar, and for those first few days, everybody figured she'd run off with her boyfriend. We lived in a quiet neighborhood, after all. Abductions and attacks didn't happen here. 3 of us set off that morning. There was me, my twin sister, Evelyn, and our cousin, Georgia. Georgia lived right across the street, which meant in those summer months she landed on our doorstep every day at 8 a.m., and she didn't leave until her mom called her in for supper. After a few rounds of hide and go seek in our back garden, Georgia said, I'm bored. Let's go to the park. The sky was the color of mackerel, my least favorite food. You just knew it could start raining any second. I said, nah. We'll get soaked. No we won't, she replied matter-of-factly, like she could control the weather. It will. We should play Mario Kart instead. Let's put it to a vote. Immediately I groaned. A vote essentially meant girls versus boys, since the 2 of them were closer to each other than to me. In fact, people usually assumed they were twins on account of their matching brown hair and green eyes. Like always, the 2 of them won through sheer numbers advantage. Georgia stuck out her tongue. You lose, Charlie. From our house, we crossed the street and squeezed through a fence surrounding the nursing home. You needed to move fast, otherwise the elderly residents came out to shake their walkers and yell. After that, we circled 3 empty football pitches, followed a short trail through the woods, and voila. There was a 12-foot high fence around the park, with a front and rear gate, both of which made this horrible whine of metal against metal as they opened. The area was divided into 2 sections, one for younger kids, with swings you couldn't fall out of and tube slides, and one for kids our age, which had a climbing frame and proper swings you could launch yourself from. The only other people there was a mother with her infant son, and they left pretty quick on account of a dark storm cloud that rolled in. Usually, the place was so overrun you had to queue up for a turn on anything, but that day we had the whole place to ourselves. The 3 of us played shoe fling, this silly game where you built up momentum on the swing and then kicked your shoe off when you reached the highest point. Whoever's traveled the furthest won. Then, inevitably, everybody scrambled to recover their own shoe while battling to toss their opponents over the fence, forcing that person to hop all the way outside. After I won 3 out of the 5 rounds, Evelyn and Georgia wandered over to the benches, which sat beneath this curved metal shelter supported by 3 posts. Mostly it was a space where parents sat in the shade and relaxed while their children went in. Since the girls did gymnastics at school, they scaled the shelter with ease. Then, from the top, they called me names and pretended to sunbathe even though it was still super dreary. To climb the shelter, you had to put your foot on this metal bolt sticking out of the middle post, straighten your body, and grab the top. But being a husky nerd, this maneuver eluded me. My face turned completely flush as I slid down the pole again and again. After 5 minutes I was panting heavily. There was nothing I could do besides wait for my turncoat sister and bratty cousin to climb down. Soon I needed a piss. I went through the gate and around the side of the park, where the grass grew so tall it touched my chest. There, all you had to do was take 20 steps out and hunker down a little to disappear. As an added bonus, during the warmer months, you could charge into the field and send thousands of different colored butterflies soaring into the air. As I found a nice spot and watered the plants, midges danced around forming clouds. I waved them away, then buttoned my up shorts and strolled back toward the park. I had a side-on view of the shelter, where Evelyn and Georgia leaned over the edge, looking at the space directly beneath them. And there, through the mesh fence, I saw a stranger. He looked older and taller than my dad. And he was saying something to the girls. Even from a distance, the guy gave me the creeps. He wore this long trench coat and had a backpack around his shoulders. What little hair he did have was tied into a long ponytail. My brain frantically tried to match him up with all the adults I knew. Maybe he worked at the school, possibly as a janitor or technician, or maybe he was somebody's dad, and Georgia and Evelyn recognized him from one of those girls-only sleepovers. As I quietly shuffled forward for a closer look, the man swung his pack onto the ground and pulled a Mars bar out of the side compartment. The smart thing to do would have been to rush home and tell Mom, but it seemed wrong to abandon Evelyn and Georgia like that. Instead, I shuffled along even further, straining to hear the conversation. It began to rain. I remember the sound of water splashing against the wooden playground equipment. The man broke off a portion of his chocolate bar and waved it around. After another brief back and forth, the stranger raised his volume, to the point I could detect anger in his voice. And then, without warning, he jumped up and swiped at Georgia. Even from a standing position, the guy could almost touch the top of the shelter. Evelyn and Georgia shrieked and shuffled back along the curved surface. I remember thinking the rain would act as a water slide and send the two of them careening over the edge. It sounds ridiculous, but at that moment, I was more terrified our parents would ban us from the park because one of them fell and broke a leg. When they reached the far side, the man circled around to try from the back. The two of them scrambled into the middle, mere inches outside of the seemingly endless reach. That shelter couldn't have been any more than 6 feet long and 7 feet high. Terrified the guy might spot me, I lay flat on my stomach and crawled to the very edge of the little no man's land, my eyes fixed forward. After a few more attempts to grab the girls, the man stared fixedly at the bench. He put one foot on it and hoisted his top half up onto the shelter, bringing himself eye level with Evelyn and Georgia, who pulled their knees into their chests and shrieked. My heart pounded wildly against my chest. Even though he wasn't in great shape, the man would no doubt make his way up sooner or later. I had to help them, but how? Without thinking, I took a deep breath and belted out the words, "Dad, come quick," at the very top of my lungs. The man's head immediately snapped in my direction. I made myself completely flat, the grass tickling my face, raindrops larger than marbles pelting my back. An army of midges landed on my neck and took thousands of little bites. I itched everywhere but refused to move a single muscle. There was no question he'd seen me, that he'd already started marching over. I wanted to be somewhere safe. Like in my bedroom playing Mario Kart. That horrible crawling sensation against my flesh made it feel like some sort of horrible nightmare. It was a good thing I'd already peed. I squeezed my eyelids together and began counting. Little red thread. I made a terrible mistake a few years ago. I fell in love. Her name was Hazel. She had blue eyes and a candy apple green raincoat and a smile that reminded me of summer. We met at university. We ended up sharing more than half of our classes. I resisted as much as I could, but one gray morning, I woke up to find a thread slithering out from my arm. It was clear and clean as fresh glass, and it spilled across the floor, out of my room, and out of the building. I didn't need to follow it to know where it would end. It would end with Hazel. Because the thread was invisible, I knew that the love was unrequited. That was good. In a way, it gave me time to figure out how to cut the string. I avoided Hazel for a week until I looked down at my thread scissors chipped and useless in my hand and saw that the string was red. She loved me back. There was nothing left to do but to call her. We got married 6 years ago. It was good at first, then different, and then distant. There just didn't seem to be enough time for us. Our thread stayed bright, though, and stitched us together, the ends hooked deep into the muscle, looped around the bone. I never saw the second thread coming from Hazel. Maybe that meant she didn't love him. Maybe that made it worse. I felt the thread, our thread, humming while I was at work. It was like a moth caught in a spider web. My first thought was that Hazel was in danger. Hurt. I rushed home and heard them before I saw them. I'm not sure why our thread didn't snap then. It should have shriveled and died and turned to ash. But the bond between Hazel and I only got redder as I wrapped it around his throat, then hers. I've never seen so much red. I keep waiting for the thread to fade, but it's so damn strong. Strong enough still for a knot. For a noose. For a ceiling beam drop. Either the world is about to end or I am. My name is Dylan Holden, and the fact you're reading this probably is a bad omen. It means that, no matter what happens these next 24 hours, you may be ducked. Sorry. But look, I'm not here to scare anybody. That's not what this is all about. However, seeing as I'm, theoretically, about to stamp myself out of the history books, I'd like to share my life story, if that's alright. See, growing up, I had what you'd call a very hands-on education. I learned about evolution by watching tetrapodomorphs crawl out of the sea. My geography lessons involved tracking Earth's tectonic plates over 6 eons, and immersing myself in politics. I eavesdropped on the drafting of the 2,356 global reforms when women rebuilt society and enslaved all men. And curating me through Earth's history was my mother, P. Holden. The greatest and possibly only time-traveling historian. See those ancient Egyptians, Dylan? She'd say, as we hovered at skyscraper height above a barren desert, invisible behind our chrono curtain. Yes, Mommy. I see them. They're building what's called a pyramid. Some 21st century historians believed aliens helped with their construction. Of course, it wasn't until the invention of time travel that we realized the truth was far stranger. Wherever I wanted to go, whatever I wanted to see, Mom made it happen. There were only 2 rules. Under no circumstances were we to interfere with the past, and witnessing the events of February 11, 2022 was strictly forbidden. Now, even as a child, it wasn't difficult to fit the pieces together. On February 10th, the population was close to 8 billion. Come 03 over 10, that figure will plummet to a measly 450,676. Part of me sorely wanted to watch that day's event unfold. Maybe you think I'm a sociopath, but be honest, wouldn't a bleak part of your soul secretly love to be a fly on the wall while the world went to poop? Yeah, me too. However, I loved my mom, and I wanted to respect her wishes. But entering my teens, it became apparent she and I were different. I'm not talking physically, even though we were polar opposites, me tall and brunette, her petite and blonde. But there was a chasm between us. She was completely absorbed by her research, content to watch, study, and analyze humanity from a safe distance. Me? I wanted more. Oh sure, I could watch Michelangelo paint the creation of Adam, but the chrono curtain blocked the smell of wet paint and prevented me from running my fingers along the smooth walls of the Sistine Chapel. Think of it as the difference between watching really great adult movies versus visiting a bar to try and get laid. Oh sure, with the adult movies you know everything's going to happen by the book. There'll be a poorly acted start, a carefully timed build-up, followed by the big finish. There's no disappointment, but there's no risk, either. Except maybe your parents walking in. But marching to a bar, you're the master of your destiny. Maybe you'll try a cheesy pickup line, fall flat on your face, then stagger home, intoxicated and blue-balled. But in the end, doesn't failure make the victories all the sweeter? See, Mom chose a life of watching adult movies whereas I had the role thrust upon me. In retrospect, this was a poorly thought out analogy, but since I probably won't exist by tomorrow, we'll stick with it. Even with the future's medical breakthroughs, Mom couldn't hold the Grim Reaper at bay forever. My plan was simple: assist with her research until she croaked, then book a one-way ticket to 5th century Athens. Unfortunately, things didn't quite work out that way. This morning, rather than meet me in the control deck, Mom summoned me to her quarters, where she lay in bed, looking weak and frail. Her face drained of color as she held up her hand, offering me a scrap of paper. It read, February 11th, 2022. Her head slumped onto her right shoulder, and with that, she was gone. As upset as I was, it would be a lie to say part of me wasn't also excited. Mom died peacefully believing I'd continue her work, and now I could go experience the best and worst humanity had to offer. There was just the nagging question of why she'd handed me a note with the forbidden date jotted down. But hey, I had a time machine. The 5th century could wait. I made my way to the control deck and punched in February 11th, 2022. Mom's digital records hovered in front of my chest, highlighting people and places of interest. The Catskill Mountains in upstate New York were listed as historically significant. The Chronic Curtain carried me into a private research facility a half-mile below ground, where a team of experts was studying deadly pathogens. I hit play on time, periodically switching my attention between the events beyond the curtain and Mom's notes. An alarm began to blare as a containment breach took place. The team's instructions were clear: all researchers were to swallow cyanide capsules immediately. Anyone who refused would get shot by one of 2 armed guards, who would then swallow their capsules in unison. The facility would go into lockdown, get sterilized by an automated filtration system, and then a second team would swoop in to incinerate the bodies. The families of the deceased would receive extremely generous pensions for life. However, the people who made those rules didn't factor in the human element. And, unfortunately, in an act of astronomically bad luck, one guard who shall remain nameless had a wife on the verge of giving birth 4 weeks premature. He got the call 10 seconds before the contaminant alarm sounded. If she'd gone into labor an hour sooner, he could have traded shifts and ducked out early. An hour later, he'd have possibly made the ethical decision. But the idea of swallowing a self-mutilation pill while his wife was scared and alone, unsure of whether her first child would survive, overwhelmed him. He did the first part right and shot 2 infected researchers who tried to escape, before saying goodbye to the other guard and slipping the pill into his mouth. However, he only pretended to swallow his. After his co-worker dropped dead, the now infected man drove from the Catskills to Lenox Hill Hospital in NYC. That's a 3-hour drive. This guy made it in less than 2. He probably wanted to get his family out of the city as soon as possible, not that it would have helped. By the time he crashed his vehicle into a coffee stall on 77th Street, it looked like he was pregnant with triplets. As he kicked open the side door with blood gushing from his forehead and glass all over his shoulders, several bystanders rushed over. Rather than help, they covered their mouths, repulsed by the stench. The man's swollen belly wriggled like it was covered with writhing maggots. The mushrooms blooming from his nostrils were bright yellow with red spots. His left eye was completely white, the pigment is gone, and mold grew from the beds of his fingernails. All this within 2 hours of exposure. He waddled across the street, one hand against his swollen stomach, into the hospital building, where horrified doctors were terrified of getting close. My wife, he gurgled. I need to see my wife. Even in his crazed state, he had the sense to stagger into the maternity ward. For once, I was glad of the invisible barrier cutting me off from humanity. Watching the event unfold, my heart began pumping. I couldn't understand why Mom sent me here. Until the Chronic Curtain showed me the guard's wife, that is. The lady in labor looked strangely familiar, mostly because of her brunette curls, identical to mine. After she pushed out her baby, the doctor shouted, "It's a boy." But before he could hand over the screaming infant, a rectangle of blue light engulfed the corner, and then out of a Chronic Curtain popped my mom, cloaked in an environmental suit. Mom snatched the baby from the doctor, whose jaw was hanging open, and then turned back toward the light. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was interfering with the past. Of all the shocked faces around the room, only one brave nurse attempted to stop my mom, who gave the would-be hero a shock with a stun gun strapped to her right thigh, then disappeared. It was unbelievable. After all those endless lectures about the importance of protecting the past, about not interfering, she'd ripped a child from its mother's arms. What did she even want with it anyway? The sudden realization came as a swift kick in the plums. Perhaps she'd come to this moment intending to act as a documentarian, but instead found herself overwhelmed by emotion and spared baby me from infection. I wasn't sure how to feel. 5 seconds later, the guard, my father, burst into the room, his belly so distended it became pinched between the door. Everybody screamed. My dad opened his mouth, probably intending to call my mom's name, but instead, spores erupted like confetti. The sight reminded me of a seahorse giving birth. Within seconds, his stomach emptied and shrunk, until it was a loose flap of skin slumped over his belt. Quickly my dad fell backward, already dead, while the staff held their throats, choking on spores. My terror pinned me in place. I watched the rest of the day fast forward. The authorities, already aware of the contagion, moved quickly to section of most of New York City. Unfortunately, in the room of my father's eruption, there was an open window, outside which 3 pigeons had nested. After becoming infected, they set off for Central Park. Containment was never an option. So maybe you're wondering why I'm telling you this? Why I'd come here just to warn everybody a terrifying infection's about to wipe out most of humanity. It's because I intend to stop it. I've come back to this point in time to abduct my father and place him safely in NYC. Hopefully, when he doesn't turn up to work, the replacement guard will follow the correct security protocols. If tomorrow you read about 1.2 million New Yorkers getting quarantined, you'll know my mission failed. But if I pull this off, and that's a pretty big if, I'll theoretically never get adopted by my mom, who will have no reason to ever visit 0211, and this story never gets written. Nothing is certain, though, since the logistics of time travel are so tricky. But if my plan succeeds, then this incarnation of me never exists. I'll get born as normal and grow up leading an ordinary life. To be alive on this earth, not to watch from behind a screen but to live it, feel it, taste it, will be the greatest thing. Wish me luck. AM radio stations shouldn't exist anymore. I know what you're thinking. Who gives a poop about AM radio, anyways? And up until a few months ago, I would have agreed with you. But then something happened. I think it was a weird feeling of morbid curiosity, beyond anything else. I've always loved the radio, and I still had a few local FM radio staples that I listened to frequently. It was almost like a ritual for me to settle down in my room in the evening, grab a drink, and put on some classic rock at 105.9 FM. One night, out of boredom more than anything else, I switched my alarm clock radio settings to AM and started switching between the stations. Most of what I heard was a bunch of static in between talk radio stations. Felt like I was wasting my time. But I kept going. Felt like if I tried hard enough, I could maybe find some sort of gem of a station. I turned the radio dial to its very fringes, and at the absolute edge of accessible AM channels, I started hearing a whisper in between the static. It took a few minutes to get the station quite right. It was so hard to hear clearly that it almost felt like the station was keeping itself hidden or something. But I was now there, listening intently to this weird, hidden, whispery station. "How do you have fun, stranger?" was the voice from the radio, whispered yet croaky. Strange. It felt like it was the start of a monologue, so I waited for a follow-up. Instead, silence for a minute. Then, well, the voice followed up. I laughed. It felt like this station was maybe all about playing a prank on the listener or something. Just to play along, I followed up with something stupid. "Getting laid, I guess," I said half jokingly at the radio. I knew it was a bit crazy, but I wanted to commit to the bit. About another minute of silence. And then, "Thank you for trusting me with your secret," came the voice from the radio. Huh. I kind of shrugged it off and thought "you're welcome" in my head, but I left it there. I kept listening after that, but it was a bunch of very incomprehensible whispering. Almost felt like it was in some sort of other language. I eventually tuned it out and went back to my standard evening ritual. A few days passed, and I thought, what the hell? I switched the radio back to AM, spent that agonizing few minutes getting the dial just right, and returned to the station with the croaky whispering. Something strange happened. It's almost like, when I fully tuned in, the speaker on the other side was aware. Almost immediately, he stopped his whispering, and there was silence coming from the radio. And then, "Hello friend, do you want to know how I have fun?" Ha ha ha. What? Yes, I'd love to know how you have fun, I said to my clock radio, more formally than I anticipated. Silence. Then, "Can I trust you with my secret?" the voice asked. I was still weirdly convinced this whole thing was pre-recorded or something. There was always a good amount of silence between when I answered and when the radio voice would actually respond again. "Yes, you can trust me," I said. "Good." The voice responded immediately. The promptness of the response took me aback. "How I like to have fun is," the voice continued. "I like to drink." "Oh," I responded. "That's super normal. I think we all do, if I'm being honest." Silence. Did I offend him or something? Then, "People. I like to drink people," he said. "What?" Silence from the radio. I didn't say anything back this time. I just started wondering, what kind of AM station would be pulling a long-running horror bit like this? Just seemed weird. A few minutes passed. Still nothing but silence. I wanted to switch the station, but a part of me didn't feel comfortable making a move. Finally, he broke his silence. "My secret is safe with you, yes?" I couldn't muster up a response, so I just kind of nodded. "Thank you," he responded. I was tense. Thankfully, he switched over to his whispery gibberish after that. I let a few more minutes pass, and then I switched back to FM and called it a night. The experience was weird enough that I spent a lot of the next day Googling around for the names and details of all of my local AM stations. Turns out, there wasn't a recorded station anywhere near where I had taken my AM dial. I looked up some of the details of the station, low whispering in another language, an AM channel that asked for secrets, and likewise couldn't muster anything up. I did the mature thing and decided to move on with my life. That was until 2 weeks ago. I came home intoxicated on a Friday night, and I felt curious. This time, I was armed with liquid courage. So I turned on my clock radio, switched to AM, and went to the fringes of the dial like I always used to. Something strange happened this time. The station was gone. I was sure of it. There was no low whispering, no familiar voice. Just a sea of static as I scrolled through. I started going back through prior AM stations, looking for any sort of familiar signal. I must have spent an hour doing this. Finally, I'd taken the dial all the way to the other end, the other fringe of stations. It was more of a last-ditch effort than anything else, and surprisingly enough, I heard that croaky whispering again in between all of the static. I hunkered down and honed in on the station until I was fully tuned in. There he was, whispering. Faster than usual this time. I heard laughter between his whispers this time. It felt like this was a more energetic broadcast. It took him a few minutes this time to realize I was there. Slowly, his whispering dissipated. We were back in our silence together. I was able to have a drink. "You were?" I said back. Silence. "I'm grateful for those who keep secrets. Your trust allowed me to have fun," said the voice. "As your friend, I'd love to know more details," I said back. Keep in mind I was intoxicated, and had convinced myself this was all bullpoop. A pause. It was around 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I'm pretty sure sober me would have switched stations at this point. But I was determined. The same weird feeling that made me chase AM radio in the first place was making me stay. Finally, "Thank you for letting me share my story," he said. He wasn't whispering this time. The deep, rough croak in his voice was incredibly clear. It sounded otherworldly. I drank a family this time. A mother. And a son. He proceeded to give me details. Their names. Where they lived. How they tasted. In between my horror, I was able to scribble down some baseline details. He went on for longer than I thought. I wanted to get up and record some of this, but it felt like I couldn't move. It felt like he could tell if I stopped focusing on his story. Finally, he stopped. "Thank you, friend," he said. "And no worries," I said back. Silence. "If I ever need another drink, will you let me visit?" he asked. Duck. Why did I tune into this effing station tonight? What was I thinking? I slowly moved to turn the dial. Part of me just wanted to smash the alarm right then and there. Friends should know where each other live. "Will you tell me where you live?" My hand was closer to the dial. "Are you Michael? Is your address 51? Turned away. Flipped the switch back to FM. "And then, I'll level with you, I smashed the damn thing right after." In case you were wondering, yes, he had my first name right, and it sounded like he was en route to getting my address correct as well. I couldn't sleep that night. I haven't slept very well since. Eventually, I mustered up the courage to Google some of the details he shared with me. As it turned out, there was a very grisly crime scene in the same area he described. The names hadn't been shared to the public, but it was a mother and a son. But the weird thing was, this happened on the other side of the effing country. So here I am now. I won't take the car with anyone. No radios of any kind in my apartment. I don't really see people anymore. I don't want to risk the chance that I accidentally tune into that station, and that effing creature finishes saying my address. Duck AM radio. How should we kill Marnie Landrell? We've all gathered in the empty littered field off Lamar Road to decide how we're going to kill Marnie. By we, I mean all 7 of us. Marnie, Connor, Alexandra, Jasper, Tina, Evan, and me. Look, we don't want to kill Marnie. But most people don't ever really want to kill anyone, I suppose. A cloud of anxiety hangs in the air over us, like a cartoon character being followed by a rain cloud. The only difference is that we created the cloud ourselves, and we're choosing to stand below it. Jasper says that killing Marnie is the only way. Her death is the only way we can remedy the situation because we went too far and we're way past the point of no return. The only way to cancel out the awful things we did is to do something even more awful, more gruesome, more evil. I don't think any of us believe his logic, but I know that all of us are going to listen to Jasper regardless. The night is still like the entire universe is waiting for us to do something. There isn't even a light breeze passing through. Any sound we make will echo through the dark and eventually fall upon the ears of anyone who happens to be nearby. I think that we're going to get caught, but Jasper says we won't. He says that even if we did, he would take care of it. Nobody believes him, nobody even likes him, but we're all terrified of Jasper. Especially after what we did. He said that we would all be forgiven once Marnie is dead. The truth is, that even though it sounds absurd, I want to believe him. I want to believe him so badly because the guilt is eating me alive. I've had this feeling in my chest that extends into the pit of my stomach ever since the incident happened. It's heavy and hollow at the same time, like the pressure on my chest is trying to fill the hole in my stomach but it can't. The mere idea that doing this will give me a clean slate is what pushed me to come out to the field in the first place. A part of my brain, the logical part, keeps telling me that killing Marnie won't solve anything. In fact, it will just amplify the guilt, and then I'll have 2 things weighing on me. I ignore it though. I shove it aside and focus on Marnie, who lies on the dirt below us, gagged and bleeding with her arms and legs bound to stop her from running away. After a few seconds, the thought disappears, and I'm once again convinced that doing this will make me feel better. It's easy to shut down the logical part of your brain, and it's even easier to convince yourself that the stupid things you're about to do aren't really that bad. That's how we all got here in the first place. Even though he managed to convince all of us to lure Marnie out and then bring her to the field, I have a feeling that Jasper is going to have a tough time convincing the whole group to kill her. Connor stands across from me, with no expression on his face. I can tell that he's clenching his jaw, perhaps trying not to cry. Connor tends to cry a lot. He's been that way since we were in preschool. Not that there's anything wrong with crying, I just don't think it will make anything any easier if we all start bawling our eyes out. Not only that, but we're low on time here, and we all need to make it back home before our parents realize that we're gone. We're not even supposed to be out together. Our parents said that it was best that we didn't see each other for a while, at least until everything calmed down a bit, but of course, we didn't listen. Alexandra cried on the way here. She was quiet about it because she didn't want to get caught, but I could tell she was crying nonetheless, as she kept sniffling and taking deep breaths. Now she stands fidgeting with the skin around her fingernails, picking it and wincing when she feels too far. I watch as she does it again, lifting her finger to press it to her tongue to stop the bleeding. The gold hair clips on her hair twists shine as they catch the light of the nearby streetlights, and she focuses her eyes on something in the distance, avoiding looking down at Marnie. Tina chews on her lower lip furiously, the lip ring on the right side bobbing around wildly. She tucks a strand of her faded red hair behind her ear and locks eyes with me. She swallows hard and then breaks eye contact with me to glance down at Marnie. Her lip slides out from between her teeth, and even in the darkness, I can tell that she's peeled off quite a bit of skin. Evan is jittery, shifting his weight from one foot to the other over and over again as he looks around the area like he's expecting someone to catch us. I'm pretty sure he's high. There's a sudden rustling that comes from across the street and Evan jumps, spinning his head around to look in the direction of the sound. I look too, only to spot a stray black cat jump off a dumpster into the trash on the sidewalk. Marnie sniffles, her face covered in tears and snot. She shuts her eyes as she cries. At first, she tried to beg us to stop, but after Tina gagged her, she stopped trying to talk. She randomly begins to move and wiggle violently, trying to get out of the ropes that we've tied around her, but it's no use. Next to me stands Jasper. I didn't truly realize how bad it had been until I saw the aftermath. His straight black hair is wet and drips down into the dirt, darkening its color. He holds his right arm against his body, trying not to move it because it's broken. His forearm is bent in a way that forearm should never bend, and his hand is twisted around so his palm is facing outwards. His left hand hangs down like a dead weight, and it's covered in scrapes and blood. He wears the same clothes that he was wearing when it happened, his dark green t-shirt with the stripes down the front, only it's soaking wet, torn, and stained with blood. His sweatpants have a giant hole in the left pant leg, and his leg is bleeding and covered in sand and dirt. His right leg is worse, and his foot is twisted to the side, causing him to limp and drag his right leg behind him whenever he moves. And his face, my God, his face. I don't know why I never thought about the fact that his face would have been injured. I expected him to have a broken arm or leg, but for some reason, I never thought about the face. His nose is broken, crudely shoved to one side, and dripping blood down his face and chin. There's sand stuck to the left side of his face, and a dip in the side where his cheekbone would be. His left eye is swollen and purple, and it hurts to look at. I can only imagine how much pain he's in. His lip is busted, and he's missing some of his teeth. He limps closer to Marnie and bends over to pick up the one rope that we didn't use to tie her up. Ready? Jasper asks. I look around the group and no one says anything as they avoid contact with each other. Jimena, I look up at Jasper, startled at the sound of my name. His voice sounds weird, deeper, and raspy, and he takes shaky deep breaths before and after every word. Can you take her gag out? He asks. What if she screams? I ask. Jasper looks around and then motions towards a nearby tree with his head. Fine, just drag her over there. Reluctantly, we all reach down and grab Marnie, slowly dragging her across the dirt as she wiggles around in protest. Once we get her to the tree, I turn towards Jasper, who holds the rope out to Alexandra. I notice that he somehow managed to tie it into a noose, and my entire body turns cold. Suddenly, I'm nervous, and that logical part of my brain is shouting at me to leave now before this gets worse. But once again, I shut it out and watch as Jasper instructs Alexandra to slip the noose around Marnie's neck. Alexandra and Marnie both start to cry and the rest of us stand around awkwardly. I check my watch. It's midnight now. Alex, Jasper says in a sad tone. I know this is hard, but it's the only way. Alexandra nods sadly as she leans down to slip the rope over Marnie's head and Marnie tries to wiggle away but she can't. Once she's done, Jasper instructs Alexandra to tighten the knot and she does. Now, everyone takes a part of the rope. Throw it over the tree branch, the thickest one, and hold her up until she stops breathing. Marnie cries harder and Connor begins to cry now too as we all take the rope in our hands. We drag Marnie closer to the tree, and she coughs and gags as the rope cuts into her throat. I try to ignore her and I throw the other end of the rope over the branch. Jasper stands off to the side, and then limps over and grabs the end of the rope. Slowly, everyone takes hold of the rope so that we're all in a single file line, holding the rope. Connor is at the front, followed by Tina, then me, then Alexandra, then Evan, and finally Jasper. 3, 2, 1, pull. How should we kill Marnie Landrell? We follow Jasper's cue and pull on the rope. I watch, my ears ringing as Marnie is lifted up into the air. She flails around, wiggling her body around as she desperately attempts to get her hands loose. I watch her as her movements become more desperate and I pull harder, the rope cutting into my fingers and palms. All I hear is the loud and disorienting ringing in my ears, the same sound I heard on that day. Suddenly, I'm back at the cliff of that day. The memory is so vivid, I can feel the cool ocean breeze, I can hear the laughter as we make our way up the rocky path toward the cliff. I can smell the alcohol on Tina's breath as she whispers into my ear, telling me to look at how drunk Evan is as he stumbles and trips over a bump in the path and falls onto his knees. I can see the cliff's edge as we all stand looking down at the dark ocean below us. I can hear Marnie daring us to dive down into the water, and everyone laughing it off and telling her she's crazy, that this is a bad place to jump from, can't she see all the rocks below us? I can see Marnie roll her eyes as she runs towards the edge, stopping a few feet away as she pretends to jump off. She falls to the ground laughing hysterically. She's wasted. We shouldn't have drank as much as we did. If our parents found out we raided their liquor cabinets, we would all be dead. I'm still sober enough to realize that this is dangerous. We never should have come out here, and we definitely shouldn't have let Jasper drive out here after he had 2 shots of tequila. But the slight buzz that I got from the beer is just enough to stop me from telling everyone that this is a bad idea, and we shouldn't have left the house, or gotten into the car knowing we were this drunk. I watch them mess around as the breeze blows through my hair and I think about how peaceful the night looks. The rope burns on my palm snaps me back to reality and I notice that Marnie is no longer moving. I think she's dead, Tina gasps. We all let go of the rope, and Marnie falls to the ground with a heavy thud. Connor walks over and bends down to check on her. She's not breathing, he says. I look back, but Jasper is gone. I look around because he couldn't have gotten far, not in his condition, but he's nowhere to be seen. Do we just leave her here? Alexandra asks. I think so, I reply. And just like that, everyone walks away. We all split up as we head back to our homes, and I walk down the road, checking my watch again. It's 12:22. I continue to walk home, turning down my street as I think back to that night again. It all happened so fast, and I wasn't really paying attention. I remember standing there, enjoying the cool breeze and the sound of the waves hitting the rocks on the shore. I remember looking over to see Marnie pretend to push Evan toward the cliff. Tina screamed and Evan stumbled away, laughing. Next, Marnie headed towards Jasper, sneaking up behind him as he stood still, staring out towards the water. She put her finger to her lips to shush us as she jumped forward and pushed him. Maybe it would have been fine if we weren't drunk. Jasper wasn't even that close to the edge. Maybe Marnie pushed him too hard. Maybe he was too drunk to realize that he was standing near a cliff. Whatever the case, Marnie pushing Jasper made him stumble forward and lose his balance. I remember watching him fall. I remember seeing it as if it was in slow motion. As he fell, he turned towards Marnie and grabbed her arm to steady himself. Marnie fell forward as he did, and the two tumbled to the ground. Jasper was closest to the edge, and as they fell, he didn't lose his grip on Marnie's arm, holding on as his legs dangled off the edge of the cliff. That's when Tina screamed for real, and everyone rushed to help. Marnie freaked out. I guess she thought Jasper would fall and take her with him, and so she swung her leg around and kicked him in the side of the head, causing Jasper to let her go. He dropped her arm and grabbed the side of his head. Unfortunately, with nothing to hold onto, he fell off the cliff and landed down in the rocks below. No one moved for a while, and finally, Connor walked over to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Is he dead? Tina asked. I think so, Connor replied. Oh my god, I heard myself say. We killed someone, Evan said. Marnie did it, it was her fault she pushed him, Alexandra exclaimed. It was an accident, Marnie cried. He's still dead, Connor replied. What do we do? I asked. We go home, Marty said. If we go to the police now we have to tell them we were drunk, and we'll get in trouble. And that's how it started. We pretended to not know where Jasper was. We even reported him missing as soon as we walked back home. We told the police he must have left in the night, without our knowledge. It didn't take them long to find him. They said he must have driven himself out to the cliff, gone for a walk, and fallen off the edge due to his impaired state. We got in trouble for drinking anyway, and Jasper was sent to the hospital. The fall wasn't high enough to kill him, just enough for him to break a few bones and slip into a coma. The rest of us tried to convince ourselves that it was fine. He was in a coma, that was better, right? That meant he wasn't awake and lying in pain in a hospital bed. And most importantly, that meant he wasn't going to snitch on us, at least not until he woke up. If he woke up, I got home and climbed in through the window, stumbling into my bed and falling asleep. The next morning when I woke up, the feeling was still there. No matter how many deep breaths I took, I felt like I was suffocating. The weight on my chest grew heavier as I remembered the events of the previous night, and the pit in my stomach grew deeper. When I finally went downstairs for breakfast, my mom said she had something to tell me. She said Jasper had died last night in the hospital, just past midnight, and that someone had murdered Marty Landrell by hanging her from a tree in a field near Lamar Road. I dress up as Shaggy for kids' parties. Scooby-Doo is really starting to freak me out. About a month ago I got a job dressing up as Shaggy for kids' parties. To be honest, it's not my dream job, but I have some acting experience from high school. I'm good with little kids and the pay is pretty decent. So I got a job working for a company whose name I won't disclose, but it's a pretty well-established company who organizes clients to hire actors to dress up as Disney or Marvel characters for kids' parties. At my interview with the company director for my city, the dude looked me up and down and told me I was perfect for the role of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I'm tall and lanky, have scruffy brown hair, and I'm a 21-year-old white guy, so I guess I pretty much fit the requirements. I was happy with the role as I had watched Scooby-Doo religiously as a kid, all the way through from the 70s episodes that my dad had on tape to the newer movies and spin-offs. Plus, there was the added bonus that I didn't have to wear a boiling hot fur suit, like a lot of the party actors did. A friend of mine who had referred me to the company used to have to dress up as one of the chipmunks, and my god was that costume heavy and awful. I guess that my costume couldn't require much more than a baggy green V-neck and brown pants. I felt sorry for the poor sucker who was going to have to play Scooby-Doo. I betted that costume would be hot and itchy as hell. The party company messaged me a couple of weeks into January to tell me that they had got me a party on Saturday the 18th, a 6th birthday party. Sweet, I needed the money. They also gave me the number of the guy playing Scooby, I guess so that we would have met and could iron out our routine before the party. So I messaged the guy, Jared, and he seemed pretty decent, a couple of years younger than me maybe? But he seemed alright, and even offered to pick me up and take me to the party as he lived locally, and it would save us taking 2 cars on the Saturday morning of that first party. I practiced my Shaggy voice in the mirror. There was a script for a sketch that me and Scooby would act out at the beginning of the party, which I learned. There were also some prompts for responses to typical questions so that we could interact with the kids in character. With my costume on, I actually looked a heck of a lot like a live-action Shaggy. Jared's car pulled up front a little early. It was a good thing I was ready because it was a good 15 minutes before we agreed, but I knew it was Jared because he was in the driver's seat wearing a Scooby-Doo fursuit, complete with SD on the collar and hood fully up. Yep. He was in the driver's seat with the full costume on. I headed over to the car grinning, thinking that he had the hood part of the suit on as a joke, because surely this dude was not going to drive around with his full face covered by some furry costume. He rolled the window down and gestured with one paw for me to get in the car. I got in the passenger seat, still expecting this dude to pull down the hood and laugh, but he didn't. I looked at him more closely when I sat down. I couldn't see a single part of him that was not covered by a brown furry costume. Hey, you must be Jared? I asked him. Hello Raggy, he replied in a very good impression of Scooby-Doo's voice. That's a really good man. I laughed. He just stared at me through the nets that were Scooby's eyes. My smile faltered as I tried to make out Jared's eyes through the suit, but I couldn't. He continued to sit there and stare at me, one hand on the wheel, lifeless, unblinking eyes staring into mine. I let another 20 seconds pass before asking, are we going then? Scooby's head snapped forwards and in a fluid motion, and without saying anything, he hit the gas and started driving. We drove for 10 minutes in silence. I kept furtively watching Jared out of the corner of my eye. How the hell was this guy able to see through that thick net over his eyes? I hope to God we didn't pass a police car, because although there's probably not a law against driving in a Scooby-Doo costume, this guy was driving like a maniac. He was swerving around like crazy, so much that in our 10-minute journey to the kids' party, 3 cars beeped at him. I felt like suggesting that he take off the hood of the costume because it was clearly obstructing his vision, but I sat tight, realizing that we were about to pull onto the right street. Do you know where the house is? I asked him as we pulled into the street where I knew the kid's house was. Over here, Raggy, said Jared in another insanely accurate impression of Scooby, gesturing one paw towards the house. I forced a laugh. Seriously, Jared, have you practiced the script? He didn't reply as he parked up outside the house where the party was. Jared? I repeated with a little more irritation. I really don't think we have to be in character until we get inside. He did not respond. I'm serious, man. Do we know what we're doing or not? I was not surprised when he didn't reply. Seriously though, this guy had seemed totally normal online. He had an older sister who I knew from college and she was totally ordinary. I told myself that maybe he was just weirdly committed to the role and trying to get in character. But to tell you the truth, something about those lifeless mesh eyes gave me the creeps. I gratefully got out of the car, so did Scooby. I was half expecting him to jump out of the driver's seat on all fours and start bouncing along the grass, but thankfully he didn't. He walked with a slow, stiff plod. Maybe the costume was heavy and it was difficult to walk normally. We rang the doorbell, standing awkwardly side by side as we waited for the kid's mom to open the door. Hi guys, don't you two look great? Why don't you come into the kitchen while we set up? She took us through to the kitchen and pulled us up chairs at the table, offering us lemonade. Jared still did not take off his costume hood. The kid's mom was really friendly and nice. I vaguely recognized her as a friend of my mom's. She told us all about her son, who was called Lucas, and his Scooby-Doo obsession, while she set up a buffet of party food for the kids. She asked us a few polite questions too, and I talked about where I went to college and she asked about my mom. Jared got asked a few questions too, but only replied with a theatrical nod or shake of his head that made the ears of the costume flap. I could tell that the child's mother was kind of taken aback when she asked Jared where he went to school, and he stared blankly at her through those dark mesh eyes and didn't reply. Before the Shaggy and Scooby bit, a magician was performing. We peeped into the living room to see 10 odd faces staring up at a young woman in a purple sequined witch's hat waving her hands over a box as she prepared for her final trick. Who's ready to see the birthday boy disappear? The magician asked the eager children and was met with a barrage of excited applause. When a grinning Lucas reappeared from the box, his mom introduced Shaggy and Scooby, and 10 little heads craned around, eyes wide and animated as they took in Jared's furry brown costume. The routine went to plan. We played games like musical statues and passed the parcel, and managed to stay in character. Thankfully Jared stuck to the script, and the kids were absorbed by his unnervingly good impersonation of Scooby-Doo. I was begrudgingly impressed that anyone could be this good at acting as a cartoon dog. This guy had everything down, from the voice and expression to the bounding gait. He was undeniably a great actor. I was just beginning to think that I had judged him too harshly for his weird behavior and that maybe he was some kind of method actor when he went off script. We were doing our final bit, asking Lucas about his birthday presents, etc. when Jared interrupted me, bounding over to the starry, magenta box that was still left out from the magician. Hey kids, who wants to disappear? Asked Scooby. Zoink Scoob, I think everybody's already seen that trick, and we're just about to have some cake. Scooby wasn't listening. A little girl had got up from the front row, eager to be a part of the disappearing trick, and Jared was leading her by the wrist towards the large box. To my relief, at that moment, Lucas's mother appeared in the doorway. Hi everyone. Did we have fun with Shaggy and Scooby? The cakes are ready in the kitchen. Scooby let go of the little girl the second that Lucas's mom entered the room, and all the children scrambled to the kitchen to get some cake. Jared and I stayed in the living room, not talking, taking a seat awkwardly on either end of the couch. We heard the muffled sound of the children singing happy birthday from the kitchen, and the scraping of chairs as the children tucked into their lunch. Lucas's mom brought us a plate of cookies and sandwiches, and a soda each, along with the money we had earned. Jared, still in costume, snatched the plate of cookies out of her hand. Scooby snacks. Yummy, he said, still in character. Lucas's mother seemed a little deterred but laughed and sat in the armchair to have some lunch herself. I was curious to see if Jared would finally take off his costume to eat, especially now that the party was over. However, he simply unzipped a small opening at the mouth and wrists of the costume. I continued a stream of conversation with the child's mother, while Jared sat silently devouring his food, at a speed reminiscent of the real Scooby-Doo, when I noticed something strange. Jared's hands and wrists were visible for the first time, and his forearms were covered in thick dark hair. I did a double take. Scooby had finished eating and was hastily zipping up the wrists and mouth again. I didn't know much about Jared, but I knew for a fact that he had sandy hair, which would definitely not match up to this kind of body hair. I thanked Lucas's mom, but turned down the lift home with Jared. Wasn't sure I'd make it home safely in a car driven by the dude again. Not to mention, I didn't particularly want to be seen by anybody I might know being driven around by someone in a fursuit. I watched as Jared bounded into his car, still in full costume, and sped away. I got a lift with some friends and we hit some bars. I actually entertained them with the story of my encounter with real-life Scooby that's actually creepy as said my friend Emma as I got to the part of the story about the magician's stuff and Jared had gone off script. How? It's just a high schooler in a costume, babe, laughed Emma's boyfriend Zach. No, seriously, she insisted. I mean, who knows who or what was under that fursuit? Any weirdo could throw on a Scooby costume and viola free entry to a kid's house. You need to stop watching so much true crime, Em said. Zach, no, I see your point. I laughed between sips of my beer. Looking at those mesh eyes was creeping me out. There was no shot I was letting that dude drive me home. It was just odd, you know, how he never left character. I hope I'm not put down to work with that dude again the next morning. My mom called me that night to tell me that she had spoken to Lucas's mother and that she was singing my praises about our performance. Lucas and the other children had a great time. It's a good thing they could find another Scooby actor to step in at such short notice, isn't it? My mom said, what? Oh, didn't you know? The party company contacted Lucas's mom to tell her that Jared Littman had resigned last minute, but that they had found a replacement. Did the new Scooby actor not tell you he was standing in? The conversation continued, but I wasn't really listening. So the Scooby-Doo actor hadn't corrected me when I called him Jared all day? Later that evening, I tried to get some work done, but couldn't concentrate, feeling strangely unsettled by something that I couldn't place. I decided to call it a day, switching on the TV, ready to watch a movie and maybe grab something to eat before sleeping. Just as I was switching over to Netflix, something caught my attention on the District News channel. The article had already begun, but I watched the story twice, horror dawning as the newsreader announced that the savagely dismembered body of a local teenager, 18-year-old Jared Littman, has been found in the shallows of a lake just outside of our city. The young man's body was found early this morning by local police. Authorities have ruled this a homicide and will proceed with the investigation accordingly. The victim's mobile phone, black Honda Civic, and other personal possessions known to have been on his person at the time of death are missing and yet to be found. Due to the brutal nature of the young man's death, the public are warned to take precautions when walking alone and potentially avoid secluded areas, as the horrifying nature of the crime is so graphic and disturbing that local police are unable to divulge some details to the public as of now. The reporter continued, but I wasn't listening. I switched off the TV and sat motionless for a long time. So if the timeline was right, Jared had been killed the morning before the Scooby-Doo party. But that surely couldn't be right. He'd texted me when he was outside my house. Hell, he had picked me up in that black Honda. So who the f was Scooby-Doo and why did he have Jared's things? My blood ran cold when I remembered that Scooby had collected me from my house and therefore knew where I lived. I was suddenly very glad I hadn't accepted a lift home with Scooby that night. I've quit my job at the party company, of course, and spent the last few hours on a video call with my friends discussing everything that's happened and commiserating about the fate of poor Jared, who would soon be finishing high school. I've also been in contact with the police, telling them everything I could about the Scooby actor, his bizarre behavior, and how he had been driving Jared's car. I couldn't stop thinking about Jared or shake the unsettling feeling that whoever was wearing that f***ing costume played some part in what happened. It was past 2 in the morning when I finally shut off FaceTime and my laptop, making sure to have double-checked the locks on my front and back doors before heading to my bedroom. I had reached the top of the stairs before realizing that I'd locked my dog, Bruce, my big and friendly black lab, outside in the yard. I heard him scratching frantically to come inside. "I'm coming, bud," I yelled down the stairs before tiredly turning around and plodding back down to let him in, glancing into the dark kitchen to check his bowl was full. I used my phone flashlight to navigate the hallway, quickening my steps as the scratching got louder. "Bruce, I'm coming, mate," I said as I approached the back door. Suppressing a yawn, my phone screen lit up at that moment and I paused to read the message and I stopped in my tracks, blood running cold. Zoinks, I had so much fun at the party. "Don't leave your old buddy waiting out here in the cold. Open the door, Raggy." The last stop. Ron took a sip from his travel mug and winced. The coffee had gone cold. He took a breath and drained the rest of the cup. It might taste like wet dirt, but Ron needed the caffeine. Part of him regretted offering to drive his nephew and the neighborhood kids around to trick or treat, but he'd made a promise so he'd get through it. Hell, it was barely 11 anyways. The night was still young. A tiny fist knocked on the glass door of the school bus. Ron stretched and pulled back the handle. A colorful parade of miniature monsters streamed onto the bus. Ron began his head count. 1, 2, the vampire makes 3, a Power Ranger, a basic ghost in a sheet, 6, 7, a handful of superheroes, and a girl with surprisingly good zombie makeup. 11 kids in total sat down and began rummaging through their candy bags. Ron frowned. He checked his math again, then turned around in his seat for another head count. Still 11. The count was off. Ron had started the night with 10 kids. "Did someone new get on?" he asked. The kids stopped their candy counting to stare at him. None of them answered. Ron tried to single out his nephew but couldn't remember if the boy was dressed as Spider-Man or the Red Ranger or maybe one of the others. "Joseph?" Ron asked. "Did you invite a new friend on the bus?" The vampire set his bag down but didn't make eye contact. "Yes, Uncle Ron." His voice sounded unusual. Strained. Ron decided the kid was probably tired. "Who just got on?" Ron asked. Joseph didn't reply, but he did turn to look at the ghost sitting in the back row. The kid was wearing a stained bedsheet with ragged eye holes. Ron couldn't see the ghost well enough to tell if it was a girl or a boy. They sat in the middle of a shadow thrown from a nearby streetlight. "Hey, Mr. or Miss Ghost in the back," Ron called out. "Do you live on Gardner Avenue?" The ghost nodded. "Good enough." Ron keyed the ignition and began to roll down the street. There were a few clusters of costumed kids and sleepy-looking parents wandering around between houses, but Halloween was winding down. It was only 2 miles back to Gardner Avenue and Ron expected at least half the kids to be out cold before they arrived at the pre-arranged stop to unload. He felt a comfortable flush of pride that he'd done one, albeit small, good deed in October. Hopefully, going trick-or-treating on a school bus would be a nice memory for Joseph and the rest of the kids. A small voice began to sob behind Ron. He glanced up at the wide mirror above the windshield. The bus was dark, each child a hunched silhouette. Ron noticed movement at the back of the bus. The kid in the dirty bedsheet was standing up, swaying just enough to rustle the fabric. "Hey, Casper, sit down, please," Ron called out, but he was ignored. A little girl dressed up like a princess in a pink gown sat one row ahead of the ghost. She began crying hysterically. The ghost snapped its head towards the sound. "What's wrong, kiddo?" Ron asked. Other than the sobbing, it was silent in the bus, and his voice carried. The little girl didn't respond. She only cried louder and began trembling. The kid in the ghost costume walked forward one row and turned to face the girl. Ron lost sight of her in the mirror, his vision blocked by the graying bedsheet. "Hey, a kid in the ghost costume," he yelled. "I'm serious, go back to your seat." "Hey, sit down." The sheet continued to sway. Suddenly, it stopped. A shriek filled the bus. "Jesus Christ," Ron shouted, slamming on the brakes. Or, at least that's the signal his brain sent to his leg. Ron found that he couldn't move his foot to the brake, couldn't move at all other than to continue driving. It was as if he was stuck in place by an invisible force, a butterfly nailed to a board by glass pins. Ron's eyes and hands could move, but the latter didn't obey him. His fingers continued to grip the steering wheel at 10 and 2 relaxed as if a little kid wasn't screaming her lungs out down the aisle. Ron's hands gently turned the wheel, guiding the bus down an unlit side street that he'd never seen before. He didn't want to make the turn and fought against it so hard that the tendon strained in his neck, but Ron couldn't resist. The girl was screaming louder than the sound cut off. Silence. Ron glanced up to the mirror. All of the children were facing straight ahead. Some were shaking or sobbing or sitting with their eyes jammed shut. The ghost had turned, still blocking whatever happened to the girl in the princess costume. Ron noticed that the bedsheet was ripped and muddy at the hem, hanging low over bare feet. The kid wasn't wearing any shoes, revealing skinny ankles and pale toes gone black at the edges. Whatever was wearing the ghost costume seemed to notice Ron's attention. It took a few steps forward in the aisle, now even with the next row of seats. One of the boys nearby started making a pitiful whining noise. But no one tried to run or even stand. Everyone was frozen by the same force that held Ron in place and kept him driving casually on. Now that the ghost had moved, Ron tried searching the mirror for any sign of the girl in the princess costume. However, the back of the bus was now completely dark, as shadow-choked as a forest cave. The ghost again blocked Ron's vision of several trick-or-treaters. Several children began screaming all at once. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee," Ron mumbled, wishing he could take his hands off the steering wheel so he could clutch the crucifix he wore around his neck. Even as the wailing continued farther back in the bus, Ron noticed that they were driving down an unknown road. He was familiar with every side street and cutout within 20 miles of town, and he was sure he'd never been down this particular lane. There were no houses, no lights, only tall and crooked trees. The street had no shoulder and curved like a tangled ribbon. Ron watched as strange figures darted and danced between the elms and pines. Several shapes hung down from branches, a few close enough to almost brush the top of the bus. The windows all around Ron began to fog, then frost became caked with ice all in a matter of minutes. He could no longer see the road, but it didn't matter. Whatever controlled his hands knew where to go. Ron closed his eyes. The screaming was everywhere, now, an endless barrage of high-pitched terror and agony and helplessness. He was afraid to look up into the mirror, but when the shrieking got too close, Ron couldn't resist. The thing in the ghost costume was 2 rows behind the driver's seat. Everything behind the creature was pitch black. Its sheet was a soaking red mess that clung to a short and emaciated frame. There was only one other child on the bus. Ron's nephew, in his place of honor sitting in the front seat. The boy was curled up, shaking violently, head pressed to his knees. "Hey Joseph," Ron whispered. "It's going to be okay, buddy." The red ghost stood watching in the aisle, head cocked to one side like it was curious. Even up close, Ron couldn't see any eyes, just those torn holes in the sheet. Something began scratching at a nearby window, which was so threaded with frost it looked like an ivory plate. There was banging, knockings, and heavy blows impacting the bus on all sides. The engine died and they rolled to a stop. Joseph was pressed against the wall as far from the aisle as he could manage. The thing in the sheet moved forward again, filling the rearview mirror and blocking everything else. "It's going to be okay, Joseph," Ron lied, eyes shut and hands pressed against his ears. "Just hang tight, bud, it's going to be alright. My Uber Eats order is glitching out. Not sure if anyone has run into anything like this before, but I've been having the weirdest experience ordering from Uber tonight. I'm doing some prep work for an important meeting tomorrow and decided to order some shawarma to power me through the evening. I put through an order about an hour ago, but every time I'd confirm the order, I'd get the following series of notifications. Placing order. Hang tight. Order could not be confirmed. Please try again later." This restaurant was only available on Uber Eats, and since it's hard for me to change my mind once I've committed to what I'm going to eat, I kept trying. Once again. "Placing order. Hang tight. The order could not be confirmed. Please try again later." I gave it a few more attempts. I didn't want to waste any more time looking for another restaurant to order from. I double-checked my payment info and other settings just to be safe. Finally, I noticed a change. "Placing order. Hang tight. Uber Eats does not recommend ordering at this hour. Please try another time." Super weird. Usually, they specify if the restaurant needs more time to prepare the order, if the payment option I'd selected wasn't working, or if there weren't enough available drivers. Given my futile attempts, and the app itself telling me to give it up, I decided to let it go. As I went to close the window and brainstorm my backup plan, picking up a slice from a nearby pizza joint, I noticed a change. The window is updated. "Placing order. Hang tight. Oh, snap. Maybe it'll actually go through. My efforts weren't for naught. Order received. Duck yes. Alright, back to work." With a newfound sense of motivation, I started plugging away at my meeting prep. Roughly 15 minutes passed before I looked at my tab with the Uber Eats order to see what the estimated arrival time was. It said, "Preparing your order. Arriving at NA. Weird. No estimate, I guess." I continued reading. Latest arrival by June 10, 2026. Huh. Naturally, I wasn't trying to plan ahead for my future by ordering shawarma for 4 years from now. It took me a couple of minutes to remember that 6/10 is my birthday. The app kept updating. Latest arrival by June 10, 2025. Latest arrival by June 10, 2024. Latest arrival by June 10, 2023. Latest arrival by June 10, 1994. Okay. Weird. That last one was my actual original birth date. Before I could take it in and figure out exactly what the hell was happening, the screen updated again. Latest arrival by NA. Alright. Cool. They're probably just fixing up some glitches on the website. All good. No reason to panic, right? I tried to go back to my work, but I couldn't focus for too long. After a few minutes, I looked back to check on the app. I wasn't sure if I just missed this before, but the app was starting to look strange. A few things were off. First, there was no car icon, or details like the type of car, license plate, etc., that were showing up. Where there should have been an icon, there was nothing. The only details that I saw were that the driver's name picking up the order was his servant. Second, the location for picking up the order wasn't the restaurant I'd selected. It was my address. I refreshed the page and looked extra carefully just to be sure, but there it was. Picking up your order. And a line leading straight to my house, with nothing else on the map. I checked the receipt just to make sure I didn't accidentally fudge up the details when I was first ordering. Delivery details. To his throne. Order summary. From, my address Amanda Lee 60 kilograms. Yes, that is my name, and no, I don't recall placing an order for myself to be delivered to his throne. Oop. I see lights outside my house. I'm writing this from my phone. I ran from my backyard and I'm currently in an empty park in my neighborhood. The ducked up thing, the pickup location keeps changing based on where I am. I've already seen the drivers reroute 3 times since I first started running. There's more than one person picking up. Couriers is coming from every direction. I've tried calling the cops but nothing is going through. I've tried my family and my parents as well, but it immediately goes to voicemail for everyone. Every time I check the app, it just says, your order is taking longer than expected. Then it'll default back to preparing your order. I'm starting to feel a presence around me. Duck. This is just some weird prank, right? Am I losing it? It just updated again. The map on the app just turned red. And the status changed. Your order is almost ready. Amidst my panic and hiding, I noticed a section in the order details that I completely missed before. Special instructions, torso only. 6 months ago, I started building a wildlife pond for my YouTube channel. I can never upload the footage. This project was supposed to be my big break. A way to reel in some fresh subscribers. It seemed like the perfect way of capitalizing on Influencer Magazine naming me one of their top 10 emerging content creators to follow in 2023. Think about it, a video series about a tough, marshy grassland transforming into a healthy, vibrant ecosystem. The potential for social engagement was limitless. 6 months ago, I broke ground beside the forest bordering my 6-acre home. I mostly did the labor myself because all the local landscaping companies, very stupidly, refused to work for exposure. I started by digging out the pond's different levels, which would help keep the temperature stable throughout the year. Then, once the hole got filled, I smoothed out the edges and built an observation blind for capturing dynamic action shots. I also added perches and nest boxes to attract the birdwatching community. All the while, my dedicated fans received project tasters via TikTok and Snapchat. I spread 24 species of wildflowers throughout the area. By late autumn, diving beetles, back swimmers, and pond skimmers had arrived, and eastern phoebes started using the perches to pick them off. A skinny, gray kitten also started showing up, meowing away while I tiled and raked the pond. People love seeing animals get rehomed, so my wife, Alex, posted Insta stories about how we earn the feral critters' trust, gradually moving plates of tuna closer to the house. Soon, Jinx moved in with us, and Alex officially entered her animal lover era, thereby dispelling the ridiculous myth she was selfish and out of touch just because she made that food stamp challenge video. Bugs soon came to feed on the flowers which, inevitably, attracted one of nature's fiercest predators, jumping spiders. Christmas came early when frogs and toads took up residence. Talk about engaging content, these videos had the potential to rack up hundreds of thousands of views, easy. The first stumbling block came in January when Alex woke up and discovered the sunflowers had been trampled. Now she couldn't snap selfies of herself lying amongst them. I went to go investigate. Over winter the amphibians got used to me wandering around, but now they jumped straight into the deep end of the pond whenever I approached. Either the paparazzi came snooping around trying to capture photos of Alex and I, or a snake had visited the flourishing habitat. Well, with predation being part of the circle of life, and, more importantly, exciting content, I hoped for the latter. Unfortunately, over the coming weeks, the damage escalated beyond flattened plants. Each morning, there'd be diced carcasses floating in the water, squirrels, finches, raccoons. This upset me because graphic content scares off sponsors. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that, according to Google, no creature native to this part of the world tore apart such large animals so ferociously and created a Jackson Pollock painting with the insides. I'd stumbled across YouTube Gold, my mind buzzed with clickbait titles. Now, I could pivot into an unalive mystery series, and after determining what the creature was, set up a humane trap, capture the culprit, and release it to an animal sanctuary. Hell, I could even toss in a donation link. Channeling my inner David Attenborough, I recorded several vlogs about the hunt, before finally setting up a trail cam in the observation blind. All I needed to do was let it record overnight. Simple. The next morning, blue-purple guts lay spread across the garden and walkway. There were even blood speckles across the bay window at the back of the lounge. I reviewed the recorded footage and fast-forward, but all it captured were terrified sparrows abandoning their nest box. I was furious. No creature wandered into my pond and exterminated its inhabitants. Not without generating usable content. I developed this project on my own, even quit a full-time job to support it. No help from family, no backup plan. Just a $250,000 loan from my parents. This mystery beast had too much space to play around in, so I shaved away grass right up to the forest's edge and positioned 10 cameras throughout the garden, each streaming directly to my computer. Now, if a termite so much as poked its head above ground, I'd capture the sucker in glorious HD. That night, I sat at my computer desk editing vids with Jinx sprawled across my lap. The second monitor cycled through surveillance cams. Sometime after midnight, just as my eyelids started drooping shut, birds took a flight out in the forest. The fluttering wings startled me alert, so suddenly Jinx jumped away. I cycled through security footage, only catching glimpses of branches dipping, or shadows close to the ground. Within seconds the creature slipped past cams 1, 2, and 3. As bulrushes bowed out of frame on cam 6, I grabbed my phone to record a live reaction. This is it, guys. We're about to catch our first glimpse of this sucker. At the pond, toads and frogs went wild ribbiting away, but from the observation blind I could only make out ripples traveling across the surface of the water. My pulse raced as I flicked between feeds. Empty, every one of them empty. I needed a juicy money shot the YouTube community could chew on. Otherwise, this whole project was a complete waste of time. From the lounge, I heard glass shake in its housing. With the phone still recording, I tiptoed past the hall and pushed open the lounge door. Up ahead, light only splashed across part of the room, but at the far side, a glowing pair of eyes darted from left to right beyond the blinds covering the bay window. I froze. As I switched to the forward-facing camera, glass exploded inward, and then a frail figure, silhouetted against the moonlight, crawled through the gap on all fours. For a moment, it resembled a pale girl draped in a long, torn sheet. She looked thinner than Jinx when we found him, and hideously pale except for her jet black hair, which draped over her skull and hid her features. Did a deranged clout chaser want to appear in my videos? Or was this a homeless child raised in seclusion? Either option was a winner so far as the YouTube algorithm was concerned. There'd be mainstream articles about this, maybe even an interview on The View. Terrified but also excited, I said, "Hello?" The girl's head whipped in my direction. As it did, she straightened out her limbs, growing taller and taller, supported by 4 limbs longer than stilts and thinner than rods. This was no girl. Hell, it wasn't even human. As a glowing pair of eyes settled on me, I turned and bolted across the hall, slamming into side tables and skidding across the carpet. Finally, I reached the bathroom door. It refused to budge. Across the hall, the creature ducked out of the lounge, into the light of the hall. This gave me my first proper look at the intruder. Rib bones shone through holes and tears in the filthy rag it wore for cover, and it had a cavernous mouth filled with needle-like teeth. As it scrambled forward, still on all fours, lampshades got set swinging from where its head collided with the ceiling. I took a half step back and gritted my jaw and shoulder charged my way into the bathroom. A split second after I twisted the lock, the door bounced in its frame once, twice. I held my back against it, camera still in hand. Those repeated thumps became scratches, before finally tapering off. Around the house, photographs got knocked off walls, furniture tipped over, and metal pots and pans drum rolled around the kitchen. At one point, claws scraped roughly across the wooden floor direction above my head. Part of me wanted to go check on Alex, but, judging by the silence, she'd already found a safe hiding spot. If I went out, it might have endangered us both. And so I made the heroic decision to stay put. My heart slammed against my chest so fast and so loud I didn't notice the house falling into dead silence. With my heart firmly in my throat, I creaked open the door. The walls and ceiling were covered with deep gouges like an axe-wielding maniac had gone back and forth. My hands would not stop shaking as I reviewed the footage my phone recorded. This had the potential to go mega viral. Think of it, a real-life cryptid. Unfortunately, to my horror, the second the entity crawled inside the house, the footage began distorting. Through pixelation, you couldn't make out a single thing. Upstairs, Alex hid in her walk-in closet, amongst the clothes from her latest try-on-haul vid. Also, Jinx had disappeared. That brings us to now. I've purchased a $43,000 camera that reviewers say never blurs or pixelates. I've also bought specialist hunting gear, such as bear traps and remote-controlled cages. The plan is to catch this otherworldly entity on film and silence the haters. I wanted to post because a lot of you have been asking for updates. Just know there's content on the way, and for those of you interested in the NFT space, we've got an extra special announcement coming soon. In the meantime, make sure to keep your eyes on my socials. I invented a list of strange rules for my stupid SS new office and now I'm effed. I hate rules. Whether you call them laws or guidelines or regulations or codes or what the ever, rules are just another form of capitalist bullshit. I don't care if you put them in a list, write them in a book, or tattoo them on your app. I ain't going to follow them. No shirt, no shoes, no service? That and you. How about no shirt, no shoes, and I take a leak on your wall? Alright, if you made it past that opening, you're probably alright and open to hearing what I have to say. I f***ed up big time. Let me start from the first day in the office and paint you a picture with my words and shit. So imagine me walking into an office building around 10ish one morning about a week ago. I look good. I've got on a freshly ironed Oxford, shiny shoes, even a f***ing tie. Like, a tie. The physical embodiment of rules and structure. A silken, capitalist noose. I hated the tie but wanted to fit in on my first day on the job. See, I had a plan. A strategy. I was going to take society down from the inside. I was Odysseus and random office supply store office was my Trojan horse. See, I've been applying to jobs and going on interviews for weeks just for shits and giggles. It seemed like a great way to waste a Tuesday afternoon, especially if I got loaded first. The goal of the game was to waste as much of their time as possible. I am wildly unqualified for pretty much every position, except for missionary, you dig? So imagine my surprise when I actually got hired. They must have been hard up for staff like you wouldn't believe. I nearly turned them down, but that's when inspiration struck. How could I bring down the system from inside the system, you ask? With a list of rules. Rewind your brain to that image of me walking into the office for my first day. My shirt is crisp, my hair could legally be classified as an oil spill, and I'm giving off some BDC, big disco energy. I don't report to HR like they told me to because that's a fucking rule. Instead, I walk confidently into the break room for a cup of free coffee and some free food from the fridge. They actually name their food here, which I think is weird but different strokes. If somebody wants to keep a container of General Tso's as a pet and name it Alice, who am I to judge? Once I confirmed that I was the only motherfucker in the room, I enacted step one of my plan. I rolled up on the big corkboard that dominated one of the walls. It was practically festooned with flyers, rack cards, sign-up sheets, laminated safety bullshit, and other various bullshit documents in a kaleidoscope of bullshit formats. Typical office fixture, from what I've heard online. I did a quick 1-2 glance to make sure I was still alone, then I pulled out the list of my rules from my back pocket and stapled them in a place of honor in the middle of the board. Hello fellow worker bees. This is your friendly neighborhood collection of overlords with some updates on company policy. Our dress code has been updated to reflect the fact that fashion is poison, fur is murder, leather is murder, denim is assisted suicide, and every pair of Doc Martens produced requires the destruction of an acre of rainforest. From now on, you'll wear a simple potato sack to work and you'll like it. There are no more titles or ranks here at whatever the f we do office. All positions are equal and will be paid as such and should be referred to in conversation as such. Except for missionary, that position remains above the rest. Free space, there will be a mandatory burning of timesheets at 3:03 p.m. Don't forget your marshmallows. Remember that we are worker bees and thus we should make buzzing sounds with our mouths whenever we move through the hallway. Buzz buzz, bitch. Simon says no more bathroom breaks. Toilets are only porcelain thrones of oppression. Instead, we've provided a lovely courtyard for your bladder and bowel convenience. All rules are active immediately. Failure to comply will result in summoning and unleashing as Gerbidin, the destroyer, who will hunt down rule breakers, shred their souls into shrieking nothingness, and eat their physical forms from ass to windpipe. Yours truly in warm regards, the system. I stood for a moment, basking in the pride of a job well done, then I went searching for an empty office so I could take a nap. I fell into a deep, well-earned sleep under some schmuck's desk until the sound of screaming ripped me back awake. The office I'd snuck into was one of those all-glass types with blinds on every wall. I pulled up the blinds nearest me to discover the glass was splattered with blood. So much f***ing blood. The entire room on the other side of the glass had a red tint to it. I watched men and women running from every direction. A pair of well-dressed dudes collided near the copier. One scrambled up and took off, but the second guy was stunned. That's when the demon walked in from a side hall. Gun to my head, if you asked me what kind of person I was, I'd probably say brave. Borderline heroic. Certainly hard to rattle. But when I saw the creature, I released a scream of absolute horror from my mouth, and a scream of utter terror from another part of my body. The demon was at least 8 feet tall with reddish amber skin and built like a brick shithouse. Even his biceps had abs. A skirt of hissing snakes hung from the monster's waist. As Gerbidin the destroyer. He was real. And he was here, ducking behind nearby blinds as the demon scanned the room. I didn't think as Gerbidin was real. The name came up in one of the Warlocks versus the Patriarchy chat rooms I frequent, but I assumed it was somebody's D&D homebrew or some shit. Not a living, breathing demon. I peeked from around the blinds to see the man who'd fallen by the copier crawling away from his Durbanin. The creature reached out a long arm which grew longer and longer every second until he could grab a handful of the dude's dark hair. It only looked like the demon tugged, a casual twitch of its wrist, but somehow it managed to yank all of the man's hair and half of his skin from his body. Red meat and twitching muscles lay exposed in his back. As Durbanin leaned over and licked along the white curve of the spine poking out of the flesh. My stomach cramped rolled, then released its contents on the floor. The demon's face snapped in my direction. I felt like a mouse staring down a cobra. My legs refused to move, my lungs refused to pump, but my heartbeat was working overtime, pounding so fast I could almost hear the blood sloshing through my veins. As Durbanin took a long step towards where I was hiding, then stopped and turned. A disheveled middle manager type was sprinting towards the demon while holding a pair of scissors high above his head. As Durbanin stepped forward in a flash, wrapping the man in a bear hug. I could hear bones snapping from all the way in my glass office. The demon kept squeezing the manager until a spurt of blood went out of each ear. I finally shook myself awake and I threw open the door to make a mad dash for safety. Behind me, I heard the man in the creature's embrace scream in higher and higher octaves until the sound suddenly ended with a wet ripping noise. That was about an hour ago. I managed to make it outside into the parking lot. There were police everywhere, shell-shocked workers laying in the grass, and what seemed like an excessive number of firefighters for a demon attack. Except nobody believed that it was a demon attack. Even the staff in the office who had literally seen a towering lump of muscle and violence slaughtering their co-workers gave me confused looks when I talked about his Durbanin. The official story was that there was a gas leak that led to an explosion and fire. A minor explosion. We didn't even make the local paper. I've been doing my research on the forums where I first saw the name as Durbanin. Apparently, other than the Destroyer, the demon has other titles. The Distortion, the Forgotten, the Unseen. Something about him fucks with people's minds and memories. The moment he's out of sight, your brain starts rewriting what it just experienced. It comes up with excuses, comforting lies that fill the gap whereas Durbanin was only a moment before. But whoever calls up the demon remembers him, is aware of him. I remember him. So I guess that makes me his master. If that's the case, I'm in a lot of trouble. Because, according to my anonymous online friends, as Durbanin can't return to the fourth circle of hell until he devours the one who summoned him to earth. All because of a list of f***ing rules. I'm the groundskeeper at one of Ireland's oldest graveyards. This time of year, the locals get a little restless. This time of year, trouble lurks in the shadow of my graveyard. It's because of the winter holidays. You see bereaved families come to visit, their outpouring of emotion gets the locals all riled up, then anyone caught here after sundown is liable to have an encounter. That's what happened with poor Mrs. O'Reilly. I spotted her through the window of my shack, wandering past a row of headstones from the 90s. There was a dry winter breeze and mist so thick you couldn't see your own shoes. Definitely not a night you wanted to get stuck outside. I pulled on my raincoat and gloves and caught up to her on the flank of a steep hill, close to a headstone dated October 13, 1997. "Good evening," I said. She shrieked and spun around. I leaned back. "Didn't mean to startle you. I'm Sean, the groundskeeper here." She put a hand to her chest and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. You scared the absolute bejesus out of me." "My apologies." Wind hissed through the crooked branches of skeletal trees on either side of us. I looked around and said, "That breeze must be cutting you to the bone. What are you doing out here at this hour?" "Well, I'm afraid I lost my bearings. I can't even remember which way I came." She whipped her head from side to side. "It feels like I've been going in circles. I really need to get home to my daughter. She must be worried sick. I had to get the lady inside before the situation became dangerous." "Not to worry. Come with me, I'll take you over to the gate." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, mister." Her voice trailed off, waiting for me to fill in the rest. "Donnelly. But you can call me Sean." I tipped my cap. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Donnelly." The path curved in a lazy S shape. It was a narrow lane, with brambles and bushes to the left and a row of headstones on the right. "How long have you worked here?" she asked, then breathed into her cupped hands. "Coming up on 25 years. And does it ever bother you?" "What?" She gestured toward a nearby headstone. "Being so close to the, you know. I'd imagine you've had a few frights over the years." "Only when I get my paycheck," she chuckled. "It's funny, I've never thought of myself as superstitious, but as soon as the sun went down I started picturing corpses springing out of their graves. I half expected a rotted hand to snatch my ankle. When that happens, it's best to bash him with a shovel. Usually sends him right back to sleep." She stared at me. Kidding. "Oh." She forced a laugh. "Of course. Up ahead, toward the end of a slope, lay my cabin." "Mr. Donnelly, is it much farther?" she asked, apprehensively. She'd realized we weren't headed for the gate. I really should be getting home. The gates are locked and my keys are inside. Won't be a moment grabbing them. "Come on in, Mary, it'll give you a chance to heat up." "I'd prefer Mrs. O'Reilly." She made a sour face. "Wait, how did you know my name is Mary?" I cleared my throat and said, "You must have mentioned it at the top of the hill." I kicked my feet clean against the welcome mat and quickly ushered her through the door. My shack was built around a single room which doubled as a lounge and kitchen. Above our heads, moths flapped around a bare bulb. I gestured toward a cushioned armchair next to the fireplace and said, "Have a seat and get the chill out of your bones. You're a true gentleman." I almost caught my death out there. "Well, you're in the best place for it," she chuckled. "Oh, yes. Very good." After whipping off my coat, I plopped down at the table and slid on my reading glasses. "Do you have any children, Mr. Donnelly?" "2 sons, both grown and still asking for money." I rummaged through the desk drawers. "Mr. Donnelly, I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I really am in a hurry." "Of course, give me just a moment and I'll dig out those keys. They're around here somewhere." I propped an iPad up on the table. "What on earth is that thing?" she asked. "It's a computer. I use it for some day-to-day tasks. Was a bloody nightmare to get to grips with, but it's easier than keeping track of endless paperwork." "Ah," she said in a way that indicated she hadn't really understood. For the next few minutes, I wrestled with the device. "Something about mandatory updates?" Mr. Donnelly, it's been a real pleasure, but I'd really like to. Won't be a minute. Mr. Donnelly, she said sharply. The bare bulb brightened and dimmed. To my left, the window above the sink rattled in its housing. I'm grateful for your hospitality, but my daughter's expecting me home. I'd appreciate it if you could take me to the exit now. Outside, the wind picked up, and rain blew sideways against the shack, which suddenly felt very, very cramped. My lips turned bone dry. I'd expected to have things ready by now. Of course. But how about a cup of tea first? No, she said firmly. I've waited long enough. I'd hoped you'd be concerned with seeing me home, but clearly you're more preoccupied with your little, she fumbled for the right word, gizmo. Around the room, furniture began to scrape roughly across the floor, and the shadows thrown by the fire became long and distorted. I quietly said, if you could just, she stood from the chair. No. Show me to the exit right now. Damn, iPad still wouldn't work. I planned to have everything laid out by now. The next part was so much simpler with visual aids. As Mrs. O'Reilly stepped forward, the air became a little too raw, a little too bitter, and the suffocating space filled with the sickening scent of decay. I said, just finishing some paperwork, then I'll get you home to Molly. She screwed up her face. Home too? How did you? Who told you? Suddenly my breath began misting up and the window frosted over. Mr. Donnelly, what is going on? Her voice didn't come from her mouth anymore, it came from all around the room. As she took another step forward, yellow fluid seeped out of her ear onto the floorboards and blood bubbled from her mouth. Tell me how you know about Molly. A jagged portion of collarbone jutted from her neck, and her left shoulder twisted sideways. How did you know my name? Now I could see gray brain matter through a fracture in her skull. To hell with the iPad, I thought. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. At the far side of the room, the door to my bedroom stood open. I made a desperate break for it. Tell me what's going on, she screamed. And as she did, throughout the shack, wooden cupboards crashed open and shut, porcelain plates exploded, and metal pots drum rolled along the counter. I closed and locked the door behind me, even though doing so offered zero protection. I reached beneath the bed and pulled out a photo album, my stiff joints creaking with age. As I frantically flicked through the pages, the door burst open. There was no Mrs. O'Reilly anymore, just disturbing ripples of human features, a swollen eye, a broken mouth, and shattered legs that looked as though they could barely support the warped figure. The entity seeped into the room radiating malevolence, radiating hatred. A smell came with it, a putrid stench of death that engulfed both my nostrils and made me lightheaded. I held up the album and shouted, your daughters are perfectly safe, look. I stood, the bones in my spine cracking, and pushed out the hefty book. I promise I'll explain everything, there's no reason to panic. The photo showed a teenage girl at school, celebrating her birthday, acting in a school play. I could almost make out Mrs. O'Reilly's face as she said, that's not Molly. There was profound anger in the voice. Gasping for air, I said, it is. It's Molly all grown up. Impossible. Plaster peeled off the walls. You're lying. Molly, she's 9 years old. No, she was 9 years old the day you died. Fragments of Mrs. O'Reilly re-emerged, but her lifeless features twitched in a way that made me uncertain whether the danger had passed. I said, it happened years ago. Car accident. You were killed, but your family survived. I've got the article here, look. Pasted onto the next page was a newspaper clipping that read, mother of one killed in motor collision. The time of the accident was 12:34, October 13, 1997. I remember a crash. It wasn't a statement, more like a question. The entity became a severely injured Mrs. O'Reilly again. I remember looking up at a dashboard. And glass in my hair. I'm afraid that's the accident that ended your life, Mrs. O'Reilly. It says so right here. She furiously shook her head and turned away, her chest moving up and down in staggered heaves. No. A nearby shelf collapsed, sending books scattered across the floor. Just read this. Please. As she reluctantly studied the article, I saw her struggle to accept the horrifying revelation. This is Molly, I said, flicking through the album. The girl in the pictures went from teen to young adult, to university graduate. Surely you see the resemblance? Try to remember, Mrs. O'Reilly. From her expression, it was clear that, little by little, she was beginning to believe me. She swallowed a lump in her throat. My daughter, graduated? First in the family, I said. She became a nurse. Where is she now? And my husband? What happened to him? Come with me. I led her back into the lounge, where she hovered next to the fireplace. I loaded an obituary from a local news site on the iPad. 11 after the accident, your husband took a heart attack and passed on at age 42. A look of immense grief flashed across her face. For a moment, the roof and all my furniture clattered. I said, Molly took it hard. In the end, she decided to leave Ireland. Too many bad memories, I imagine. She immigrated to Australia. I loaded pictures of Molly on the iPad and turned them toward Mrs. O'Reilly, who now resembled her former, uninjured self. Over there she met a Welsh fella, a bricklayer. Makes good money. The two of them got hitched and had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. A family photo down by the beach appeared on the screen. Mrs. O'Reilly put a hand to her mouth, her eyes swelling with tears. The little girl looked so like Molly, she said, wistfully studying the image. She does surely. And you'll never guess what they named her. Mrs. O'Reilly's eyes found mine. Mary. She closed her eyes and smiled. Gently, she placed a hand over her heart, then, in a choked up voice, said, is there any way I could meet them? Perhaps you might bring my family here? I sincerely wish I could, I replied. But the only reason we're having this conversation is because I spent half my life surrounded by the dead. Most folks wouldn't even notice you, unless you cause trouble again, that is, although I'd kindly ask you to refrain from doing that. I gestured around the room, toward my furniture, most of which was either broken or flipped upside down. Of course, she said, her tone a little apologetic. I flicked through the photos again, giving her ample time to study each one. Outside, the wind, soft and cold, stirred the branches that grew against the roof. So Mr. Donnelly, what happens now? That's up to you. A lot of spirits who died under tragic circumstances tend to hang about. They feel like they've got unfinished business and can't move on, and their souls linger here, only vaguely aware of their surroundings, until they pull themselves together, like you just did, up by your headstone. When spirits awaken after a long time, they're a little disorientated, and those who get distressed become troublesome. That's where I come in to help calm them down. Some hang about until they're confident their loved ones are going to be okay. Others refuse to move on until everyone they knew in life has, too. That decision is entirely yours. You say move on? What does that mean exactly? Tears slid down her cheeks. Afraid I haven't the foggiest. I'm just the groundskeeper. I keep things tidy on this side. Whatever happens next is above my pay grade. Already her body had begun to fade. I could see the crackle of the fire behind her, through her. She leaned forward, like an eager child about to share a great secret. Thank you, Sean. I greatly appreciate your help. It was my pleasure, Mrs. O'Reilly. Please, call me Mary. I smiled. She said, I hope we meet again someday. I'll look forward to it, I replied and gave her a nod. And with that, she was gone. I've devoted my life to helping others forget theirs. I've been erasing memories for as long as I can remember. You could say it's something of a family business. My late father developed the procedure for the CIA, back when Washington was locked into an arms race with the commies. I followed in his footsteps and became an inventor, although rather than sell my soul to the powers that be, I opted to go freelance instead. As you can imagine, after so many years in this line of work, I've got a few tales to tell. Some are sad, spouses who want to forget an affair, others are amusing, middle-aged men who shit their pants back in gym class, but there's this one story which, in a word, is absolutely terrifying. It started when a lady turned up one afternoon, completely out of the blue. Through the intercom, I said, who told you about this place? I'd rather not say, she replied. I checked the video feed from outside. She was in her mid-20s and wearing a black tank top with jeans. What sort of memories do you want to be erased? I asked. All of them. That caught me off guard. My specialty was isolated events. The longest period wipe I'd done was 16 days. Dad once told me he reset several Russian spies back in the 70s, although those procedures had mixed results, to say the least. My lab was on the basement level of a featureless, concrete building. I hit the buzzer and the lady came down the steps, where I quickly unbolted the metal door and dragged her inside. There were prominent scars along both her arms. I told her to have a seat by my desk and said, you want a drink? Tea? Coffee? She shook her head. I just want to get this over with. You got a legal waiver for me to sign? I'm not big on permission slips. Paper trail and all that. Even though the feds most likely knew about my enterprise, I operated strictly under the radar. Great, she said, smiling. Then we can get started? Hold on a second, let me check I've got this right. You want to forget your entire life? She leaned forward, hands flat on the desk, her green eyes locked on mine. I don't want to remember a single f***ing thing. Although young, she had the expression and tone of an individual who'd experienced a lifetime of trauma. It made me picture a soldier suffering shell shock. That's gonna be tricky. I leaned back. If I erased everything, you'd freak out when you woke up. How about up until a few days ago? Say, Sunday morning? It's gotta be absolutely everything, otherwise you're just wasting my time. Deleting an entire life. Exciting, but risky. Okay, I'll lay it all out for you. In theory, what you're asking for is possible, but it's dangerous. Very dangerous. People don't typically forget words or skills they picked up during the periods I extract, but an entire life? I whistled. You might revert to an infantile state. Or wind up completely comatose. If that happens, dump me on the sidewalk and call an ambulance from a payphone. Happy? Part of me wanted to ask what possessed her to take such a huge gamble to call it an intellectual itch, but I resisted the temptation. A question like that might have upset her. Besides, it'd be more fun to find out for myself. Assuming this actually works, I said, there's the question of how to keep you from freaking out afterward. Just strap me down. You'll be strapped down regardless. It's getting you calm enough to unstrap is the tricky part. I thought for a moment. I've got it. You can record a message and explain everything to your future self. Fine. Are we good to go? Not quite. There's still the matter of a potential relapse. Sometimes erasure can be more art than science and fragmented memories may slip back. I'll write a note to say if that happens, you're entitled to a free follow-up session. Now, we haven't discussed payment yet. The standard fee is she opened her purse and tossed a roll of 50s onto the desk. Keep the change. In the main lab, there was a foam cushioned chair on a raised platform. It looked like one a dentist might use, except for the restraints. Before I could tell her to take a seat, the lady tossed her handbag aside and made herself comfortable. I pulled out my phone, hit record, and said, please look into the camera and tell me why you came here today. To have my memory erased. And what would you like to say to your future self? She took a deep breath. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but the answers are complicated. Just know you wouldn't have gone through with this if you had any other choice. Please don't dredge up the past. All you'll find is misery and pain. The minute this is done, grab your things, walk straight out the door, and don't look back. I promise we've got everything we need. Misery and pain. No question about it, there were juicy secrets stashed inside her brain. I strapped down her wrists and ankles. A metal arm swung around her neck to lock it in place. Then I fastened the head attachment, which looked like a cross between a pasta strainer and a bicycle helmet. I said, you're gonna feel blood force its way up between your eyes. Try to relax. As needles pushed out of the headset, she bit her bottom lip and winced. Her mouth was crowded with rotten teeth, yellowed like corn kernels. Hadn't her parents ever taken her to a dentist? A possible symptom of childhood neglect. I said, when the procedure starts, you'll feel a nasty pinch then go out like a bulb. When you wake up, assuming it hasn't all gone wrong, you'll feel disorientated for a few minutes, and you'll have the mother of all headaches for an hour or two, but after that, you should be right as rain. Ready? Ready. One more thing, have you thought about a new name? Her expression brightened a little. Helena. Helena. I like that. See you on the other side, Helena. Nice not knowing you. Hugging the left wall was the operational heart of the device, a curved desk with a bank of monitors. Behind the console, I punched a few keys. Surprisingly, the preparations made me a little anxious. If Helena wound up getting spoon-fed by nurses for the rest of her life, that was on me. Still, the money. I took a deep breath and hit start. Vibrations pulsed from the platform. Helena grimaced as her fingers dug into the armrests, disappearing up to the knuckle. 10 seconds later they relaxed and drool leaked from the corner of her mouth. No turning back now. The process would start with her childhood and take roughly 30 minutes, which gave me ample time to snoop around. To an untrained eye, the images on screen wouldn't have made sense. However, after years of operating the equipment I could casually glance at the red and blue swirls and say, oh look, there's your 10th birthday party at McDonald's. Hey, they let you work the ice cream machine. Neat. In the first memory to appear, Helena approached my lap. I rewound to images of her alone in coffee shops, dive bars, the grocery store. And then, something seriously unexpected. Helena watching herself? A twin sister, surely? Of course, her identical twin died. Now that's the person she sees in the mirror, hence the erasure. But why watch her own sister through an upstairs window? The figure identical to Helena sat behind a makeup counter, casually running a brush through her hair. I flicked back and forth. There was Helena in the shower, out for a jog, carrying out the trash, all through the eyes of a stalker. Then an image of Helena, completely naked and dangling from a hook driven into the space between her shoulder blades, filled the screen. She was in an abandoned warehouse, her jaw covered with sticky tape, both arms suspended above her head. I couldn't bring myself to look away. Whoever's memories these were caressed Helena's cheek with a finger paler than snow. It had extra joints and was capped by a black nail that curved to a fine point. Helena squeezed her hazel eyes shut and screamed into the tape. The poor girl was still alive. With a gentle nudge, the hand made the hook rotate away. When the victim faced the opposite direction, the figure ran its sharp nail vertically along the back of her skull, cutting the flesh like a hot knife through butter. It delicately teased the skin apart vertically and horizontally, the cuts intersecting at the small of the back and running the full length of both arms and legs, peeling them open in rectangular flaps. Even from behind, I could tell the victim was still alive. Still giving a wild, muted scream, even as her skin slid to the floor like an evening gown. Now she was just exposed to muscle and cartilage. The figure picked up a surgical needle and crouched before a broken window. Reflected in the glass was a featureless face, fish-scale white. Beneath the translucent skin, a network of blue and green veins showed through. I watched, completely horrified, as this creature pulled Helena's peeled face over its own, then too familiar, green eyes filled the empty sockets. The creature stepped into Helena's husk like a wetsuit and shimmied itself inside. And then, once all the features were carefully lined up, it stitched the seams closed, finishing with the arms and wrists. As my thoughts whipped back to Helena's scars, something inside my stomach turned and turned again. After the surgery, this creature reached into a rucksack and pulled out a pair of jeans and a black tank top, the same one Helena was currently wearing. That thing in the chair wasn't human, it had just disguised itself like one. When the final memories dissolved, a 2-note chime indicated the procedure was done. Before I could work out a plan, Helena groaned and muttered, "Where am I?" The restraints rattled as she tried to move around, quickly growing anxious. "Help! Somebody help!" As she thrashed around and shouted, I ducked beneath the console, too terrified to even speak, until a loud snap startled me to my senses. Helena had torn her left arm free from the restraint, which meant the creature had superhuman strength. Questions clawed their way to the forefront of my mind. Did it eat humans? And if so, would it remember this fun little factoid? Wait, what had Helena said before? I want to remember nothing. Was the memory wipe an attempt to forget it wasn't human? The video. I had to play the video. Directly ahead of Helena was a floor-to-ceiling screen. On it, I pulled up her personal message. "Please look at the camera and tell me why you came here today." "To have my memory erased." "What is this?" Helena shouted, unable to look away. "It's you," I stammered. "You told me to call you Helena, and you came here to get your memory erased. Just watch, please. You have a lot of questions, but the answers are complicated. Just know you wouldn't have gone through with this if you had I hugged my knees into my chest, rocked back and forth. Your things, walk straight out the door, and don't look." Helena didn't speak or move. She just watched until the video ended, then calmly said, "Hello? I'm ready to get out now." What choice did I have? The restraints wouldn't hold her for long. Slowly, anxiously, I circled toward the front of the chair. "Hi," she said, casually. My skin, now thoroughly soaked with sweat, prickled. Would that make me more appetizing, or less? I swallowed a lump and said, "Is there anything you wanted to ask me?" "Yeah, is my head supposed to sting so bad?" "That should wear off in a few hours." "Good. In that case, you can let me out now." As I leaned forward, Helena's nostrils flared, and she took a deep, satisfied inhale, a predatory instinct kicking in. Forcing myself not to picture her slurping my intestines like noodles, I unstrapped the helmet and restraints, then I stepped away, half expecting her yellow teeth to plunge into my throat at any moment. Instead, she simply adjusted her top, collected her bag, and marched toward the door, where she paused for a moment to glance back and say, "Thanks." My chest convulsed as I went to the floor, hard. It was over. Monsters were real. And I'd just encountered one. But it was over now. I was safe. But then, all of a sudden, a terrifying thought hit me like a sock in the gut. The note. I'd given her that note to indicate she was welcome to return for a free follow-up if the results weren't satisfactory. What happens if her memories start seeping back, pieces and parts? My father calls me Miranda, but I'm not sure if that's entirely true. But you can just call me that too, I guess. The only thing I know for sure is that 3 weeks ago, I died. And 2 weeks ago, I came back to my father's basement. It was dark, I was cold. I couldn't move my right arm or leg. I tried getting up off the table I was laying on, but I ended up just face-planting on the floor. Despite the feeling of blood trickling from my nose, it didn't hurt. A gentle hand rested on my back and I looked up to see an old man with thinning white hair and silver glasses. He looked like your typical grandpa. "It looks like you were a success." I'll call you Miranda. I looked down then to see how my right arm was stitched onto my torso, how the light brown skin of my calf didn't match my pale thigh. I've spent a lot of time examining myself. I believe that externally, I'm made of 3 different people. I believe all of them were women. Internally is an entirely different matter. I cannot confirm either way. I'm an amalgamation of many different people, and it shows. For example, I'm quite sure I died in a car accident. I was driving home with friends. I made a bad joke. We all laughed. A deer stepped in front of the car and I swerved to avoid it. I remember crunching metal, how my friend screamed and then nothing. But I'm also certain I was shot. I get flashes of feeling the muzzle of a gun pressed against my chest, how I sobbed and begged for mercy. I may have also committed self-mutilation by hanging, or leukemia that plagued me my entire life finally finished me off. I may have died a virgin or I had a son. Maybe I struggled with school my whole life because of dyslexia and ADHD, or I was about to graduate at the top of my class at an elite college. Maybe I was out hiking every weekend, or I lived for rainy days so I could curl up on my couch with a laptop and a cat. Maybe I was allergic to cats, I don't know. Maybe it's all of the above. All the experiences of the people I was before turned into one singular being. My father's name is Albert. I'm not his first experiment, but I'm the most successful. I am still relearning how to talk, but I can type and have average intelligence. That's more than I can say for Michelle and Nathaniel. They're the other 2 successes of my father, but they're not nearly as advanced as I am. Nathaniel acts like a little boy despite looking to be in his mid-30s. He loves the color red and he thinks it's so funny to pop out his brown eye and hide it someplace for me to find. When I do find it I always jump out of my skin, and since my legs are different lengths I tend to tumble to the ground. Then he comes around the corner giggling as he puts his eye back in. Poor Michelle is constantly afraid. Michelle looks like a 7-year-old girl and is constantly on high alert. If she doesn't want anyone to find her, no one will, but she obeys our father and always stays in the house. But given her petite size and the fact she can bend any which way she wants, she can hide quite literally anywhere for hours, even days before she comes out. I'm not sure if our father loves us or he's fascinated by us, but he can be very strict. We're not allowed to leave the house. I tried to go for a walk and ended up getting locked in a closet for 3 days. Nathaniel was nice enough to bring me a hamburger and fries on my second day in there. We don't really need to eat, but it feels good to have a full stomach. We're also not allowed to ask how father made us. He says he's still working on perfecting the process, and he'd rather not share until he knows it's complete. He did tell us that he did bring us back from the dead, and for that, we should be eternally grateful for. I'm not sure if I am, but I'm not sure of anything nowadays. I want to go home, but I'm not sure where home is. Is it in a big city, where I took the subway every day to work? Or is it this small town where we always get snowed in every winter? I can't be certain. There's also the fact I may just fall apart if I run away. Although father does his best, he's not very good at sewing. Nathaniel is far better at it than him, but if he catches us he tends to start screaming about messing with his design. That's another thing, he doesn't want anyone to change what he's made. Since we are his children, and we should be grateful to him, we are to do exactly what he says and not change how he made us. Even though Nathaniel struggles to figure out how to tie his shoes, Michelle can't go a night without having a screaming nightmare and the stitches on my gut are constantly coming undone. He refuses to see how we could be improved. He only prepares for the next experiment, deciding that next time he'll be the one to get it right. But I suppose that's why I'm here. Whether I'm Miranda, or Andrea, or Lucy, or Maria, I'm here. I'm here for a reason. And that reason is to fix his mistakes. Thankfully he's one of those old people who believes 1234 is a successful password, allowing me access to his computer to do research. Michelle helps me find his notes and while he sleeps at night I study. Nathaniel makes sure I have plenty of hot drinks to keep my belly warm. He's already almost a quarter ways done with his next child, but I've been watching. This one will not be any better than us. Once again he'll bring someone back to this half-dead half-alive state, caught in miserable paranoia or worse. But I'll be fixing him. Once I figure out how father keeps screwing us up, I'll fix everything. And if he objects, well he's going to learn quite quickly that he's outnumbered 3-1. The Brint showed up one morning unannounced and unexpectedly. It walked right past Troy as soon as he opened the door and quickly made itself comfortable in his apartment. The Brint looked an awful lot like Troy, the same sleepless eyes, the same 2-day stubble, the same slight shake of the hands. At the same time, the creature was entirely foreign in appearance, constantly shifting, growing, undulating. Troy tried to ignore the Brint. For a few weeks, this worked well enough. Then the Brint started to steal. First, it stole Troy's food and replaced it with soot from the bottom of the fireplace. Troy noticed the swap when he tried to pour himself a bowl of cereal and instead got a face full of dust. Next, the Brint began to steal the color from the walls and the rugs and any sunlight that managed to sneak through Troy's heavy curtains. Soon after that, the Brint began swallowing any music in the house, chewing loudly on the notes until they became nothing but noise. At this point, Troy tried to unalive Brint. However, neither fire nor knives nor wire nor a hammer could keep the creature down. It would always resurrect itself within a few days and come crawling in through a window or under the door. Troy did find that, if he could catch the Brint unaware, he might lock it into a bedroom or closet for a while, but it always managed to claw its way out. One night, Troy awoke to find the Brint kneeling on his chest, sucking on a long metal straw. The straw extended from the Brint's wide mouth until it terminated in a sharp point that was lodged in the side of Troy's neck. The creature pursed its lips and Troy felt blood and energy and memory and drive and love pulled through his veins like a swimmer in a riptide, and up through the tube. The Brint put the straw down and licked its lips and smiled sheepishly. It crawled away to go back to sleep in its usual spot under Troy's bed. Troy found himself exhausted but unable to sleep for hours until dawn brushed absently against his window. Barely an hour passed before Troy snapped awake again. This time the Brint was laying in the bed next to him. It was gnawing on Troy's hand, taking its time to chew the flesh from each finger before crunching the bones between flat molars so it could stick a long tongue in for the marrow. Troy shrieked, then he sobbed, then he held the Brint close and whispered affectionately as the creature slowly ate him alive. Dash is a good cat. Dash had me convinced that our house was haunted. Dash is my cat, a good cat. He's a green-eyed calico, a real hurricane of a feline, terror to blue jay and water bug alike. Since Dash was always moving, it was especially jarring when he started freezing at random times and staring into empty rooms. After a few days of random staring, I started noticing other little oddities around the house. Dash and I live in a one-story rancher in the burbs. It's an older house but in decent condition. So I couldn't think of a logical explanation once the noises started. At first it was thumping. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone running. Dash was always awake at the foot of my bed. Just the house settling. Dash, I whispered. Dash looked back at me like he was thinking, Lucy, don't be dense. The drafts came not long after the nightly noises. Then the smell. God, the smell. It was like someone had tipped a dumpster into a swimming pool and left the filth to float for weeks. I buckled and eventually called my mom, who convinced me to have a priest come through to bless the house. That settled things down for a few days until last night when I was awoken by pounding directly next to my bed. I screamed and Dash jumped down from his spot on my pillow, landing on the floorboards then hissing at the sight of the noise. Dash sprinted out of my bedroom, apparently fed up with whatever phenomenon we were experiencing and looking to sort it out himself. My fear dissolved in an instant and I ran out after my cat. I must have left the kitchen window cracked before bed because I was just in time to see Dash's snapping tail slip outside. Wait, I yelled, rifling through the junk drawer for a flashlight. It was chilly outside but I barely noticed when I saw that the small metal door opening into my crawl space was open. My gut told me that Dash was under the house though my yellow belly tried to talk me out of it. I wasn't going to leave my cat alone in the dark, though, so I crawled in. I immediately felt powerful arms wrap around my throat cutting off my air. Finally came to visit me? I've been knocking for a week, a raspy voice growled into my ear. I couldn't reply, couldn't fight back, couldn't even think. Every ounce of me shrieked out for air. Something small and fast flashed past my shoulder. The vice around my throat released and I sucked in a breath. There was a terrible struggle going on behind me, screaming, snapping, hissing. My throat, I heard a man yell, that raspy voice. Get off my... Silence. Then a familiar warmth nestled my cheek, a rough tongue licking at my temple. Dash is a good cat. I am tripping balls right now. I'm at my friend's cabin, and the last 2 hours have been insane. I'm trying to make sure I write all of this down so that I don't forget it later. Some backstory, I've got this old friend, let's call him Kevin. We were really tight growing up, but as we both got older, we started to have less and less in common and so we naturally drifted apart from each other. He's got his shit together, he's loaded, has a great career, a loving wife, and lots of hobbies. I, on the other hand, am a bit of a burnout. I do temp work for money, and then I spend it all on partying. I was surprised when he reached out to say that we should hang out together, just him and I. He wanted to rekindle our friendship and find some common ground again. He said we could go to his cabin, get f***ed up, and catch up on all of the missed years. I jumped at the opportunity to see a goody two-shoes like Kevin completely trashed, and so here we are. He drove me out to the cabin, and before we entered, he took out 2 pills for us to take. The coolest thing he's ever done in his life. He said it was premium stuff and that it would absolutely f*** us up. I'm always down for a drug-filled adventure, so we popped them and then headed inside the cabin. The pills kicked in instantly. As soon as we got inside, everything immediately felt like the craziest, most intense hallucination ever. We're sitting in the living room of his cabin right now. Here's some of the stuff that I've been seeing over the last 2 hours. The room is busy, but not with people. It's filled with these really long, tall, ghoulish-looking things that are walking around the room. Their bodies are covered with black fur, but their heads are bright yet dark. It's hard to explain. Wherever they walk, the area is illuminated, but if you actually look at their faces, you can't really tell where their eyes or mouths are. Some of them have large wings. If I look up, I don't see a ceiling. Instead, the room just stretches really, really long. Far away, at the very top, it looks like there's some sort of dark silver shimmering upside-down pool. I hear this croaky, deep giggling coming from all over the room. It feels really, really loud in my head. Definitely, the strongest auditory hallucination I've ever experienced. I've been asking him over and over to tell me what he slipped us. I need to take this shit again, but he's been really tight-lipped on what the drug is. I've been doing some Googling to see what kinds of drugs elicit hallucinations like this, but no luck so far. I'm amazed, with how f***ed up I am, that I'm able to write this lucidly. I'm currently trying to figure out how Kevin is dealing with this trip. Sometimes he walks off around the house, whispering under his breath. I see him slowly setting candles around the room on a large rug, kind of feels like a fire hazard. He's been a pretty clean guy all of his life, and so I'm wondering if this whole thing is too much for him and he just needs an activity to distract himself. I'll keep an eye on him. I'm interested to see when this trip will start simmering down a bit. The hallucinations haven't really changed or morphed in any way. I'm still hearing and seeing the exact same stuff. Whenever I get up to walk around, all of the tall, ghoulish-looking demons start looking at me. Trippy. It's starting to feel just a little bit claustrophobic. I asked him if I could take a walk outside, but he said that it was a pretty bad idea to leave right now and that we should just stay in the living room and chill out. There was a point where he looked a bit distracted while setting out the candles, so I quickly snuck over to his kitchen and tried to open the door to the outside. I just wanted to get a couple of minutes of fresh air. It was weird. Even though I unlocked the door, I couldn't open it. It almost felt like it had been barricaded shut on the other side or something. I tried opening some of the windows instead, but those wouldn't budge either, no matter how hard I tried. I eventually asked him why he was lighting candles and putting them around the room in the weird pattern he was setting them in, but he just said he wants to make sure we have a lot of light for when it gets dark. Not really sure what that means. He's been starting to seem more and more stressed and focused over the last little while. I've been asking him if we should seriously figure out a way to come down from this trip. After all, the hallucinations haven't let up, and the giggling from the room actually seems to be getting louder and louder for me. He just keeps saying back to me that we need to get to the end. We're almost there now. Okay, if he did his research then that's fine I guess. Oh, right. Another weird thing that I've been seeing. This might be overthinking, but it feels like as he's walking around the room, he's reacting to the same stuff that I can see. Like, he's making sure not to bump into any of the ghoulish-looking demons, and anytime the giggling from the room gets too loud, he covers his ears. Usually, when people trip out, the experience is always different, so I'm wondering if this drug elicits very similar experiences in its users. He's been really starting to lose it over the last few minutes. The room is starting to turn red for me, and it feels like the general energy in the room is getting more and more intense, like it's building up to something. He just said, "I'm sorry man, they were just sugar pills, you're not actually on anything." Jesus Kevin, it's just a bad trip, suck it up and we can get through this. He continued, "I just needed a distraction so that you wouldn't question what was going on, but I shouldn't have dragged you into this. We're gonna have to wait until the end of the ritual now." F***ing hell. I think he's really going down a rabbit hole and starting to lose his mind. Does anyone have any advice here? I have no idea what he had us both take or how long it'll be until things start calming down. I'll keep editing this post with updates. Edit, alright. So it's been a few more hours. The hallucinations are still happening. He keeps telling me this is real, and that he's sorry. This is the weirdest trip of my life. The room is darker now. I guess those candles did help. The deep giggling in the room has turned into a low hum. It's almost song-like. Kevin and I are sitting next to each other on the couch. He keeps guiltily looking at me. The tall demon-like creatures are illuminating the center of the room. They're huddled in a circle, standing near the candles. A crimson red light is emanating from where they stand. They're speaking in a language I can't understand. One of them looks different from the others. It's reading from a book. It periodically turns its head to look at me. I'm just trying to ignore what's happening in front of me. Kevin hasn't gotten up since he finished arranging the candles. When he isn't looking at me and apologizing, he's whispering some prayers under his breath. To everyone in the comments who are saying that Kevin isn't lying and this is indeed a demonic ritual, you're definitely not helping me feel any better. I'm hoping I can come down from this soon and laugh about how crazy this trip was. But, on the insane chance that this is actually real and I've been pulled into some f***ed up ritual, how do I get out of this? What's strong enough to smash a sturdy window, if it came to it? I'll follow up soon. Edit 2. Kevin's been emotional over the last while. I finally asked him what the f*** all of this was. This is what he said, not an exact quote but the best I can remember. 5 years ago, I came to the cabin alone to find some center. Life was okay but it wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. No matter how hard I worked, it felt like I kept bumping into some ceilings I couldn't overcome. That's when they approached me. They told me that they could help me obtain the life of my dreams. Everything that I wanted to happen. They said there'd be a trade-off in the future. They made me sign something with my blood. I didn't really think it'd work out, but it did. And life has been amazing. And I want it to stay amazing. But they told me that I now need to honor the contract. They want my life, man. My perfect f***ing life. I can't throw it away. I don't want to die. And so, as the day came closer, I asked them if they were open to an adjustment to the arrangement. If I found another soul, would they give me another 5 years? They seemed intrigued, and they told me to bring a replacement. And so you f***ing brought me? I responded. I needed to find someone who would be comfortable coming all the way out here with me. When I thought about everyone in my life, I tried to pick someone who the fewest people would miss. And it was you, man. I'm sorry. That was a gut punch. You're not really utilizing your life to its full potential, man. I always told you, so I'm really sorry that he kept going, but I just tuned it out. He was going back and forth between apologetic and justifying his decision to make me a f***ing sacrifice. I look out at the room with my heart racing. The low chant is louder than it's ever been before. The demons standing in the middle of the room are all looking at me now. The one holding the book approaches me. The demon opens the book and holds it out in front of me. On the page are signals and insignias I can't understand. You need to sign with your blood. Here, use this, Kevin says. He holds out a small razor blade and hands it to me. I'm not gonna do this, I say back. You have to. Deep down, I'd known it since I stepped foot in the cabin. This wasn't a trip. I shouldn't have been in denial this whole time. And now, there's a demon in front of me holding out a book. I hear the low hum in my head. The room lights up, bright crimson. I thought about taking the razor blade and slicing Kevin's throat. But, if this was truly the end of the line for me, I didn't know if committing one last sin before death would tip the scales for me to go to heaven if such a place even exists. I'm not sure if I was fully in control when I sliced my finger and let the blood spill over the book. It happened. And I thought I'd immediately be pulled into hell. Or devoured by the ghoulish creatures in a painful fashion. Instead, the demon closed the book and returned to the center of the room with others, standing by the candles. I told Kevin that I was gonna run for it. That I hope these f***ing beings, whatever the hell they are, torture him for the rest of eternity. He told me that if I tried to escape after signing the agreement, that I'd be put through a fate worse than death. I'm not gonna believe the guy that brought me here to save his own sorry self. I might be a degenerate, but I'm not a narcissistic evil lunatic. I'm typing this on a phone that is now covered with blood. I sliced my finger deeper than I should have. It's still bleeding. Kevin and the demons have been rearranging the candles in the center of the room. The cabin is noisy. A mix of loud hums, chants, screams, and low giggles. The ritual is building to its climax. Kevin just finished organizing the candles. You need to come to the center of the room and lie down in the middle of the candles. This is the end, now. I'm sorry, man. I'm scanning the room one last time for anything that can save me. Any deus ex machina or last-minute escape plan I can muster up. There are no safe rooms. No exits. The doors aren't going to work. They're all waiting for me. All I see is a vase beside the couch. And some large logs in the fireplace. I need to pick one to smash the window with. I'm gonna make a break for it. Edit 3. I did it. I f***ing escaped. I picked the vase and it actually worked. I smashed the window, and I jumped out to escape the cabin. As I was jumping out, I could feel an immense force pulling me back in. The sound of the demons in my head, with their low hums turning into loud screams. But I made it. As I was running further and further away, I could hear Kevin's blood-curdling shrieks. They sounded inhumane. I guess the demons defaulted to their original agreement. Yes, I'm bleeding all over. The glass from the broken window scraped the hell out of me during my escape. And yes, I really don't know where the I am. But I'm out. And freedom feels good. I've got a new lease on life now. I'm not gonna take anything for granted anymore. I'm gonna pursue my dreams. Gonna make something of myself. So, I might need some help from commenters. Concrete, Washington is being weird. I've been running for the last half hour in what feels like a never-ending forest. It just keeps going. And the forest looks bizarre. The trees look different from any I've ever seen in my life before. Also, not sure if some sort of astrological event is happening tonight, but the whole sky is glowing crimson red. In every direction I look. That's the same for you guys too, right? I'm gonna keep running. I'll find a way home. I always do. This is gonna be my last update. If you can spare a moment, hold a positive thought in your mind for me. Sayonara. Edit. Good news, I have escaped. It's good, all okay. X, it's all okay. Don't ever worry. The poet and the porn star. I've been seeing dead folks for as long as I can remember, so I wasn't too taken back when I met the girl on the boardwalk. Her face was broken but still pretty, throat slit, blue eyes bright. She was sitting on a bench turned towards the ocean watching the moon on the water. I think she was surprised when I said hello. It's not that ghosts are rare, I guess it's just rare for the living to take the time to see them. You can sit down if you'd like, she told me, so I did. You look familiar, I said. I was an actress. Movies? Television? The girl smiled. Not that kind of actress. She told me that when she was alive she traded a little love for a bit of money. I admitted that I did the same, being a poet, but that her work probably paid better. A breeze thick with salt and the smell of funnel cake stirred her black hair. I fell in love then, to a degree, and asked if I could visit from time to time. That would be lovely. My name is Melissa. Josh. I visited every night that week and we sat watching the stars. Each time I came by, Melissa was on the same bench looking more and more faded. Her features were dissolving, her atoms unraveling and turning gray. We're not supposed to stay so long, she told me. But I'm scared to go. We took a walk down to the water one night. The temperature shifted and the wind kicked dust devils out of the sand. Choppy waves pushed closer and closer to shore until a dark mass like a grease stain rose up out of the water 100 feet high. Give her it was a whisper loud enough to rattle buildings. It promised malice and pain and dissolution. She's not for you, I replied, pushing Melissa behind me, both of us surprised at this new spine I'd grown. The last thing I felt before the cold water crashed over us was Melissa's hand squeezing my own. Then we were drowning. The tide pulled us out into the Atlantic. I felt shadows bump my legs like sharks. Melissa screamed, some force dragging her out and down. I looked up, desperate to keep my head above water. I saw a constellation in motion, brilliant blue stars falling into the water. One light took me and brought me back to shore. Others descended on the shape of my friend thrashing in the hateful water. Mine, I heard the first wretched voice demand. No, the stars replied, holding Melissa close. I awoke the next morning on the beach, half drowned, sand-soaked. There was light on the horizon threatening dawn. I looked up. It was still dark enough that I could find the echo of the stars. Directly above me, there was a new constellation, one that looked familiar. Good luck, I whispered. I am a sociologist who participated in the God experiment. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to play God? Some questions should stay unanswered. We selected 7 individuals for the study. My colleague found it important to have a radical mixture of gender and sexual orientation. Discrete cameras were set up throughout the participants' homes and places of business. We instructed the subjects to proceed with their daily activities, normally, as if nothing had changed. We then told our people a white lie. We told them that a team of scientists would be working to alter their lives. Allegedly, this group analyzed the recordings and applied subtle changes to the subjects' real-time routines. Each modification would be designed to improve personal productivity and overall contentment. We told subjects that they should not notice any differences, whatsoever. It could be as simple as a passerby saying hi. We also forbid all contact with us during this time. The reality was that we did nothing. We just watched it. In the interest of avoiding the ire of recent legal proceedings, I will avoid using last names. I worked with a respected sociologist, named Thomas, or Tommy, for short. Tom's prestige in the industry secured our funding in the first place. I considered myself an intern. My job entailed ordering pizza, bringing coffee, and answering phones. Sometimes, Thomas allowed me to watch the cameras while he slept or left the building. Not a bad gig for a 23-year-old kid with a sociology degree. That changed soon after it started. My hatred for my job started when our first subject, Michael, began to behave erratically. The biography listed him as Subject 001, a straight white male, age 28. He stood at 6 feet 3 inches. He weighed 190 pounds. He had dark brown hair, with a blemish on the upper right corner of his eyebrow. Mike did not have a girlfriend at the time. Thankfully, Tom considered that factor. It did not take long for things to go haywire. On the second day of record keeping, I caught Mike talking to himself in the middle of the night. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Are you sure? I don't want to do it. The noise nearly caused me to fall off my chair. The rest of the day had been silent. I checked the cameras twice but found no one else there. Thomas had left the building on another one of his errands. I texted him an alert just as Michael jumped out of bed on the infrared and walked to his door. Camera 3001 is losing his marbles. Tommy walked into our makeshift laboratory a couple of minutes later. He wore a look of guarded excitement and an undersized white coat that barely covered his overstuffed belly. Crumbs on his jacket suggested that snacking had caused him to slack off next door. Yet again. Tom looked fascinated when he saw the screen. He watched the monitor over my shoulder like a parrot. Michael banged his head against the wall. My colleague sounded downright giddy when he exclaimed, "It's happening. Record this, kid." I did not know what it meant, but I followed orders. After about 20 head bangs, Michael stopped moving. We waited and watched for 10 minutes. We checked his vitals. Somehow, Michael was not injured. He only fell asleep. Standing up. It is an eerie feeling to watch a man on the verge of losing his mind. The curtains in his apartment fluttered nervously in the wind. Every few hours, Michael roused himself from sleep and checked the window nervously, then returned to his perch by the bedroom door. He repeated this trend a few times throughout the night. He didn't get back in bed all evening. The next day, Michael got a promotion. We had nothing to do with it. We watched the whole thing from a hidden cubicle camera. Michael's boss sounded truly grateful. She considered Michael's job performance to be worthy of recognition. To boot, the firm had been particularly successful that quarter. That meant a big bonus. The shit-eating grin on Michael's face told us that he considered the experiment to be responsible. Our subject got very drunk that night. We did not capture the bar in our video feed. I did, however, catch his walk of shame home sometime around 2 in the morning. I adjusted the audio and found the guy talking to himself once again. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Are you sure? I don't want to do it. Michael walked into the apartment and flicked a light switch. The room remained quiet and empty. He repeated his favorite little phrase over and over again. He futzed around the living room in an apparent panic. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Are you sure? I don't want to do it. It annoyed me. To be honest, I started to doubt my colleague. Unstable subjects tend to skew results. I had not considered the dire consequences at the time. Who is he talking to? I asked. Tom didn't answer. Michael walked towards the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water from the fridge. His movement seemed extremely erratic. The overall behavior reminded me of an animal with rabies, especially the way one leg dragged behind the other. Suddenly, as if hearing something, Michael stopped and stared out the kitchen window. Water spilled all over the floor. Michael stayed in that position for 5 minutes. Then, he offered one last line in the direction of the kitchen door. Are you sure? Then he sprinted outside without another word. Switch to camera 4, Tommy barked over my shoulder. I did as I was told. I swear. That's it. The memory of this still keeps me up at night. Michael's drunken shape came back into focus on the green grass of the apartment complex. The receiver taped to his chest captured rapid breath as his haphazard footsteps traced a path that led in only one direction. Headlights and horns blasted only 50 feet away. The freeway. Tom. This is a problem. This is a big
problem. I must have repeated that phrase 1,000 times. But my pleas were ignored by my wide-eyed companion. I grabbed the office phone and quickly tried to find an emergency contact. All the while, Michael teetered in between traffic carelessly like a missing toddler. There's nothing we can do, Tom muttered. What do you want me to say? Michael's body exploded the moment it met the tractor trailer. He died that day. Our benefactor compensated the family handsomely. Litigation was temporarily avoided. The God experiment continued with the remaining subjects, uninterrupted, for 5 weeks.
John was here. My buddy John is going to die tomorrow. He doesn't want to make it a big thing. I got some beer. Mike bought cigars. There are 5 fishing poles lined up in the back of my truck, one for each of us. The plan is to go down to the lake and see what the spot's got. One last time. This little story you're writing, he coughs. About tonight. Make it in the present tense. Alright? Like I'm still here reading it with you. Even if I'm not. I tell him that's fine. I'll figure it out later. And not too much about the disease, please. I think cancer has gotten enough conversation out of me. I tell him that's okay too. We drive. A cool breeze slices through the open window. Highway lights begin to fade. I turn right and stay straight on Fullerton Avenue. I snag the roundabout next to the government offices. And then we're there. The old neighborhood. The place where we met. The place where we grew up. And now, the place where we'll say goodbye. We park. The houses on the block are all different, but there's still something so similar in the air. Almost like you can taste the feeling. Mrs. Walker's dinners. Tom's mom's cookies. Before we could drive. Before we could even ride bikes down to the corner store without permission from our parents. Everything was so much simpler back then. We always had someplace to go. The lake was home. Do you remember the bench? John asks. The big one. I did. I do. Somebody left it at the curb. Busted half to You dragged that hunk of marble 2 miles just so we could sit in front of the water and fish. You could have helped. We made it, didn't we? We did. And look at us now. 30 years later. Still friends. We get out. The streetlights are all dimmed. Darkness paints shadows of abandoned toys in once familiar front yards. John corrals the tackle. I grab the drinks. My dad used to say beer should be heavy on the way in and light on the way out. He passed away some years back. I yearn for the past so damn bad and at the same time understand that it's truly gone. When are the boys coming? John asks. They should be here already. All of them? Yes. All right. Are you all right? No. We walk. The path to the lake takes us out of the neighborhood and down into the valley. We march over a set of railroad tracks. On the other side is a steep rocky hill. John huffs and puffs but takes the hurdle like a champ. We land on a soft embankment that leads right up to the lake. We smack the dust off our jeans. We look up. The guys are waiting for us. Hey. Mike rushes forward first. The big brute wraps our small friend in a bear hug. He's crying. He pulls back in embarrassment before grabbing a fishing pole. I'm honored to be here for you. Danny is next. He leans forward and whispers something meaningful in John's ear. The two of them share a silent stare. Dan backs off and disappears down the path. Thank you. Jeff is last. He looks around the group. He pauses. He sighs. I don't understand why you're not in a hospital. Dude. I'm just saying. You look fine to me. Do you have the best doctors? Are they sure this thing is fatal? How are you even walking right now? You can't just give up and croak. Modern medicine is incredible. Who's going to pull your plug anyway? John nods through it all. He takes a deep breath. He waits for him to finish. Then he responds. I get it. You think I'm crazy. But the truth is that this is the end of my life. The doctors know it. The specialists know it. The specialists and attorneys know it. I know it. I could probably spend a few more weeks hooked up to machines, but... He hesitates. What's the point, man? Really? If I'm going to die, then I want it to happen like I lived. With my friends. With my brothers. You guys. You don't understand. After my parents' accident. After my uncle moved away. You were all that I had left. You were my family. I slept on your couches. I ate your meals. We ran around the paths behind the lake for hours. I mean, blood. Our blood is here. In the ground where we spilled it. On chicken wire and hooks and pike teeth. He smiles. And that's the other thing. We're not going fishing. The guys are surprised. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I need your help. One last time. A gentle rain peeks in between the trees. There's a legend about these woods. One that you might not have heard. A few hundred years ago, a soldier caught infection from a wound. His unit was ambushed and the remnants retreated down a trail into a valley. This valley, they were half slaughtered and left for dead. So the enemy moved along. There were other battles to be fought against living men. These guys, they knew they were you see. They didn't exactly have backup and each of them just took serious wounds in battle. So they were basically just waiting to die. One night near the end, the devil comes across the group. He sees 5 murderers. Pillagers. Gears of the war machine. Clinging for life. He fixes to have himself a feast. The doors of the underworld open up. All of Satan's minions pour out. The hounds get ready to eat. But the soldier is smart. He offers up a trade. He tells the devil that these are pure men. They killed for mercy and for country, but none have committed a crime in the eyes of God for which they hadn't repented. Hell could have none of them. Or it could have one. Moved by the man's bravery, and tempted by its taste, Satan agrees to the deal. 1 soul in exchange for the health and wealth of the remaining 4 friends. A clock is set for midnight. The group prepares their goodbyes. At which point, a plan takes shape. You see, the soldier knows a secret or two about these woods. A story older than angels and demons alike. The water here is sacred. The trees themselves are blessed. John produces a knife. He enters into a different sort of pact. John cuts his wrist. What the man, Mike whimpers. I did not sign up for witchcraft. John smiles and slams his hand against the tree. The sap turns thick and red. The sight of it dripping down the bark makes my stomach turn. He signs his spirit over to the lake. That way there is nothing left for Satan to take. He gives his body to the leaves. That way there's nothing for the demons to eat. He gives his blood to the trees. John carves something underneath. That way it remains there forever. We all stare at him. The soldier tells his friends to prepare a boat. Danny appears out of the distance. He's dragging something through the reeds. They are so weak at this point. It takes all the strength they have left just to lift this thing over the lake bed. The soldier gets inside. They hand him his rifle. He tells the group to save their farewells, for this is not the end, just a new beginning. The clock strikes midnight. A great wind gathers. A current takes shape. The soldier bids his friends to push him out to sea, so to speak, one final time. Darkness envelops the canoe inch by inch. A fog settles along the bank. Soon enough, he's gone. The devil readies his army. Hellions pour in from the coast to feed on the poor man's soul. The meal is smaller than promised, but the meat is still appetizing. The group ducks and hides in the trees as horrible beasts with claws longer than limbs sneak through the woods and slither into the lake like snakes. The water grows restless with its new inhabitants. Waves of white froth back and forth. A whirlpool forms at the center. The boat is trapped in it, but so are the beasts. Demons and titans and the devil himself are caught up in the awful churning and chucking and turning. The lake opens up. Creatures cling to the edge. The wicked screams of furious spirits echo for miles. But it's no use. Mother Nature unhooks her jaw and swallows the poisonous lot whole. John smiles. Hell and all of its acolytes sink back to the underworld. He looks at me. And now it's gone quiet. The sky opens up. Buckets of rain pour forth and replenish the creeks and streams. Flames extinguish as fallen trees disappear underneath the breach. The soldiers stand up. One of them starts to laugh. Another begins to cry. Aching wounds are made mended. Cut legs are turned whole. The 4 run up the coast and shout with the unbridled joy of madmen given a second chance at life. John sighs. But amidst the celebration, the blue canoe drifts lazily back to shore. The group looks at the bottom and sees it's empty. The soldiers take this to mean that their friend is damned. He's paid the ultimate price. They pack up in solemn silence. They start to leave. But on their way out of the valley, a funny thing happens. They pass by a tree. This tree. In the bark is written a message. A pact with the water. A promise to the leaves. The soldiers realize then that this death is a beautiful thing. A wondrous thing. A trick between 2 ancient powers. A choice to remain here, in the valley, forever. Outside of the devil's reach. John gets into the canoe. The war ends. The 4 friends live long and full lives of incredible health, wealth and prosperity. As promised. But as the years come to a close, and death appears inevitable, they choose to form a new deal. A pact of their own. John pulls out a pistol. That no matter how they die, no matter when they die, they will all return to the lake. One last time. To join it. He loads 1 round. He looks at each of us. My skin is crawling. I'm not ready. Now. Do you know what I want you to do? We do. Okay. It's 12 o'clock. Mike is crying. Jeff is bargaining. Dan stops them. Because this isn't the end. And John doesn't want to make a big thing. We get into the water. We push off. We wave. I just want to grab him. I just want to pull him back. But he's gone before long. Darkness swallows the boat whole. An excited voice shouts out in the distance. Then he starts to scream. The lake begins to boil. It burns so quickly that the shoreline evaporates. Lightning cracks in the distance. The night is alive. Shadows race down from the hilltop and rip at the earth with hoofed feet. Their eyes are all rotted. Their teeth are like knives. They're on us. Razor claws tear up my sweatshirt. Blood bursts from the holes like a sprinkler. A rush of adrenaline hits and I want to fight. But I'm suddenly tired. I can't open my eyes. I can't hear. I don't want to die. Not yet. Not here. A single gunshot rings out. Then, as if somebody turns on the sink faucet, it starts to rain. Water overtakes the banks. The lake fills up like a bathtub. The boat drifts back to shore. Jeff gets up to check. The rest of us don't need to see. We know. It's empty. On the way out of the valley, we pass by a tree. Our tree. Carved into the wood are 5 names. Below them is a fresh one. The writing is much easier to read. John was here. The contract is sealed now. Our bond is formed in blood. His journey is finished. Ours has just begun. Because one day, at the end of it all, each of us will row into hell alone. I pray the lake buries me and brings me back home. The unfortunate life of Jamie Robert Mitchum. My mother always told me to stay away from Jamie Robert Mitchum. Maybe I should have listened to her. I guess I didn't really understand why at the time. I guess children are more trusting. Sure, he was strange. Anybody could see that. Jamie was the type of kid to play with a magnifying glass on the blacktop during recess. He wore the early loss of his mother on his sleeve and the bruises from bouts with bullies on his arms. Jamie fought with everybody. He fought with the teachers. He fought with whatever parental figure stumbled through the door of his house that week. I think he would fight a dog if it looked at him the wrong way. But good friends were hard to come by at the time. We were 2 dorks destined to stick by each other's side. My strongest memory of him begins in the 5th grade, on the day they found Maggie Henway's body buried behind the schoolyard. Or, more accurately, the day Jamie found her body behind the schoolyard. We were playing cowboys and Indians at recess. Same as any day. Jamie always insisted on being the cowboy. His interpretation of the rules included chasing me around the schoolyard, with a weaponized tree branch at the ready. Offensive stuff, I get it, even for back then. At one point, Jamie cornered me towards the back of the property. We were up against some fencing that separated us from the woods, and I thought I was done for. I thought I was finished. It would not be the first time Jamie took the game a little too seriously by beating the hell out of me. The kid thrived on violence. He lifted the branch over his head. He laughed at me cowering with a maniacal fake laugh that seemed almost too real to be false. But just before he took his swing, Jamie stopped and pointed towards a pricker bush behind me. Look, let's go touch it. I'll never forget the callousness in his voice. The kid didn't seem concerned. He didn't seem scared. He didn't try to get the teachers. He just pointed, lazily, almost uninterested at the stack of human remains just 3 feet behind my right shoulder. I looked at it. I wish I hadn't. The woman was sliced down the center of her torso, from the top of her chest to the bottom of her stomach. It almost looked like something you might see in an autopsy room. Small little stab injuries spread out through her abdomen and midsection. Her face appeared swollen and disfigured. I turned away and vomited. Don't be a baby, he said. It's just a body. Let's go touch it. Before I could take it anymore, I screamed, and somebody ran and got Miss Abernathy. The rest of that day remains a blur. The police investigation took months. I remember that part as vividly as yesterday. They talked to Jamie. They talked to his dad. They even talked to his dad's girlfriends and almost anybody he made contact with on a day-to-day basis. My parents were even interrogated. We did not know why, at the time. But we found out when the police announced a break in the case. Maggie spent her last night alive in the Mitchum house. It is hard to say exactly what happened. Some believe that Mr. Mitchum, Jamie's dad, and Maggie were sleeping together. The officers and district attorney settled on that theory and prosecuted it successfully. Nobody seemed very interested in the fact that Jamie found the body. Nobody seemed very interested in his deviant behavior at all. And so I didn't push them. Jamie's dad went to jail in the summer of '95. He moved in with his aunt soon after. And things only got stranger from there. Jamie liked the woods. My family house bordered the same massive forest connected to the schoolyard. For a long time, that fact seemed like the only reason we were friends at all. Every day after school he would call the house and ask to come over. My parents worked until 5, and I was not doing anything else, so I didn't mind. The tradition eventually became so ingrained that he didn't bother to ask after a while. By the time the winter of 7th grade rolled around, Jamie dropped by each and every day. And he always wanted to go into the woods. I did not think much of that fact, at first. I probably should have connected the dots between the location of his father's drop site and the proximity to my house, but I didn't. The woods are endlessly interesting to a pair of 13-year-old kids. The creek contained fossil beds from when Jersey was underwater. The hills and valleys provided the perfect grounds for snowball fights, exploring, and all the other kinds of things we did back then. It seemed normal for another kid to want to hang out there. One day after school, Jamie brought a strange new device with him. It looked and sounded like a metal detector, but Jamie of course insisted otherwise. He said it was his dad's. He said the device could detect thin lines in between worlds, and that there should be one in my woods. I said that it sounded stupid for a couple of grown teenagers. We were 13, then. Well past the days of stick fights on the playground. But that comment didn't stop him from beeping all over the woods for hours on end. The noise started to get really annoying. He started to get annoying. Eventually, the whole thing felt childish, and I told Jamie the same. He did not take that well. We didn't find it yet, he whined. Please, Matt, we need to find it. We are never going to find something that does not exist. Don't you think if there was a portal to another dimension in my backyard, the government, or somebody would have f***ing found out by now? What if my mom's there? He asked with a sniffle. What if my mom is waiting to cross over to get me and she can't? I don't want to be alone, anymore, man. I can't. I never even see my aunt. I want what you have. I want my family back. How do you know she's there? That doesn't make any sense. My dad told me. I stared at him. The tears on his face looked genuine. Fine. One last time. Something about that last walk down the familiar path made me shiver. This happened a long time ago, but I still remember the sensation of my hair standing on my neck. I could not figure out why at the time. Jamie looked cheerful and even hopeful for the first moment in a while. Maybe that was it. This was supposed to be our last trip, and yet, he still seemed happy. He kept his eyes fixated on the metal detector, hummed some old song, and did not pay me much mind. We split up. I checked out the fossil beds for the 1000th time. I looked for new and interesting things in the creek. A family of deer passed by and I watched them for a while. As it got darker, outside, I couldn't see Jamie anymore. But the persistent beep of his metal detector told me he was in range. Sometime around 4:30, the device started to freak out. The beeping pulsated so strongly that it sounded like a fire alarm. After it stopped, the woods returned to silence. Jamie? Jamie, it's probably just an old sewer pipe. Man, those things have metal in them, I think. From somewhere to my left, a pair of footsteps sprinted in my direction. I didn't have time to react. I didn't have time to brace for impact. I turned just in time to catch a large boulder to the forehead. Then the lights went out. I woke up to find my arms restricted. My head throbbed from the impact. I wanted to touch it with my hand, but I wouldn't. I wanted to cry, but the gag on my mouth made it impossible to even talk. I wanted to stare my former friend down, but the blindfold made it impossible to see. Dude, what the fuck? I mumbled groggily. What the fuck? Jamie laughed. I found it. I fucking found it. I can't believe I fucking found it. I tried to argue with him. I tried to tell him to untie me, but he ignored me. My dad thought he found it. He used to come out to these woods every fucking night looking for it. But he was wrong. A knife entered my abdomen. I can still feel the way that sharp blade cut effortlessly into my belly. In, then out. I screamed. I have to do this. You know that, right? I don't want to, not really. I'd rather take somebody like our English teacher. But who knows if there's time. I can feel her here, can't you? Jamie stabbed me again. I started to lose the will to fight. Dad told me all the rules. Just before he left. One life for one, we'll be a family again. That's all it takes. A sacrifice. That's all the devil wants. The rope around my wrists was loose. So that's why he always kept a backpack. Rope, blindfold, tape. He planned this. The rope around my wrists was loose. My blood-sapped brain repeated. Don't worry about dying, he continued. Your parents are old. You'll see them again in 20 years. That'll probably be as quick as turning off a light over there. He stabbed me again. Lighter, this time, more like a scratch, as if he felt bad doing it. I turned my hand to the right and to the left. I shimmied as much as possible, without giving away my intention. After a moment, I reached for the bitty knot with my free fingers and pulled it loose. The rope fell free by my feet, and I did not give Jamie the chance to react. My right fist flung towards his face with every inch of muscle and strength remaining in my body. It connected with his jaw. My left followed a minute later, and in seconds, Jamie was on the ground. The asshole never even bothered to tie my feet. So I leapt on top of him. Right on top of the outstretched knife in his hands. The blade connected with the soft tissue in my stomach. I fell backward with the knife still in my gut before Jamie pulled it out cleanly. He got up. He laughed for a second. Then he rose the blade over his head, black eye and all, and prepared to bring it down one final time. But before that could happen, a gunshot broke through the night. Jamie collapsed. He died inches from my side. I nearly joined him. The man who fired the fatal shot was a police officer who witnessed the fight. My mom called them when I didn't come home in time. Like I said, she never quite trusted Jamie, and that distrust may have saved my life. The cops quickly arranged for an ambulance, and after a couple of blood transfusions, I survived. We did not go to the funeral. I did not go to school. My parents stopped going to work. Eventually, the gossip in town became too much, and we decided to move. I will never forget my final night in that house. Mom and Dad made my favorite meal, pepperoni pizza bread and grilled cheese. A heart attack waiting to happen. I think they felt guilty about the move. I think they felt guilty about Jamie. And so we decided to have a family night. All three of us sat by the TV and watched all of our favorite Christmas movies. I loved it. I went to bed with the warm memories almost outweighing the negative. But that night, sometime after 3, I woke up to a strange noise emanating from the woods. The hairs on my arm stood up. They still do, whenever I think about it. A metal detector pinged lazily from the woods. I shot out of bed and listened to it carefully. And, as sure as I am sitting here, I heard it, just underneath the persistent beeps, just underneath the lazy raindrops. A woman was crying, alone with the fire. After the mess last fall, I decided to take a few months for myself to go camping in February. It would be the first time I'd been out in the backcountry since Eve and I got together. I set out on a clear morning backpacking upriver with everything I'd need and maybe a bit more. I was a little rusty and didn't want to get caught in a bad spot. The sun was up and warm by the time I set off with my pack. I had everything I needed inside of the bag: a tent and sleeping bag, a knife, food, water, fire starters, a phone and power bank, a first aid kit, clothes, and some other useful things. I took my time that morning watching the shadows of fish under the iced-over river, and the birds darting between bare branches. Those hours I spent hiking looking for a good spot to set camp were the most peaceful I'd experienced in 4 years. The only sound was the crunch of snow, a few birds, and my own breathing. I went on farther than I usually would have back in the days when I went out regularly. Eventually, I found a grove not far from the shoreline. I rolled out a tarp over the snow for the tent. It took me about an hour to get everything set up the way I liked. I was definitely out of practice. By the end of the hour, though, I had a tent pitched and a stove set up inside. It was a new tent, a splurge purchase. The thing was tall like a TV, made of canvas, and fitted with a socket for a stovepipe. The plan was to stoke a small fire in the burner inside the tent so that I'd stay warm and dry all night. Before I got the stove running, though, I'd need some wood. I spent most of the rest of the morning gathering fallen limbs from the trees around the clearing. Once I had a stately little pile of tinder, I took the hatchet from my pack and went to work chopping down and splitting a pair of saplings. The wood wasn't going to be ideal for burning. It was wet and young and would produce a lot of smoke. Luckily, since I was using it in a wood stove with a chimney, everything should be vented out cleanly. I lined all of my wood up in a neat pile inside the tent and stretched until my back popped. There were clouds above but no fresh snow was falling. I decided to explore my neck of the woods. The land was steep and covered in brush. It was perfect exercise, a storybook hike. I felt warm sunlight catch me as it came through the trees. My boots were new but fit well, and the first few miles fell away behind me like change from a pocket with a hole. I was getting ready to stop for lunch when I saw the tracks. The snow had been unbroken other than the odd deer marking, but I immediately recognized this new sign as different. It was a long, winding line roughly a yard wide. Predators moved like that. I didn't recognize the prints, but they were too large to be a fox or coyote. I followed them through the trees until they broke through into a large clearing. The trail led to the center of the field and stopped at the church. The church shouldn't have been there. There was no practical reason for the squat, white building that deep in the forest. The only creatures around to worship were the birds and badgers. I saw that the white paint was fading terribly, the wood rain-stripped and sun-bleached. There was no sound in the clearing. The bird song I'd been humming along to all morning was gone. I felt cold, standing there in the shadow of the church, and I considered dropping my pack and running for some reason. Instead, I approached the building slowly, like you would approach an unfamiliar dog that wasn't providing any signs of its intentions. The church had a small, wooden door in front. There was no knob, only an empty socket. I pressed gently and the door swung open into a single, large room. It was dark in the church. I could make out the silhouettes of pews and the altar from dull sunlight that spilled in through a single, cracked stained glass window. I wanted to step into the room, but I was having a difficult time convincing my legs to cross the threshold. A smell drifted out of the open door, stale and old and bitter. It reminded me a little of incense and a little of wine with quite a bit of dust mixed in. "Hello?" I called out to the shadows in the church. They didn't respond. I took a deep breath of the incensed air and walked through the door, pulled out a flashlight from my pocket, then clicked it alive. I swept the beam around the room. The space was small, almost claustrophobic. Some snow had blown in recently and lay as fine powder on the floor. There were 2 rows of wooden pews covered in dust and uncomfortably large spider webs. The pews marched up to a slim altar. Unlike the benches, the altar was surprisingly clear and draped with a clean, white cloth. A rough cross rose up behind the table. It looked like it was carved from some dark wood, maybe mahogany, and the carving was not done well. The cross was twisted and uneven. I didn't like looking at it and found my eyes darting to anywhere else in the church. I walked down the aisle toward the altar, light moving back and forth. The room was maybe 30 feet by 30 feet and I didn't see any doors leading to other sections of the church. There wasn't anything on the old wooden walls, either. The only break in the surface was the partially shattered stained glass window. It was too fragmented to tell what the scene was. All I could make out was a scattershot of dark blues and pale green. But just like the cross, something about the glass made me feel unwell. I turned away quickly and approached the altar. It was almost like I was on autopilot. The closer I got to the black cross, the less I liked it. The thing was ill-made, wide on one side and narrow on the other. Neither axis was level. Still, I felt a growing need to touch the wood. The old floorboards groaned as I reached the altar. I pulled off one glove, then reached out. The wood was warm, like it was alive. I felt the knots and whorls and notches in the carving. What happened next I still don't understand. There was pain sharp and sudden. It was like the cross bit me. I jerked my hand back. Blood lashed the altar, squirting from my palm and staining the white sheet. As I watched, clutching my hand, the red spot soaked and then disappeared. It was as if the material absorbed the blood. Drank it, even. I pulled a first aid kit from one of the pockets of my hiking pants. The wound was long but shallow. It was in the shape of an oval. I held my flashlight between my teeth as I sanitized and wrapped the cut. I didn't think it would need stitches, but it would leave a scar for sure. It might have been my imagination, but I noticed that the temperature seemed to be dropping inside of the church. I glanced up at the altar and the twisted cross. Was the effigy larger than it was a moment ago? More bent? It appeared to be a perfect time to end my hike. I gathered my first aid kit and started backing out of the church. I wasn't thrilled by the idea of turning my back to the altar. Once I got out of the door, I nearly tripped over the single crooked step between the church and the ground. I managed to catch myself and looked up. When I went into the building, I remember the sun being high. Now it was sinking into the tree line like an egg dripping into a sink full of broken dishes. Either it was late afternoon when I reached the clearing or I'd spent much longer in the church than I thought I did. Either way, it was getting dark. At least it would be easy for me to find my way back to camp. All I had to do was follow my tracks in the snow. I glanced around the clearing. I had this nagging sense that someone was watching me. When I made eye contact with the creature watching me from the woods, my mind didn't process it at first. I couldn't quite register the thing as human, but it wasn't an animal. It stood on 2 legs, had 2 arms, maybe 5 or 6 feet tall. It was hard to tell at the distance. But it was so pale it seemed to merge with the snow around it. The creature was naked but blank as a mannequin. Its face was the strangest part. There was no nose, no mouth, or any other features. It had eyes in a way. I could make out 2 black openings where the eyes should go, but that was all. "Hello?" I called out. I'm not sure what I expected. It would be tough for the thing to hear me without ears or respond without a mouth, but maybe I was seeing things. Maybe it was a fellow hiker in some weird getup or bodysuit. The creature didn't respond. I sensed motion and looked to my left to find another creature watching me from the forest. Its head was tilted at an angle like it was curious. I noticed that both of the visitors were sticking to thickly wooded parts of the forest where the shadows were heaviest. As I stood staring, more of the things began to slink out closer to the tree line. Some emerged from the snow where they'd been so perfectly camouflaged I might have walked over one without noticing. All of them were the same, hollow white bodies, smooth, empty faces broken only by a pair of dark pits. "You're not real," I said, my mouth so dry the words barely scraped by my teeth. "You can't be real. You shouldn't be, at least, alone with the fire." "You're not real," I said, my mouth so dry the words barely scraped by my teeth. "You can't be real. You shouldn't be, at least." None of the creatures replied. A few inched closer. I noticed that they were getting bolder but still seemed anchored to the long winter shadows that stretched between the evergreens. I began moving away slowly, heading towards my camp while staying in the spaces with the most light. Fading sunshine fell heaviest through thin trees with bare branches. It forced me to take a roundabout route back to camp, but I managed to make progress at a gradual pace. Dusk was on my heels, though, as were the faceless things. They followed me, maybe 24 of them, darting from shadow to shadow. I was surrounded, but as long as I stayed in the light, they didn't seem willing or able to come too close. Sundown had me on a timer, so every step felt excruciatingly slow. My palm ached from where the cross had cut me. The snow seemed to grab and hold me each time my boots went down. None of it felt real. But I kept moving. The truth was, I had no idea if getting back to camp and making a fire would keep me safe. It was going to be fully dark soon, though, so the image in my mind of the stove burning and glowing kept me focused. I stumbled into camp as the last light drained down into the forest. My hands were shaking as I began clearing snow from a spot in front of my tent. I decided during my hike back to build a large, open fire instead of relying on the wood stove. Once the first bonfire was roaring, my plan was to build a second and stay between the two until dawn. Looking back, this was a stupid idea and was almost catastrophic. While I'd spent much of the morning gathering fuel, there was no way my small stockpile was enough to feed one massive bonfire for an entire night, much less two. Once I had a space cleared on the ground, I built a basic tinder bed and stacked logs in a teepee over it. I glanced back over my shoulder now and then to see if the creatures trailing me were any closer. I'd stopped counting them. There were too many. A swarm of the things paced in the shadows all around the clearing. Since I was trying to get back to nature with my trip, my dumb butt didn't bring a lighter, only a fire starter. I rapidly struck steel to flint over and over, nurturing every little spark like it was a newborn, fresh and fragile and vulnerable. The fire finally caught just as I heard the running footsteps. There were approximately 60 feet between my tent and the closest section of the tree line. I felt flames growing behind me as I turned to check on the footsteps. That was when the situation finally became real for me, real and terrifying. The pale creatures actually did have mouths. They were disguised as slits in their necks, but when the monsters dropped to all fours to sprint towards me, the slits opened to reveal rows and rows of dull square teeth as big as bars of soap. The running creatures made a snapping, growling sound as they approached. I fell over while scrambling closer to the fire, nearly burning myself as I reached for one of the burning branches. It didn't feel like much protection, my little torch, but I swung it back and forth in front of me. The creatures all stopped their run at the edge of my fire's light. They stood, bent on all fours, panting like dogs. I saw that the holes where their eyes should be reflected the firelight. I put my branch back on the fire and let out a breath. Something cold landed on my cheek. It was starting to snow. The next few minutes were a mad rush getting the wood stove burning inside the tent. Snow fell faster and faster, and with it came the wind. My original fire quickly began to sputter, casting fragmented shadows that brought the pale creatures closer. I retreated into my tent, bringing all of the wood I could fit with me. It was warm and bright inside the canvas, but my stockpile of fuel seemed so much smaller now that it was tightly stacked. I hesitated before closing the tent. There was something out in the clearing walking through the snow. It was a shape or maybe an absence. I couldn't see the actual walker, not even a shadow, only its form outlined against the falling snow. Whatever it was, the thing was massive, much taller than any of the hollow-eyed creatures even when they were standing. I tied the canvas shut and backed up to the center of the tent next to the stove. The monsters outside began howling and whining. It reminded me of hyenas in a nature show going off when a lion shows up. There was a sudden silence that dragged on, punctuated only by the popping of wood in the stove. "David, I'm cold." I stood up, staring at the tent flap. The voice was familiar. I'd heard it every day for 7 years before the divorce. "Eve?" I asked. "David, can you let me in?" There was something wrong with my head. An ache, almost an itch but deep under the scalp. The sensation seemed to flutter around my skull, a moth in the gray matter. "You're not Eve," I said, shaking my head. The voice changed, still familiar but from earlier in my life. "You're being rude, David," my mother's voice said from just outside the tent. "Open the door. Put out your fire." "What?" "Open the door. Put out your fire. Open the door. Put out your fire." It was several voices speaking over each other now, all people I knew, some I hadn't seen in years, some dead. "Put out the fire," Eve's voice broke through. "David, it hurts." I knelt on the tarp and then slid back towards the stove. It was already burning lower than before. I added another log from the pile and pressed my head against my knees. I didn't sleep that night. The voices continued on and off for hours. They begged and threatened and promised and laughed in an alternating cycle. Sometimes there was silence for minutes or hours, and that was somehow worse. I could hear the pale things pacing around, too, coming closer whenever the stove would burn low, then retreating, snapping and snarling whenever I stoked the flame. It felt like dawn took years to arrive. I noticed the change in light gradually. I restrained my hope until there was no denying the morning. The voices stopped at the first hint of the sun, though the creatures paced around a bit longer. I didn't open the tent flap until it had soaked in sunlight for over an hour. All told, I was down to my last 3 pieces of wood. My camp was a mess. The original fire pit was stomped into ashes and the snow all around my tent was turned into mush by overlapping tracks. I packed quickly, always with an eye on the forest, and immediately began hiking back to my truck. The cut on my palm healed poorly. There will always be an ugly scar, gray and sunken. I haven't been anywhere near snow since that night in the tent. In fact, I drove to Southern California to avoid it, and I'm thinking about settling down by the shore. I dream about the creatures and the voices in the church often. Over time, I'm hopeful that will fade. I still feel that little flutter in my head from time to time. I hate it. It feels like someone is watching me. You need to wave back. They called it the devil's elbow. You cross the river by an old concrete bridge, then the road swings in a lazy shape, which catches distracted drivers off guard. The left side drops off into a steep ravine, the right hugs a wall of trees. Hit that first bend too fast and you're toast. We came to the elbow near dusk and mounted just before the turn was a sign which read, "Waving children ahead, you need to wave back." "That's weird," I said. "What is?" My daughter, Evelyn, asked from the backseat. "That sign. It says waving children ahead." She craned her neck to look out the side window. "I can't see." "Where are they?" I chuckled. There's not actually any waving children, honey. It's probably a prank by some bored teenagers. Coming up on the elbow, I eased off the accelerator, and then, halfway across the second bend, my daughter pointed at the forest and shouted, "There they are, I see them. There's 4. I squinted at the trees. Sure enough, 30 yards out and mostly hidden behind a clump of bushes, was a group of tiny figures, barely more than silhouettes. In the rearview mirror, I watched Evelyn undo her belt so she could press her nose flat against the glass. "Put your seatbelt on," she said. "Dad, the kids are waving." "Seatbelt," I snapped. "But don't you wanna? Seatbelt. Now." At that very moment, a blur zipped across the road, and I instinctively slammed on the brakes. Evelyn got tossed around a rag doll as the car skidded sideways and sailed straight into a pine tree. The airbag hit me like a hard sock in the chest. I was so utterly disorientated it took several minutes to pick myself up off the dashboard and unclip my belt. I was stiff everywhere, especially in my neck and shoulder, and my left thigh was painfully throbbing. I turned around and found Evelyn on the floor. There was a deep cut on the top of her skull which stained her long, blonde hair dark red. I shook her awake. "Evelyn, are you okay? Speak to me." She opened her eyes and groaned. "Dad, my head, it hurts." I could tell from her voice her head was swimming, a possible indicator of a concussion. All things considered, the collision could have been much, much worse, but we both needed urgent medical attention. I flicked on the cabin light and carefully lifted Evelyn into the front seat. "Wait here, honey. I'm gonna call for help." Outside, I could see the engine was completely totaled, and my phone said no signal. We were stranded. Just then, at the far end of a breakthrough in the trees, I glimpsed the childlike silhouettes once again. But the closest building was a gas station 3 miles back. What would a group of kids be doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Maybe there was a house close by? I cupped my mouth and shouted, "Hello." No response. Were they waving? "Where are your parents?" Nothing. Just more waves and a low murmur. "We need help, there's been an accident." The silhouettes vanished behind a clump of bushes. Terrific. Back in the car, Evelyn's eyelids fluttered as she fought to urge to sleep. She was in no condition to travel, but we couldn't afford to wait around all night for another driver, either. I leaned into the cabin and said, "Honey, I'm going to see if I can find help. I'll lock the door so you're safe back here. I promise I won't be more than a minute away. If anybody comes along, blast the horn and I'll whiz straight back. Okay?" She gave a sluggish nod. "That's my girl." I grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment, locked the door, and took a single step into the clearing. Casting my light beam around, I shouted, "Is there anybody out here?" There was a faint scuttle. Approaching whispers, accompanied by laughter and chatter. I pointed my beam toward a brief silhouette. "Hello?" Too late, it was already gone. I took a few tentative steps forward. Over my shoulder, the car was still visible, hazard lights blinking. There were more silhouettes, crouched behind boulders, peeking around trees, but whichever way I turned they quickly vanished. Now and then thick branches stabbed my chest or snagged my jacket. Above the canopy, the sky was dark indigo. A breeze shook tree limbs together. There was a chorus of giggles, and then my flashlight lit up a figure where the foliage was thin. I charged forward, forgetting how hazardous the terrain was. "I need help, there's been an accident." I suddenly stepped into the arc of an exposed tree root and twisted my leg painfully. The flashlight rolled away and my chin slammed into the hard dirt, giving me double vision for 3 seconds. The air suddenly became cold and damp, and there was an unholy stench. As I pushed myself up with a heavy gasp, sounds rang out from every direction. Giggles, footsteps, whispers. They came to a stop behind me. I reached out and grabbed the flashlight and bolted to my feet. And the very moment I glimpsed her, I felt absolute terror. There were misshapen, rippled features, a concave skull, a nose flattened sideways, and sharp portions of collarbone jutting from her neck. Leaves crunched behind me. I spun toward another figure, a boy, whose head slumped sideways over his shoulder as if the guillotine hadn't quite finished the job. I cried in a high, frightened voice and ran. In the surrounding trees, there were 2 more children nearby. One had no eyes, only squirming circles stuffed with maggots. The other, a girl with pigtails, had a clean vertical split where her jaw should have been, through which I could see the beginnings of an esophagus. The 4 broken children traveled around the woods, all enthusiastically waving. I was too terrified to even react. And then, from the distance, the car horn blared. My stomach did a somersault. I tramped through weeds and saplings and screamed Evelyn over and over again as I barreled in the direction of the car, ignoring the whip-thin branches that gouged my eyes and stabbed my neck until the horn finally ceased. The forest spat me out 20 meters past the collision point. I charged into the side door and cupped my hands against the glass. Empty. I quickly climbed inside and inspected the front seat, the passenger side, and the back. Hell, I even checked the trunk. My daughter was gone. I threw my head back and screamed until I thought my lungs would burst. And then, from the forest, I heard close giggles and whispers, sounds of kids playing. I spun around and pointed the flashlight forward one last time. Now, standing just beyond the tree line, there were 5 waving children. 25 years ago, I heard a fatal campfire story. "So it's an alien?" Andrew asked, from across the campfire. "I didn't say alien," Lee snapped. "I mean, I'm not saying it's not an alien. Just that nobody knows for sure." For a moment, the only sounds were the fire cracking and bugs out in the forest. "Sure sounds like an alien to me," I said, then pulled my marshmallow away from the flame. Andrew pushed up off his elbow. At 14 years old, he was the biggest and oldest member of our group. "Okay, let's go over the facts. It's a strange life form, nobody knows where it came from, and it's a threat to humanity. Conclusion, alien." I bit into my marshmallow too soon, scalding my tongue. "I never said alien," Lee mumbled. Whenever Andrew got worked up, the best thing to do was let him have his way. To my right, Jordy lay down inside his tent, his leg brace making a sharp, metallic clatter. "So if it's not an alien, what is it?" Andrew asked, suspicious but curious. "Nobody knows. I mean, there's theories." "What theories?" Lee leaned forward. "Okay, some people think it's a parasite from beneath the ocean. They say scientists off the coast of Mexico were drilling when they accidentally stumbled into this hidden cavern, which meant it was able to find a human host and escape. That's just the plot of the thing, Andrew said, his voice all serious. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Yeah, it does. Andrew was all worked up, despite being the one who asked Lee to tell his dumb story in the first place. I thought for a moment. If they were underwater, how'd the scientists get into the cave? Lee shrugged. Maybe they had a way to keep the water out. Either that or the parasite got into a scuba suit. Or maybe it followed them back to the surface. My eyes flicked toward Jordy, whose forehead was beaded with sweat. Before we left, Jordy's dad asked us to keep a close eye on him. Hey, Jordy, everything okay? Yeah, he answered, his voice all shaky. Just a little dizzy. Lee, you better stop, said Andrew. You're scaring poor Jordy. He's about to wet his sleeping bag. Jordy, you sure you're alright? I asked. He gave a quick thumbs up and rolled onto his side, facing the inside of his tent. Andrew looked at Lee and said, okay, theory 1 is a sea monster. What else? Lee paused, to really ramp up the suspense. Russian bioweapon. Together, Andrew and I threw our heads back and laughed. Lee patted his hands and stood up. You guys. Stop being such a bitch, I said. Russian bioweapon, go on. By now my marshmallow had cooled enough to swallow in one tasty gulp. He plopped back onto his tree stump. Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, it makes the most sense. Think about it, you send one infected person to a place like New York, then the parasite starts to replicate. Soon you've got a whole country filled with drones. But how would they keep it from infecting Russians? Lee asked. If somebody gets on a plane to Moscow, it'd f them up, too. Maybe it doesn't like the cold? Maybe it only replicates in warmer climates. As I said, nobody knows for sure. They're still dissecting it. A breeze picked up, blowing the fire sideways, briefly making our shadows long and twisted. I said, so we've got sea monster and bioweapon. What else? Well, the final theory is alien, obviously. Obviously, I said, then stretched out my arms. Okay, say this thing's real. How would you tell somebody's infected? Lee picked up a stick and dragged it through the dirt. Well, first they'd start acting weird. Kinda shifty and ill, like they had the flu or something. And they'd get worse and worse until they were about to die. Except they wouldn't. They'd just go into this kind of stasis until the next victim got close enough. And your dad knows all this how? Andrew asked. He saw it with his own eyes. Bullshit. It's true, Lee shot back, offended by the accusation. You're such a f***ing liar. Above our heads, stars winked out as an owl swooped from left to right. Shut up, Andrew, I said. I want to hear this. Go on, tell us how your dad knows about the monster alien thingy. He tossed his stick away. Okay, so one night he gets a call. Dispatch says there's a nurse at the hospital who's freaking out. She's working late and there are not many people around and something weird going on. Anyway, he gets over there super fast and the nurse comes out and says it's in the morgue. While she leads him through, Dad asked what am I looking for and she replied you'll know when you see it. He goes in all slow with his pistol out. And there are body bags on tables all around the room. And when he gets into the middle, one of the bags starts thrashing around. He can see a figure inside the bag and it's fighting to get out like a dead man just came back to life. So my dad goes over and grabs the zipper. And he takes a deep breath and pulls it open and boom. There it is, a corpse. Except its skins are all wriggly. And this actually calms my dad down, because he figures the staff fucked up and left a corpse there for weeks and now it's filled with rats and cockroaches and shit. But then he poked its chest. Oh shit, I said, leaning forward. The story was pure gravy but still fun. Next thing he knows, the corpse's head starts convulsing. Lee mimicked the movements. Like it's thrashing around until the mouth opens wide, and out pops this fat, furry worm thing. And I mean it's so thick it has to wriggle past the guy's mouth. My dad said it was like a severed arm. I bet your mom could swallow it whole, Andrew interrupted. Lee flipped him off without stopping the story. So it works its way out and it's like a snake except, hairier. And it crawls around coming after my dad. He decides f*** it and runs back through the doors, then shouts we've got to form a barricade. He seals the morgue off and calls dispatch and says get me a team of scientists and an exorcist. Next thing all these guys in haste gym suits roll in. There are helicopters above the hospital, and they set up a full military blockade. They bring my dad in and ask a million questions, then make him strip off his clothes and power wash him with a hose. Andrew chuckled. I bet they didn't ask him to do that. It was probably his idea. Suck a code, Andrew. Anyway, they decide he's okay but say don't tell anyone because this is serious shit. Then, as an afterthought, Lee added, but he told me, obviously. With that he leaned back, his face all smug. Okay, Andrew said, holding up his hand. That's bullshit for 3 reasons. He raised his index finger. Number 1, we live in a boring as town full of losers who talk about boring as it all day. If that happened, it'd be all anybody talked about. Think about it, when Jordy's family got in their accident, quickly Lee and I motioned for Andrew to shut up. Months earlier, Jordy's dad lost control of his Volvo with the whole family, Jordy and both his parents, inside. The vehicle tumbled down an embankment, flipped several times, and came to a stop upside down. Jordy got a metal plate in his skull along with a fancy leg brace, his dad got a cracked wrist, and his poor mom wound up 6 feet under. For weeks we were worried Jordy might wake up a vegetable. Although Andrew was sometimes an apple, he wasn't that big of an apple to deliberately bring up the accident, he just got carried away. He cleared his throat and said, when Roy Liebity shit in on the post office floor last year, it was literally front page news. How the f*** could they keep the government quarantining an entire hospital under wraps? And if they did quarantine all those people, why would they just let your dad walk away? You said it yourself, nobody understands this thing. How would they know it didn't implant him with eggs or spores or something? Because they scanned him, Lee replied. You're so full of shit. I'm serious. Yeah, like the time your dad killed Bigfoot. He did kill Bigfoot. Lee looked ready to get in Andrew's face, which wasn't a good idea because he was burning mad, even though it was just a fun campfire story. It took 56 bullets to bring him down and the CIA stole the body. It was a huge cover-up. Okay ladies, calm down, I said through a yawn. It's getting late, I'm turning in. Cool story, Lee, even if it was made up. Everybody turned toward their own tents, murmuring goodnight. What was the third reason? Jordy asked, without looking around. I thought he'd fallen asleep already. What? Andrew asked. You said there were 3 reasons the story was bullshit. What was the third? Andrew grinned. Lee's mom didn't say anything about it when she had my dick in her mouth last night. Lee fired back, is your so small ladies can talk with it still in their mouths? While I stifled a laugh, Andrew charged over and grabbed Lee into a headlock, then they jostled a little. Good night, I said, zipping shut the entrance to my tent. But lying there, I couldn't sleep. Not because of the story, though. It was just one of those awkward, humid nights. After an hour of tossing around, strange sounds started coming from outside. They were hard to hear over Andrew's snores, even when I listened carefully, so I poked my head outside and realized they were coming from Jordy's open tent. He hadn't looked so hot earlier, there might have been something wrong. Jordy? I called, softly. No response. I called again, a little louder this time. Still nothing. By now the fire had burned itself out. I kicked on my shoes, felt my way to Jordy's tent, and leaned inside. Jordy, bud, everything okay? That close, I could sense movement. His sleeping bag was zipped all the way up and facing away from me, but it looked as though Jordy was wriggling around, like an escape artist trying to break out of a straitjacket. I gulped. As my fingers hovered inched away from the zip of the bag, my thoughts whipped back to Lee's story, to the parasite, and how it leapt between hosts. The roasted marshmallow nearly slid up again. Part of me wanted to give Jordy a nudge, to check he was okay. But at that moment, I'd have rather dipped my hand into shark-infested waters. I pictured a fat, furry alien worming its way down my throat. But there was no reason to panic since the most plausible explanation was Jordy had decided to spank the money. If I nudged him the guy would probably roll over, bare in hand, and it'd be super awkward. Back in my tent, I pulled the zip all the way up and slept as far from the entrance as possible. Did I believe Lee's dumb story? Enough to keep a heavy torch close by in case any aliens tried to climb inside my mouth, apparently. The sun was up when I heard Lee scream. Groggy and tired, I crawled outside. What's going on? He was performing chest compressions on Jordy, who had gnats and mosquitoes all over his face. Wake up, Jordy, Lee shouted, his voice all shaky. Wake up. Andrew stood over them, jaw hanging open. Jordy wasn't moving. He wasn't breathing, either. Since I was the fastest, I sprinted to the closest ranger station and frantically explained the situation. The ranger called a doctor, who got there too late, far too late, to help. Jordy was dead. We called our parents, who came to pick us up. A few days later, after the 3 of us returned to school, the principal summoned us into his office. He sat on his desk in a weirdly informal way, a grim look on his face. Boys, I just got a call from Jordy's father, he sighed. First things first, none of you did anything wrong. In fact, the doctor praised you for reacting so quickly when you discovered what happened. But as you know, a while back Jordy and his family got into an accident, and he suffered a pretty nasty brain injury. My gut twisted. Since Jordy was 6 months out from the crash without any lingering problems, the doctors classified him as low risk, which meant his dad didn't see any harm in letting him camp out with his closest friends, like in old times. The principal pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, unfortunately, after brain injuries, people can suffer all kinds of medical problems months or even years later. Don't say it. Please, don't say it. Well, it turns out that in the middle of the night, Jordy took a pretty severe seizure. My throat sealed itself shut. Like I said, you boys didn't do anything wrong. If Jordy had been asleep in his own bed, it would have been the exact same result. The principal kept speaking, although I didn't hear a single word, because already the guilt had taken hold. When I leaned into Jordy's tent, he'd been mid-seizure and I just walked away. The principal asked if we needed to go home early to properly process the news. All 3 of us said yes. I never told anybody what happened. I came close at the funeral but decided against it, partly because it wouldn't have done any good, mostly out of shame. So that's it. There's not really a point to the story, but the 25th anniversary of Jordy's death is creeping up, and I felt this overwhelming need to tell somebody, anybody, even just strangers on the internet. So now the story's out there, and you all know about the thing I did. There's a tree in my hometown with roots so deep they stretch all the way to hell. Lily was anxious about our winter getaway, and who could blame her? Last week, 2 drunken pricks over on 5th Avenue called us fat s**s for refusing to make out in front of them, so I can only imagine the sort of reception she expected from a backward spot like my hometown. But we really needed some space from her father. And besides, people here are fairly progressive. In an odd sort of way. See, my hometown's a strange place. Things happen here. It's the kind of place where you'll see Grandpa stroll along Main Street 2 weeks after his funeral. The kind of place where, if your daughter disappears, you don't go looking for her, because you know full well if the poor girl's still alive, you would never, ever want her to come home. And it's the kind of place where something is up as the living tree grows. In a place like that, nobody bats an eyelid at 2 ladies holding hands. Our trip started off great. My mom insisted Lily try her world-famous double peanut pie and Dad actually got up off his recliner for the introductions. In his world, that's a grand gesture. As we pulled on our jackets, getting to leave, he said, "Got any fun plans while you're here?" "We're gonna go for a hike," Lily replied. "I've been wanting to get a picture from the top of those hills outside town since we got here." An intense glare from Dad wiped the smile off her face. In an upbeat tone, I quickly added, "But we'll be sticking to the trail, obviously." He narrowed his eyes and nodded, slightly. "Well, just be careful." Because I'd moved away years ago, Dad made a point to constantly remind me of the dangers our town posed, as if they weren't forever seared into my memory. Lily and I hiked along a trail that cut through the forest on the western side of town. After several days of snowfall, the horizon had been entirely painted white. A chafing wind turned Lily's rosy cheeks redder than usual, and only a few golden locks peeked out beneath her woolly hat. Phone reception in this part of the world is terrible in the best of conditions, but at one point the weather cleared up, enough to make Lily's mobile buzz. "It's him," she said, her voice suddenly flat. "He's here." There were 27 missed calls, all from her father. He should never have been able to find us. My hometown isn't listed on any map and there are 0 sign postings, which meant Lily had drip-fed him information about our trip, even though I specifically told her not to. She let the voicemails play. Since our last encounter with the bastard, he'd been hard at the bottle and was demanding Lily return home with him. I loved her to the moon and back, but she was forgiving to a point of fault. Even after almost 30 years of abuse, she still loved and hated that man in equal parts, which meant she never stopped trying to repair their relationship, no matter how many times he burned her. Hell, her entire left arm was still an ugly purple bruise from their last run-in. The mere sight of him would bring back the panic attacks, her insomnia. She shook her head, her deep blue eyes already swelling with tears, and looked so wounded, so upset, that it crushed the breath right out of me. I wanted to kill that man. We contemplated cutting our trip short and catching a last-minute flight to Fiji, but then we heard footsteps crunching through snow, accompanied by a slurred voice screaming, "Lily." My hometown is just 2 streets, with a blinking light to mark an intersection, meaning we weren't difficult to find. Lily's dad probably drove around until he spotted her Civic, then followed our tracks. "Come on," I said. "This way." There was another route that looped back towards the car park. Lily stood cemented on the spot like a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar until I put my hands on her winter-blushed cheeks and said, "Look at me. Lily, look at me. I promise everything's gonna be okay. But we've gotta go." The two of us broke from the path, cutting across a frozen creek, past a handmade warning sign, and battled through an uphill trail filled with scrub. The dense undergrowth reached my chest and Lily's waist. Soon the pair of us stunk of pine sap. As we cut across the ridge of a steep hill, it appeared to our left, the living tree. The tree, a cancerous growth upon the hilltop, had a thick bough that looped in every direction. Icicles hung from its twisted branches, and sparrows and squirrels seemed to shun the vile thing. I shuddered, and not only from the ferocious wind. Our route would take us dangerously close. Hot in our tracks, Lily's father appeared at the mouth of the clearing. The second he appeared, her demeanor became that of a 6-year-old child, too scared to move or even speak. "Lily," I said, louder than intended, before quickly covering my mouth. A chill raced along my spine as I glanced in the direction of the cursed hilltop. Quietly, I laced my gloved fingers with hers and dragged her along, traveling slowly, too slowly, while her father trailed close behind. Crossing the ridge, we each slipped once, twice. Our pursuer quickly caught up and then tackled me from behind. When I flipped over, he had Lily's hair, her beautiful, blonde hair, clenched in his fist. He pushed his face right next to hers, clenched his jaw, and said, "You ungrateful little bitch. After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me?" Wads of saliva flew from his flips. Even from the ground, I could taste his foul whiskey breath. I'm sorry, Lily stammered. She squeezed her eyes shut, as though trying to make the world and everything in it disappear. The evil bastard looked down at me. "This time she's coming home for good, do you understand? You poisoned her mind for long enough." Absolutely furious, I shot back with, "You son of a bitch, haven't you hurt her enough already?" "Hurt her?" he yelled, clearly offended by the accusation. "You're ruining her life. Why can't you just leave us alone?" "I'm not ruining her life. I'm not. When he said it the third time, I wondered who he really wanted to convince. "She's my daughter, do you think I'd hurt my own flesh and blood? I'm here because I care about her. So just stay the hell away from us, got it?" A sound like a squeak escaped Lily's throat as he held her hair like a rope and squeezed, pulled, and twisted, dragging her away, his back to me. Lily held onto her skull and kicked both legs, shrieking wildly. Amped on rage and adrenaline, I popped up, charged forward, vaulted onto her dad's back, and gouged my nails across his forehead. But he played linebacker in college while I was an art nerd who flunked gym class, so he simply reached around and flipped me onto the ground, the cold, brutal ground with barely any effort. The world flipped upside down and then wet snow slid down the back of my jacket. He stood over me, one foot on either side of my skull, his daughter still in his grasp. Despite Lily pleading with him not to hurt me, he treated me to 2 swift kicks in the ribs. Both stung like a hornet, but I couldn't scream, because oxygen forced its way out of my lungs, and my body temporarily forgot how to draw it back in. To finish, he brought the heel of his heavy boot down on my nose. There was an audible sound like twigs snapping, and then my mouth became disgustingly hot. I could taste blood. My mouth was flooded with blood, warmer than bathwater. Red bubbles inflated beneath my nostrils. Lily's father leaned over, his facial muscles twitching so fiercely I expected a vein to burst, then, in a dead serious tone, said, "Come near my daughter again, and I'll f***ing kill you." Through the haze, it sounded like he was a long way off, or possibly underwater, kept trying to tell him to go f*** himself but was too busy practically suffocating. He dragged Lily away in the direction we came. She tried to resist, but that only pissed him off even more, so he slapped her in the face again and again. Soon a tennis ball-sized lump forced her left eye closed. I couldn't stand it seeing the woman I adored so fiercely broken and helpless. And at that moment, I saw the vicious cycle play out again and again. Her father would never let her go, and she'd never stop forgiving him, because he was her only living relative, which meant she still craved his love and acceptance, despite all the off shit he'd pulled. There was only one way to stop this horrible sequence of events, to put everyone out of their misery. I flipped onto my front and gasped for air, my chest hurting with every desperate breath. I felt sure I was going to be sick. Everything turned red, my chin, the front of my jacket, my gloves. First I tried to stand, but my legs refused to support my weight, so I crawled instead, using my left arm as a crutch. Every time it lifted above my head, thousands of nails stabbed my ribs. Up ahead, the soil around the living tree was harder than frozen earth. That close, you could detect a change in the atmosphere. I kept crawling. In my hometown, there's fierce debate as to the source of the tree's power. Some believe it's exceptionally old, with roots so deep they stretch all the way to hell, and that's what fuels the town's strangeness. Personally, I believe it's the other way around, that the tree just happened to grow in an especially strange part of the world. But at that moment, the argument almost seemed irrelevant. I grabbed onto a low branch, before hoisting myself up and pushing my mouth close to a hollow in the trunk. Very little light pierced the spiderweb of branches above my head. Wait, this was crazy. Surely there had to be another way? Still, in a daze, I looked back. Halfway toward the clearing, Lily grabbed her dad's hand and bit his fingers, hard, and when he finally let go, she scrambled away on her hands and thighs. From that distance, their argument was a low murmur. He ordered her to get back, to drop before his feet like he was a fucking sultan or a king, and when she shook her head and retreated even further, his manner completely changed. His anger gave way to sadness as he pleaded with her. He even got down on his knees and reached out, begging her to go with him. But whenever she shook her head, his sadness gave way to anger. Then he reached into his jacket, pulled out a pistol, and looked in my direction. Of course, it wasn't his fault the relationship with his daughter had broken down. Oh no, it was mine. I had driven the emotional wedge between them. He couldn't possibly be in the wrong. To win his daughter back, he just had to kill me. Textbook narcissist. He took aim and fired. In his drunken state, the idiot sent a bullet into the sky. I'm not sure what terrified me more, the idea of him hitting me or hitting the tree. He scaled the hill, quickly closing in. Now I really had no choice. Before I could speak, I had to get some of the blood out by spitting. It came out in a thick wad, followed by stringy drool. I wiped the corner of my mouth, leaned into the tree's hollow, and whispered a name. For all my education, all my liberal values, I now felt something dark and beyond reason deep inside of me. It's a hard thing to admit, even to myself, that I was ever capable of such evil. Icicles snapped and snow worked loose off the branches. Where my hand touched the bark, I felt a great draining sensation. My soul getting pulled out through my palm, I remember thinking. There came a brief, sharp cry as Lily's father plummeted face first into the snow. The bastard didn't even know what hit him. Dad? Lily whimpered, then sprinted over and shook his shoulders. I half limped and half shuffled toward them. By the time I reached Lily, the blood on my face had frozen solid. Together, we rolled her father onto his back so she could perform chest compressions and put her thumb against his wrist, periodically stopping to promise him everything would be alright that he'd pull through. But I knew better. Once someone whispers your name to the living tree, that's it. Good night. End of story. Once it became obvious he couldn't be resuscitated, Lily buried her face in her father's chest and wept. Snow began to fall, quickly filling the hollows of his jacket. I threw my arms around her and pressed her head tight against mine, rocking her back and forth the way you cradle a baby. She shook her head, she shook all over, actually then grabbed my arms, her fingernails digging into my flesh. Are you okay? She asked, finally registering the blood along my chin, the huge dent in my nose. I'm fine, I wheezed. Secretly, it hurt to speak. In my mind's eye, the living tree buzzed and sang and laughed. No, nothing was okay. For Lily, the nightmare was over. She was free. For me, however, there'd be consequences. Dire consequence. Because anytime somebody whispers a name to the tree, the full terrors of my hometown crash down upon them. The horror would come. Sooner or later, they'd most definitely come. If I got lucky, my parents would simply find dead me one morning, black fluid seeping from my mouth, my ribs blossoming from my chest. And afterward, they'd receive nasty, anonymous phone calls. There'd maybe even be a burning bag of beer or two left on the front porch, a punishment for their daughter's perceived sins. But if I got unlucky, then let's just say the safest thing to do would be to send Lily back to New York, alone, before things heated up. I cupped my hands to her chin and kissed her forehead, then pushed our cheeks together. Our relationship was coming to an end. But, at least for a little while, I could enjoy the heat and comfort of her body. The red door. Everything begins with the red door. We knock. I straighten my collar. I pull up my pants. Jenny gestures wildly at my zipper, that zipper, and I realize with horror. The fly is open. I fight wildly to get it in place. Sweat builds on my brow. The hot white valley sun beats down my back like we're stuck in the Caribbean and the fabric is stuck. Of course the fabric's stuck. The fabric always gets stuck. They make these goddamn pants just to get stuck on a schmuck like me. The zipper is caught on my boxers. I'm pulling. Jenny tries to help, but she's making it worse. Stop making it worse. The red door opens before we even have the chance to fix it. And then I'm standing there, with my hands on my crotch, and my girlfriend's hands there too. Her parents stare blankly ahead. The holidays are a stressful time for everybody. We laugh it off and we step into the kitchen. I go in for the handshake. Jenny says it's better to shake hands when meeting people for the first time. You have to keep boundaries, Maddie. People respect boundaries. Mr. Weber has a firm grip. He is the type of man to look you in the eyes when he does it. Mrs. Weber's handshake is dainty and petite. She asks if I prefer coffee or tea. And I say, tea, Regina, please, coffee makes me jittery. We sit down at the oval kitchen table. Roger wants to know my occupation. He is a professor just to pay the bills, you know, but it's an independent study that intrigues him the most. White Valley University keeps its checkbooks open when it comes to research. He hired 2 new interns just this past fall, and you would not believe the things these kids uncover in the lab. Mind-blowing stuff, Matt, really world-altering stuff. So what are your passions? Roger asks in the crooked way only a concerned father could ask. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I tell him about my company. Dynatap may be a small fish in a big market, but we have growth potential. Just this week we received a report which stated that 3,000 people use our program daily. The free version of our app is booming, but we are working on a solution to move folks into paid subscriptions. I believe our next product will accomplish this goal. Oh? Roger murmurs skeptically. And what is the name of this product? I leap to tell him the name. I know the name. Of course I know the name. I love this product. I breathe this product. It consumes every inch of my life. I plaster the name throughout thousands of lines of code, again and again, working night after night just to get it right. This product is my baby. My future kids will know its name. Why the can't I just remember the name? Just say the name, doofus, the man is waiting. I have to check my notes. Jenny laughs nervously. Regina looks on in despair. Roger is angry now. Not good, Maddie, not good. Jenny said to never make Roger angry. You created a product that will change your company's future, he huffs quietly. And you can't even remember the name? Think. Roger is getting out of his chair now. Why would he get up? Oh God, we're in a booth, there's not a lot of room. I have to move just to get out of the way. The kitchen table is shaking. Oh God, he's pissed. Jenny said to never make Roger pissed. Think, doofus. Think fast. Roger pauses. He sits back down. He lets loose a smile full of crooked teeth and thinning gums. Regina smiles too. She brushes back a tendril of styled hair and sets down the tea, 3 sugars, before sliding next to me. Regina wants to know about my mother. Regina says a good man always looks after mom. My mother lives over on Andover Street, Mrs. Weber, I say. And I'm sure she would love to meet you too. Regina, please. Roger jumps back in. Roger wants to know more about the product. He loves tech projects. He loves the name. He loves the concept. I talk for hours about online banking capability, microtransactions, and minimum fees. Dinner comes and goes. Dessert does too. Roger is interested. Roger is impressed. He worked on Wall Street, you know, just for a little bit. Not everybody can hack it with those big number boys. Soon enough, my glass gets empty, and Roger is rushing to fill it with more beer. Good beer. The quality stuff. Think fast. He gushes through a mouth full of high alcohol content above. Think fast. Couldn't have said it better myself. Jenny floats back to the table. She and her mother just finished the dishes. She's got the sleeves of that blue dress pulled up, now, and dear God, she's a vision. She slides down into my lap with an arm draped around my shoulder, in the angelic sort of way women do, with black bangs dripping over light hazel eyes. The sleeve of her dress slips up, and she kisses my cheek, and my mind wanders to a place it shouldn't wander. She asks if you boys are done in here, as Roger lights up the butt of an already used cigar. Seems like you got a hell of a guy here, he mumbles. One last question. I nod. Roger likes a curt nod. What the hell do you want with my daughter? I laugh. Jenny laughs and slugs a shoulder. I look down in humility. I feel like I know Roger now. I feel like I know what he wants to hear. I know what any father would want to hear. I love her. I look him in the eyes when I say it. And I want to marry her one day. Roger smiles. Well, okay then. The evening ends with a vintage bottle of wine. 1983. The good stuff. Jenny looks giddy as a teenager in her little blue dress. She smirks with a giggle and shucks off the shoulder strap slowly. SpongeBob bedsheets smile back at us unabashedly from the top of her tiny little twin. Pictures of pop culture icons and articles about her dad decorate the walls. A mirror reflects any teenage boy's dream. You passed, she purrs. You finally passed. She pounces into my arms. Her perfume dances through my nose like candy. She pulls me into the soft spot, between her neck and her shoulder blades, and I've discovered peace, pure and unadulterated peace. I want to stay in that peace forever. Nothing would make me happier than staying here forever. But the lights go out, and the world turns to black. I wake up sometime after 2 in the morning. The house is dark. Jenny sniffles from the, slightly, far side of the bed. Roger snores from down the hall. Somebody tosses and turns, probably Regina, but I don't care if she's close to waking up. She can wake up if she damn well wants to, because I need water. God damn it, am I thirsty? Why am I so thirsty? I get up and curse the creaking bed as my soft feet shuffle quietly across the cold, wood floor. The staircase has 2 creaking stairs, and I don't know why I remember that, but I do, and I avoid them perfectly on my silent descent into the kitchen. I hit the light. The refrigerator has one of those water filters built inside. Paper cups are in the cabinet. Nobody will even notice. There won't be any dishes. I'll just grab some blissfully cold water and sneak back upstairs, my beautiful Jenny. But then something clatters in the basement. At first, I pretend I don't hear it. Probably just a Christmas box. Maybe the storm started early. Maybe the wind got inside. But then the clatter rings again, and again, and again, and it's getting to the point where I have to see what it is. What the f could it be? Jenny never said anything about a pet. Jenny never said anything about mice or rats or any other bit living in that house, let alone the basement, but that sure as hell sounds like something living, because I can hear it shaking now. Did it speak? Thought I heard somebody speak. I peek down the basement corridor. I step down. The stairs are carpeted and protected from my horrible creaking. It's dark. Too dark to see. I pull out my cell. The damn thing doesn't work, ever since we got inside, but the flashlight still should. I step down again. I stumble for the button and point the phone toward the spot in the corner that's making all that damn noise. And then I'm looking at myself. I'm staring at an exact replica of me. I don't know how else to describe it. It's me. I'm chained to a wall. I'm wearing a business suit. My tie is a little bit crooked and green, contrary to my current red, but the outfit is otherwise similar. Black shoes. Black belt. White shirt. A red bruise ripens my forehead, in the corner, by the temple, and blood leaks slowly from the center. Run, he says to me. Get the f out of here. I turn the flashlight around the basement and my breath stops. My heart pounds. A dozen versions of me decorate the basement wall like trophies. There's a version of me with board shorts. There's a version of me with a crew cut haircut. There's a version of me with a man bun and a fucking meme shirted me, and then there's a version of me with a tuxedo. All of them are chained up and bloodied. All of them are dead. Each one of them is more f***ing dead than the last, with throat gashes, bruises, and eyes blanker than the fish my father used to catch on his old boat with the barnacles. What's dead is dead, Maddie, he used to say. Don't spend time looking for the dead. Run, Green Tie cries with thinning breath. They're going to wake up. Sure as shit, he's right. I'm right. We're both right. We're all right. Roger isn't snoring anymore. That's not good. Roger always snores at night. If he's not snoring, then Jenny is awake, and Regina's probably not far behind. Roger keeps a gun in the safe and pliers in the kitchen. Not good, Maddie, not good. A door upstairs opens. It closes with a bang. The window, I say to myself. Now, I'm running across the basement. I'm pulling desperately at the clasp. It's stuck. Of course. The damn thing is always stuck. They make these windows just to get stuck on a schmuck like me. Roger is walking into the kitchen now. Not good, Maddie, not good. He'll have the pliers soon. I can hear him cursing to Regina. Not good, sweetie, not good. The clasp breaks free. I can't believe it. The wailing wall breaks and a breath of fresh air pours in over my brow. Roger is at the door now. Green Tide tries to distract him. I leap up, sneak my fat butt through the narrow space. The fresh air feels so good. I don't remember it feeling so good. The night sky looks so beautiful. I don't remember it looking so beautiful. There is a struggle in the basement. Curses and shouting rip through an otherwise silent night. Roger rushes up the stairs. He stumbled outside. He rushes and fumbles for the keys while getting into his car. But he is too late. Too late. Because I am gone. It took a lot to try and start my life over. I moved out of state. I found a new job, a new name, and a new apartment. I lived on my own, away from people, and I tried to put Jenny and her crazy family behind me, even if I still dreamed about her all the time. I want more than anything to go back to the person from before. I want to go back to the person who sat underneath his father's boat for hours and cleaned the barnacles. I want to go back to listening to his stories. But one day it occurred to me, after a long time spent dwelling, the facts of my life are only that, facts. I can't hear their voices anymore. I can't see their faces anymore. It occurred to me that I can't truly remember anything anymore. Everything in my life begins with the red door. Leave the last chair open. I always suspected that my dad's barbershop was haunted. Heck, he used to make that claim himself. A lot of customers, particularly the old-timers, had their little superstitions, favorite chairs, and days they avoided coming in for a haircut. My dad, the barber, was the worst of all, though. The man would only use one particular brand of scissors and another for electric razors. He used regular straight razors a good bit, too, except for one antique blade with a pearl handle that he refused to handle. Most curious of all, Dad would always leave the last chair in the corner empty. No matter how packed the shop got, no one would be seated in that chair. He never told me why, only that it was tradition. Dad passed away a few months back. I found him at the barbershop, slumped in one of the chairs, looking for all of the world like he was sleeping. It was never my plan to get into the family business. As of last spring, I was still in college working on my degree. But when Dad died, somebody had to take care of the family, so I got the certifications I needed and started cutting hair. Luckily, Dad prepared me for years growing up and I didn't scare away any of the old customers. Not at first. However, I noticed some of the guys looking a little nervous when they came in. Eventually, a few of the regulars began dropping off. I decided to ask Bill, one of my dad's favorite clients, to hang out after work at the shop one day so I could ask his advice. What am I doing wrong, Bill? I asked. What's causing folks to leave? I was sweeping up for the day, the shop closed and quiet. Bill sat in his favorite chair sipping a beer. Well, Joey, I'm glad you asked me to stay late, he replied. I've been meaning to have a word with you. The reason you're scaring the old-timers off is simple. You're not respecting your dad's rules. I bristled at this a bit and leaned my broom against the wall. Are you saying I'm not doing a good job running my dad's shop? No, Bill said, hands held up in a calming gesture. You're doing great with cutting hair and you're personable and everybody likes you. It's just, what? Kid, you're not following the rules. You're mixing brands, using all of the chairs. Ah, the superstition stuff. Bill stood up. It might sound silly to you, but traditions meant a lot to your dad. To all of us. The old guys, at least. We'd just like to see you respect that. I nodded and told Bill I'd consider it. We shook hands and he left, locking the door behind him at my request. I went back to cleaning up, but Bill's words stuck with me. Dad's favorite straight razor, the one with the pearl handle, was sitting in its usual place of honor next to one of the mirrors in the corner. It was starting to gather dust since I wasn't polishing it as much as my dad did. Or at all. I picked up the razor and opened it. The blade still looked as sharp as ever. I suppressed a chill. It felt like the temperature in the barbershop dropped by 10 degrees in as many seconds. The lights flickered. I heard a squeak and looked in the corner. The last chair, the one my dad always left empty, was facing me. I was positive that I'd left it turned towards the counter and mirror earlier that day. Maybe the place is haunted, I muttered, closing the razor and replacing it on its shelf. I'd meant the line as a joke, but it came out as almost a question. The barbershop was warming up again, but I began to feel like I wasn't alone. I considered leaving and skipping my usual closing routine. That would be admitting that I was afraid, though, that my dad's superstitions were more than comfortable little rituals. I went back to cleaning up, polishing the mirrors in front of each chair. When I reached the last chair in the corner, the special one, I felt a wild urge rise in me. I sat down. Immediately, the temperature in the room plummeted. I saw my breath come out in a cold, white cloud. There was a tinkling sound. I turned to see the pearl-handled razor vibrating on its shelf. Joey. The voice sounded familiar, terribly, impossibly familiar. I swiveled my chair until I was facing the mirror. The lights flickered again. In the flash of darkness, I saw my dad's reflection in the mirror standing behind me. Except he didn't look entirely like my dad. His face was stretched, blurry, constantly shifting and reforming. After a moment, it clarified and looked like my dad, only younger. Much younger. He looked like he was my age. I saw his reflection shimmer and turned to look at something towards the front of the shop. Suddenly, I could hear a warble that slowly crystallized into my dad's voice. Just like his reflection, the voice was decades younger than the last time I saw him. Sorry, but we are closed, I heard him say. I glanced at the razor on the shelf. It was shaking like a box of alarm clocks. I realized that I was shaking, too. I swallowed a scream. The room was growing colder by the moment. I turned back to the mirror to see frost collecting around the edges. My dad's reflection was still looking away towards the front of the shop. I changed the angle of the chair and saw whom he was talking to. A man, very young and skinny, dressed in a moth-eaten hoodie. While I watched, the man pulled out a knife. I saw his mouth move but couldn't hear the words. Still, it was easy enough to guess that this was some kind of robbery, albeit a pathetic one. "Get out," I heard my dad say. "Just get out of here." I saw the handle of the pearl grip razor poking out of my dad's white barber coat. The burglar, barely more than a teen, moved suddenly but Dad was quicker. It was hard to follow but there was a spurt of blood that made me duck. I poked my head back up and realized it was only the phantom reflection of blood as seen through the mirror. Now there was a new image, my dad in his white jacket stained red, kneeling over the man that attacked him. Dad was holding the young guy's hand, the burglar's throat ripped open by the razor. The man kept trying to speak but only blood came out. Dad was crying. In an instant, the mirror was back to normal and the shop was warm again. I stood up, shaking. "It was self-defense," I said. It wasn't Dad's fault. But I knew that wouldn't have mattered to my dad. He was a good man, kind. Even if he was justified in taking a life to protect himself, the guilt would weigh heavy on him. All of Dad's superstitions, his respect for the razor, and leaving a chair open, clicked. The seat was a sign of respect for the man who died there on the floor all of those years ago. And the razor, used as a weapon, could never cut hair again. But he wouldn't throw it away. Dad would keep it as a reminder of one of the worst nights of his life. I took a deep breath and looked back at the chair in the corner. It was facing the counter again and the razor with the pearl handle was still. Instead of running out of the barbershop screaming, I went back to cleaning up. I finally understood my dad's superstitions and I'd be sure to honor them in the future. The shop was haunted but as long as it was treated with respect, I knew it would stay quiet and the regulars would come back. Turn the duck around. I only left my son alone in the car for a moment. He hit me with his signature gap-toothed smile to let me know that would be alright. I forgot my wallet on the counter. I didn't need to get pulled over without a license. I rushed inside, grabbed the diaper bag, found his rattle, then stopped to put on a jacket. My mind raced through the prototypical checklist that every parent knows when they plan to go somewhere. By that point, I would have forgotten my keys if they weren't attached to my belt loop. I turned the deadbolt extra slow so my wife wouldn't wake up from the click. I avoided cursing at the creaking steps. I sprinted, quietly, if possible, down the driveway to our old hatchback, slipped inside, and we were off. In and out in under 2 minutes. Liam giggled at the winding off ramp for the parkway. I knew what that meant from experience. Usually at this point in our routine, he asked for Baby Bomb or Cocomelon, so I switched on the soundtrack to one of his favorite nursery rhymes and caught myself humming along with the chorus. I took stock of the upcoming day and its stresses. Daycare first, then work, then lunch with clients, then daycare again. I needed to make sure there was enough time in between for some actual sales in between there. We needed money at the time. Not that we don't still now, but we did then too. Kids ain't cheap. Lee fell asleep at some point past exit 66. The snores got to be as routine as the songs. We brought him in to have the former checked, as we did with almost anything, but the doctors claimed kids could only breathe through their mouths when they slept. I stretched out and glanced back to check his breathing, for what must have been the first time in the trip. Liam's crop of messy black hair moved slowly up and down. I wrapped one finger into his curls and did my best to keep one eye on the road. Suddenly, second small shapeshifted in the third row. I didn't recognize it immediately. The jackets and junk back there formed awkward piles which made it tough to see anything. I never managed to keep a car cleaner longer than a week. My son's toys amplified the problem. For a moment, I assumed that some of it just got caught up in the blast from the air conditioning, or a stray open window. But then it moved again. Turn the duck around. My stomach dropped to the gas pedal. Don't look back here. The deep, gravelly tone made this all the more unsettling. I didn't recognize anything about it. He couldn't have been a local. But he could have been old, young, native to this country, or otherwise. I just couldn't pull any other details. Slow down. My foot froze on the pedal. Don't get pulled over. My brain took a second to process the commands. Don't be stupid. I couldn't help it. Anybody comes to help and everybody dies. I only cared about my son. Both of you. I didn't care about me. Follow the turnpike out to Fullerton City. I didn't know the exit and didn't bother to ask. I must have felt like ignoring this voice would make it disappear entirely. I can safely admit now that was a very stupid plan. The nursery rhymes played the soundtrack to a very awkward silence. Ba Ba Black Sheep whistled through its last run of the chorus. Lucy Lockett was up next. I kept my eyes on the road and our speed was just below the limit. I didn't know what else to do. Get in the right lane. The voice coughed and shifted for a second. A nauseating odor wafted from the back row up the front. I covered my mouth and opened the window. I didn't want him to see me react but I still couldn't get it out of my nose. I gagged and tried to hold it. I would have worried about Lee, but the kid had become a master chef of smells over the preceding month, so maybe he held some immunity. Even still, this one was out of his league. Focus on the road. Liam whined piteously from the back seat. I knew this nap would run its course soon enough. I needed an excuse to get a better look at the intruder. I grabbed the rattle from my front seat. I turned to hand it back, one eye on the road, one shifted behind, but something strong wrapped sharp nails into my skin and cut deep until my arm started to bleed. Turn the duck around. I obliged. Don't look back. The rest of the short trip stayed silent for a while. I ran through my options and realized almost all of them ended with my son in the most danger. The radio continued to play. Pop Goes the Weasel was uncomfortable. Ring Around the Rosie felt more appropriate. By the time Down by the Bay hissed through its third or fourth rendition, the voice coughed to clear its throat. Here. I turned right at an exit labeled Fullerton City. The road dipped down a steep hill, which led to another hill, which led to another. The street is sloped and bended at least a dozen times. At a certain point, it felt like we passed below sea level, which would be more than unusual in this part of the country, but far from the strangest part of this trip. I looked for local landmarks or road signs that might have been familiar to me and found none. Again, unusual. I lived nearby my whole life. This used to be a great place. There weren't any other cars on the road. The buildings, few and far between, were boarded and shuttered. My eyes found an uncomfortable position in which they could focus on the winding road and the shape in my rearview peripherals. It was small, almost as small as my son, but the longer I looked, the bigger it grew. The blankets and toys bounced and shifted around the growth. Homes, neighborhoods, businesses, schools, you name it. Folleton had everything. I gave a little more attention to it. Even that much focus terrified me. Long, sharp, lead cones poked up through my spare blankets. I couldn't make sense of them at first because I couldn't see the roots. There was too much poop back there. After a moment, the cones grew, reaching up like weeds until they pushed up against the felt roof and poked right on through the top of the car. Then it became obvious. The cones were horns. I tried to act as if nothing happened. That soon proved useless. Two black eyes peeked out from under a t-shirt. I wanted to look away from them and couldn't. I could feel something holding my gaze in place, like a vice, which is a sensation that was foreign to me then and foreign to me now. I can't even begin to describe the pain. Turn the duck around. My eyes were released. I shouted in relief. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I didn't want to die, but if there was an option where I could die, and Liam could live, I'd have taken it in an instant. I couldn't stop watching. The horns continued to grow, and as they did, their owner grumbled and groaned uncomfortably, wheezing and shouting for me too. Turn the duck around. As the Fullerton City Highway gave way to a dirt road in the woods. In 2 miles, you're going to make a left. My son woke up from his nap. I winced at the familiar stretches and yawns. Without warning, Liam turned around and proclaimed happily, with all of the innocence you'd expect from a boy his age. Daddy, dear. I gulped. Cute kid. The fear evaporated the moment he mentioned my son. I treated the steering wheel like it was the neck of the freak in the backseat. The tips of my fingers turned white. My view started to get hazy. Even still, that transference helped me hold it in just a little longer. Row, 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 gently down the stream. This left here. The dirt road hit a few bumps and the blankets in the back dropped loose. I saw the outline of a childlike face. Gray skin and yellow hair merged in between the horns. Our eyes met again and the voice smiled without teeth. Turn the duck around. I obliged. The sky started to get dark. My arm continued to bleed and pus. The radio clock read noon. A smattering of clouds gathered together in the distance. Soon the sky opened up with showers. Thunder cracked in the distance. Rain pelted the narrow road. My tires slipped through the mud and the wind pushed our light frame back and forth, so I slowed down to get a better grip, but the voice didn't like that. Faster. I obliged. You haven't asked what I am. We hit a fork in the road after a few miles. I waited for further instruction until the last possible moment. The voice stayed silent. So I stopped. Where do you want to go? I asked. Left or right? Here's good. Liam giggled. Granny's house. He cheered. I need to get out. The voice took a moment to unhook his horns from the upholstery in my ceiling. He hesitated even after that. We waited there in the rain, a demon outside deciding our fate, with Baby Shark providing only minimal background relief. I thought about leaving and gunning it to 60. I ultimately realized the futility of a chase completely unknown to me. After a moment, he leaned into the passenger seat. I couldn't bear to look at him, but I could still feel his presence. All right, so you're going to want to take this road straight back to the turnpike. Don't turn it off anywhere. Don't stop for anything. Lots of strange folks in these parts. You'd thank me if you knew. And keep an eye on that kid. I waited for the footsteps to retreat into the woods. Then I got out of the car and rushed back to check on my son. Liam laughed and flashed me his signature gap-toothed smile. He looked just as happy as he did when we left. I thanked God for the miracle of our survival and promised to be better. We were okay. Everything was okay. We would be home soon. But that giddiness soon turned to tears as my son let out a scream loud enough to wake the dead. It occurred to me that he hadn't had a bottle in hours. The poor little guy was probably starving. I turned around to fetch him some milk. The formula and the caps were usually in different bags. The damn locks always get stuck if there's a bit of moisture trapped on the top. I needed a binky if he rejected the bottle. The trip back home could take a while. The toys were in another bag down by the floor. I had to stretch just to reach them. I only looked away for a minute. I swear it. Just a second. But by the time I turned back, Liam was gone. Mama. Dear mother. Your little boy is going to hell. You don't have to fret. You don't have to worry about it anymore. There is no longer a need for all that late night praying with Father Paul because the devil himself has prepared a seat for me, just as you once said, and I can feel the burning mother, I can smell it too. It won't be long now. I am writing to you with a final farewell. Sealed with a story. Just like the ones you love to hate so much. The tragedy of the lonely soldier. The finale of your beloved son. I think some sick part of you will enjoy it. Our patrol was ambushed in the jungle. This war was a lost cause from the start. But you knew that. The enemy has lived on this land for centuries. Their berserkers move like ghosts through the trees. You don't even want to know what happens when those madmen catch you. The only way to distinguish their footsteps from the wind is when the birds grow silent, and by then it is too late, far, far, too late. The archers use arrows dipped in poison harvested from local frogs. The foot soldiers have it too. You and every poophead in modern society might laugh and call these people primitive, but this particular brand of poison is unknown to the Western world, and perhaps that is for the best. One drop can make a man wander between death and madness for hours, days, or weeks before it all ends. 2 drops create something impossible. The first soldier to fall was a friend of mine. His name was Mike Carter. Mike and I trained in the same unit and ended up on the same patrols ever since. His mother wrote to him daily. Most days, he asked me to spell check his correspondence, largely because his handwriting resembled something you might see scrawled on a bathroom wall. Mike had a girlfriend, too, but he didn't ask me to spell check those letters. I guess Mindy didn't mind the chicken scratch. The first arrow hit him in the neck. The second was just below his eye. Mike looked at me like the shock of it would never wear off. Like a wait, this isn't how I go sort of moment. After that, he just kept screaming. Mama, mama, mama. The screams brought more arrows. 2 more in our unit went down. A third signaled an incoming charge. I tried to get in position, but Mike just kept trying to hand me this notebook, and it was covered in blood, and the damn thing kept slipping out of my hands. And he just kept effing screaming, like a banshee at this point. Mama, mama, mama. Over and over again. I had to shoot him, mother. I had to do it. It was a mercy. Even though it hurt me so much to do it. Even though it unalived me to do it. I had to put a bullet in his effing head just to make him stop screaming our position, you understand? I had to try to save myself. I had to try to save the unit, mother, not that it mattered. What does your God think of that? The panic of the moment made me run. Do you know those times when you caught me doing wrong? Skipping prayers, cussing in school, effing around with girls. I ran from them as I ran from you. Into the jungle. Down through the swamps. Into enemy territory, perhaps, anywhere as far the duck away from my rotting friend sitting up against that stump with a hole in his head as could humanly possible. I kept running when the gunfire stopped. I kept running when the screams continued. I kept running from the ripping and roaring of beastly men in the throes of bloodlust, and I deserted them, mother, all of them, all of my friends. I left them there to die alone. I just kept running. I ran and didn't stop running until night fell over the trees. And then I ran some more. I don't remember exactly when he found me. I don't know whether to say him or it. Regardless, I only heard him follow after my feet finally stopped moving. The noise was subtle, a break of a branch, the quieting of the birds. I pretended not to notice it at first. I didn't want him to know that I knew. I waited until he got closer. I waited until his filthy effing smell filled my nostrils. Then I broke stride, found a tree, and scaled it, firing my pistol into the darkness like an idiot all the way. The bullets hit him. I know they did. I heard him grunt. I heard him stagger. But he didn't stop. I knew it was Mike before his teeth cut my ankle. I kicked back and he snarled horribly. His voice didn't sound human. But how could it? 2 arrows sat wedged in his windpipe. He ripped at my pants, shirt, anything he could get a hold of to drag me down. I scrambled and made it to a high branch, but by that point, it was too late. The wound in my leg has begun to puss. The infection has spread too fast. My legs have turned numb and my arms are getting heavy. More of the boys gathered around the tree. Half the unit is here now. Eyes have been cut. Throats have been slashed. But they're all still standing there waiting for me. They want me to join them. I have written you this letter in a dead man's notebook. It seems ironic that he should be the one to unalive me. If you should find it, somehow, please mail Mike's letter to his mother. The branch is about to give way. It's time to be with my men. With regret, your only son, Tobias, surrogacy. The reason this bullshit is happening to me is because I tried to do a nice thing. That's all there is to it. Emma was the daughter of one of my mom's friends. We knew each other as kids, but our friendship was mostly we were forced to play with each other because her mom was over or my mom was visiting her and I got dragged along. After middle school, when I could finally watch myself, we didn't even try to keep in contact. But now there's this brilliant thing called Facebook, where you can reconnect with anyone from your life, from your 2nd grade teacher to that girl you used to play together with as kids. Or you can stalk their page to see how much better their life is than yours. Emma was the one who sent the friend request, and because I didn't want to be a bitch I accepted it. Emma Buddy was now Emma Smith. She'd gotten married to her high school sweetheart and they'd both been raking in enough dough from their jobs to afford a yearly cruise. Last year they'd gone to Alaska. I didn't even know there were cruises to Alaska. But I figured what the hey, I've done okay for myself, gotten published a few times in various magazines. I had a German Shepherd named Bailey that could sit up on command and would fetch me tissues whenever I sneezed. I was fine. Then Emma sent me a message. Hey, Jennifer. It's been such a long time since we've talked. I'm sorry we've drifted apart. You want to meet up sometime next week for coffee so we can catch up? I'm horrible at finding nice ways to say I'd rather not. Thanks, so I ended up saying sure, expecting us to make plans that we'd never follow through with and then we'd go on with our own lives. We ended up meeting at a nearby cafe next Saturday. Emma had grown up from the awkward pigtailed child with a stutter to a beautiful woman with a great smile and a contagious laugh. I had to tell my very gay heart to calm the f down as she was happily married to a man. Said man was a guy named Adam, and he was an optimistic, upbeat fellow that worked as a doctor. They lived in a great neighborhood, with a nice backyard and plenty of space for the kids. It was when she brought up kids that her laugh seemed to fade and she curled into herself, staring at her chai tea. I asked her what was the matter, expecting her to tell me that she was worried about how her career would fare with children or that she was having a little trouble conceiving. A little trouble was an understatement. Emma had found out just a few days prior that she would never have children naturally. She might have had everything in her life perfect for a baby, but her womb was never going to let that happen. Adam was also crushed by this news, but he was already searching for alternatives: adoption, fertility treatments, and surrogacy. You can see where this is going. Before I even thought about it, I offered to be her surrogate. Around the edges, I come off as rather rough, but if I can help someone, there is nothing that will stop me from offering that help. Of course my help isn't always accepted, but Emma wrapped me in a crushing bear hug and thanked me. The process itself was pretty boring, so I'll just skip all that. But lucky for everyone involved, my womb was ready for the whole baby making thing, and once everything was all set up, I was set to carry Emma and Adam's baby. The first few months were as expected: morning sickness, sudden bursts of crying, tender boobs, basically your average pregnancy. Emma and Adam were incredibly supportive. They handled all the doctor's appointments, covered all the costs, and I got 2 new friends out of the deal. Then I cut myself and all hell broke loose. Emma and Adam were over having tacos at my place. I was dicing tomatoes and I just turned to laugh at a joke Adam made when the knife accidentally caught my thumb. I'm a klutz, so I just swore and shook off my hand, asking Emma for a band-aid. Both of them went quite pale before Emma sprung up and had me sit down, asking Adam to get the first aid kit. I laughed and told him to calm down. It was only a cut, but Adam seemed about 5 seconds away from driving me to the emergency room. My cut was cleaned and bandaged, and I was given strict orders to remain still and to avoid aggravating the wound as much as possible. Again, I insisted it was just a cut, but Adam looked dead serious as he made me swear to be careful. For a moment, I felt a little panic in my chest, but it faded as soon as Emma brought me a plate of tacos. What? I'm pregnant, and I was hungry. Besides, I reasoned they were just nervous about my safety. They'd already confided in me that Emma had miscarried twice, and I knew losing this baby would crush them. A week later, I attempted to remove the bandage and get on with my life. The cut wasn't too deep and it should have long been healed. It looked just as fresh as it did back then. The moment I twitched, the wound burst open again and my hand was soaked in blood. Bailey, who'd just been napping on the other side of the room, shot up to her feet and growled. I'd never heard her make that sound before. She was such a gentle dog and she'd never been aggressive before. I managed to bandage myself back up, but I did call Emma and let her know what happened and asked if I should go to the doctor about this. Emma scolded me about removing the bandage but told me it wasn't necessary to go to the doctor. Whenever she and Adam came to visit, he'd make sure it was all right. She told me that wounds don't heal the same when you're pregnant. At that point, I burst into tears again, but I blamed it on the hormones. After that, I became incredibly paranoid about getting hurt again. I didn't shave because I didn't want to deal with a shaving cut. I let Emma handle the knives for chopping veggies when she came to visit. I was very careful. No matter what I did, that cut didn't heal. In fact, it seemed to get worse, no longer resembling a cut but more of a gouge, ripping back open if I so much as peeked at it. I was concerned, yeah, but I didn't think it was something to panic about yet. As Emma said, wounds take longer to heal when you're pregnant, and I was pregnant. Emma was more of an expert on this than I was. Then I began having nightmares. The first time I was surrounded by dark figures, it was so unbearably hot. I was tied up and face down while they all just stared and laughed at me. A voice hissed the words "devil's wife" into my ear before a red-hot brand was pressed against my bare thigh. I screamed and cried as it burned. I know you're not supposed to feel pain in your sleep, but I did. I truly did. When I woke up the next morning, exhausted and my throat feeling like sandpaper, there was a bruise right where I was branded. One of my neighbors knocked on my door and asked if I was all right. They'd heard me screaming last night. I don't know why they didn't think of calling the cops if I was screaming bloody murder, but some people just don't want to be involved, I suppose. There were more nightmares, more than I can count. I was whipped, burned alive, skinned. I'd wake up with injuries I'd have no memory of getting, bruises and scrapes that I'd have to immediately bandage up before I bled everywhere. Bailey used to sleep in the same room as me. Not anymore. She would remain outside the door and wouldn't come in until morning. People at work were genuinely concerned I was in an abusive relationship with how the bandages and bruises popped up. One even offered me a safe place to stay. I declined, saying I was just having bad dreams and that I probably needed to be tied down for my own safety soon enough. I joke about that to Emma and she took me seriously. I threatened to clock her one if she actually put restraints on my bed. I then burst into tears again and told her how sorry I was for threatening to hurt her, that she was a good friend and I was being horrible, but then Emma screamed. I was crying blood. It wasn't that my tears were tinted red, I was crying literal globs of blood down my cheeks. I looked in the mirror and I looked like a fucking horror film. I'm not going to lie to you, if I hadn't already been past that point, I would have gone for an abortion and not felt guilty about it. Okay, I would have felt a little guilty, but clearly, my body wasn't as baby ready as the doctor said it was. I'm staying at Emma's and Adam's house now, ready to pop in a little over a month, and I think I've been had. I don't think I'm carrying their baby. I think I'm carrying something else. The nightmares have only gotten worse. When I sleep in Emma's and Adam's bed, sometimes I get a good night's sleep, but it's a toss-up. Adam once said he was doing all he can to protect me, but Emma shut him up before he could explain further. I think he's feeling guilty about what he's done to me. I'm not sure if Emma is. At night I stare at my giant belly and wonder what's truly inside. I feel like hell, constantly woozy and queasy. I know I'm going to give birth soon. And I think the part that scares me most is that last night Adam confirmed what they thought might be the case earlier on. I'm having twins, pieces and parts. My father calls me Miranda, but I'm not sure if that's entirely true. But you can just call me that too, I guess. The only thing I know for sure is that 3 weeks ago, I died. And 2 weeks ago, I came back to my father's basement. It was dark, I was cold. I couldn't move my right arm or leg. I tried getting up off the table I was laying on, but I ended up just face planting on the floor. Despite the feel of blood trickling from my nose, it didn't hurt. A gentle hand rested on my back and I looked up to see an old man with thinning white hair and silver glasses. He looked like your typical grandpa. It looks like you were a success. I'll call you Miranda. I looked down then to see how my right arm was stitched onto my torso, how the light brown skin of my calf didn't match my pale thigh. I've spent a lot of time examining myself. I believe that externally, I'm made up of 3 different people. I believe all of them were women. Internally is an entirely different matter. I cannot confirm either way. I'm an amalgamation of many different people, and it shows. For example, I'm quite sure I died in a car accident. I was driving home with friends, I made a bad joke, we all laughed, a deer stepped in front of the car and I swerved to avoid it. I remember crunching metal, how my friends screamed. And then nothing. But I'm also certain I was shot. I get flashes of feeling the muzzle of a gun pressed against my chest, how I sobbed and begged for mercy. I may have also committed suicide by hanging, or leukemia that plagued me my entire life finally finished me off. I may have died a virgin or I had a son. Maybe I struggled with school my whole life because of dyslexia and ADHD, or I was about to graduate at the top of my class at an elite college. Maybe I was out hiking every weekend, or I lived for rainy days so I could curl up on my couch with a laptop and a cat. Maybe I was allergic to cats, I don't know. Maybe it's all of the above. All the experiences of the people I was before turned into one singular being. My father's name is Albert. I'm not his first experiment, but I'm the most successful. I am still relearning how to talk, but I can type and have average intelligence. That's more than I can say for Michelle and Nathaniel. They're the other 2 successes of my father, but they're not nearly as advanced as I am. Nathaniel acts like a little boy despite looking to be in his mid-30s. He loves the color red and he thinks it's so funny to pop out his brown eye and hide it someplace for me to find. When I do find it, I always jump out of my skin, and since my legs are different lengths, I tend to tumble to the ground. Then he comes around the corner giggling as he puts his eye back in. Poor Michelle is constantly afraid. Michelle looks like a 7-year-old girl and is constantly on high alert. If she doesn't want anyone to find her, no one will, but she obeys our father and always stays in the house. But given her petite size and the fact she can bend any which way she wants, she can hide quite literally anywhere for hours, even days before she comes out. I'm not sure if our father loves us or he's fascinated by us, but he can be very strict. We're not allowed to leave the house. I tried to go for a walk and ended up getting locked in a closet for 3 days. Nathaniel was nice enough to bring me a hamburger and fries on my second day in there. We don't really need to eat, but it feels good to have a full stomach. We're also not allowed to ask how father made us. He says he's still working on perfecting the process, and he'd rather not share until he knows it's complete. He did tell us that he did bring us back from the dead, and for that, we should be eternally grateful. I'm not sure if I am, but I'm not sure of anything nowadays. I want to go home, but I'm not sure where home is. Is it in a big city, where I took the subway every day to work? Or is it this small town where we always get snowed in every winter? I can't be certain. There's also the fact I may just fall apart if I run away. Although father does his best, he's not very good at sewing. Nathaniel is far better at it than him, but if he catches us he tends to start screaming about messing with his design. That's another thing, he doesn't want anyone to change what he's made. Since we are his children, and we should be grateful to him, we are to do exactly what he says and not change how he made us. Even though Nathaniel struggles to figure out how to tie his shoes, Michelle can't go a night without having a screaming nightmare and the stitches on my gut are constantly coming undone. He refuses to see how we could be improved. He only prepares for the next experiment, deciding that next time he'll be the one to get it right. But I suppose that's why I'm here. Whether I'm Miranda, or Andrea, or Lucy, or Maria, I'm here. I'm here for a reason. And that reason is to fix his mistakes. Thankfully he's one of those old people who believes 1234 is a successful password, allowing me access to his computer to do research. Michelle helps me find his notes, and while he sleeps at night I study. Nathaniel makes sure I have plenty of hot drinks to keep my belly warm. He's already almost a quarter ways done with his next child, but I've been watching. This one will not be any better than us. Once again he'll bring someone back to this half-dead half-alive state, caught in miserable paranoia or worse. But I'll be fixing him. Once I figure out how father keeps screwing us up, I'll fix everything. And if he objects, well, he's going to learn quite quickly that he's outnumbered 3-1. Just business. Honestly, I'm freaked the f out to be talking about this. I'm scared he's going to come back. But I can't stay quiet about this. My dad might be able to accept this as what it is, but I refuse. My fate's sealed either way. I work at my dad's diner on a busy stretch of road. However, since my grandfather's death, and with him the loss of the secret recipe for his famous meatloaf, the business has taken a nosedive. Funeral costs had my dad considering bankruptcy, much to my grand's horror. She and granddad built this place up from the foundation. People would pass by and come in from everywhere, and everyone, no matter what you looked like or who you were holding hands with, was welcome. It was Wednesday when the black cars pulled up to the diner. The place was dead at 8 a.m. I was the only waitress signed on for the day. I could hear my grand's wheelchair in the kitchen, squawking away as she made sure everything was ready just in case we had someone come in. Then 5 black cars pulled into our dirt parking lot, kicking up the dust and causing Rusty to start barking. Once the dust settled, I could tell these cars were high-end, the kind only people who had a lot of cash drove. Men in suits got out of the cars, suits that likely cost as much as said cars. All of them had the same stone-like expression. Then the chauffeur of one of the cars got out and opened the door. A man walked out. I heard Rusty's barks quiet down to whimpers, and I saw his reddish tail for a second before it vanished with the rest of him in his doghouse. The man was tall, broad-shouldered with grayed-out temples in his dark hair. I suppose he was possibly Middle Eastern, not that it's a big deal, but that's my best guess. I have to tell you though, this man was the most handsome I had ever seen. Jawline for days, and if he was much younger he'd be posing for magazines. But in the same breath, I couldn't be any more petrified of him. The suits filed in and took place around the diner. I was already kicking myself for leaving the sign saying seat yourself up. The leader, I suppose, came up to me and smiled. The smile didn't reach his eyes. His cold, lightless eyes. Can I speak to the owner? We'd like to rent this place for the day. I swallowed, my mouth entirely dry. I'm sorry, sir, we usually don't handle parties this large without a bit of warning. He hardly seemed bothered by my comment and didn't say a word, just flicked his eyes back to the kitchen. Feeling a bead of sweat make its way down my face, I hurried to the back, feeling those lifeless eyes follow me all the way there. My dad came out after I told him either we were the victim of a prank or the mob was dining with us today. I could see him start to believe the second theory after walking into the dining area and seeing all these men sitting across the room. Ah, Mr. West. The leader swooped in front of my father and shook his hand. I'll make this quick. I need to borrow your restaurant for the day. I'm only able to conduct my business for today, and I need a private place to do so. During this time, you'll see many people come and go as we discuss private matters. I advise you and your staff to remain tight-lipped about who you see and what we talk about. My dad's no small guy. He's over 6 feet tall and is pretty built. Even he looked nervous around this man. I can't condone anything you do illegal on my premises. He managed to get out. This only made the man smirk. I promise, everything I intend on doing here was stated in their contracts. Oh, don't worry about the business you might lose. The man drew a check from his jacket, crisp and white. Will this suffice, not including what we'll pay for drinks and refreshments, of course? I don't know what the exact number was on that check, but I can tell you there were more zeros written on there than the amount of zeros we've made in the past 2 years. My dad saw the dollar signs before he smiled and pocketed the check. Well then, I suppose make yourself comfortable. Mr. L. The man cocked his head to the side. I suppose you'll understand our need for anonymity? My dad kept his hand on the pocket where the check was and he nodded. I would have clocked out then, but someone needed to be these people's server, and given Gran was in a wheelchair, it wasn't going to be her. I honestly expected a bunch of pigs, constantly making sly comments about joining me in their car for a few minutes or pinches to the abs. I'm used to truckers coming on by, given the rest stop down the way. In fact, I've never dealt with such polite customers in my life. Always please, always thank you, and never a what's taking so long? Or how do you still have this job? Oh, and did I mention the tips were through the roof even though all they did was order drinks and chat with each other? At first, I was starting to think that maybe having the mob reserve our place for the day wasn't half bad. But business hadn't started yet. They started coming in maybe around 11. At first, a lot of them were just nervous-looking businessmen carrying briefcases. Whenever a briefcase opened, another table would wave me over, so I never saw the contents. I remembered the look on my dad's face when Mr. L brought up anonymity, and decided not to push. Then came the first guy who didn't come through with what he promised. I had just been serving Mr. L another glass of lemonade when the guy practically ran in, sitting across from him. Loose, you gotta give me more time. I got 3, you can wait for the others, right? He flipped open his briefcase and it was then I realized I knew him. Our town doesn't have many famous people. But there was one kid named Ty who landed a few commercials within the last year, and was now looking like he was on his way to stardom. And Ty was sitting right there, sweating bullets and pawing nervously at what I originally perceived to be scraps of cloth in the case. It wasn't cloth. It was hair. Hair with skin and blood still attached to it. I went pale and slowly looked over at Mr. L, expecting that I'd be shot on the spot for seeing too much. Instead, Mr. L just smiled and leaned back before looking at me, almost like, do you see this right now? He couldn't believe that scalping 3 people was expected to be enough for him. He then looked back at Ty and slowly shut the case. Ty, when I told you I was giving you a year to have 6 properly set my way, I meant it. Mr. L looked back up at me. What do you think, Margot? Should I extend his time? Judging by the look on Ty's face, something seriously f***ed up would happen if I said no. So I slowly nodded. Just a little, I stuttered, inwardly kicking myself. Ty had proof he'd scalped 3 different people and just said he would go after more. Mr. L nodded and turned to Ty before tugging the suitcase towards him. Well, I suppose it's your lucky day. 3 more months. I'll send the dogs if you miss the deadline. 3 months? That's not enough time to kill 3. I blinked and missed it. One moment Ty was complaining and the next he was face planted into the table, his eyes rolled to the back of his skull and bloody drool spilling out of his mouth. Mr. L hadn't even twitched. I screamed and jumped back, shattering the quiet of the diner. The mumbled conversations came to a stop and everyone turned to look at me. Mr. L waved his hand. He's not dead, don't worry. He'll have one hell of a headache when he realizes his 3-month deadline is passing faster than he thought. Remember, Margot, don't complain when someone tries to give you the benefit of the situation. And could you see about bringing me out a slice of lemon meringue pie? I hid in the kitchen for as long as I could before returning with said pie. Ty was gone. The only evidence he'd been there was the drool on the table. I wiped it off and threw the towel into the trash. I couldn't get the look on his face out of my head. I can't name the people I saw that I knew. I saw actors, singers, politicians. The more famous they were, the more likely they were going to sit with Mr. L. Not all of them brought briefcases. Some of them just brought their words. How well they'd done for Mr. L, how much they could do if they just had another year or another 4. Mr. L would listen, not a bit, and for the most part he'd grant them time. Not even the most skilled liar could hide the relief on their faces. There was one though. One guy. Poor He'd come in confident, but halfway through his conversation, he started to look uncomfortable. He'd constantly dab at his forehead with his napkin, mopping off the sweat. He started asking for more drinks as if buying Mr. L a lemonade would cool his temper. It didn't work. The longer the guy pressed on, trying to impress Mr. L, the more annoyed he got. Annoyance turned to frustration, and frustration turned to cold fury. Soon the entire cafe was quiet other than the guy's insistent babbling about the deeds he'd done. No one wanted to speak. When I brought their 5th refill, Mr. L raised a hand. It won't be necessary. I've heard quite enough, he said. The guy went stark white. But I did all I could. Mr. L snorted before he reached into his pocket and produced a silver knife. I wanted to run. Scream for my dad. I just couldn't make myself move. I was frozen. With a lightning-fast move, Mr. L dragged forward the man's arm and ripped up his sleeve. Liar, he hissed before the blade went down. The guy wailed as Mr. L calmly carved letters into the skin. I couldn't recognize the alphabet used. Blood dripped down onto the table and the floor, the guy pulling away as hard as he could but unable to so much as twist his arm away from Mr. L. Finally Mr. L let him go, wiping off the knife on his napkin. You have 3 days to get your affairs in order. Don't try to get away. You knew what you were getting into, he said. Sobbing, the man ran from the restaurant. I stared at the blood on the floor and table. Mr. L pushed more money into my line of sight. For cleaning up the mess, he said. I cleaned up and ran into the kitchen, begging my dad to let me go home for the day. I even told him what happened. My dad's hand touched the check in his pocket before he snapped at me, get back to work. The love of money was the ticket to hell. That's what my granddad said when he was still around. Sometimes it's someone else's love of money that'll do it for you just fine. At the end of the day, most of the customers had left. Maybe 2 or 3 more tables were there, and of course, Mr. L. My dad came out and rattled off the bill. Mr. L didn't so much as blink before he withdrew his checkbook and started writing down the numbers. I saw an imprint of a snake on the leather cover. He handed it to my dad. Thank you. Now, before I go, would you like to make a deal with me? My dad sat down across from Mr. L. Is that what you do? Make deals? He asked. Mr. L nodded. Oh, yes. That's exactly what I do. Payment varies of course, but I'm sure we can arrange something. Now, what is it that you want? My dad looked at me. Margot, clock out. I went home and cried in my bed. All the money in the world couldn't make up for the horror I'd seen then. I didn't understand fully. Not then. It's been 3 months. The business has picked up. It's like how it used to be when my granddad was alive. But I can't work there anymore. I can barely get out of bed. I'm wasting away. The doctors don't have a clue why. It's just like my body decided to stop living, and the clock's ticking down faster by the day. My hair's falling out. I can't keep food down. All I can manage to stomach is Gatorade, saltine crackers, and a meatloaf that tastes exactly like my grandfather's. Howler. My father-in-law worked as an emergency dispatcher in New York City during the early 1980s. His bizarre tales of panicked phone calls with strangers have become conversation fodder for family events and social gatherings ever since. Some of the stories are tame enough to share at the dinner table. There was that one guy who, back in '83, called 911 to report his wife missing, only for the police to find her fast asleep in bed. Or that one lady who wanted a full complaint and charges filed over a neighbor's fallen tree. My kids loved these stories. They begged him for them endlessly, even if they heard the details all 1,000 times. Mostly, I think, they just liked his acting. Dad had a unique way of making the characters come alive in the soft candlelight of a summer evening. I have to admit, the stories were pretty entertaining, like a parlor trick designed to keep us distracted from stale bread and lukewarm tea. And then there was the Howler. The Howler was the type of case reserved for late-night drinks in the open air, long after his wife disappeared downstairs with a plea to take care of the dishes. After the children were snuggled into bed with their mother. Out on the deck, high above the man-made pond filled with massive koi, with a pair of fat cigars and a bottle of beer each. That is where I found myself this past Father's Day. Punch-drunk and choking down the ashy taste of my yearly injection of lung cancer. There's one I never told you about. The one that made me quit. Dad asked through a cloud of smoke. Marcus knows. My wife and Emma know. But I don't think you do. I shook my head and tried to hold in the smoke. I don't. He nodded. 1981. God, you think I would remember? Before you were even born. Nope, never heard it. He nodded again, solemnly. It was weird to see the carefree expression melt from his wrinkled features. This was before Giuliani. Before the cleanup. Substances, gangs, prostitution, you name it. Most women were too scared to walk home alone. Most men invested in a pair of brass knuckles. The city was not safe. It really wasn't. I chuckled a bit at the dramatic tone. You laugh because you can't imagine it. That's a good thing. We did our job. And that shut me up. Around that time, 81, we got word about a series of break-ins on Avenue D, something like 16 break-ins in 17 days, all on the same street. Jesus. Right. But the suspect never took anything. He broke a window, or a door, anything to get inside, but once he did, never stole a thing. Probably just looked around a bit and left. Weird. Weird. So the detectives assigned to the case paid a visit to the lowly dispatchers and told us to be cognizant of any calls that came in from Avenue D. Dad took another generous toke of his cigar and looked down into the water. Which, truth be told, really pissed off me and my colleagues. We were swamped. I mean, we were up to our ears in calls. I already told you. The city was bad at the time, and here these cops stood, asking for special treatment on a crime where nobody was even injured. Nothing stolen. Understandable. So what happened? Well, just my luck, the very next night, I get a call from Avenue D. Hoop. Hoop is right. As soon as the call comes in, I flag my manager, he rushes over, and we record it. In seconds he is on the horn with a detective assigned to the case, and 50 different people from 50 different departments and organizations are barking in my free ear for an address. His hand starts to shake. And I'm listening to this call, and this woman is telling me that someone is breaking into her house. And God, Matt, I can hear it happening. I can hear the wood splintering. I can hear her shouting for the intruder to go away, and I can hear the intruder shouting something back at her. So what did you tell her? I told her to run. Run to a safe place. Run out another exit. Find a window. Find something. I told her to do anything she can to avoid the situation. Otherwise, fight. Always find a weapon and fight if you need to. And what happened? A fresh rain of fortuitous rain reached down to snub out my cigar. The intruder got inside and shot her in the forehead. Duck. That's not the worst part. I mean, it sucks, but that sort of thing happens in this line of work. What could be worse? The phone line was still open. The victim had it on speakerphone. Could you hear him? Dad handed me back the lighter. He was quiet for a couple of moments. Just kinda whimpered a little bit. Then he started moaning or howling, I guess, for his mother. His tone jumped up and down so much that he almost sounded like a sick animal. Please, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That sort of thing. Aha. Then it switched to his grandmother. Grandma, help me, help. Then God. He realized what he did. Definitely. Then he must have found the phone on the floor. Because he picked it up and started apologizing to me. What did he say? I'm so sorry. I didn't want to unalive her. I didn't want to. I didn't mean it. Help me, he said. I remember him saying help me quite a bit. What did you say? I told him to stay in place and somebody would be there to help him shortly. Did he? Dad spit down into the lake. No. The apartment was empty when the officers got there. Nothing but a broken door and dead body. I didn't know what else to say. The rain started to come down in uneven waves that dipped in under the awning of the deck. We should head inside. We each put out our cigars carefully and headed through the sliding door into the warmth of the kitchen. I helped myself to the fridge to pour us a fresh couple of glasses of UFO. Dad collapsed into a chair at the table. I followed suit with a couple of tall glasses. Not the last of it, he added once we were settled. We got another call. 2 nights later. What happened? Same as before. The call hit my dispatch station. Avenue D. I flagged down my manager, had him record the call, and by the time everything was set up, an intruder was breaking through the victim's door. Again? Again. I told the victim to stay calm, to stay on the line, help was on the way. But I doubt she could even hear me. The suspect was screaming at the time. That same up and down kind of scream. I couldn't even make out the words until the door frame snapped. Then the victim dropped the phone, but it was still turned on. No. They struggled for a bit. He chased her around the kitchen. I could hear that happening. He screamed a few more unintelligible sentences at her. Then it sounded like he got her. They both got quiet and he let out this triumphant kind of grunt. The police officers were still 5 minutes away at this point. Stuck in traffic. I groaned. And then the suspect just started berating her for calling 911. He asked her why she would bother. He said that we were too slow. He said that we would never catch him. He actually found the phone, probably lying on the floor again I guess, and started talking to me. What did he say? Dad took a deep breath. Tell her she is going to die. What the duck? That's what he said. Tell her she is going to die because you can't save her. You can't save everybody. What are you supposed to do in that situation? Distract him. Keep him busy. Did you? I tried. But the guy just kept howling. I'm sorry, but that is the only way to describe his voice. What was he howling? Tell her she's going to die. Tell her she's going to die. Tell her the truth. You know it's the truth. My father-in-law took one last swig of his beer and stared down into the empty glass. So I said, can you please put her on the phone please? And he did. And I told the woman to run. I told her to throw the phone at his head and run from the room as fast as she could. Run for the windows. Run for a back exit. Run away. But before I could even finish my sentence, the suspect fired his weapon. Dad pointed at his forehead with 2 fingers. And then the cops arrived. I got up from the table and collected the empty beer glasses. I needed something to distract myself from the moment. The emotional toll of the story was hard enough for me to manage. I could not imagine how he felt. There was a brief standoff. The suspect barricaded the broken door and waved his gun at the officers. Just a distraction, probably, because the kid put a bullet in his own head a couple of minutes later. I grimaced. What was his name? Tim, he guffawed. Tim could have been anybody, really. Normal guy. 27 years old. No history of mental illness or run-ins with law enforcement. He worked as a dispatcher, just like me, over in another county upstate. I nodded in anticipation. But 2 years earlier, his mother passed away in a fire. They lived together on Avenue D. Jesus. Tim was away on his very first business trip. A training course for emergency responders. My father-in-law reached for his beer and wiped away a tear. He hoped I didn't notice. But I did. You know, it's kinda stupid. This case really shouldn't bother me so much. I don't even know all of the details. We dealt with much worse in my era and never lost much sleep. You learn how to compartmentalize things. And now, the kids who worked through 9/11, they have heard poop I can't even imagine. I moved to protest in his defense. It's fine. But it was something about Tim's voice, the hopelessness in it, the disparity between doing something horrible and knowing you will be punished for it. That howl, it always stuck with me. It made me feel useless. I quit the job I loved a week later. What made you wait so long? Got a call on my final shift. Block number, block location, the whole 9. What did they say? Nothing. Nothing intelligible at all. Dad took one more healthy swig of the Hefeweizen. The caller just howled. The actors who never removed their masks. I must have been 6 when I first saw the masked troupe. Yeah, it had to be 6. My mom and I were walking home from kindergarten and she was asking me what I wanted for dinner. I probably said something like mac and cheese or McDonald's, but that's not important, because it was then we passed the performers. They'd monopolized an entire corner of the nearby park and attracted quite a crowd. My mother was definitely familiar with them, with how she grinned from ear to ear and clapped. Oh, they're back. They're finally back. Tommy, look at the people with the masks. And by God, there was an assortment of masks. Animal masks range from tiger to mouse, along with some more human-appearing ones. Currently, a zebra was reading out some sort of dramatic monologue while a white lady mask seemed to dab away at non-existent tears on her cheeks. It all came to an end when the tiger bowled the zebra over and the two had a mock wrestling match that ended with the zebra pulling the tiger's arm behind his back and not releasing it until the tiger cried out uncle. The masks weren't made of any kind of plastic or leather, they were made from wood. They were incredibly detailed and ornate, the actors just tilting their heads in a slightly different position would entirely change their expression from sad to glad to mad. Yes, the animal ones too. It didn't really have my attention so much as my mom, who was filled with childlike glee. At the end of the show, she took me up to one of the male actors. He wore one of the human masks, meant to appear as some kind of king judging by the gold crown on the mask's forehead. I'm sure words were exchanged between my mom and the actor, but I was more distracted by the actors loading up a van with all their props. Not their masks though, no, they kept those on. But what really got my attention was the girl sitting in the passenger seat of the van. She was skinny, her stringy hair hanging crookedly by her shoulders, almost like she cut it herself. Our eyes met and she just seemed sad. I wanted to go up and say hi to her, but right before I was about to, my mom gently pushed me forward towards the king. The king knelt at my level and took my hand. I couldn't tell if he was happy to see me or not, but he squeezed my hand tightly before standing and walking back to the van. They all piled in the back and the van drove away with the little girl. I never once exchanged words with her, but the memory of her sitting all alone in the passenger seat was burned into my mind. My mother passed away shortly afterwards. She was always troubled, so although my grandmother insisted it was just an accident, I have a feeling she purposefully jumped in front of the train that took her life. I lived with grandmother after that. She was strict and honestly, I was glad when I turned 18 a few months back and could finally get the hell out of her house. I moved back to my hometown. I reconnected with a lot of my childhood friends, managed to find a cheap apartment and a decent job while I scrapped up the cash to maybe one day go to college. It was starting to rain when I saw the troupe again. It was the tiger and the zebra, setting up a small stage in the park. I hadn't thought about the masked troupe in so long, but seeing them again made those memories flash back to the forefront of my mind. Without even realizing it, I was walking to the park, standing in front of the stage. I could almost feel my mom's hand in mine again, remembering the warm autumn sun on my face. I felt eyes on me and I turned around to see another one of the actors. Another human-faced mask, but this one gave off the feel of a porcelain doll, with rosy cheeks and ruby-painted lips. But somehow I just knew that gaze on me. I'm sorry, this is weird, but have you been with this group since you were a kid? God, I felt awkward asking, but I had to know. The girl cocked her head to the side before nodding once. I think I saw you then. Sitting in the van. You probably don't remember me. She took my hand and shook her head before gesturing to the spot next to me, tugging at her hair afterward. It took me a second to realize what she meant. You remember my mom? I asked breathlessly. The mask might have hid her expression, but I could feel her smile. She died. About a month or so after that. The girl stood still before bowing her head in respect. With that, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a notebook, scrawling out 2 words before turning it to me. Sorry. Harris. She quickly wadded up the paper and threw it away, it bouncing off the ground. It took me a second to realize what she meant. Harris, is that your name? I asked. She nodded again and took my hand in hers. We walked together until we ended up at a nearby cafe, where 2 other masked actors were, the lion and the rabbit. It was then I realized each of the masks had a slit where the mouth was, just large enough to allow them to eat. That was just the beginning of my discoveries about the masked troupe. For one thing, they never spoke off stage, occasionally using hand gestures to indicate what they wanted. If that didn't do it, Karis would write down 1 or 2 words on a piece of paper before throwing it away as fast as she could. Yes, they could speak, but it seemed it was not something they did outside of their shows. Karis ordered me hot cocoa and listened to me talk about how my life had been going since my mom passed. She tugged at her friend's clothes and drew a line across her forehead. Somehow that was enough for them to understand that I once saw their show and they ended up buying me a dozen pastries to take home. When I left, she wrote down her phone number on my hand before hurrying over to the stage that was now set up. I stuck around to catch a glimpse of the show, figuring I'd head home after an act or 2. I stayed for the whole thing. There were skits, plays, jokes, and Karis sung. And when she sang, I think the world stopped for a second. All I could hear was her. Her beautiful voice, clear as crystal. I think it's pretty obvious by now that I immediately got a crush on Karis. She was just amazing. We hung out whenever I had a free moment and I went to every performance I could. On my nights off, Karis would invite me to go drink with the troupe. They'd buy all my drinks and I learned quickly enough if I wanted one of their attention. I'd just basically call out whatever their mask is. It'd get their attention at least. I'm not sure how many people are a part of it, but it's a lot more than I thought. I approximated maybe 6. I think there are easily almost 40 people a part of the mask troupe. Each person has their own unique mask, and they never take them off. They're easy to spot around town, I'll tell you that much. They also don't like people recording or photographing their shows. If they catch you, and by God, they have a radar for it, all the actors go immediately silent and turn to face the opposite direction. They won't continue until the camera or phone is put away. I tried once recording Karis by putting my phone in my bag and turning on record, and somehow they still figured it out. She was pretty ticked at me for a while, and make all the silent treatment jokes you want. I felt pretty bad. I promised never to try that again. I made friends with them. They were different, but that was their way of life. After some digging, I came to find out they've been coming here every few years since the 60s. It's why people don't give a poop when they show up, I guess. It's just normal. But they're not normal. I knew something was always different. After all, people who always hide behind a mask have something more to hide than their faces, I'll tell you that. Although most of the town was cool with them, there were a few hecklers and a few whisperers about how damn creepy the masked troupe was. One night I was heading back from work when I saw a few of the troupe: Karis, Tiger, Rabbit, and Doe, a tall woman with a deer mask who always told jokes on stage. I was about to call out to them and say hello when I saw they were in a hurry to get away from someone who was intoxicated as hell and being the worst kind of intoxicated as well. If he wasn't saying some sort of lewd comment to Karis or Doe, he was calling them freaks or weirdos. It came to a head when he grabbed Rabbit by one of her ears, yanking her down. She didn't make a sound as she attempted to squirm herself free, but Tiger grabbed the prick's arm and yanked it away. The women all hid behind Tiger, who might have been getting old but he was still one big guy. "Did you effing touch me?" The intoxicated slurred, and it was only then I saw the bottle in his hand. "Duck you creepy bastard." He brought down the bottle on Tiger's head, breaking it. Tiger went down hard. I heard his head crack into the cement. I didn't think it was so bad at first until I saw the pool of blood forming beside Tiger's head. Karis rolled him over and gasped as his mask tilted. I'd never seen those masks even twitch when they're doing the most active of scenes. He'd been hit hard if it was coming off. Her head shook no repeatedly until the mask finally slid off, landing on the ground with a soft thunk. In the flickering light of the dying street lamp I saw how unnaturally pale Tiger's face was. How the skin was uncomfortably moist and wrinkled, like how your fingers get when they've been in the water for long enough. His eyes were glazed over pale. Karis tried to put the mask back on again and again, but it wouldn't stick. It'd just slip off again. Doe threw her head back and screamed at the top of her lungs, joined shortly by Rabbit, the sound truly of anguish and pain. The intoxicated stumbled away, holding up his hands. I didn't hit him that hard. Was all he got out before Karis pounced. She grabbed him and with strength, I didn't know she had, slammed him into the nearby wall of a closed mom and pop diner. Doe pinned his left arm against the brick and Rabbit joined her, pinning his right. Both women held him still as Karis picked the mask off the ground. Wait, it was an accident. I'm sorry. What are you doing? Put that mask down. Karis' mask grinned eerily in the yellowing light as she placed the tiger mask on his face. The intoxicated screeched in agony as I saw the edges of the mask glow like hot coals and sealed to his cheeks and jaw, his knuckles going bone white as his hands clenched. Then he went still. Doe and Rabbit released him and the man stood under his power, looking at the other masked members of the troupe. Rabbit clapped his shoulder and Doe shook his hand, welcoming him into the ranks. Then Karis turned and saw me, the only other person on this empty street. I ran like hell. I locked the door and hid in my room with a baseball bat, expecting people I thought were my friends turn on me for seeing whatever the hell that was. I got a dozen texts from Karis, none I read. I didn't know what to do. I was half tempted to hightail it back to Grandma's, tell her the job didn't work out, and that I needed some help. They came for me last night. Zebra, Doe, and the new tiger. They knocked on the door and waited for me to come out. They didn't barge in. They just knew I had nowhere else to go. I didn't resist as they escorted me to one of the motels they tended to take up whenever they stayed in town. No words were spoken, a silence I usually found comforting with the troop but now felt was choking me. I was afraid. Were they going to unalive me? Or would they make me wear a mask too? Karis was waiting outside the door of room 111. Her head was bowed and she looked like a mess, her hair tangled and clothes rumpled like she'd slept in them. I imagined if I could see her face I'd see bags under her eyes, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to see under her mask. She opened the door to the room and I was gestured inside. The door closed behind me and I saw I wasn't alone. There was a man on the bed, and it took me only a second to remember the man with the king's mask. He was much older now, frail, bone-thin with only a few strands of gray hair left on his scalp. The only reason I knew he was alive was because his chest was slowly rising and falling. "Come in, Tommy. Sit next to me, please." Other than the screaming from the night Tiger died, I never heard one of the troops speak off stage before. Trembling, I walked over to the bed and took a seat. "Do you remember me?" I nodded before realizing he probably couldn't see me all that well. "Yeah. You were the member of the troop my mom talked to," I said. The king laughed, which came out more like a wheeze. "You don't remember who she said I was?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, did she?" "Think." I did think. And it took a bit of digging, but given how closely I linked that memory with trauma, it took me a minute before I remembered what my mom said when she pushed me towards the king. "Here, Tommy. This is your father." I almost couldn't breathe. The king's shaky hand reached over and grabbed mine, squeezing as tightly as he could. "You've grown well. By the time we came back to this town, Valerie had already passed on, and you were with her mother. And well, your grandmother never liked me much. Didn't understand why we did what we did," he said. "What?" I swallowed, my mouth dry. "What do you do? Are you even you?" "To an extent." The king stared up at the ceiling. "I changed very much when I became the king, but so did my father. We all do, once we put on our masks and join the show." I squeezed his hand back. "Am I supposed to put on a mask now? So I won't talk about what I saw? What you did do to the intoxicated but unalive tiger? We needed a replacement, and his body would do. But you're not going to put on any mask, my son." His head slowly turned back to me, and I swear I saw the corners of the mask's lips turn upwards into a grin. "You're going to be a king. You're my only heir. And it's now your responsibility to lead the troop, to wear this mask, until the curtains close. I think I can leave whenever I want. Judging by the heart-wrenching wails I'm hearing in the motel room next to mine, my dad just passed away. I think I can leave whenever I want. But this is not something I should be running away from. The show must go on, and I must make sure it does." My local mom group. Joining a mom group changed my life. Honestly, I thought I'd be all alone when my husband and I left our hometown for his new job. That was bad enough, but the fact I'd just had little Charlotte 3 months before said the move made it actual hell. I was out on the front yard cradling my fussy child when an angel came down from heaven, and that angel was my neighbor, Karen. She had truly mastered being a mother. All she had to do was hold Charlotte and my baby girl was cooing and quieting right down for her nap. Granted, she had done this 3 times with her kids Stacy, Sydney, and Curtis, but she was exactly what I needed. Several of the moms on the street were part of the group and I got to meet them all that Saturday for some much needed wine and chill time. Norma, April, Melody, and Camilla. Each of them had kids under the age of 10 and April was also a first-time new mom, although she sadly joined the group before her first miscarriage. "It was a hard time," she said as she took a sip from her glass, "but everyone helped me through it. And now I have Zoe, and I wouldn't trade anything for her. It made life a lot easier, having all these other moms around. But of course, it took me a while to settle in, and be accepted, you know? The one thing I was never invited to for those first few months was Friday night. Girls' night. The kids would be stashed with the husbands. I'd see everyone else's cars parked over at Karen's house. I didn't know what went on at these girls' nights, only that they never asked me to come along. I decided one day that it was time I invited myself. I mean, maybe they didn't ask me to come over because they assumed I knew I was welcome. I got a bottle of this really tasty mango wine, made sure Charlotte was in bed, and after telling my husband not to wait up, I marched on over to Karen's house. The party had just gotten started when I knocked on the door. Norma answered it, wine glass in hand. Her eyebrows raised as she saw me waiting outside. "Hi." I raised my bottle. "I saw you all coming over, mind if I join in?" For a second, I saw Norma doubt, but before she could open her mouth to make an excuse, Karen appeared from out of the hall. "Oh, Tammy, it's so great to see you. Come on in." She grinned widely and beckoned me in. Proud of myself for taking the initiative, I glanced at Norma, who pursed her lips for a moment before shrugging and stepping aside to make way for me. Karen took the bottle from my hands and grinned. "Ooh, thank you, but I already provided the drinks for tonight. You can do it next time, or who knows, maybe we'll go a little crazy and we'll need it. You're just in time, we were about to start reading." And now I finally had an answer for what went on during Girls' Night Book Club. Enjoy a few glasses of wine, discuss whatever we were reading for the week. I love to read, well, at least before Charlotte. I barely had the time now. The living room was lit by soft candlelight. April and Melody were lounging on the couch while Camilla reclined on the armchair and flipped through a book on her lap. It was a large thing, bigger than some Bibles I've seen, and my father was a minister. I've seen some big Bibles. "Cam, how dare you get started without us?" Karen said with a laugh, taking a seat in the other armchair. Norma seemed to relax now and she had scuttled off to the kitchen to grab an extra chair. April noticed me and her eyes widened. "Oh, Tammy. Karen. Don't worry about it, April, we can still continue with tonight's activities," Karen said, brushing her concerns off. April and Melody scooched over to give me some room and I took my seat. "So, what are we reading this week?" I asked. Norma chuckled as she plopped down a dining room chair next to me and sat on it. "What we read every week unless Camilla's husband found another volume." "I'm afraid not, but we're still going through my great-grandmother's library." Camilla nudged up her glasses before handing the book to Karen. I imagined she had more of this collection. Karen slipped off the dust cover, said the dust cover was originally for The Great Gatsby but it didn't fit this monster of a book. The actual cover was made of black leather, and I saw the pages were lined with gold. Is it a Bible? I asked, tucking a lock of hair behind my ear. I saw April's lips twitch into a barely concealed smirk and Norma chuckled again, but Melody was the one that answered me. Oh, not even close. Camilla, do you care to explain? Melody asked. Camilla nodded and had to push her glasses up again. My great-grandmother was a wealthy and incredibly intelligent woman, if not slightly eccentric. One thing she had a passion for was collecting books. She quite literally owned a library in her home. 2 years ago, she unfortunately passed away, holding the book that Karen is now. I felt an uncontrollable shiver going up my spine as Karen began flipping through the pages. What's it called? I asked. There's no name on the cover and no author listed, but I imagine there may have been dozens or even hundreds of authors. Karen tapped her fingers against the pages. Since it is your first night here, how about you pick a page? The mood of the room rapidly shifted from casual to tense. Even the happy-go-lucky Melody seemed a bit off-put. Karen, are you sure that's a good idea? She asked. Why not? It's not like she can do anything with it without our help. Karen stood and crossed the room, setting the book on my lap. The weight of it was immense, easily making the textbooks I carried in college seem light as feathers. Just go with your heart, Tammy. Pick a page that just makes you feel right. I almost declined and passed it off to April, but that sudden burst of curiosity had me opening it up and turning the pages. The book was all written by hand. Each page felt so fragile that if I breathed on them wrong they would crumble. It was the illustrations that got me, accurate depictions of human anatomy, plants that I couldn't name even if my life depended on it, pictures of women throwing their heads back with a wail, holding knives above their bleeding arms, and well, demons. I suppose they might have been demons. I swallowed and shook my head. This is a little creepy. Karen nodded in sympathy. We all thought it was at first too. But it's actually not too bad. I imagine there's some Stephen King that's a lot worse. You feel anything? I was about to respond with a not yet when I turned another page and I felt my heart catch in my throat. The image was horrifying, of a man upside down with his throat slit open, and underneath was another demon with its forked tongue out, lapping up droplets of blood. But it was the title on the page that had me pause. Converse with the Satisfied One. I knew this was the page I wanted to read. I tapped the picture with my finger. I think I like this one, I said. April peered at it before grinning like a Cheshire cat. Oh, you got good taste. Karen, do you think tonight's a good night for a summoning? She asked. Karen shrugged. Well, why not? It's what Tammy wants to try. The women all gathered around, kneeling in front of me. Camilla gestured for me to read the page and I cleared my throat before doing so. Or well, trying to do so. The words coming out of my mouth sure as hell weren't English, but I got a distinct impression about what to do. And so did the others, as they all got up and began to commence with the instructions. Please tell me you didn't forget to grab a sacrifice this week, Norma said, giving Melody a long stare as she pulled several black and red candles out from a basket under the coffee table. Melody froze while she sharpened a silver knife. Oop, it was my turn? She asked. Norma groaned and looked ready to slap her when Karen cleared her throat. Don't worry, I remembered that Melody always forgets when it's her turn to bring the sacrifice. He's in the basement. Melody sighed with relief while Camilla and April ran for the stairs. Karen dragged a positively enormous cauldron out from the coat closet, behind all the stuff stored away for winter. Don't worry about anything, Tammy, you can help us prep next time, she said with a grunt. So I just watched as preparations continued. Norma grabbed what I initially thought was one of the kids' toy chests in the corner of the room and dragged it to the center, popping it open and it transforming into a miniature table. A miniature table with chains. As Melody lit the candles, I heard April and Camilla drag something behind them. I turned to watch them bring in a man, stripped down to the waist and clearly out of it. The women all teamed up to tie him down to the table, his neck hanging over the edge and above the cauldron. Karen handed me the knife and all the other women joined hands. Before the sacrifice, we need you to take a piece of yourself, she said. I have too. What? It took me until this moment to realize that each of the women in this room was missing a part of themselves. April's hair was carefully arranged to hide the fact her right ear was gone. Camilla's left ear was missing too. The tips of Norma's left fingers were missing, along with the entirety of her ring finger. Melody was missing the big toe on her right foot, only visible when she wasn't wearing shoes like she was now. And Karen pulled down her blouse to reveal her chest. Her breasts had been removed, the nasty scarring making abundantly clear that it wasn't done in some sort of hospital room. It doesn't have to be a lot of you, but you have to remove something. Something permanent, not just your hair or fingernails. Karen pulled her shirt back up as she stared at me. If you can't do this, then you're free to go. You won't remember anything of this night, but you will remember that Friday nights just aren't for you. We won't think anything less of you either. You're still our friend, Tammy. I thought for a few minutes. I looked at the front door. I looked at the knife. I took a deep breath before I gripped the knife ever tighter and brought it up to my face. I didn't let myself hesitate before jabbing it into my eye socket. I heard Melody gag as I worked the knife around, managing to pop the eye out and slicing it free. It landed on the ground before I let the pain hit me. I wailed as I clung onto the side of my face. Karen gingerly picked up the eyeball before dropping it into the cauldron. That's good. That's a great choice. The beings in the book will appreciate it. Do you think you can make the final cut? She asked, nodding at the barely conscious man at the table. I shook my head. I couldn't think. I just hurt so much. Karen planted a rather maternal kiss on my forehead before taking the knife from me and slicing open the man's throat. The cauldron filled with blood as the women around me began to chant, and I don't know how I managed to join them between my sobs, but I did. The candles all glowed impossibly bright before snuffing out one by one until the chanting was done and there was only one left. For a moment, all was quiet. I was getting close to passing out when I saw something crawl out of the fireplace. At first, I thought I was seeing things, the slinking black shape crawling on the ground. I saw its face, its twisted features grinning before it blew out the final candle. Now I couldn't see, but I could hear. I could hear it slurping and lapping up the blood in the cauldron, draining it dry of its contents. I heard it walk around the room, whispering things I could not make out. It got closer and closer until it finally stopped in front of me. I did my best not to throw up at the smell of its breath, like rotting meat and spoiled milk. "You come for satisfaction?" The quiet voice whispered, its acrid breath tickling my ear. Unable to speak, I just nodded. I felt its lips brush the spot where Karen had kissed me before its twisting tongue licked at my gouged out eye. The pain slowly ebbed away until it was a dull ache. Feel satisfied, new daughter of the coven. I think I fainted after that, only waking up the next morning to birds singing and the smell of coffee. The cauldron was gone, the candles put away, the table was back to being a toy chest. It was like none of it had ever happened. The other women had long gone home, but Karen made sure to text my husband to let him know I just conked out on the couch after I had a little too much to drink, and I looked so peaceful that she just couldn't wake me. She also let him know that I'd accidentally cut my eye, so that's why I'd be wearing that patch for the next few days. It's funny though, the eye might be gone but I can see just as normal. Even with the patch on, my sight is strangely unhindered. And the creature was right, I feel satisfied. Even when I don't live up to my expectations, I'm strangely okay with it. I'm not anxious, I'm not constantly putting myself down when things go wrong. I feel good. And according to Karen, the sacrificing the body part deal was just a one-time thing. I passed my initiation into the coven and it'll all be smooth sailing from here. I hope this Friday goes even better than the last. Please help. Nobody recognizes me. This all started at work. On a regular Thursday, I walked into my building, took the elevator to the 5th floor, and greeted the sassy security lady. That was the same as any other day. I expected to hear her goofy exploits from the night before. She was middle-aged, but last Monday she had gotten drunk and stayed up late doing karaoke with her friends. She loved telling me these things, for some reason, and I loved listening. But the chipper security woman, as she described herself, just stopped and stared at me. It was the type of look she would reserve for a strange person on the premises. I flashed her a nervous smile and swiped my badge. She gestured towards her notebook and looked like she was about ready to ask me to sign in. She seemed shocked when the door opened in response to my scan. Weird. My office was that typical cube monkey design. Most of my day was spent behind a computer, coding, and listening to coworkers argue about deployments over the phone. They were all over the world, Boston, Buenos Aires, Chennai. So though we interacted on a daily basis, we never actually met in person. Except for my boss. On that day, he decided to drop by my cube around 11. My desk faced the wall, so whenever anybody snuck up like that it was always a bit of a shock. I think he liked catching me off guard. To see if I was actually working, or just reading the news and stories online to kill time. So naturally, when his jolly greeting poked its way through my headphones and I saw his overstuffed belly peep into my peripheral, I closed all my tabs and turned around in a nervous rush. He was puzzled. He stared at me for a full minute after saying hello. I said hello right back, and tried to ask him about one of our upcoming projects as an attempt at breaking the silence. "We have assigned seating here," was all he said. "I know, Fran. This is my desk," I replied dumbly. My voice sounded hoarser than I remembered. Face wrinkled up. He wasn't expecting me to know his name. "No, this is Matt's desk. He works for me, but he must be late or something. The beach traffic can be really bad this time of year, you know how it is. Anyway, this is assigned seating so I need you to get up and move back into the bullpen until he gets back." And with that, he walked away, leaving me dumbfounded. He had stared directly at my face, at my eyes, and still had no idea who I was. This wasn't a diet paying off, or all of my hard work at the gym finally coming to pass. There was something wrong, really wrong. My phone rang. It was Fran again. I let it ring, waiting for the inevitable voicemail. When my cell buzzed happily in accordance, I dialed my mailbox and listened. "Matt, when are you getting in today? Just thought you should know there's some guy sitting at your desk." I ran to the bathroom. People I had known as acquaintances for years gave me quizzical glances, looking at one another for reassurance before shrugging their shoulders and moving on with their day. I prayed the bathroom would be empty, and it was. After getting in, I slammed the door shut behind me and got up to the mirror for a long hard look at myself. The face in the mirror was not mine. That was definite. I was still a man dressed in a tie and business slacks, and for that, I was slightly thankful. But I was no more than a svelte 150 pounds, a massive difference from my hefty 200. I was shorter, and my hair was black and curly, and came down almost to my shoulders. My clean-shaven face was abandoned for a full beard that met overgrown sideburns like weeds on the side of my face. My eyes were baby blue, a drastic difference from the brown. Even the familiar freckles that had always lined the shadows of my eyes pocs were missing. My skin was cool, clean, and unblemished. Attractive, even. I pawed at that face like an idiot, staring at myself like there was an alien in the mirror. A guy came into the bathroom, pissed and left within that time. He gave me a nervous stare as he washed his hands next to me, and left. Great. I started to scratch. I settled on the thought that my skin was like a tuxedo. My true skin had to be waiting underneath this weird mask and I just needed to pull it off, right? So I scratched. I scratched so hard that my skin separated and I thought, maybe, for a second maybe that was what happened. I got drunk and stuck on this really realistic mask. Had to be. But then blood spurted out of my neck and it really started to f***ing hurt. I gave up and started to panic. What the f*** do you do in this situation? There was no handbook. The guy in the bathroom was suspicious, and if he told the security lady they would look into my scan records and see that my face did not match my picture and the guy they knew. I had to get out of there. I kept my head down, left the bathroom, and out the door to the lobby. The guy who was in there with me had not been to visit the security lady yet, but it had to be a matter of time. I kept my back to her while waiting for the elevator, and thank God when one arrived just after I hit the button. I hopped in, went down to the garage and hopped in my car. My keys still worked. My phone was still mine. But the bright blue eyes in the rear view were definitely not my eyes. I hightailed it out of the parking garage, the same as I had done 1,000 times before. When I got to the gate there was another bad scan, but this time it beeped an unhappy sound and the gate remained closed. The gate guard stood up, for the first time in years it seemed, and started to approach me with his hand on his belt. I hit the gas. The gate in question was nothing more than a wooden plank. It buckled easily from the weight of my truck and fell uselessly to the side. I cut around the corner and headed for the parkway exit, minding the security guard chasing me from the sidewalk while yelling into his walkie. The good thing about my office was that it was next to a major road. Once I was on that parkway, my truck blended into 1,000 other beach commuters hoping to hit the shore before Memorial Day weekend. I jammed my cell phone into its charger and called the only person I thought could help. My wife, Emily. Em hated talking on my phone, so it was natural that there were a few long-winded rings before she finally picked up. She was in IT as well and worked from home that day. So naturally, the first few words out of my wife's mouth were, medium hazelnut, light and sweet, hot, she chirped. I struggled for the right words while weaving through traffic. How do you make someone else's voice sound like your own? I wanted to tell her the truth, but how could she even know it was me? Em, I'm coming home. There's something wrong. I don't recognize myself. Nobody recognizes me. I don't know what to do. I need your help. She paused. I can't hear you that well. Nobody recognizes you because you got old, Matt. It happens. Did you get the coffee order? Only get it if you're going anyway. I gotta go, though, getting another call. Bye-bye, love you. She hung up. It didn't matter, I thought. It was only 20 minutes from the office to my house. I would see her, explain everything, tell her something only I would know and everything would be alright. But it wasn't. I was too panicked. When my car pulled into the driveway, Em ran outside to see me. I thought she was excited. Sometimes we did not catch each other in the morning and it had been one of those days. As I popped out of the car, she started to say, your office called, before her voice trailed off. I hopped out and immediately started explaining, stumbling over my voice and my words and the feet didn't feel like mine. Em, I woke up like this. I don't know what happened. I don't look like myself, but it's me, Em, it's me. Please help me, please. She screamed. I probably should have seen that coming. Em screamed so loud she brought the neighbors out of their houses. There was a former military in one house, an old cop in another. With my luck, they both happened to be home. I ran up to Emily and tried to talk to her, to tell her things only she and I would know. The time at her aunt's house. What the cats did in the basement. Something, anything, that would stop her from screaming in my face. The last memory I have of the day is the blare of gunfire and falling to the floor. I woke up in my bed this morning. My feet feel like my own. My hands look like my own. Emily is not home, but we miss each other sometimes in the morning. But my dog is growling, and my face is scratchy. My shirt is oversized and it's covered in sweat. The mirror seems a mile away but is really just above the haphazard bathroom display. I don't want to find out whether I am really me today. My childhood best friend is dead, and I'm determined to figure out why. I haven't stepped foot in the small town of Haypain Bay for 10 years. After I left, I vowed that I would never return, not for anything. I truly thought that I would never see the familiar gray brick buildings of Haypain Bay ever again, but I was very wrong. It was my mother who told me the news, early on Tuesday morning. I listened to her shaking voice as she told me the tragic news of how my childhood best friend, Devin Michaels, had been found dead and the police were suspecting murder. When I heard that last part, I felt my entire body freeze up. I had seen a lot of murder cases before. That comes with the career description of a big city detective, after all. But somehow, even after all of those years of working on gruesome murder cases, I never really imagined that it could happen to someone that I knew. What really sealed it for me was my sister's call a few days later. She begged me, pleading hysterically down the line, to come back to Haypain Bay. She and I both knew just how incompetent the local police force was down there. We both wanted true justice for Devin. That's when I knew that despite my personal history with Haypain Bay, I had to go back. Haypain Bay was even more desolate and run down than I had remembered. While it had only been 10 years, the town seemed like it had aged hundreds of years. I just wanted to figure out what happened to Devin, and then get out of there. The Haypain Bay police force was in complete disarray and seemed relieved to find out that a detective from the city would be aiding them with the investigation. They hadn't even begun to check for witness statements yet, or even CCTV footage, and it had been days. I paired myself up with the Haypain Bay police chief, a man called Thomas. He was an older man and seemed grateful for any help that I was willing to give. The same day that I arrived, the two of us were out in the deserted streets of Haypain Bay, looking for witnesses. After days of work, we were unable to find anything. I had endured several sleepless nights in my sister's guest bedroom, just trying to figure it out. I was a top detective, from the city, but yet I hadn't found a thing that could lead me to Devin's killer. Weeks went by, and I was spending a lot longer in Haypain Bay than I had originally expected. The only notable lead that the police force had were some unidentified tire tracks and a smudge of blood that was still being tested for DNA. The search was not looking promising. Any time that wasn't spent working on the case, I spent with my mother and sister. After not seeing either of them for 10 years, it felt good to talk to them and spend time with them again. We hadn't spent time as a family for a long time. In fact, the reason that I became a detective in the first place was because of my mother and sister. When I was 9 years old, my father had been tragically killed, and the mediocre Haypain Bay police force had not been able to find a shred of evidence. I could tell how it wrecked my family, not getting justice for my father. That's when I decided to become a detective. Because I couldn't let another family be torn apart like mine had been. That's why solving Devin's murder was so important to me. It gave me another chance to get justice, to figure it out. He was my childhood friend. I couldn't give up on him. Thomas and I worked from every angle, sending a forensic team from out of town back to the crime scene, to scan for any evidence that had not been picked up. We both worked hours overtime, often staying at the police station all night, trying to figure out the case somehow. In all of that time spent with Thomas, I began to find a sort of companionship in him. I began to learn his muddled way of going through the evidence, so used to working solo that he often forgot to tell me when there was a new lead in the case. I had been at Haypain Bay for several months, my residence in my sister's guest bedroom becoming a sort of normality. My mother and I got used to our weekly visits to Haypain Bay's only cafe, and we enjoyed the time spent together. There was a moment of despair when I thought that I'd never solve the case, never get justice for Devon, until one night, when Thomas and I were working late as usual, and I noticed something. Something that could quite possibly change everything. We have to figure this out, I muttered to Thomas, reading through the notes of the case for what seemed like the 1000th time. Where's the forensic report? I need to look at it again. Thomas passed me the forensic report, silently. He was the sort of person who preferred to work in complete silence. I rifled through the pages, looking for the evidence on the crime scene. There was nothing found, even still. I flicked to the last page, a report on the body. Just your standard forensic murder report. Nothing out of the ordinary could lead us to figure out who Devon's killer was. I still reread the notes, skimming lightly over the large paragraphs. Just the usual content. Signs of a struggle, stab wound, bruising to the legs. There was one small detail that caught my eye, just for a second. The date that the body had been found. Wednesday 16th of November, 10:08 a.m. Thomas? I asked, breaking the silence. I think there's a mistake on the forensic report. It says that you found the body on Wednesday. Thomas looked up. We did, he nodded. Wednesday 16th November, early in the morning if I remember. It's not a mistake. It has to be, I say, shaking my head. My mother called me on Tuesday to give me the news. I remember it so clearly. It was Tuesday. It can't have been, Thomas told me, shaking his head. My officers found the body on Wednesday. It says so right there in the report. Maybe you're not remembering it right. No, that's not possible, I replied. My mother definitely called me on Tuesday. I remember. Just as Thomas was about to respond, a junior officer opened the door slowly, peering around it. I'm really sorry to disturb you, he said. But we have a situation in the waiting room. What is it? I asked him. We're really busy right now. It's to do with the Devon Michaels murder case, the officer replied, seriously. We just had a walk-in confession. It's an older woman. The officer looked directly at me. She requested to speak to you. I stared death in the face. He is actually a nice guy. All right, pack your bags, it's time to go. The voice behind me was deep and gruff but still had a smoothness about it. It startled me, as I believed I was currently home alone, apart from the elderly Old English sheepdog curled up across the room. I knew the voice was coming from directly behind me, maybe only a foot or two away from my ear. I spun around sharply, not entirely sure what to expect once I did. What I found when I turned around, though, was definitely not what I anticipated. Standing behind me, looking directly at me, was what could only be described as the Grim Reaper. His long, black flowing robe hung off his body and drifted around in the air. Two skeletal feet poked out from underneath the robe, which was swaying in a manner that looked more like it was floating in the water. The bright whiteness of his bones directly contrasted the deep black of his cloth wrapping. I saw that he was also holding, in one hand, his trademark scythe that he was holding with long, bony fingers that wrapped around the scythe handle, like vines desperately clinging to a pole. What struck me, and definitely frightened me, however, was his face. Well, I say face, but what I really mean is that it was his lack of a face that truly disturbed me. Looking directly at me was a hooded skull. No skin or muscle was attached to the skull. Instead, all there was bone. I knew straight away that he was staring at me. He didn't have any eyes, just empty eye sockets, but I knew that he was somehow looking at me. It took me a second to process what I was staring at, and Death himself must have realized that I looked scared because he acknowledged it in his next sentence. Whoa, you look like a deer in the headlights of a truck that is delivering venison, he said, a hint of jovial comforting in his voice. Yeah, you're just not who I expected to see, that's all, I replied. You know who I am then? Death asked me in a manner that seemed to imply that I shouldn't know who he was, even though all evidence pointed to the fact that he was the Reaper. Of course, I responded, you're Death. I can't believe that we actually depicted you correctly. You look exactly like I thought you would. Well, I wouldn't say that you depicted me correctly at all. I just manifest myself in this weird getup so that you might recognize me, not because this is how I really look. I pondered this thought for a moment and decided that it made sense. It would have been a truly remarkable guess to accurately depict Death, as it's usually the case that anyone that sees him doesn't survive long enough to draw him. I think you can guess why I'm here? Death asked me. He almost seemed sad to be here, talking to me, but he also spoke with a calm professionalism that hinted at the fact he had been in this situation before. I mean, I can guess why you are, I answered, but why me? And why now? I'm not ready to go. Not many people are, but it would really make my job easier if you just follow me without a fuss. People that make a fuss often find that their ending is a lot messier. Death finished his sentence and then gave me a look that seemed to beg me to just come quietly, as he couldn't be bothered with a messy death today. I don't exactly know how he gave me this look, him being a skeleton and all, but somehow he conveyed this look with just his bone structure. I'll come quietly, I promise, Death, but first, I have a question or two. Death sighed. Of course you do. What happens if I did refuse to come with you? I asked, secretly hoping that there would be a way to get out of my sticky situation. I told you, Death replied, sounding slightly annoyed. It will get messy. You might even end up featuring on one of those unsolved mystery crime shows, and I'm sure you don't want that. He was right, I didn't want that. I wanted a peaceful death that didn't leave my beautiful wife and 2 kids wondering what happened to me. How will I die if I do come with you then? I asked, scared of what his response would be. Gas leak, Death replied, rather nonchalantly. Oh, so peaceful then? Of course, I know you're a decent man. Don't want you to have a terrible end. So, what happens when I come with you? I mean, what's after this? I asked Death, hoping he would be able to answer and hope that the answer would provide me with some comfort. You will just have to find out for yourself, won't you? I don't want to spoil anything for you. I know how much people hate spoilers. Why do I have to go? Can't I just stay in this world, even as a ghost, or something? Well, you see, there is a slight problem in that department. Like your world, the spirit world is facing a similar problem. Overpopulation. The spirit world is full. We went a bit overboard with the whole ghost thing in Victorian times and now there are no spots left. The old bastards refuse to move on as well, so unfortunately you have no choice but to move into the next plane of existence. Death said in a manner that seemed like he was fed up with being asked this question. I see. So this is it then? The end of the line for me? I'm just going to cease to exist? I asked Death, knowing full well that this was exactly the case. Yep, now we really must get going. I'll be late for my next appointment. Appointment? So, is death not random? Is it already booked in? I asked. I always thought that death was a random occurrence, and not something that was planned out in advance, but it seemed that death ran on a schedule. It's determined the day you were born. On that day, your name appears in my diary and that day is set in stone. There is no changing it. That day is the day you die, no ifs or buts about it. So, I was always meant to die today? It appears that way, yes. I know it's a bummer, but you will get used to it. I couldn't believe that I had been destined to depart the world on this day. I had always been meant to die at this very moment. I wish someone had let me know this fairly important piece of information. Maybe some sort of reminder on my phone or something. Just something that said, oh hey, you're going to die in a week. But no, it creeps up on you and before you know it, your day has come and you're not ready to go. I wasn't packed or anything. Can I ask one more question? I asked Death, desperately hoping that he would allow me to ask this one final inquiry. I saw him lift up one arm, slightly pull back his sleeve to reveal a small wrist watch that sat around his right wrist. He quickly checked the time on his watch, made a quick mental calculation, then answered. Go on, but you better make it quick, Death said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. My wife and kids. When do they die? Do they still live on for a while? You are testing my patience, but okay, I will check for you. Death reached one skeletal hand into the inside of his black, tattered robe and pulled out one of the thickest books I had ever seen. The pages appeared to be endless, and on the front cover, I saw the word diary. Death flicked through the pages, quickly scanning each one, before turning to the next one. It took maybe a minute before he settled on a page. He used one bony finger to quickly find what he was looking for. He soon found it and his finger stood still, pointing at one name. Let's see. Your wife. She lives until 93. It says here passes away surrounded by both kids and her grandchildren. When the word grandchildren exited Death's mouth, I felt an internal struggle between sadness and joy. Sadness presented the case that I wouldn't be alive to ever meet my own grandchildren. Joy rebutted this argument by claiming that I should be pleased I had grandchildren and that my wife would get to enjoy them. In the end, Joy won the debate, and I felt a smile come over my face. I'm sorry to be the one that has to do this, but it's time to go now. Death broke the silence that followed after he mentioned my grandchildren. I wasn't ready to go, far from it, but I knew that it was time. I just had one thing I wanted to do first. I motioned toward my dog, who had somehow slept through this entire ordeal. Death gave me a slight nod, which I took to mean that I had permission to say goodbye. I walked over to the large ball of fluff that I call my dog. I bent down and gave her a slight pat on her head. She stirred awake when I placed my hand on her. She looked up into my eyes and, at that moment, I knew they would be the last pair of eyes that I would ever see. I looked down into her eyes and began to speak to her. You've been a good girl. Now it's time for me to move on. You look after the family now. They are going to need you. You make sure you are there for them. Just continue to be a good girl and everything will be alright. Goodbye. I know she couldn't understand me, her being a dog and all, but it felt good to say goodbye to someone. I gave her one final pat on the head, then a slight scratch under her chin. She is always like that. I stood up and walked back over to Death, who was slightly leaning on his scythe. I told him that I was ready to go, but asked him for one final favor. Can I leave a note for my wife? Can I leave it with you and you deliver it to her when you visit her? Oh, go on then. I'm already running late, so another minute or two won't hurt. I guess, Mr. Sturt will get to enjoy an extra few minutes of life. Death reached into his robe once more, this time producing a small piece of paper and a pen. I took it off of him and began to write. Once I had finished writing, I handed the pen and the note back to Death, who quickly stuffed it back into his robe. He extended one hand towards me and motioned with his head for me to grab a hold of it. I reached out and grabbed onto his hand. It was hard but also, because of the bone, kind of jagged. I squeezed tight onto his hand. He slightly squeezed mine. I felt the strength of his grip and the firmness of his bones. I could tell that he was definitely someone that enjoyed his milk. I looked up at Death, who was staring forwards. It was time to go. I wasn't entirely ready to go, but nevertheless, it was still time. In front of me, I saw a small light. In unison, me and Death took a step towards it. Then another. With each step, the light grew bigger and encompassed more of my vision. Soon, all I could see was this bright light, and all I could do now was continue to walk into it. I didn't want to walk into it, but I felt drawn to it, compelled by it, like a moth who is afraid of light. It scared me, but I had no choice but to go towards it. The last thought that entered my head before stepping through, into the light, was the letter that I was leaving for my wife. I read the entire letter in my mind, before taking the final step. It's been a while. I hope you have had a long and fulfilling life, filled with laughter and joy and beautiful memories. Grandchildren, hey? How amazing is that? I bet they're cute and I bet they love their grandma. I wish to see you again, and once you read this note, I guess I will see you soon after. Don't be afraid. Death is a nice guy, he will help guide you to me. I love you and trust me, I didn't want to leave you. Peace. Tell Death I say hello. When little Sally falls asleep, we pray that no one dies. There's an orphanage situated in northern Pennsylvania, in a small town so isolated from the rest of the world that it might as well not exist. Why in God's name anyone decided to put Dawson's Home for special children here, I'll never know. But, without any other opportunities in life, I'm stuck here until the day I draw my last breath. Don't get me wrong, now that I've been here for well over a decade, I'd never leave. If I can give even a single one of the children a better future in life, this pain will have been well worth it. But, the kids they send up here, aren't exactly ordinary. They're the ones abandoned on our doorstep, left behind by their families without anyone to care for them. They usually move from orphanage to orphanage, acting in ways their caretakers just can't understand. It's not like they're bad kids, but rather odd. It's a fickle thing to describe beings that don't abide by the laws of science and physics. To most, these kids might sound like mythical beings, or just deluded stories told by someone suffering from mental illness. Honestly, that was my first impression as well. But then they showed me Laura, the girl that never aged. She'd been 10 for generations, but even her mind never matured, because her memory kept getting wiped on her birthday, leaving her in a perpetual cycle that never ended. Even she wasn't enough to convince me. Next, they showed me Alexander. He was a boy without a face, born with flawless skin replacing each feature of his head. How he could breathe, of how he navigated the house without bumping into every wall was an amazing feat. It was as if he had eyes, a nose and a mouth, but he couldn't talk. By the time I arrived, he'd already been there for 3 years, unable to effectively communicate with anyone. Then there were less severe cases, like Daniel. He looked and acted like a normal child, but whenever he fell ill, every single person in the orphanage got infected with the same ailment, even if it wasn't infectious. Or James, who just spoke a language no one had ever heard before, incapable of learning anything in English. Not a single one of them were evil, and they sure as hell weren't the monsters I'd been led to believe. They were just victims of various curses thrust upon them by an uncaring universe. I wanted so desperately to help them, to give them a chance at life, but for each year that passed, they kept dying, either from their curse or that of others. Those that fell to an early death were quickly replaced by new, abandoned children. After my first year at Dawson's home, I wanted to leave with every fiber of my being. I tried too hard to help the children, but I just couldn't. Even though I didn't have enough money for a bus ticket, it had all gone to helping the kids. Still, I needed to get out, to find a new life before I turned suicidal. But then I met little Sally. She was the most wonderful girl, a perfectly little child that just happened to wander onto our doorstep. I was the one to find her, standing outside the orphanage in dirty clothes after having wandered the streets for days. Without hesitation, I brought her inside, feeding her and giving her a fresh set of clothes. She was only 6, but she was so extraordinarily thankful, polite, and intelligent well beyond her years. As I put a bowl of hot stew in front of her, she just stared down at it, waiting for permission to start eating. My heart immediately broke once I noticed the hunger in her eyes, but she just sat idly by, waiting for me to tell her it was all right. Once I gave her the go-ahead, she basically inhaled the bowl, at which point I gave her a second serving. I tried to figure out her name, but she couldn't remember. All she knew was that her parents had called her Little Sally, but where they'd gone, she didn't understand. After she'd finished eating, she just started talking. She never mentioned what happened to her before we found her, but rather about her favorite animals, the climbing tree in her backyard, and the playground near her school. I did my best to decipher the clues, but at her young age, she didn't give me much to go on. It was starting to dawn on me that whoever she belonged to, they might not want her. When I tried to ask about the parents again, she fell silent. She just refused to talk about them, but based on the bruises and malnourished form, we suspected abuse. Despite all that, she was the perfect child, and though we couldn't quite figure out what had happened to her, we were happy to have her by our side. On top of it all, I almost let myself believe she wasn't cursed with strange abilities. At least until the first night she spent at Dawson's. We always give the newcomers a separate room for the first night, to adjust them to the new settings. Sally was no expectation, and we fully intended on integrating her into our large family once morning rolled around. She just needed time. As day gave way to night, I led her into her temporary room. The walls inside were filled with drawings from the previous children, each creating their own piece of art on their first day at our place. I explained to Sally that she'd be allowed to draw anything that came to her mind, a useful exercise both for us, to figure out how her mind worked, and also one to help her relax. She seemed to like that idea, and with that, I left her alone for the night. That night, I felt a modicum of happiness for the first time in months. I felt like I'd finally have the chance to help someone, to bring them into the real world, a task beyond just keeping them alive. But despite my enthusiasm for our new family member, sleep would not grant me the rest I needed. My dreams quickly turned to nightmares, filled with worry and uncertain pictures of death. I knew the images I saw weren't real, leaving me with a hint of lucidity, yet I could not wake until the alarm finally jolted me back to reality. Exhausted, I went to check on Sally, to see how she'd fared during her first night. When I opened the door, I was greeted by a fully new wall covered in paper. In the span of the single night, she'd produced just under 100 new drawings, and they weren't bad either. Most of them were scenic drawings of the woods, always taking place during the sunset. "Sally, did you do all of this?" I asked in shock. She nodded and gave me a gentle smile. "Yeah, I can't sleep." It was an odd answer, because she didn't look tired. She was as fresh as she'd been the night before. I sat down next to her, as she went on to her next drawing of a princess riding a dragon over the treetops. "You like trees, huh?" I asked, not sure what to say. "MHM, she agreed enthusiastically. Then I turned my questions back at her odd lack of rest. "Was something wrong with the room? Was that why you couldn't sleep?" "No, I just can't sleep very much." "What do you mean?" "I don't know. When I sleep, I have really bad dreams. They are even badder than the dreams you had." I was taken aback by her last statement. "My dreams?" She put her coloring pencils down on the ground and looked up at me. Her eyes pierced me, and I could sense a hint of pity in them. "You were scared, I saw it. How did you know I had bad dreams?" "I always see other people's dreams, but only the bad ones. Then when I sleep, I have them too." "Nightmares?" She nodded. That's the day we realized just how special Sally truly was. She was the girl that rarely slept, which meant it wasn't a coincidence that she ended up on our doorstep. She was an outcast, abandoned like all the other children. Though her curse was minute in comparison to many others. Rather than help her deal with the curse, I wanted to teach her to embrace it, to be proud of who she was. That was a lesson I always tried to teach others, to accept themselves, or at least the things they didn't choose to be born with. I gave the talk about her being special like the other children, which seemed to improve her mood. She was happy, as if she wasn't alone for the first time in her whole life. She hugged me, and together we went to introduce her to the other kids. In the end, Sally didn't need a bed to sleep on, as she could just stay awake. Still, we wanted to give her a place that belonged to her, among the other kids. They all embraced her with open arms and went on to show her the different places in the building. She quickly became one of us. Every now and then she'd come running to me when the other kids were having nightmares. They scared her, but she was always more concerned about them. She wanted me to help comfort them, to let them know they weren't alone in their bad dreams. It became a part of my daily routine, one I came to appreciate. Sally would let me know about others' nightmares, and I'd come to the rescue. Things were going well, but as all things eventually must, the good times came to an end. About 1 year after Sally came to us, I found her unconscious on the ground. It was the first time I'd seen her so still, as if all her energy had left her tiny body, and it terrified me beyond words. She didn't seem wounded or anything, and she was breathing, albeit a tad erratically. In a way, it looked as if she was dreaming, running away from something terrible. I picked her up in my arms, and carried her to the nursing station as we awaited a doctor. The orphanage was too far out in the countryside for an ambulance to reach us, which meant we didn't have much in terms of help, apart from the single, local doctor. Once I put her safely down in bed, she started wriggling around and mumbled something about Daniel needing help. As she spoke those words, I heard multiple, horrified screams emerging from the playroom. The staff rushed towards the scream, to find Daniel getting fused with the wall. His entire body had gotten entangled in the concrete surrounding him, and we could hear his bones crack under the immense weight. He screamed in agony, but trying to pull him out proved a futile task. All we could do was stare as he sunk deeper into the wall. The sledgehammer, I yelled as I held onto his arm. One of the staff ran out of the room, heading towards the basement where the tools were kept. All the while, Daniel's bones kept cracking, and his organs were turning to mush within the concrete. By the time they brought the sledgehammer back, his chest had been destroyed, making it impossible for him to breathe. He died inside that wall, in agony, and never understanding why his life had to end. It wasn't until we dug his body out that we saw the true extent of the damage. When little Sally falls asleep, we pray that no one dies. It wasn't until we dug his body out that we saw the true extent of the damage. He had become a mangled bag of meat without the faintest hope of survival, and none of us understood what had just happened. We were just lucky the damage hadn't affected us in the same way his diseases had. As they cleaned up the blood and crushed chunks of flesh, I went to check on Sally, who had woken up again and was crying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. I unalived Daniel, she cried. I tried to comfort her, but she wouldn't have it. It wasn't your fault, Sally, I said, though I didn't fully believe it. I saw the wall smash in. I dreamed it. You dreamed about Daniel? I asked. She nodded. What did you see? Then she went on to explain the dream in excruciating detail, each matching the manner of Daniel's death. And that was it. The innocent girl I'd known for the past year was gone, and the true nature of her curse had been revealed. I hugged her and told her that it wasn't her fault. Of course I meant it because she couldn't control her dreams. Still, it had been her. We decided not to tell the other kids about what had happened, but even then they realized something about Sally had changed. Her previous happy persona had vanished, only to be replaced by something colder, more distant and broken. The next year was spent mostly trying to figure out how Sally's ability worked, a hard task for someone whom we'd only seen sleep a single time. During that time, I also tried to pry deeper into her past. It took a while, but with the little details she shared, I could sort of create a picture of what had happened prior to her arrival at our home. She'd been sitting in the back seat of her parents' car when she suddenly drifted off. Then she simply dreamed that her parents never existed, and with that, she woke up alone on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. I don't want to fall asleep, but it happens anyway, Sally would say. It would take another year before she started hanging out with the other children. It was around the time of her 8th birthday, and she was playing hide and seek with Alexander. He was oddly good at the game, at least for a kid with no face, but on the 6th or so round, Sally never came to look for him. Once it became apparent that Alex would never be found, he decided to go look for Sally himself, only to find her fast asleep in the corner he'd left her. As we figured out what had happened, we started escorting the children into the bomb shelter in the basement, figuring we should get everyone as far away from Sally as possible. Then, as we shut the door, it simply vanished from existence, replaced by a concrete wall that wouldn't yield. We were trapped with no way out in the dim basement. Then the lights went out as well, and we were plunged into darkness. There was a flashlight in one of the closets, but it hardly helped illuminate the room. It was simply too old and the batteries were close to death. We were all standing around in horrified silence, and I was just praying that Sally would wake up before someone died. After a few minutes, the ground started feeling wet. I shined the light down at the ground, only to realize it had turned crimson red. The air reeked of metal, and I quickly figured out that we were all standing in a pool of blood that was rising rapidly. The screams the kids let out were heartbreaking, but they were muffled by the thick concrete walls around us, meaning no one on the outside could hear us. Within minutes, it swallowed us. We tried to swim, but moving around in such a thick liquid proved a complicated challenge. Once the blood hit the ceiling, we were all pulled under, unable to breathe. I held my breath for as long as I could, trying to find the children while under, but my eyes were blinded by the blood. I must have lasted 2 minutes before my body gave in, and just as I inhaled a lungful of blood, the entire basement reverted to its native state, meaning that Sally had finally awoken from her slumber. The blood vanished in the blink of an eye, and the door reappeared. Once I'd regained my senses, I looked around at the kids and staff. Most were fine, coughing up chunks of partially coagulated blood, but James wasn't breathing. I rushed to his side, still struggling to catch my breath. Then I started CPR. The others cried as I pushed his chest in, desperately trying to fill my lungs with enough air for the young boy. I felt his ribs crack beneath my hands, but I had to keep going. Then, on the 3rd set, he finally coughed up the blood, and started breathing on his own. Sally was devastated, but despite the nightmare-inducing event, not a single person had died. That time though, we couldn't keep Sally's curse a secret. The children put 2 and 2 together, and Sally once again became an outcast, even among her friends. I decided then, that the best way to help Sally, would be to help her control her dreams. Working on inducing lucid dreaming, reality checks that could help her snap back to reality, and for a few years, it actually worked. Each time Sally would fall asleep, she'd realize what was going on and wake herself up. But on the rare occasion that it wouldn't work, people tended to get seriously wounded. On her 10th birthday, Sally dreamed that the building was on fire. Luckily, everyone got out in time, mostly suffering light burns and some smoke inhalation. Once she woke up, the building was fine, as if the fire never happened. Then a few months later, Sally fell asleep twice in the same day. The first incident took place in the morning during breakfast. She created a new entity that she referred to as Mr. Sin. To us, he appeared as a normal, middle-aged man in a suit. He sat down with us in the dining hall and made a casual conversation. It wasn't until someone asked about the briefcase before the horrors began. It was filled to the brim with human skin. He said he needed it for his home, and tried convincing the children to come observe his room of flesh. Once he realized we weren't letting that happen, he just got up and left. Sally woke up from that dream relatively quickly, but she'd fall asleep again that very afternoon. That time, we just caught a glimpse of Mr. Sin walking down the hallway, blood dripping from his briefcase filled with skin. But he'd come from the kitchen, where we found Mrs. Ingridson lying on the floor. The entirety of her skin was missing, stripped from the underlying flesh. She still writhed around in pain when we found her, but her body wouldn't last long. Before we could even try to get help, she died from shock. That was just the beginning of our living nightmare because as Sally hit puberty, her slumber increased drastically in frequency. It went from being a once-a-year occurrence to 2, then 3. Before she even hit 14, her dreams had become a bi-monthly occurrence, ones that were wounding, or even unaliving both the staff and children. She knew it herself, that her dreams would inevitably end up unaliving everyone she loved, and we couldn't deny that fact. But, running away wouldn't stop the dreams, and neither would locking her up. She tried using different substances to keep herself awake, but her efforts were all fruitless. Nothing could keep her awake. Eventually, I was hit with the only possible solution available. The only thing that could end Sally's hail of nightmares was death itself. It wasn't like the thought hadn't struck me before, but I'd forced it so deep into the darkest corner of my mind that I'd never truly considered it. To save everyone else, we had to unalive Sally. Since I was the closest to her, I was chosen to do the deed. Our doctor aided me in choosing the most humane way of ending her life. He gave me an injection I could only assume held morphine, but he promised it would be a painless death. With that, I would lull her into an eternal slumber. I chose a Saturday to end her life. She'd asked me to take her out of town for the day, just the two of us, to her favorite hiking spot out in the countryside. It was a beautiful place, filled with endless fields only bordered by vast forests. I brought a picnic basket full of her favorite treats, a final meal to end her existence among us. After we'd eaten, I told her what needed to be done. I didn't want it to be a surprise, and I needed her to know that it wasn't her fault. She didn't even seem surprised. In fact, she almost seemed relieved that no one else would suffer as a result of her curse. That's why she'd asked me to take her out to the fields, because she wanted one final moment of happiness, to just pretend that everything would be fine. She'd considered ending her own life on numerous occasions, but couldn't find the strength to do it. We sat there for hours and just talked, made plans for a future she'd never have, and joked about the good memories that still lingered from her past. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "It wasn't your fault, Sally. Your dreams might leak into reality, but that wasn't your choice. Life is not a balanced scale between good and evil, it's a chaotic mess filled with random events. You just got the short end of the stick, but that doesn't make you any less of a person. I just wish I knew why. What was the meaning of all this pain? I don't know." With these words, Sally fell asleep on my shoulder. I pulled out the syringe, ready to strike before her nightmares could end me. Tears were welling up in my eyes, and my hands trembled as I pointed it at her neck. But, despite her slumber, the world around me didn't change. No horrors were pouring out from her unconscious mind, nor any evil presence in the vicinity. That's when I realized that Sally hadn't just fallen asleep. She'd stopped breathing. I let her down on the ground easily and checked her pulse. She was dead. She'd taken her last breath before passing over to the other side, just like that. Whether she dreamed about her demise, or if it was a random stroke that finally ended her, I'll never know. I gave her a funeral in the forest as she requested, and dug her body deep underground so she could rest peacefully among the trees. I failed Sally, like I failed so many of the children at the orphanage before. But I keep trying because if I just save a single person, it will have been worth it. Stickler. Miss Stickler was a jerk. I don't mean to be crude, but it's true. The students knew it. The parents knew it. Even the janitor knew it. Stickler was the type of teacher to dish out double detention for talking out of turn. She got one girl suspended for the length of her skirt. She got another expelled for smoking a cigarette outside campus. She was a moronic, miserable mistake of a human being, and everybody in my high school despised her. Most of all, I despised her. But that doesn't mean she deserved what she got, does it? I can still remember the bright, sunshiny day when my best friend suggested she was effing one of the students. The tension level was at an all-time high that morning. Stickler wore her regular hooker professional, high heels, black choker necklace and a slutty dress with a plunging neckline, revealing all the sadder sides of 40. A bad sign right from the start. Her moods could be call-time categorized by her outfits. 5 minutes into class, one of the students, a guy named Johnny, was forced to admit that he didn't have his red pen. Stickler asked him where it was and he said he didn't know. That was enough to launch a tirade. Stickler hated it when you didn't have the red pen. Everybody wrote in red pen. How else would we sign the sign-in sheet? How would we grade our classmates' quizzes? A red pen was required. Red pen was in the syllabus. Right at the top. Bold red letters. We were reminded about the red pen every goddamn day, and she just couldn't understand why a student as respectful as Johnny would forget the most important object necessary for her classroom, the all-encompassing red pen. How could he handle college, if he disobeys such a simple task? How could he handle junior year? How could he forget something that should be on his person at all times? Did he forget his school book, too? Did he forget to brush his teeth at morning? Did he forget to wake up altogether? To all of this, Johnny shrugged and slyly replied, "Nah. Still asleep. Wake me when you're done here." There would have been oohs and ahs if not for the look of pure unalive in Stickler's crazy little eyes. But there was something in the way she grabbed Johnny's arm. Something in the way she whispered hurriedly into his ears. Something in the way she looked nervously at the rest of us and barked to focus on the reading. None of the other students seemed to notice anything amiss. I guessed, at the time, that nobody even entertained the idea of something so revolting. Stickler and another student? Who would do that to themselves? Luckily, or unluckily, my buddy tapped me on the arm and raised his eyebrows, just as the teacher's hand slid sluggishly down Johnny's back. We had to find out more. We knew that Johnny's attitude would land at least a week's worth of detention. We knew Stickler held detention in her classroom, after school, from 2:30 to 4. We figured there would be a bunch of other kids in there with him. We also figured she wouldn't try anything on school grounds. And so we waited out of view. And then we waited some more. Around 3:30, a group of kids flooded out from her classroom into the parking lot. Around 4:10, Johnny and Stickler exited the class together. Nobody else was around. It was a real gotcha moment. She looked downright giddy. She barely even tried to hide it. She grabbed at Johnny's butt from behind. She poked him in the back. She looked like she might tackle him altogether before they faded out of view for a moment. All on school property. A car door opened. A car door closed. And then they were off. We saw them on the way out of the school. Johnny drove. I'll assume she was in the passenger seat, but let's just say that her body wasn't exactly visible. You can allow your imagination to fill in the blanks. We followed. The couple never seemed to notice our tail. They drove around the highways for a bit. Stickler's bright red hair poked up in the passenger seat after about 20 minutes, and soon after that, it was too dark to see anything. About an hour later, Johnny's Honda Civic pulled into the parking lot of a local park. We followed. At this point, my buddy had to park carefully. We very easily could have been spotted. There was a separate entrance obscured by trees and our luck played out so we could see them but they couldn't see us. We hoped. We cut the lights and waited some more. Johnny got out of the car first. Stickler got out and followed him around to the back. They popped the trunk and sat on the hood for a while. If they talked about something, we couldn't hear it. In the moonlight, Johnny looked somehow younger. Stickler looked somehow older. It didn't take long for the conversation to get heated. She grabbed at his belt. He backed away. "Come on," she shouted, loud enough for us to hear. "I know you're ready." Johnny muttered something, still backing away. "Are you serious?" She barked. "Are you a punani?" Johnny shouted that he had to take a piss. He disappeared into the woods of the park. "Hurry back, punani," she taunted. "Next time I'll bring the diapers." And then Stickler was alone. Alone in the moonlight. Relaxing by the popped hood of her barely teenage student boyfriend's Honda Civic. I wish I could say that she looked remorseful. I wish I could say that she might have harbored doubts or second guesses about her out in the open obscenities. Instead, I am saddened to report that she pulled a compact mirror out of her purse. She looked at the reflection for a second, apparently satisfied, and shut it before returning it. She opted for a pack of cigarettes next. Virginia Slims. I'll never forget the brand. I guess the smokes weren't enough to entertain her because she returned to Johnny's car for a pair of headphones. She popped them in and closed her eyes for only the briefest of moments. She neither heard or saw the animal approaching her from behind. I'll never be able to tell anyone exactly what attacked her. Perhaps that is part of the problem in reporting it. It all happened so fast. In one moment, Stickler is standing beside the car door, thumbing the lapel of her matching fire-crushed jacket, Virginia Slim at the ready. In the next, there is a roar, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. And then she's gone. Like magic. Johnny appeared at the edge of the woods. I wanted to scream at him to get the duck out of there. We couldn't see the attack anymore, but we could hear it. Our teacher's dehydrated shouts echoed through the park like a scene out of a horror movie. I rolled down the window to do it, but my buddy stopped me. He pointed. Johnny was watching it happen. Stickler reappeared. She fell underneath the car and tried to drag herself over to him. She looked like a pile of moving bones. Her clothes wore her. Blood covered her lapels. Her skin was cut up like confetti. She screamed, and begged, in the worst way imaginable, for Johnny to please just effing help her. Instead, he just laughed. That's the part that made me sit back down. He laughed so loud that he didn't effing care if anybody heard him. Like he planned this. Like he wanted this. The animal returned after a minute. It ripped something from her body with a separation sound that filled the quiet park evening and forced me to vomit into my buddy's front seat. Stickler started to beg for her mother after a while. Then her father. It all ended with one last crushing noise that must have been her head against the asphalt. The licking and lapping sounds afterwards were enough to make me vomit a second time. After what felt like an eternity, but couldn't have been more than an hour, Johnny got back into his car. He pulled out of the parking lot calmly. He even used an effing turning signal. We ducked into our car, but it didn't matter because the headlights hit us head on. Johnny waved at me. He effing waved at me. We returned to the exact spot soon after he left. We didn't get out. But Mike shined it with his brights and it was picked clean. Not a bone. Not a spot of blood. We resigned ourselves to the possibility that we were insane. We went home. We went to bed. We got up and went to school. We headed into Miss Stickler's class with the full expectation of seeing her standing there in her slutty, sad, depressing Thursday's best. Instead, we were greeted by the principal and the police. We were told that documents on Miss Stickler's work computer revealed her to be a child predator. We were told that a school counselor would be ready to discuss the situation with anyone who chose to come forward. We were told it was okay to be upset. It was okay to be fearful. But she couldn't hurt us anymore. Stickler was fired and barred from school grounds. I wanted to raise my hand. I wanted to ask what the duck happened to her. But my buddy grabbed my arm and spoke before me. "Where's Johnny?" A few of the students looked at him funny. One of them outright asked him who? They seemed angry. Downright disturbed. Ready to fight over only a question. It was a bizarre response. Completely inexplicable. None of the other students knew what the duck Mike was talking about. The principal frowned and thumbed through his notes for a second. "Johnny. We don't have a Johnny in this class." He paused. Then he placed his notes on the table. "Right, kids? Principal Turner was staring right at the two of us. He took a sip of coffee, slurping and lapping up the last drops like a dog. I felt sick. His eyes never wavered from mine. I didn't know what to do. I panicked, so I just nodded. Good, Turner replied. Very good. Then he licked his lips and smiled. I babysat a parrot. It said some disturbing things. My neighbor, Henry Johnson, would be out of town for 2 weeks. His wife had just left him, and he needed to clear his head. So he asked me to house sit. As a broke college student, I said yes. The house-sitting duties included taking care of the Johnson's parrot, a 17-year-old African gray named Snickers. I didn't know much about birds, but he'd left me detailed instructions on how to take care of her. The first night of my job, I decided to stay for a few hours. I needed to get a problem set done, and the Johnson's large, empty house was the perfect study place. After feeding Snickers and giving her water, I got set up on the couch. But it wasn't long before she interrupted me. Stop. I whipped around. Snickers was standing on her perch, staring at me with one gray eye. Stop. Stop. She repeated. Rolling my eyes, I went back to the problem set. Differential equations. Why did I decide to major in engineering, again? Tapped my pencil against the page. Maybe it's time for another snack break. Stop, oh God, stop. Snickers was bouncing from one perch to the other, bobbing her head, as carefree as could be. But the way she said that sent shivers down my spine. She was clearly imitating someone in distress. Probably just repeating from a movie, I told myself. But I was so wrong. Stop, oh God, stop. Henry, stop. Henry. That was his name. Henry Johnson. I turned and stared at the parrot. She stared back at me and whistled a few times. And then she continued. Stop, oh God, stop, Henry, stop, oh God. My blood turned to ice. I stared at the parrot, my heart hammering in my chest. What, exactly, happened here? What is she repeating? I decided to call my parents. But they didn't seem to share my level of concern. Your Aunt Sheila had a parrot, my dad said. That thing would pick up all kinds of crazy words. Movies, phone conversations. It'd scream, say the F word, everything. I wouldn't worry, Abby. Especially with Raquel leaving him and all. They probably had some huge fights the parrot picked up on. I wouldn't be surprised if it got worse. And he was right. Over the course of the next hour, Snickers continued to repeat stop and Henry, but also said a variety of other things, from curses to pleasantries to movie quotes. F you. I'll be back. How are you today? Comment allez-vous? Finally, around 10 o'clock, I started getting ready to leave. Threw my notebook in my backpack, switched off the lights, and headed for the door. Goodbye, Snickers, I called out into the darkness. Then I reached for the doorknob, put the knife down. I froze in my tracks. I couldn't see Snickers anymore. But I could hear her, rustling about in her cage. Talons clacking against the metal rails, feathers flapping in the silence. Maybe she's just quoting another movie. Maybe she's, put the knife down, Henry, the bird repeated. My heart dropped. Stop, oh God, stop, oh God. Snickers was agitated. I could hear her feathers hitting the metal rails of her cage as she flapped her wings. She hopped back and forth, perch to perch, as she clicked her beak erratically. Stop, oh God, stop. I stood there for a long time. Seconds stretched into minutes. But she didn't say anything more. Just clicked and whistled and flapped around in her cage. I flicked the lights back on, dropped my backpack on the floor, and made a beeline for the Johnsons' bedroom. Henry was very clear with his instructions. I wasn't supposed to enter any of the bedrooms or the basement. I was supposed to stay on the main level, no matter what. But I climbed the stairs anyway. After looking around, I found their bedroom. It was neat and tidy, the burgundy bedspread laying smoothly over the mattress. I walked around, my heart hammering, hoping what I was imagining wasn't true. But it was. Because in their closet, I found a small box. A small box containing Raquel Johnson's wallet and driver's license. I made my way back down the stairs, my legs shaking. Snickers looked at me curiously from her cage. I turned out the lights, locked the door, and hurried down the sidewalk. As soon as I get home, I'm calling the cops. As soon as I pulled out my phone to see a text. From Henry Johnson. I asked you not to enter the bedroom. I whipped around. But the dark sidewalk extended behind me, totally empty. How did he? Oh, a camera. Of course. I broke into a run towards my parents' house, at the corner. Almost there, I know what you saw. I sprinted harder, faster. My feet slapped against the pavement. Almost there, I didn't pull out my phone. Didn't stop until I was locked safely in my parents' house. Then, finally, I read the text that he sent. If you tell anyone else, you will pay. I didn't listen. I called the police. And after a thorough search of his house, they found something horrible. Raquel's body, in the freezer in the basement. Henry was trying to flee town, but get a head start by making it look like he was just going on vacation. So he hired me to house it. I don't think he realized Snickers might repeat what she heard that night. And sometimes, I wonder if Snickers knew more than she let on. Because, apparently, she was Raquel's pet. From before they were even married. Maybe she wasn't mindlessly repeating. Maybe she was trying to get justice for Raquel. Hungry. Published in the Winston Gazette, January 12, 1983. My dinner companion for the evening has killed more men than any other American. His morbid achievement is a fact dedicated to the annals of military histories and Guinness books stuffed into the shelves of doctor and dentist offices across the country. But you would never be able to tell by the way he amicably chats up the local crowd at Brannigan's. Or by the way, he waves gently for the bartender to come take his order. And as the graying soldier studies the menu in front of me, in the booth of that tiny bar at the edge of 59th Street, I wonder whether there is even more to Wild Bill's unusual story than meets the eye. Whiskey. Whatever you got, he asks the pretty young waitress. Come back in 5 for our food order. The girl smiles and turns to me. I ask for a soda without ice. She scribbles something down on her pad and disappears into the crowd by the bar. Once she's gone, Bill shares a shit-eating grin at my choice. Cheap date, he smirks. A little liquor eases the axles. Boy. I could tell him it's a personal choice. I could tell him that my father had a little trouble with the bottle, and it's best for me to avoid it. We all have our vices, or whatever people say these days. But I don't bother. Because this story is not about me. At least not yet. Bill's attention drifts back toward our beautiful waitress. She is taking orders from an elderly couple sitting by the television. He asks if I noticed her standing there. I tell him that I do. Those legs, Christ, they don't make them like that anymore, he whispers whilst licking his cracking lips. Sometimes it feels like my body is a corpse but my mind is still a horny 13-year-old. Bill looks me up and down before taking a healthy swig of whiskey. I would ask if you get it, but it's clear that you don't. I chuckle uncomfortably and rush to change the topic. 200 confirmed kills. The army agrees. You, Wild Bill, are the record holder. Bill nods and lets his cool blue eyes wander back to the girl. 200, huh? That few? A young girl quickly trots over to take our orders. My benefactor perks at the opportunity. Let's do the mozzarella sticks. And the chip dip. Salsa and queso. 2 of the shrimp samplers. 2 hamburgers. A steak. 2 steaks. Chicken tenders, chicken wings, mild, and 2 more whiskeys. We'll start there. Bill looks towards me expectantly. I shake my head. The waitress disappears. Are you saying there were more? I ask once we're alone. More than 200, rather. Bill's eyes gloss over as his shortened attention span is lost to the wind once again. The grizzled veteran took a bullet to the head years back. The shot skipped past his frontal lobe and burst out the other side. His doctor said the ordeal should have christened him a vegetable. It didn't. Nothing stopped Bill. You lose track after a while, he mutters evenly. The first few started to blend into the last few these past couple of years. This kid, that kid. In the end, it's easier to remember the way they died. I nod hesitantly. Bill continues with a mouth half full of whiskey. Most scream. Most beg for their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, grandmothers, and what have you. Most of them piss their pants too. But that's only if my first shot missed. Otherwise, they don't get the chance. I nod again, unsure of how to direct our conversation. At this point, I liked it. Most guys in the shit won't admit it. But after the first few, I liked killing a lot. I look around, eager for a break, but Bill doesn't slow down. There's something liberating about it, you know, playing God. All that stood between me and the possibility of life was one piece of slanted metal. We stay silent for a full minute. Bill waves for a refill. The waitress quickly appears and disappears with his glass. It wasn't always this way. I used to be a coward. Did you know that? I didn't. Of course. My mother raised a good Catholic boy. Church on Sundays. Bible study during the week. Masses were memorized in Latin and half of the boys on my block ended up in either the seminary or the army. And what made you choose war? Bill laughs. It is a horrible croaking sound. Choose war? There was no choice for me. I f***ed up in school. I didn't go to college. My family couldn't have afforded it even if my grades weren't such. The army paid for education. The army paid for life. The army used to be America's great equalizer in social status. I could be a poor boy or someone with a shot at success. Is that a choice? I suppose it is. But it was an easy one. I nod and finish his thought. A few years of hell for a lifetime of paradise. Bill grunts. My birthday was the second one called anyway. We shipped out to Fort Campbell, Kentucky in the summer and trained with the 101st Airborne through early fall. We were going to be paratroopers. You know, behind enemy lines kind of shit. I nod again. They had this excellent sniper at Campbell who fought in the Great War. Voodoo motherfucker. One of those guys from down in the bayou. His name was Henri, with I. Never forget that fucking I. He taught me a lot about what to do with the long gun. The waitress deposits Bill's refill and sprints back to the bar. Was his name Voodoo or was his name Henri? We called him Voodoo. Alright. What did you learn from Voodoo? Bill considers this a moment before another extended slurp. Airborne screaming eagles. Unairborne puking buzzards. My turn to laugh. And what does that mean? Bill's serious expression doesn't change. It means that your balls might feel the size of 2 bricks hundreds of feet above the ground. Defying nature has that kind of effect. But once you touch down, with 250,000 of the enemy between you and home, the waitress arrives again with a tray nearly larger than the space allotted at our table. Screaming eagles turn into puking buzzards. The thought is one to ponder as we dig into the gracious helping before us. Bill makes no move to offer me any of the 10 mozzarella sticks on his tray. He swallows them one at a time before turning to the chicken tenders. I stick with the dip. Was that you? A puking buzzard? Bill nods slightly. Our first mission proved Voodoo's point quicker than any of us realized. They dropped us in Laos. I guess command thought they were being clever. Leave us one country over from Vietnam and hoof it through the woods. Enter through the back door, right? But the Viet Cong were protecting Laos. And they heard our helicopters. He wipes a spattering of buffalo sauce from his face. We touched down and lost 5 men in 5 minutes. I groan. Jesus. Bill stares through me. It happens a lot quicker than you might think. One moment, 2 folks could be talking, just like you and I are now. Then, pop. The night lights up with fireworks. Bill slams the table. The helicopter caught a tree on the way out. It exploded. Snipers took care of the rest of us. But it didn't happen quickly. Why not? The Cong didn't want to give up their position. They hit when you didn't expect it. One of my men took one through the eyeball. Then one through the chest. Then one took one in the arm. That one might have made it. If the second didn't catch his neck. Bill's volume has increased significantly. A number of guests look over at us nervously. My training kicked in like a failsafe. I found cover behind a tree in the jungle. Bobby Ashburn was screaming and bleeding beside me like a banshee. So he provided some pretty good distractions. I set my pupil through the scope. I located the Cong sniper in the distance. I saw the sweat forming underneath his eyes. I took a breath. I started to squeeze. I hold my breath. And I couldn't f***ing do it. Bill returns depressingly to his whiskey and burgers. What happened next? I whisper breathlessly. What happened to your unit? He ignores me. Do you have a smoke? He asks. I'll need a couple of smokes. I hand over a pack of Marlboros from my pocket. Bill pulls 3 from the pack and pushes it back. Bob Auburn bled out in under an hour. They never wasted another bullet on him. Timothy Dalton's headshot killed him on the spot. The remaining troopers were scattered and gunned down throughout the night. And you? I hid behind the tree. All night? All night. Bill stares at me. He expects more. Why didn't I help them, right? I nod. Well, what did I just tell you? I believed in God, kid. I believed in the church. In the moment before I could have blown that poor little f***er's brains, I saw a cross around the con kid's chest. Bill runs a finger around the rim of his glass. It stopped me dead in my tracks. It made me think he had a mother at home. I wondered whether his godmother bought his cross and whether the priest at his own local church would absolve the sins we committed that night. Bill offers his perfected 1,000-yard stare to the back of the bar as the words fall out of his mouth like tobacco spit. I mean, it's in the Bible, right? It's the 5th thing they say to you. Thou shalt not kill. And there we were. Nothing but 2 Catholic boys from opposite ends of the world killing each other in a place that looked a lot like hell. Whiskey 3 and 4 disappear down Wild Bill's throat. He shouts for someone to bring 5 and 6. Hungry. I waited for the Viet Cong to kill my men and move on. They shot the last kid before the sun came up. I think his name was Marcus. A brief sniffle. I traveled on foot to an American position they had shown us before the drop. I was lucky. The rain season had just passed and the animals kept their distance. A shell-shocked but lucky little coward. A cough and slurp of whiskey. I knew what to say to command. I told them that we were ambushed. I told them I lost track of the group. I left out the insignificant detail that I heard each and every one of their individual death shrieks. That was need-to-know information. Bill leans into a juicy bite of steak. The juices run down into his already matted beard. I wanted to fight, he says affirmatively. The will to go to battle coursed through my veins the same as any other man. But the cowardice and doubt in my gut ate at me. Those men died because of me. That is an awful thing to carry around, son, I promise you. Another wistful stare towards the woman. And so I headed to my tent. I sat down. And I wrote a letter to the only man who could help me. Voodoo, I finished. Voodoo, he confirms. I told him about the battle. The real version. I told him about my faith. And all of the dilemmas that presented on its own. I told him about hearing my friends scream in the jungle every night since. I told him I wanted to fight. I guess I was just looking for advice. The whiskeys have once again been depleted. Bill doesn't look any worse for wear as he waits for the waitress yet again. So what does Voodoo do? Gets his old ass on a plane and flies down to Saigon. I laugh, uncomfortably, still unsure where this is going. The army arranges for me to go meet him. An armed escort. Folks helping him get in and out of cars. The works. Voodoo takes me down to one of the few restaurants in town. All expenses paid. Bill's on Uncle Sam. Whatever you want, name it, he's getting it. I look at the depleted trays around us. And the guy is just ravenous. Steak after steak. Smoke after smoke. Drink after drink. I'm trying to talk to him about my faith and my problems and the dead men still screaming in my ears. And he says nothing. He just eats. And drinks. And eats. I've never seen an old man go at it like that. Bill pauses for a moment to drain his drink and polish off the last of his shrimp. Finally, I've had enough of this shit. I'm not even hungry. The stress and emotional crisis building up inside of me had removed the will to eat, drink, love, to want. I grabbed Voodoo by the collar of his shirt. A stupid thing to do. But I did it then. And I begged him. Please. Please help me. Please do whatever you think is best. I need revenge. I need to make this right. I wait with bated breath. And? Bill looks at me. He places his empty glass on the table and doesn't signal for another. Bits and pieces of bone and skin lay in the bottom of vanquished food baskets. The steaks and chicken have all but disappeared. Nothing. For a long while. I rant and rave to this guy desperately, but he doesn't answer me. He just keeps eating. Did he ever answer? Eventually. And what did he say? Bill grows quiet as he ponders his next sentence carefully. He said, I would like to give you a gift. Bill gulps. So I say, thank you, sir. What kind of gift? Thinking it might be some trick or drug to rid me of the willies. I'll do anything, sir, anything, I tell him. My anticipation builds. He tells me this is not the type of gift you can give back. Once it is given, it is with you for the rest of your life. You cannot hide from it. You cannot fight it. You can only obey. And I told him to do it. So what happened? He pauses. Voodoo grabs me. Like this. Bill reaches out and clamps a massive pair of thumbs, presses down on the center of my forehead. A few people look over nervously. I wave them off. For a moment we sit there awkwardly with my head embraced by Bill's hands. Guests from other tables are watching us now. Bill mumbles a couple of words in a language I don't recognize. Then he releases. And then was it? He signals for the check. That was what? He smiles for the first time all night. Voodoo paid for the meal. He asked me if I would like anything else to eat. I didn't want to seem selfish at the moment. But I did feel hungry. Even though we had just eaten, I felt a hunger inside my belly that no food or fuel would fix for 50 years. Bill took one more wistful look at the girl by the bar. I said no. So he smiled and said goodbye. Goodbye? The man fell face first into a half-eaten tray of mashed potatoes. Dead. Natural causes. Christ. Just like that? Just like that. We stay quiet for a moment. I wave for the waitress to bring me something stronger. Bill continues. The rest is history. 200. 300. It doesn't matter. They all start to look the same after a while. They all start to scream the same, too. None of it mattered to me. I only wanted more. More bodies. More blood. More. And now? I ask, fearing the answer. Do you still feel it? And now there's no war. He considers this statement. But a boy still needs to eat. I don't know how to quite write this part right. In all my years of reporting, This final moment shall be the one that haunts me forever. Wild Bill Zulinski pulled out a handgun from under the booth. He apologized to me before sticking it in his mouth casually. People around the restaurant started to scream. It all happened so fast that it felt like a joke. I actually laughed. And as the trigger squeezed, and bits of Bill's brain splattered across the table, with a chicken bone, steak, sauce, and blood skewered in between, I couldn't help but think, it's the strangest thing. Lord, am I hungry? The light switches in my house are on the wrong walls. I've lived in this house for the past 23 years. Just like the past 8,000 nights, as I was going to bed, I reached out to turn off the light switch in the stairwell. The one right at the top of the stairs, on the left-hand side as I go up. Except it wasn't there. I stopped and looked down. My hand was pressed against a blank wall. I turned around and saw the switch on the other side of the stairwell. Huh? Had the switch always been on that side? It had been so long, I'd never really paid attention to where exactly the light switch was. It was pure muscle memory. Reach out, turn off the light, and go into my bedroom. I looked down. Oh. I was holding a freshly laundered sheet and pillowcase in my left hand. That stopped me from turning off the light. Instead of switching hands, my muscle memory just told my brain, hey, go ahead and turn off the light with your other hand. Silly brain. There was nothing wrong. I opened the door to my bedroom and started pulling the fitted sheet over the mattress. I pulled the cloth straight, straightening out the wrinkles, neatly tucking the corners underneath. I repeated it 4 times, then with a sigh, got up and went into the bathroom. I reached to flick on the light. Blank wall. What the? I extended my other arm. After a second of fumbling, my fingers found the switch and flipped it on. I scowled at myself in the mirror. At the reflection of my bony hand, frozen on the light switch. I'm pretty sure the light switch was on the other side. Next to the towel rack. Not there. I walked over to the counter and pulled the bobby pins out of my hair. Then pulled it all up into a ponytail, securing it with a neon green hair tie. I reached down for the drawer to pull out my toothpaste. Except my fingers grabbed empty air. I looked down to find the drawer pull a few inches lower than I expected it to be. Geez, what's wrong with me today? I muttered under my breath. I grabbed my toothpaste out of the drawer, squirted it on my toothbrush, and furiously brushed my teeth. I bent over the sink and cupped my hands, filling them with water. I sucked it up, swishing, and spit it out. Straightened back up. Huh? Over my shoulder, in the mirror, the fitted sheet sat bunched up on top of the mattress. My heart dropped. I put that sheet on. Then I frowned. Did I? Or did I just think about doing it? I turned around, staring at the bunched fabric. The cute little green polka dots distorted with the wrinkles. Then I shook my head and walked over to the bed. Flapped the sheet in the air, then lined up the corners. Pulled it taut, tucking each corner underneath. Looking good. I walked over to the windows and closed them. Locked them. Pulled down the blinds, then pulled the curtains over them. Without the light of the moon, the room was pitch dark, save for the sliver of golden light spilling out from the bathroom door. Leaving the bathroom light on so I wouldn't trip over myself, I sat down on the bed and turned on the desk lamp. Pulled my Kindle off the nightstand and opened the novel I'd been reading. Some dramedy about 2 very different women switching bodies. I read for several minutes, but then something caught my eye. The mirror. In the full-length mirror across from the bed, I could see my reflection. Blankets cozily wrapped around me, a cup of water on the nightstand, Kindle in hand. Except there was something horribly wrong. My hair was down. No. I put my hair up in a ponytail. In the bathroom. I was sure of it, otherwise, I would have gotten my hair wet in the sink when I brushed my teeth. Unless, maybe I absentmindedly put it back down while I was reading? The neon green hair tie sat on the nightstand. I grabbed it and quickly put my hair back up. Then I stared at the mirror. My reflection stared back, eyes wide. You're just tired. You've had a hell of a day. Hell of a week. The presentation at work, fixing the cracked window in the basement all by yourself. You just need a good sleep. I reached over and turned off the lamp. Darkness enveloped me. And it felt somehow too dark. Usually there was light from something, even if it was just the blinking white light from my laptop, indicating sleep mode. But this was just pure darkness. Thick, heavy darkness like a fog, filled the entire room. Go to sleep. You need sleep. I cuddled up to my pillow, closed my eyes, and began to fall asleep. My eyes shot open. The light. I'd left the light on in the bathroom. And now it was off. I pulled myself up out of bed. Hello? Is anyone there? Oh, good idea, Hannah. Announce yourself like every victim in a slasher movie ever. Groping in the darkness, I felt for my phone. I'd left it on the nightstand, which should have been a foot or two to my right. But as I continued to feel, my hand only fell on empty air. Where the hell is the nightstand? I walked forward with slow, halting steps. Then my toe collided with something. I hissed in pain, but reached down and finally found the sleek smooth metal of my phone. I turned on the flashlight, and my blood ran cold. My bed. The nightstand. It was all on the left side of the room, not the right. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my chest. The white light jittered across the wall as my hand shook. I turned around, towards the bathroom. But I was staring at the windows. The curtains closed tight. I whipped around, and there was the door to the bathroom, on the other side of the room. What the duck? I ran to the bedroom door. Turned the knob. Swung the door open and raced down the hallway. The stairs. They didn't lead down. They led up. My flashlight followed the wooden steps as they went up, turned 90 degrees at the landing, and then continued upwards. At the top, there was a shut door. A door I'd seen a million times. The door to my basement. A dream. This has got to be a dream. I pinched myself, screamed, tried to force myself awake. But I was still standing in the hallway. The hallway that led up to the basement door. I raced up the stairs and opened the door. Or tried to. It only opened a few inches before the chain lock caught. I thrust my entire weight against the door, pulling the chain taut. But the door wouldn't open any further. Let me out. The light blinked on the other side of the door. And through the crack, I could see something. Something familiar. A hallway with a cuckoo clock. Cream-colored walls. An opening that led to a small, wallpapered kitchen. It was my house. And standing in the kitchen was a woman. A woman with dark hair pulled back with a neon green ponytail holder. Me. She held a toolbox and a garbage bag. Something like glass clanked against each other with each step she took. Then she disappeared around the bend, towards the garage. Help! I screamed. Help me. But no one came. I've tried calling the police. Tried calling my mom, my friends, anyone. It never goes through though. It seems like I have some sort of internet connection, though, and I'm not even sure where this will be seen. But I hope someone will see it. And I hope you can help me. My wife and I have been playing hide and seek for 3 days straight. I don't know what to do. In the past 72 hours my life has been turned upside down. Our family has been thrown into chaos. My wife is missing, and I fear she'll never return. Let me start from the beginning. My wife and I started playing hide and seek with our 2 young kids. However, they're a little too young to hide effectively. They always hide in the same spot, every time. So we found it's more fun for one of us parents to hide, and then the rest of us seek. I've hidden from my wife and kids just by standing completely still in the corner of a dark room. It's amazing how our brains are programmed to see things that move. My wife gets a little more creative, but it's hard for us to do anything too elaborate because the kids are not very cooperative in waiting for us to hide. On Tuesday evening after work, we decided to play. My wife decided to hide first. I counted down from 10 with the kids holed up in the downstairs office. Ready or not, here I come. The kids bounded out of the room like wild dogs. I followed, slowly, trying to get a sense of where my wife was hiding. I'd often try to figure out what room she was hiding in first, to gently guide the kids so that we wouldn't find her too soon, or spend too long looking for her. I saw her when I entered the living room. She was crouched behind the couch. I could see a bit of her elbow poking out from behind the upholstery. The kids walked right past her, too intent on checking the kitchen. I waited for them to return. As they walked back in and rounded the couch, I waited for them to squeal into light. Except they didn't. Confused, I approached the couch. She wasn't there. Huh. Maybe I'd just seen a tag or something poking out. Or maybe she'd moved her hiding spot. Wouldn't be the first time. As I said, she's more creative at this than I am. So we moved on. We checked all the usual spots underneath the shelving in the garage, behind the kitchen door, and even in the lower kitchen cabinets. She wasn't in any of those spots. Maybe she went upstairs. I hadn't heard her go upstairs, but she can creep pretty quietly. I walked along the hallways, the kids in tow. Jesse, I called, in a sing-song voice. We're going to find you. Gotcha. Our bedroom door was open. And there was a long, Jess-shaped lump under the covers. Let's check Mom and Dad's bedroom, I said to the kids. Pattering footsteps as they charged behind me. I reached for the light switch, flicked on the lights, then grabbed the hem of the comforter and yanked it off. My heart dropped. The bed was empty. I stared down in confusion. It must have just been bunched up weirdly, but I could have sworn it looked like a person under there. The rough shape of someone in a fetal position, legs bent, back curved. I backed out of the room. The kids and I went downstairs. Jess, I called out. We can't find you. Come on out. Nothing. The kids lost interest. They bounded into the family room and began playing with their cars. I was about to call out to her again, when I noticed the chain of the basement door lock was disengaged. Aha! As I approached, my heart hammered in my chest. I knew she was waiting on the other side. Waiting to jump out at me and give me a heart attack. She'd done that before. I took a deep breath and swung open the door. She wasn't there. Damp air wafted up from the basement. I clicked on the light. Jess? I called out. No answer. The kids aren't playing anymore, I called down. And you shouldn't be hiding down there anyway. These stairs are too dangerous. Nothing. I turned, about to close the door, but then something caught my eye. Black hair. Poking through the gap between the stairs, about halfway down. She's hiding under the stairs. I stepped down. The wood creaked under my weight. The hair glistened below me in the dim yellow light. I continued down the steps, avoiding stepping on her hair until I was standing on the concrete floor. I whirled around. Aha! But the space under the stairs was empty. My blood ran cold. Jess, this isn't funny, I shouted. Stop playing games with me. A footstep sounded behind me. I whirled around. The naked bulb in the ceiling only lit half the basement. The other half, where we had rows and rows of storage boxes, was in near total darkness. But I squinted, trying to make it out. In the murky darkness, behind a stack of boxes, in the corner I thought I could see her standing there. I could only see her in my peripheral vision. Like how you can only see dim stars when you're not looking right at them, because of how your optic cells are arranged. I focused on one of the storage boxes, really stared at it, and when I did, I realized I could see her pale calves, extending up into the darkness. And, as I stood there, I realized I could hear her breathing. I can see you there, I said, my voice wavering. Why are you being so weird? The kids aren't even playing anymore. So come out. Please. Deep in the pit of my stomach, I knew there was something wrong. Something is wrong. So I chickened out. I'm going upstairs. You can join me when you're ready. I headed for the stairs. But halfway there, the bulb flickered and went out. Total darkness surrounded me. I stretched my hands out, blindly groping into the darkness. They only fell into the air. I frantically pawed through the air, searching for something, anything. My fingers caught in something. Hair. I screamed and yanked my hands back. Then I ran blindly into the darkness, but something glanced off me. I shoved at it. I heard a dull thwack and then I kept running. The side of the banister caught me straight in the chest. Panting, I felt my way to the stairs and climbed them as fast as I could. Then I locked the door to the basement and frantically ran to my kids. They were fine. But as I hugged them, I couldn't get the horrible thought out of my mind. The hair I'd felt was higher than my eye level. About 6.5 feet off the ground. Jess is only 5'2". The police searched the entire house. My wife isn't here. They searched the backyard and patrolled in a 3-mile radius. They came up empty-handed. It's like she disappeared off the face of the earth. Except, last night, as I rolled over in bed, I swear my fingers touched something warm. I caught the wrong train and it will not stop. The date is January 3rd, 2018. It is 9:45 a.m. I don't have a lot of time. I doubt this will ever get out. I have posted it in a few places, on loop, just to be safe. There was a sharp, sucking sensation in my stomach this morning. Almost like I knew something was coming. Almost like the feeling of deja vu, mixed in with a spattering of butterflies, all coagulated in the pit of my gut. I ignored it all. The alarm blasted at 9 minutes to 5, one final time, by my bedside. I slammed the buzzer just to shut it up. I shucked on some khakis in the dark, and grabbed a wrinkled polo from the floor. My wife was still asleep. I kissed her goodbye, one final time, while she rubbed her eyes and mumbled a half-hearted, "I love you," before she sighed and added, "Good night." I laughed, loudly, and told her I loved her too. Our big German shepherd, Lola, started to stir. I had to be quick so as to not wake her up. And so, quietly I slipped out the door without another word. I locked every lock. We had an incident, years before, that did not need repeating. My ride to the train station takes 20 minutes. I have timed it out over the years. 10 minutes on Apple Farm Road. 10 minutes by the Parkway entrance. A perfect 20 in total. The aluminum coffin arrived at 5:25. I was late. There was no real reason for any apprehension. Late arrivals had happened before. I knew there would be another train in an hour, and I could always sleep it off in my car. The North Jersey coastline is the only train that stops at our small town station. It is impossible to miss. On the drive down, it started to snow in my neck of New Jersey. The scenery was breathtaking. Almost every tree, sign, and local road were covered with an untouched white sheet. But the traffic was likely to slow my arrival even more. Sure enough, as soon as I pulled up to the station, the train was already boarding passengers. I pulled the keys out of the ignition and hauled my work bag over my shoulder in a hurry. It was still dark. The salt put down to melt the snow was more slippery than helpful. Several times, my stupid leather shoes slid across patches of black ice covering the cracks in the black pavement. I hoofed the steps up to the station two at a time, when suddenly, my foot slipped. I tried to grab the handrail for balance, but it was of no use. I had too much momentum at the time, and my shoes could not find the right balance. My ankle gave out some time before my head smacked against the concrete staircase. One moment, I was thinking about the conductor keeping the door open. The next, well, I don't remember much. I woke up to an empty platform. It took a moment, but eventually, I got to my feet and wiped the snow off my face. Everything was the same, minus the waiting train. I reasoned that I must have knocked myself out. Nobody was there to call an ambulance. My ankle was a bit sore and sure, and my head throbbed a bit. But nothing was bruised. Nothing was broken, other than my phone, and a bit of pride. I sat down on the bench and glanced down the tunnel hopefully. As if on command, a whistle blared somewhere in the distance. I thought it was my lucky day. Eagerly, I waited behind the yellow line as another silver-clad NJ Transit shimmied into view. The doors opened. No one got out. I didn't care. I hopped into the nearest carriage and grabbed a seat. The doors closed a moment later. When we left the station, I pulled out my laptop. It still works. Soon after, a stirring behind me indicated that a ticket collector could be on the lookout. I had forgotten to put my ticket in the holder. I was distracted. I turned to face him and tried to grab my wallet at the same time. When I finally looked up, I nearly dropped everything. The man standing by my side was wearing a long black overcoat that cut off just below his knees. Underneath, he had ornately patterned pants that met a pristine, purple, tuxedo jacket. His face topped it all off. He had a long, elongated, walrus mustache. And mutton chops. So, I don't think I was being rude when I asked, is it Halloween? And yet, the man looked as if I shot him in the heart. "Excuse me, sir?" he asked while pointing aggressively to the NJ Transit name tag pinned to his overcoat. "Ticket?" I nodded and grabbed my ticket off the floor. After I placed it in the holder, he mumbled HMPF and wrote something down in his little notebook. Then he walked off into the next carriage. Cane and all. That was enough for me to start this story. But soon after he left, I started to notice something changing in the passenger window. The sky started to brighten. At first, I chalked it up to the rising sun, but this brightness was all-encompassing. I couldn't see anything. Every window in the train had the shutters down just to keep it out. My carriage door opened again. The woman who stepped out was young and beautiful. She had blonde hair, primed up in a neat little bun underneath her pink beret. She looked like a lady off to peruse the big city sometime around 1960. There was something about her appearance that was eerily familiar. After a moment, the woman pulled out her matching pink purse and started to apply her blush in an ornate, you guessed it, pink mirror. It was all too much. The woman was dressed like a carbon copy of my mother in 1960. I laughed out loud. She turned to me suspiciously in response, and I had to say something. And so I decided to try to solve the number one mystery on my mind. "Excuse me, ma'am, do you know if this train is going to Penn Station?" "I am a bit lost," I chuckled nervously to try and diffuse the tension. She eased up and laughed along with me. "We're all going somewhere," was all she said, with a smile. Then she turned back to her makeup. I was confused by her avoidance of the question. The whole situation started to seem suspicious. "Well, what station are you going to?" I asked hopefully. She smiled back and seemed to welcome the friendly conversation. "Oh, well, my son Matthew is in the hospital. He needs one more round of chemotherapy. It was caught early, so it's nothing to be too frightened about, but I hated leaving him overnight. His dad has to work." That took me back a bit. Wow, what a coincidence. I had to through the same thing, back in the 60s. It was awful back then. Modern medicine is so much better. I shuddered considering the substances and procedures my parents had put me through. When Mom died, that was the time the medicine finally stopped. I survived just fine. The woman's response made me a lot more worried. "What year do you think it is, boy?" Her voice was starting to sound more familiar. I started to put the pieces together in my head just as she suddenly stood up. Mom? I asked quietly. This seems like my stop, she announced, to no one in particular. How do you know that? We're still moving, I asked. Oh, I don't know, she continued excitedly. She turned to look at me, with bright, blue, wide eyes. I can just feel it. This is my stop. This is where I belong. The woman put her things in her bag again. She stood up and walked towards the door. Then, she offered me one last bit of strange conversation as confirmation. Have a nice day, sir. Truly, it was nice meeting you. You remind me of my boy. He's got freckles too. The train stopped. The doors opened, and a lady exited that looked like my mother exited. The blinding light behind her was enough to make me shield my eyes. Then, just as suddenly as we stopped, we started again. I was alone again. I wondered if I should get up and investigate more. Instead, I sat down and typed some more. After 5 minutes, someone else opened the carriage door. I recognized him immediately. 6 years ago, my wife had a stalker. He harassed her with emails and texts for months on end. This problem got so serious that, on several occasions, he snuck into her house and stole several items. One night, when we were still dating, I came home to find the stalker holding a knife to my wife's neck. I beat his head in with a metal bat. And now, there he was sitting across the aisle from me, wearing a denim jacket and some effing khakis. Fresh, free, and no older than 23, the same way he would be if he never met me. Excuse me? I asked nervously. He pulled the headphones from his ears and turned to me in surprise. What the hell are you doing here? He smiled nervously. It was the look of someone who was embarrassed that they were dumb enough to talk to a stranger. I'm sorry, sir. Everybody's going somewhere, right, Unaliver? He grinned awkwardly. The light in the carriage seemed to get darker as he spoke. It was no longer blinding. I turned away from him to get a better look. But when I did, the train stopped again. The man that I unalived, once upon a time, paid me no more mind as he got up and exited the train in a hurry. It was silent again. I returned to the window and pulled back the shade. It was dark. In fact, it was so dark that it was hard to see anything at all. There was a fire somewhere in the distance. As the train chortled along, the flames started to come into better view, and I could see some people standing beside it. The date is January 3rd, 2018. It is 9:45 a.m. There are shapes outside my window that are bigger than any man or beast I have ever seen. The train has not stopped. We should have hit Penn Station by now. No one has entered my carriage for an hour. I don't feel like it's my time to leave. The flames in the distance are not so far away anymore. There are more fires. It's almost as if I can feel them lick underneath my feet. More people are gathered around them in the distance. They look angry. What's worse, is there is another noise, underneath the hum of the engine. I can hear a chorus of constant screaming. I do not know the train's final stop. I pray to God that it does not end here. I went to a funeral that was supposed to be a wedding. I was supposed to be at my friend's wedding this weekend. And the thing is, maybe I was there. Only I'm pretty sure it was cancelled. I went to the bride's funeral. But let me back up. I knew both Alden and Petra from college. They met in intro to Shakespeare sophomore year and hit it off immediately. They were both dramatic types, so their relationship was pretty entertaining for all of us. You know the type I mean, right? Nothing was ever middle of the road. Things were always either fantastic or ruined. Nothing in between. I guess not everyone finds that stuff entertaining because a bunch of folks cycled in and out of our circle of friends. But I thought it was like a live-action soap opera, and I loved it. They broke up maybe a half-dozen times before graduation, always with tears and slammed doors and handwritten notes proclaiming betrayal. But they got back together a half-dozen times, too, and when we were all throwing our caps in the air, they had their arms around each other, smiling and laughing and swearing to spend their lives together. After graduation, I moved out of town and Petra moved in with Alden. I would have thought that moving in together where they were going to be in close proximity all the time would have doomed them. Maybe not having an audience for their drama calmed them down, though. Or maybe I just heard about it less. I don't know. We still kept in touch online, of course, but it's not the same as having someone right down the hall in the dorm. As far as I could tell, they both calmed down and were doing great together. Alden proposed to Petra on the first anniversary of our college graduation, in this big display. It was super cute. He took her to the movies and got them to play the proposal right before the trailers. The whole theater clapped. Petra cried. It was great. I saw the video afterward. So I got my wedding invitation a few months later, and obviously, I was coming back for that. Petra was posting about wedding stuff on Facebook and Insta all the time, and it seemed like she was going a little bit bridezilla. Alden was mainly quiet about it, but he'd post pictures occasionally too. It's not like he wasn't involved or excited about it. Just that next to Petra, he seemed more reserved. Making Alden look reserved was no small feat, but Petra was clearly going above and beyond. I was pretty pumped for the wedding myself. Alden and Petra were the first of my college friends to get married, which was cool all by itself. It also meant that basically, everyone was coming back for their ceremony, so it was going to be a little mini reunion. Honestly, even Alden I'd only seen them in person once since graduating, and he and I used to be really close. I'd meant to go see people more often, but time slips away, you know? So I came into town early, at the beginning of last week. I figured I'd catch up on the old hangouts, see people individually as they came into town, and then cap it all off with a wedding on Sunday. Obviously, I went to go see Alden and Petra first. I knew they wouldn't have a lot of time, but I wanted to say hi. I was shocked by how Petra looked. She was always thin in college, but like graceful, willowy thin. Now she looked drawn, even frail. I gave her a big hug and tried to hide my initial reaction, but she clearly noticed. So I don't look so good, huh? She asked wryly. No, I mean, you look great, you doing okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. Just came down with something a couple of weeks ago. I'm mainly just ticked off that I'm going to be sick at my wedding. Little makeup, you'll be fine, I told her. She smiled, and even though the illness she looked radiant. I'm not worried about it. Nothing's taking this day away from me. That was Monday. On Wednesday, I got the news that Petra had been rushed to the hospital. She collapsed at dinner. They said she'd been coughing up blood. She was unresponsive when they got her to the hospital. She hung in there for most of the day, getting steadily weaker. I stopped by in the middle of the day to see her. Alden was there, holding her limp hand. He looked like he'd been there all night. "How's she doing?" I asked. "Not good. They don't know what's wrong. Nothing's working. I'm afraid." His voice broke and he clutched her hand for a moment, composing himself. "I'm afraid I'm going to lose her." I stayed for a bit, trying to think of helpful things to say or at least be a friendly presence for Alden. Then one of the machines started beeping and a nurse came in to fuss with her, so I slipped out. I thought about catching an early flight home. The wedding clearly wasn't going to happen. Petra died Thursday night. Alden was in shock. I came to the house as soon as I heard, and he was there, surrounded by family. His staring eyes, his pale face, he looked almost as bad as Petra had. "Do you need me to do anything for you?" I asked him. "Let people know, call things off?" "No, don't call anything off. Let people know, definitely. But I hope they'll come anyway. We'll still be celebrating her life this weekend. Not how I'd want it. But they should still be here for her." Most people did still come. Tickets were already bought, after all, and plans were set. They held the funeral in the wedding hall, since they'd already rented it. It was a much more somber affair than we'd all been expecting the previous week, but it was still beautiful in its own way. A lot of people shared nice memories of Petra. Alden gave a really touching speech. Everyone's heart broke for him. The timing of it all just added to the tragedy of the situation. We buried Petra after the ceremony. A few of us went out for quiet drinks just to reminisce for a bit, but there really wasn't much else to say. I had a red-eye flight home, so after the bar I caught a ride to the airport, hopped on my plane and settled in for the trip home. Suddenly, I wasn't on the plane anymore. I was back in the wedding hall, only it was actually decorated for a wedding this time. Alden was standing at the altar looking fantastic in his tuxedo. His groomsmen were lined up behind him. They were all smiling, but Alden looked slightly confused, like he wasn't quite sure how he'd gotten there. The bride's processional started playing, and I rose to my feet along with the rest of the guests, turning to the back of the hall. Petra came walking down the aisle, one stately step at a time. Her gown trailed behind her, cascading down like a snowfall. Her veil covered her face, but I could see her eyes fixed straight ahead, locked on Alden. I heard a strangled yelp from behind me and half turned to see who made it. At the altar, Alden was struggling in the grip of two of his groomsmen. "Let me go," he hissed. His whisper carried through the vaulted hall, and more heads turned to look. "Guys, come on. Let me go." "No chance, Alden," came an answering whisper. I turned back. Petra was much closer to me now, and I could see details I hadn't before. The flowers in her bouquet were wilted and drooping. The hands that held them were skeleton thin. In places, Petra's skin was torn, revealing desiccated muscle and the occasional glimpse of bone. Beneath her gossamer veil, her face was rotted and decaying. But her eyes burned bright, pinning Alden with her gaze. "You promised me this, Alden." The whisper carried over the music, and she took a measured step forward. "You proposed to me." Another step. Her bridesmaids moved in time, smiles locked on their faces. Their eyes were wide with terror. "You let me believe." Step. I tried to move, and couldn't. All I could do was watch. "You poisoned me, Alden." Step. She was at the foot of the altar now, just one small step up separating her from Alden. He stared in fear, still writhing against the iron grip of his groomsmen. "You killed me." Step, and she was in front of him. Alden opened his mouth to say something, but she placed one thin finger against his lips. "Nothing's taking this day away from me." She took the back of his head in one hand. With the other, she slowly reached up and lifted away her veil. I woke with Alden's scream echoing in my head. Apparently, I screamed as well, as my seatmate was staring at me and a flight attendant was rushing over. I apologized and told them I was fine, and we laughed it off. That was Monday. I've been trying to reach Alden since then. No one's heard from him. And yeah, maybe he's just taking some time alone, which would be pretty reasonable, except I heard that Petra's parents are having her exhumed for a tox screen, and everyone just seems a little more worried about him than you'd expect. I kind of just want to ask if anyone else had the same dream. Or if everyone else did. But then again, I don't know that I really want the answer. The light switches in my house are on the wrong walls. I've lived in this house for the past 23 years. Just like the past 8,000 nights, as I was going to bed, I reached out to turn off the light switch in the stairwell. The one right at the top of the stairs, on the left-hand side as I go up. Except it wasn't there. I stopped and looked down. My hand was pressed against a blank wall. I turned around and saw the switch on the other side of the stairwell. Huh? Had the switch always been on that side? It had been so long, I'd never really paid attention to where exactly the light switch was. It was pure muscle memory. Reach out. Turn off the light. Go into my bedroom. I looked down. Oh. I was holding a freshly laundered sheet and pillowcase in my left hand. That stopped me from turning off the light. Instead of switching hands, my muscle memory just told my brain, hey, go ahead and turn off the light with your other hand. Silly brain. There was nothing wrong. I opened the door to my bedroom and started pulling the fitted sheet over the mattress. I pulled the cloth straight, straightening out the wrinkles, neatly tucking the corners underneath. I repeated it 4 times, then with a sigh, got up and went into the bathroom. I reached to flick on the light, blank wall. What the? I extended my other arm. After a second of fumbling, my fingers found the switch and flipped it on. I scowled at myself in the mirror. At the reflection of my bony hand, frozen on the light switch. I'm pretty sure the light switch was on the other side. Next to the towel rack. Not there. I walked over to the counter and pulled the bobby pins out of my hair. Then pulled it all up into a ponytail, securing it with a neon green hair tie. I reached down for the drawer to pull out my toothpaste. Except my fingers grabbed empty air. I looked down to find the drawer pull a few inches lower than I expected it to be. Geez, what's wrong with me today? I muttered under my breath. I grabbed my toothpaste out of the drawer, squirted it on my toothbrush, and furiously brushed my teeth. I bent over the sink and cupped my hands, filling them with water. I sucked it up, swishing, and spit it out. Straightened back up. Huh? Over my shoulder, in the mirror, the fitted sheet sat bunched up on top of the mattress. My heart dropped. I definitely put that sheet on. Then I frowned. Did I? Or did I just think about doing it? I turned around, staring at the bunched fabric. The cute little green polka dots are distorted with wrinkles. Then I shook my head and walked over to the bed. Flapped the sheet in the air, then lined up the corners. Pulled it taut, tucking each corner underneath. Looking good. I walked over to the windows and closed them. Locked them. Pulled down the blinds, then pulled the curtains over them. Without the light of the moon, the room was pitch dark, save for the sliver of golden light spilling out from the bathroom door. Leaving the bathroom light on so I wouldn't trip over myself, I sat down on the bed and turned on the desk lamp. Pulled my Kindle off the nightstand and opened the novel I'd been reading. Some dramedy about two very different women switching bodies. I read for several minutes, but then something caught my eye. The mirror. In the full-length mirror across from the bed, I could see my reflection, blankets cozily wrapped around me, a cup of water on the nightstand, Kindle in hand. Except there was something horribly wrong. My hair was down. No. I put my hair up in a ponytail. In the bathroom. I was sure of it, otherwise, I would have gotten my hair wet in the sink when I brushed my teeth. Unless, maybe I absentmindedly put it back down while I was reading? The neon green hair tie sat on the nightstand. I grabbed it and quickly put my hair back up. Then I stared at the mirror. My reflection stared back, eyes wide. You're just tired. You've had a hell of a day. Hell of a week. The presentation at work, fixing the cracked window in the basement all by yourself. You just need a good sleep. I reached over and turned off the lamp. Darkness enveloped me. And it felt somehow too dark. Usually, there was light from something, even if it was just the blinking white light from my laptop, indicating sleep mode. But this was just pure darkness. Thick, heavy darkness like a fog, filled the entire room. Go to sleep. You need sleep. I cuddled up to my pillow, closed my eyes, and began to fall asleep, my eyes shot open. The light. I'd left the light on in the bathroom. And now it was off. I pulled myself up out of bed. Hello? Is anyone there? Oh, good idea, Hannah. Announce yourself like every victim in a slasher movie ever. Groping in the darkness, I felt for my phone. I'd left it on the nightstand, which should have been a foot or two to my right. But as I continued to feel, my hand only fell on empty air. Where the hell is the nightstand? I walked forward with slow, halting steps. Then my toe collided with something. I hissed in pain, but reached down and finally found the sleek smooth metal of my phone. I turned on the flashlight, and my blood ran cold. My bed. The nightstand. It was all on the left side of the room, not the right. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my chest. The white light jittered across the wall as my hand shook. I turned around, towards the bathroom, but I was staring at the windows. The curtains closed tight. I whipped around, and there was the door to the bathroom on the other side of the room. What the fuck? I ran to the bedroom door, turned the knob, swung the door open and raced down the hallway the stairs. They didn't lead down. They led up. My flashlight followed the wooden steps as they went up, turned 90 degrees at the landing and then continued upwards. At the top, there was a shut door. A door I'd seen a million times. The door to my basement. A dream. This has got to be a dream. I pinched myself, screamed, tried to force myself awake. But I was still standing in the hallway. The hallway that led up to the basement door. I raced up the stairs and opened the door. Or tried to. It only opened a few inches before the chain lock caught. I thrust my entire weight against the door, pulling the chain taut. But the door wouldn't open any further. Let me out. The light blinked on. On the other side of the door. And through the crack, I could see something. Something familiar. A hallway with a cuckoo clock. Cream-colored walls. An opening led to a small, wallpapered kitchen. It was my house. And standing in the kitchen was a woman. A woman with dark hair pulled back with a neon green ponytail holder. Me. She held a toolbox and a garbage bag. Something like glass clanked against each other with each step she took. Then she disappeared around the bend, towards the garage. Help. I screamed. Help me. But no one came. I've tried calling the police. Tried calling my mom, my friends, anyone. It never goes through though. It seems like I have some sort of internet connection, though, and I'm not even sure where this will be seen. But I hope someone will see it. And I hope you can help me. I should have paid more attention to the missing cat poster. Missing cat, the poster said. It had a black and white picture of the cat in question, a generic-looking animal with mottled fur and a bored expression. It listed the cat's name and description and gave a phone number to call. I silently wished the pet owners luck as I jogged by, but I didn't slow down to examine the poster. It was a cat. It had wandered off outside, as cats do. For their sake, I hoped it found its way home again, but I certainly wasn't about to go looking for it. I was home toweling off in the bathroom when my wife Erin said something through the door. What was that? I called, opening the door as I rubbed the towel vigorously over my head. I said, have you seen Fusty today? The neighbor's cat? Was he outside when you came back from your run? I only sort of knew that the neighbors even had a cat. Thinking about it, I could summon up a vague image of a cat that laid out on the neighbor's porch railings a lot, watching the neighborhood. Whiskers, short hair, sort of a brownish color. Maybe the one I'd seen on the poster? I hazarded a guess. Is he still missing? I saw the posters up today. No, Fusty. Erin gave an exasperated sigh. The neighbor's cat. The Garcias, right next door? The one up on the posters is Elvis. He belongs to the Morrises down the street. He's been missing for a couple of days. Oh, Fusty, I said. Sorry, I didn't hear you right. Anyway, no, I haven't seen him. What if we have some kind of a cat snatcher in the area? Asked Erin. Then we'd better keep our cat indoors. I told her jokingly. So you're saying we can get a cat, then? She asked. Wait, are you the one who's been stealing the cats? Am I going to find cats in this house? No, she laughed. Aha. We'll see about that. I walked out of the bathroom, calling for cats. Fusty. Fusty, are you here? Elvis, meow if you can hear me. What's going on? My son Aiden's voice piped up from upstairs. Your mother's a catnapper and we have to stop her heinous crimes, I told him. Aaron smacked me playfully in the arm. What's heinous mean? It means your father is silly, and it's dinner time. Wash your hands and come set the table, said Aaron. Aiden disappeared down the upstairs hallway. You can't distract me with food. I'll find where you've put those cats, I told Aaron. She ignored me entirely, which was a very reasonable response. That was Monday. Missing dog, the poster said. It had a color picture of the dog in question, a big yellowish mutt with a goofy-looking smile on his face. I recognized him, though I couldn't have told you his name. He was often out in his backyard when I was jogging, barking through the fence and wagging his tail. I liked to think that he was happy to see me. I did stop to read this poster. It said his name was Imbo, he was the Carmichaels, and that he had gone missing from their backyard. Probably jumped the fence. Dogs can jump a lot higher than people think. They mainly stay in yards because they understand what the fence represents, but if they see something they want badly enough on the other side, they'll go over. I felt bad for the Carmichaels. They had a son named Scotty who was in Aiden's class at school, and who was doubtless torn up over his missing dog. He was probably spending the evening out looking for his dog, hoping to find him. I hoped he found him alive. Cars drive faster through our neighborhood than they really should, and things could easily end badly for a dog darting out into the street. Or maybe there really was something going on, like Aaron had suggested. 3 pets missing in just a few days? That did seem suspicious. Why someone would be kidnapping random suburban pets was beyond me, but people do strange things all the time. It wasn't out of the question. I was suddenly glad we'd never gotten a pet. Movement behind a nearby bush caught my eye, a flash of something dark moving suddenly. Imbo? I called, moving slowly toward the bush. That you, buddy? The shape had been about the right size for Imbo, but the wrong color. He was some sort of yellow lab mix, but the shape I'd seen was dark, almost black. Still, it was late evening, and the shape was in shadow, so I told myself that it might be him. And if he'd been lost, he could be muddy, something like that. In any case, it seemed worth checking out. Imbo? I was nearly at the bush now. Everything was still. Imbo? You back there? My slow movements carried me around the edge of the bush and revealed nothing. Just grass and leaves on the ground, the same as on the side I'd come from. Confused, I crouched down and looked under the bush, even poking my hand inside to rustle around. I hadn't seen anything move away, but there was just nothing there. After a minute of looking, I gave up and jogged home. That was Wednesday. Amber alert, my phone said. Scott Carmichael, age 9, was missing. Last seen in his neighborhood the previous night. Shaggy blonde hair, brown eyes, jeans, and a t-shirt. Be on the lookout. I picked Aiden up from school instead of letting him take the bus home. Obviously, nothing was going to happen on the bus, but still. The school parking lot was jammed with parents who all had the same idea as me. A few people tried to make small talk, but mostly we just stared at the doors and waited for our kids to come out. The atmosphere was tense. They hadn't told Aiden's class that Scotty was missing, so Aaron and I didn't talk about it, either. We had pizza for dinner and cuddled on the couch as a family while we watched movies. Aiden must have known something was up because ordinarily, he'd never have put up with that much physical contact from his mother and me anymore. He'd gotten too cool for cuddles in the last year or so. In the middle of the movie, I saw Aiden's attention shift to the front door. I followed his glance but didn't see anything. You expecting someone? I asked him jokingly. Aiden smiled and shook his head. No, I just. His smile slowly faded as he thought. I just thought I saw something, Dad. It was just a shadow, though. I thought about the bush the previous night, and I turned to look at the door again. It was only a door, though. I let the movie recapture my attention. Eventually, I carried Aiden up to bed. I had to extract him from Aaron's arms, though. She'd locked on and fallen asleep. If she hadn't woken up and let go, I don't think I would have been able to pry her loose. That was Thursday. Aaron woke me up with the news. Get up. Get up. Aiden's missing. Her voice was tightly controlled, tinged with hysteria. Adrenaline shot through my veins, and I was instantly, totally awake. We went to Aiden's room together. He wasn't there. His window was latched and the doors to the house were still locked. His shoes were still by the front door. His sheets were tucked up like he was still sleeping in them, like he'd never gotten up at all. It was as if he'd just vanished directly from the bed. We searched the house together. We checked all of the main rooms, then went down to the basement and did a systematic search. We checked behind every shelf, shook every box. We called out his name, hoping to hear a cry for help, even a giggle that would suggest that this had all been a stupid prank. Apart from us, the house was silent. We looked in every cupboard, every closet. When we reached the second floor, I looked at the pull-down stairs for the attic. He can't have gotten in there, I said. We have to check, insisted Aaron. Her eyes were wide and her breathing was ragged. I knew we'd find nothing. We both knew we'd find nothing, but I pulled down the stairs and climbed into the attic anyway. It was empty, with nothing but dust and insulation and mouse droppings. The light of the bare bulb cast strange shadows around the unfinished space. Aiden? I asked, just in case, but I heard nothing but the hum of the air conditioner. He's not up here, I called down to Aaron. There was no response. I turned to look down the ladder. She wasn't there. Shadows danced for a moment in the edge of my vision, and I turned quickly to see what cast them. Pain exploded as I hit my head on an exposed beam, staggering myself. I fell to one knee, eyes watering, and that was when I saw it for just a split second. I saw all this in an instant. It was dark, chitinous like a cicada. Its skin, shell, casing, was a mottled brown, almost black. It had sharp, serrated legs, 6 of them. It stood upright on the hindmost pair, which bent backward like a dog's. It was taller than Aiden, close to 5 feet tall. It gave an impression of hunger, of anger and of teeth. It looked at me in that flash, and I felt scrutinized. It saw me. Then it was gone, a millisecond later, seen only through sharp pain and watery eyes. I could believe I had imagined it, except that Aaron was gone. No stain, no blood, no sign, just absence. Aiden, too. And Scotty, Imbo, Elvis, and Fusty. All taken, all gone. I scrambled through the attic to where it had stood. Nothing marked its presence, no dust had been disturbed by its passage. But Aaron and Aiden had been sliced from the world, all trace of them as gone as the creature had glimpsed. I stumbled down the stairs and made my way outside, somehow believing that perhaps they had only been taken from the house, that they were not outside our world but simply outside. What I found there only made things worse, though. The neighborhood was alive. People ran from their houses and were gone in mid-step. Men and women called out for their spouses, for their children, their frantic cries unanswered. As people realized what was happening, they retreated to the dubious safety of their houses, shutting the doors and drawing the windows behind them in an effort to hide. I did not bother. My house had already failed as a sanctuary. I tried to gather people together to somehow fight back, but 2 people disappeared from our group in an instant and the others scattered. I called the police, who sent a car over. I heard its siren approaching, and then a crash. The siren still sounding. I suspect that if I went to look, I would find an empty car still running. I don't know why I haven't been taken. I don't know what they want. I don't even know how many there are. I haven't seen any since the attic. Only ideas of movement are glimpsed at the edge of vision. And the absences, which speak to their presence. I've given up. I can't think of anything else to do. Nothing but sit here and wait. I can almost see their flickers behind me. I won't look. I don't know the game, but I won't play it anymore. I love you, Aiden. I love you, Aaron. I hope it didn't hurt. Swamp Thing. I just like to feed him, sometimes, when nobody's around, she whispered. But you can't tell anybody. And you have to promise. Can you promise? Please promise? I was only 7 years old when my foster sister first introduced me to Swamp Thing. She was 12. But I still remember it well. We were standing at the shore of our foster parents' vacation house, then, and Alicia meant business. Promise? A heavy breeze drifted through thinning autumn trees. The cold bit through my thin jacket and my adopted big sister's green eyes bore hot little holes into my forehead. I was nervous. What is it? Bilge water drifted in from the docks. The lake churned unevenly. A slithery shape slipped up and under the surface. It looked big, but I could only see its scales. It is a he and he has a name, she huffed. I met him yesterday. What does he eat? Meat. How do you know? Because he didn't eat my broccoli. I nodded and looked over my shoulder. My adopted mother paced about the kitchen back inside. My adopted father shouted to her from the deck. The former was making dinner while the latter watched the kids, with a pack of menthols, a DOS boot full of beer, and a heaving patio chair at the ready. They were talking about the weather, or school, or something, and they weren't paying much attention to us kids. I stole some leftover deli meat from the counter, Alicia whispered. And I took some of the bruiser and bully's leftover bones. She tossed a piece of turkey into the water. Swamp Thing will eat pretty much anything I find, she added. It just has to be meat. You can't, I argued. Stealing is wrong. The bait disappeared underwater with a soft suckle. Stealing is nothing compared to what I go through here. I didn't know what she meant, then. I was too young to understand the situation in that house. And so I changed the subject to something that made her happy again. Is Swamp Thing like a person? I asked. Can he talk? I was joking. I was hoping Alicia would let slip with a serious tone and rub my head or some poop. But she just smiled. It was a creepy, poop-eating smile, the type that in retrospect suggested something far more sinister than the friendly neighborhood fish. If my new sister wanted to scare me that afternoon, she definitely succeeded. Of course he can talk. The water splashed at that moment and I jumped back. I asked if she was serious. But Alicia just laughed. Really? Mom and Dad can never know, she chuckled. You have to promise. Why? Because he wants to wait for the storm. Why? She smiled again, ignoring my question. Promise? I didn't know what to say. I was new here. She wasn't. All I wanted was a family to call my own. All I had to do was play along. Okay. Promise. Alicia threw a couple more pieces of meat into the lake. The water rippled lazily for a moment. Then it grew still. I wanted to see Swamp Thing. Even if it terrified me, I knew I should see it. Maybe she was just messing with me. Maybe it was all a prank. Maybe it was just a fish. But the dogs wouldn't stop barking, and our dad started to get suspicious, so my foster sister led me back inside the cabin. Dinner passed unceremoniously. We ate dinner through my foster father's bad jokes and my foster mother's uncomfortable silences. Dad prattled on about the storm. It would snow this weekend. The lake would freeze. We needed to bring in the boat, we needed to have wood for a fire, and we needed to make sure to enjoy our outdoor time while we could, because we could be trapped for days, if the Weather Channel could be trusted. We may not even make it home before the holiday weekend ends. We better be thankful for the generator, he reminded my mother with a chuckle, and Mom Riley nodded at all the right cues. But she wasn't really listening. She never really did. Snow fell throughout the early evening and into the night. The power line that connected our cabin to the local town's grid shorted sometime around 7. The generator failed sometime around 8. Dad got intoxicated and angry and fell asleep at 9. The rest of us spent the last few hours before bedtime playing board games under candlelight. In a heated game of Monopoly, Alicia won, mostly because she bought up houses on all of the lucky tiles. Mom let us stay up late finishing the last few rounds. And then we went to bed. I fell asleep to the creaking sounds of the storm, mixed in with my new family snoring. I woke up to the crack of a rusted hinge downstairs. The paranoia of a little kid stuck in a foreign place grew in my mind moment by moment. I laid awake and waited for the familiar shuffle of my mother, or the awkward gait of my father, or the scurry of my sister. But the door shut quietly with a soft click of the lock. Heavy and wet footsteps marched their way into the kitchen. I sat up on pins and needles and tried to keep my very breath from sounding in any way unusual. Somebody else was inside. The refrigerator opened and closed. The cabinets tapped softly against their stoppers. The footsteps turned and headed towards the living room. They passed by the jewelry and decorations on full display in their cabinets. They passed up any opportunities any normal burglar would have taken. They proceeded up the stairs slowly, one by one, as if taking in the view. And then they stopped. Water dripped onto the fresh wood floors. My foster father stirred. My foster mother whispered something beside him. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but they seemed to understand that something was going on. Dad sat up. Bruiser let out a single bark, then a whimper, and the next few seconds passed suddenly. My parents jumped out of bed. The door to their bedroom flew open and shut. There was a brief struggle. Dad grunted. Mom let slip a single shrill shriek. But the fight ended just as soon as it started, with a thud to the floor and a slam against the wooden nightstand. The house grew quiet. And then the visitor started to eat. The sound was nauseating. A soft moan filled the halls. I could hear my foster parents' flesh buckling under razor-sharp teeth. I could hear limbs breaking from torsos. I could hear bones shattering like toothpicks. The intruder smacked its lips like a fat man at a buffet, gorging itself on bone, blood, sinew, and every inch of meat in between. It chewed and ripped at the clothing before spitting it out like stale gum. It slurped down blood and bile like a slushie. The dogs growled sheepishly from somewhere in the corner of the room. But they stayed hidden and unobtrusive, trying desperately to appear as a non-threat, and I cowered in my room trying to do the same. For a moment it was quiet. Then the door to their bedroom opened again. Water continued to drip onto the floor. I hopped out of bed and hid under it as quickly and quietly as possible. I knew hiding was cowardly. I knew Alicia could be in trouble. But I was a kid. I couldn't do anything but hide. The door to my sister's room opened slowly. Her bed creaked. I waited for the monster to attack her too. I waited for the scream. But it never came. A familiar shuffle of footsteps echoed off the walls. An excited burst of giggles filled the halls. I couldn't understand why. And so I cowered in place all the same. Alicia paused outside my door. You can't tell anybody, she whispered into my room. Promise? Water continued to drip onto the floor. Promise? The dogs growled. But they didn't attack. I promise. She thanked me and rushed to the staircase before sprinting down it. The creature soon followed suit. Their footsteps retreated down in unison. They shuffled through the kitchen. The front door opened and shut. And then they were gone. I waited for a moment. Then I went to my window. It was hard to see. The yard was covered in snow. The wind whipped it back and forth in a blizzard-like frenzy. But a porch light cast two shadows on the grass just by the edge of the lake. One was small and wearing pink pajama pants. The other was nearly 4 times her size. The power came back an hour later. I called the police from my bedroom. They arrived, almost immediately, to find an empty house and 2 piles of blood. I didn't have any answers for them. At least, none that made sense. The cops launched an investigation into my foster family. My foster father's hard drive revealed some horrible crimes against children. My foster mother's complicity suggested she knew something about it. They dragged the lake for Alicia. They put her face on every missing poster across the state. But she was never found. I'd like to think she's in a better place. Somewhere right below the waves. Making these pizzas is the scariest job of my life. It was a dusty, worn-out shop on a dusty, worn-out side of town. If a tumbleweed had rolled by as I started my shift, I wouldn't have been surprised. From behind the stainless steel counter I watched the sunset on the closed storefronts and the dead weeds that cracked the deserted sidewalk. My job, as the owner had explained it, was to make pizzas and sell them. The day before he'd shown me how to prep the ingredients, bake the pizza, run the cash register, and perform all of the tiny tasks that kept the pizzeria running, even if it was only running on life support. By 8 o'clock, I had nothing left to do but wait for clients that barely came. The black and white checkered tile floor was immaculate after I'd mopped it twice due to boredom. The neon sign glowed in the squeegeed window. Heaps of fresh cut vegetables and masses of dough seemed to look expectantly at the door, yet the customers still failed to appear. I was looking into the blackness outside thinking about my life choices. What if I had chosen a different major? What if I hadn't dropped out when that girl broke up with me? When the little brass bell over the door, which I had also polished, rang loudly. In front of me stood a brown-haired white guy in a business suit. The suit seemed a little wrinkled, and the guy seemed in a big hurry, but nothing I saw then seemed very alarming. Let me get a pizza, the guy grunted. Ah, okay. What kind? I tried to smile. The guy licked his lips and ran his fingers through his greasy hair like my question was an annoying minor detail he didn't want to deal with. He jabbed a finger at the menu and jerked it away as though it burned him. Double pepperoni. I tried to confirm. Sure. Be right on it. The kitchen was separated from the lobby by a big glass panel and a swinging metal door. I tried to whistle as I threw the pizza together. Seeing the hunched-over shadow of the guy made the silence of the pizza joint seem oppressive, frightening even. I slid the pizza into the oven and almost fell over when I turned and saw the guy's face pressed against the glass. Smells good, he muttered and rubbed his hands together. I was a little freaked out and found excuses to stay in the kitchen until the pizza was done. The guy's eyes followed it hungrily, and when it came out, a loony smile spread across his face. I'd never seen anyone so excited for pizza, especially this pizza. The guy snatched it out of my hand and threw a 20 onto the counter. He left without waiting for his change. As the minutes crept by, I found my eyes drifting to the smudge the guy's face had left on the kitchen window. I suddenly felt very, very alone. I told myself that I was being paranoid, that, as the owner had said, on the night shift, you get all kinds. With nothing better to do, I was cleaning the guy's face grease off of the glass when the brass bell rattled again. I almost dropped the squeegee when I saw him, a white guy, with brown hair, in a rumpled suit, now with some pizza stains on the shirt. Let me get a pizza. The guy demanded. Oh, another one? I tried to smile. Same kind? Any kind. The guy was pacing back and forth, and I noticed fat beads of sweat pouring down his pale skin. Must have been good, huh? I laughed, trying to make conversation. The guy looked at me like I'd just run over his cat. My smile disappeared. Good, good. The guy started singing to himself. Good, 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 good. I didn't waste any time rushing back to the kitchen. I was tossing the dough and trying not to think too much when I felt something on my neck. Something like warm, wet breath. You know what? The guy grinned, his face inches from mine. Make that 2 pizzas. The guy left in a huff when I told him that I was really sorry, but the kitchen was off limits to clients. I hastily threw the pizzas together, keeping a chopping knife in reach at all times and trying to see what my weird customer was up to. He seemed to have gone into the restroom. When I came out with the pizzas, he practically charged me, throwing another 20 onto the counter. It wasn't enough, but since he had overpaid before, and because he was looking at those pizzas like a dingo looking at a plump healthy baby, I wasn't going to push it. After the guy stormed out, I tried to rationalize my situation. Had the weirdo done anything to make me feel like I was in danger? Maybe he was just friendly, or hungry, or high, or all of the above. Although I wasn't supposed to have my phone at work, I kept it at the ready just in case. If the guy got near me again, I'd call the police. I felt a lump rising in my throat as a shadowy shape approached the door. The neon glow made me blind to anything outside, so I breathed a sigh of relief when a tall blonde woman strode in. My relief died as soon as she spoke. Let me get a pizza. 6 pizzas. Her croaking voice was identical to Suit Guy's. I heard her voice echo after me as I hurried for the kitchen. Actually, they're for the whole family. 6 pizzas turned out to be a lot of work, especially with all the distractions. Like my old friend Suit Guy appearing again and going straight for the bathroom, or the little kid that showed up next and followed him in there, or the blonde woman tugging on the kitchen door, which fortunately I'd locked. She disappeared for a bit, and my blood ran cold thinking that she must have been looking for a back way into the kitchen. Things got even worse when she came back and the bathroom door opened. Suit Guy wasn't wearing his suit anymore, just a loose tie that hung down over his slick, emaciated chest. I could see every one of the poor guy's ribs. The blonde woman and kid stared at me, smiling, as I put their order together. Suit Guy swayed behind them, covering his face with what was left of his jacket. Something red was dripping out of it onto the floor. With trembling hands, I unbolted the kitchen door and slid the pizza boxes out along the black and white tile floor. Just as I'd expected, they were snatched immediately. The family hadn't paid, but I didn't care. I locked the front door and called my boss as I went to see what Suit Guy had done to the bathroom. Needless to say, there was pizza everywhere. Bloody pepperoni splattered the mirror, and cheesy stalactites hung from the ceiling. In the toilet was something indescribable, and my boss wasn't answering my calls. I set my phone on one of the few unsullied surfaces and tried to think of a way out of cleaning up the nightmare in front of me. I must have been in there for longer than I thought, because the next thing I knew, I heard something shatter outside. I bolted out of the bathroom and saw a garbage can rolling through broken glass on the floor, and the blonde woman stepping through where the window used to be. The wild swinging neon sign illuminated a rabid look in her eyes. She wasn't alone. Suit Guy, the kid, and several other figures followed her, nice and casual, as they broke into restaurants every day. Let me get 1,000 pizzas. The kid bellowed. The last thing I saw as I locked myself in the kitchen was the kid snapping teeth. I ran through the darkness and ensured that the back door was locked. It was. I heaved a sigh of relief and slid down onto the floor. Now all I had to do was call the police. The police. My phone. My phone was in the bathroom. I heard a scraping noise from the lobby. The blonde woman was running her long pink fingernails down the glass of the kitchen window. Behind her, I saw several others like her. Like the kid. Like Suit Guy. All thin. All hungry. All with their eyes on me. I can honestly say I've never worked as hard as I did that night. I used every ingredient, then chopped up more. At some point, something broke or turned out the lights in the lobby, and I heard the soda machine pushed onto the floor. In the dark, the sound of lapping tongues. Everything I could grab went into the oven and got thrown out into the abyss of the lobby, where it was devoured instantly. The slavering, ripping, and gnawing sounds out there in the dark were a good reminder of what I felt sure would happen to me if the pizzas ever stopped coming. As the night wore on, I began to have a serious fear of running out of ingredients. My legs wobbled and my fingers were stiff when the mad feast finally stopped. A little gray light was creeping into the sky, just enough to slowly see the whites of the customers' eyes as they slowly backed out the way they'd entered. When I finally dared to leave the kitchen, I found a mountain of wrinkled cash sitting atop the register. The foyer looked about how you'd expect. Out of the gloom, something grazed my arm. I shrieked. Lock the door, didn't you? The pizza shop owner was offering me a mop. He sighed. Rookie mistake. You should have warned me, I shouted. Warned you how? Would you have believed? He rolled his eyes. I quit. I tore off my apron and wondered if I should storm out the door, or the window. Count that. Excuse me? I spun, ready to smack the owner right in his fat mustache face. Count that. The money. 15% is yours. It says so in the contract. You count that, then decide if you want to quit. What can I say? I counted it. Then I went home and got some sleep. After all, I've got a lot of pizzas to make tonight. My husband gave his life away for a job. I did not. So why is it following me? I love my husband. I know he kept secrets. Every marriage has them. You can either recognize it and move on or lie to yourselves like all the other self-medicated ducks with an IV full of housewives and a drum full of honey-fried chicken wings. Nevertheless, a friend of mine once opined that outright deception in a relationship is like lying to your left lung. Some people can breathe that way just fine all their lives. Others can't. I knew for sure from a young age that I never could be that type of girl. The type that nodded and smiled sweetly and said things that didn't make any sense. That just wasn't me. One morning, John woke up sick. He tried to hide it from me, but the creaking floorboards couldn't conceal his clumsy footsteps, and the thin walls did nothing to mask his cat-like wretches. I lay awake for a while listening to him cough and gag. This wasn't the first time that week. It wouldn't be the last. Something was wrong. I just couldn't comprehend what would cause him to lie about it. Honey, I eventually called out. Are you all right in there? Aha, he shouted excitedly. Fine. Totally fine. Didn't mean to wake you up. The drone of a conference call replaced my reply. A man in a monotone mumbled something undoubtedly important about numbers and critical mass. My husband whispered back. The loud effing light turned on over the sink and the screech of the bath followed. I couldn't hear much more. John came back out after a shower and a shave. He looked like hot death. His skin was pale. Fresh snot welled up around his nose. Nevertheless, he claimed he would still be going into the office that day. Meetings to be had, budgets to be discussed, important people here, important people there. We have a project lined up, he insisted. A big one. The type that can finally get us out of this old house. We had argued about the topic before. Nothing could keep my husband from an honest day's work. I typically played the slacker to his overachieving ladder climber. But this time was different. He breathed differently, as discussed, literally and figuratively. You are going to get the whole office sick, I snapped. Come on. Stay home. I'll take care of you. He ignored me and walked over to the closet to pull out a shirt and tie. I rushed out of bed and planted my feet in front of the dresser. He stared back at me. New lines of thin blood leaked from razor nicks on his neck. You're not going in, I repeated. Really? Enough is enough. You have worked yourself to the bone for this company. They can allow you a simple day of effing rest. He eased me aside and pulled back a drawer. We get 10 days of vacation a year. One work from home day a month. I've used up all of that and it's only February. Plus my director is up my butt. My boss is up my butt. They have us testing this new material. I moved back in front of the dresser. Ah, what's the point? You don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares. But it's work that needs to be done, and it pays well, and we don't make enough money as it is. There it was. I'm sorry. The dagger. I didn't mean anything by it. But my new thing will get us out of this poop hole. I promise. He reached for the pant drawer. Did you know the toilet and there only flushes when you hold down the plunger? I disappeared into the basement. I heard the door slam sometime later. I didn't get up to investigate. I was pissed. Goodbye, he shouted. I love you. John got home late that night, sometime after 8, as announced by his hacking coughs and relentless sneezes. I greeted him in the kitchen with some tea and cold medicine. He shrugged it aside and collapsed into a chair. Sweat leaked out from the armpits and belly of his button-down blue shirt. No tea, he groaned. Water, please. I nodded and went to fetch it. He grabbed the glass and winced in pain when a little spilled on his hand. That's when I noticed the rash. Bright red blisters formed at the joint of his collarbone and shoulder. Some were popped, some not. I pulled down the fabric and saw the cut snake down his arm. Are these all new? He nodded painfully. I only touched it once, he whispered. It was an accident. They don't know. They can't. They wouldn't. If they knew I touched it, they wouldn't have let me leave. Right? I grabbed his hand. The skin felt loose. Slow down. What did you touch? He considered the question for a second. Nothing, he muttered. I don't know. I'm fine. Clearly not, I laughed. You need to see someone. No, he sighed. I'm fine. Please. They'll know. I relented in a compromise to see a doctor in the morning. We slept in separate beds that night. I set up cooling pads in the guest room and brought in a half-dozen humidifiers. The room had an awkward sort of glow to it with all the different lights. The aromas made it feel kind of like an underground rub and tug. John traipsed in and buried himself under the covers. I kissed his forehead and it felt cool and clammy, but not feverish. I had hoped that meant the effects were subsiding. Thank you, he kissed me. This helps. Dr. Tomorrow, I repeated. Dr. Tomorrow, he agreed. I watched television for a little while. John fell asleep before me. The raspiness of his snore mixed in with the drone of the rain. I fell asleep to the episode of Friends where Monica gets her head stuck inside of a chicken. I woke up to a skittering in the halls. I don't know any other way to describe it. We have 2 cats. Sometimes they chase each other around in the night. This would be like that if the cats were the size of bulls. Picture frames fell down the hall. The walls buckled. The floor shook. Something enormous growled and something bigger hissed back in response. I reached for my phone on the nightstand and slammed the screen with half-open eyes. 3 in the morning. The house grew quiet. I waited hopefully for my husband to get out of bed. I assumed an animal got inside. I knew he kept a baseball bat in both closets. I wished then that we had a gun. I could hear this low sort of vibration. I reached around and felt for the source. I realized then that both cats were in bed with me. They stared back with wide eyes piteously. The house was still quiet. A loose floorboard creaked by the bathroom. Then another one in the kitchen. A door creaked open. Then silence. All of a sudden a rush of scattered footsteps sprinted for the dining room. My china cabinet fell along the way. A voice howled an oddly interpretable victory as the remains of my teetering glass figurine shattered into pieces all over the floor. I got out of bed. I am not a formidable girl. I don't have any fight experience whatsoever. I tend to be more well-versed on the flight side of things, and every instinct in my body told me to get the duck out of that house. There are no windows in my bedroom. I was on the 2nd floor. I needed to make it down the stairs and out the front door for my plan to succeed. I reached into the closet and found the backup bat for safekeeping. The floorboard outside my bedroom only creaks if it's hit dead on. I danced around the broken mother ducker like a ballerina. I looked in the guest bed and saw my husband wasn't in it. I should have stopped there. But something urged me forward. Call that curiosity or just plain stupidity. The stairs only squeak if you rush. I took them one at a time, careful to place half my weight on the preceding one before continuing. I could hear a mashing sound from the dining room. Something was eating. Something big. It ripped and gnawed hungrily along the broken glass pieces from the cabinets. I turned the corner and wished I didn't. My husband was lying down across the floor. He was dead, as evidenced by the blood-covered wound on his neck, and the glazed look in his eyes. Something was eating him. I couldn't see the full shape of it at first. His legs pulled and ripped like a broken antelope on the savannah before his entire body flipped over in favor of the meteor backside. I held the bat over my head. My feet followed one foot after the other routine. Time slowed to a crawl. I could hear my every breath. Then a voice completely shook my battle trance. Honey? The corpse went still as the shape behind it stood up. It was him. My husband walked over to me gracefully. Blood dripped down from his lips. He wiped at it awkwardly, like he'd just been caught snacking on ice cream. The blisters were gone. All of the sicknesses from the previous day seemed to be erased. He smiled and gestured smoothly at his own body on the floor. What the duck? I can explain that, he whispered. Why don't you just relax? I swung once and the bat connected with his jaw. He grimaced for a second, looked back at me, and grinned. I made a mistake, honey, he started. White Valley made it right. Good as new. New me. Can't you see? I'm fine. Really. I am completely fine. I hit him again. Honestly. We are good, he spits out a tooth. But we won't be if you keep this up. John reached for the bat and the next few moments happened in a blur. I pushed him back, and he fell to the floor, and I went for the door. I found the handle and raced out into the cold before remembering my keys. I opened the door one last time and snatched them from the ring. I looked into the house one more time and noticed John wasn't chasing me. He had returned to his corpse of himself on the floor, with a long knife at the ready, tearing apart the easy bits. I did all of the things you might expect. I called the cops and asked them to check the house. He wasn't there. I had somebody go and pick up my cats. They were fine. I tried to put that night behind me as some sort of bizarre fever dream. John never tried to contact me. I never tried to contact him. I told my parents we were done. They didn't press me on why. They never really trusted him anyway. I returned to the house this morning for the first time in a long time. It felt eerie being there again. I took about an hour to pack some boxes and move stuff around for the eventual sale. I caught my reflection in the mirror towards the end of the trip. I looked haggard and exhausted. The bags under my eyes had bags. I felt sick. And I almost didn't see it, and never would have noticed, had it not been for the placement of that mirror in the bathroom. A bright red blister appeared on my neck. I watched as it popped right in front of my eyes. I found 2 more in the last hour. Something is happening. I don't want to end up like him. Please help me. I answered a late night knocking. Last night, I woke up at 3 in the morning to someone knocking on my door. The sound shot me out of bed and sent a chill down my spine. The rapping came quiet and steady. It was so soft, I almost didn't hear it at all. My wife certainly didn't appear bothered. Eloise snored evenly from her side of the sheets. A strand of long blonde hair tangled with my beard and a spot of drool had formed on my shoulder. Elle had a long shift at the hospital that day. I decided not to wake her. My bare feet found purchase on the cold wood floor as the knock got a little louder. I shucked on some sweatpants in the dark. I found my t-shirt stuck in the sheets. I peeked out the bay window to see a shadow huddled nervously under the flickering porch light. A familiar tan windbreaker and a mess of curly brown hair clued me into the mystery guest's identity. My father-in-law. What the hell could pop one at this hour? I muttered to the shape of our snoozing German shepherd. Not that you care. Thunder cracked ominously as I rushed through the living room for the front door. Lightning illuminated the driveway. I opened up to find Dad wide-eyed and apologetic. Hey, Matt, so sorry to bother you guys. The power is out at my house. A biblical force of wind nearly threw him off the porch. Rain upended the sky in uniform white sheets that gave my gutters more than they could handle. I pulled Rich inside and slammed the door behind him just as a second bolt of lightning danced across the trees. You should have called. We would have picked you up, I scolded whilst grabbing his jacket. Dangerous to be driving out there. His normally relaxed face grew serious as he sat down to pull his boots off on the tile. I didn't want to be a bother. I recoiled a little. Something about his tone threw me. You're never a bother. You know that. He nodded and pushed his shoes into the rack. Is Eloise sleeping? Rich asked. I nodded and led him into the kitchen. She had the double shift again today. Same thing tomorrow. No idea how she does it. Rich smiled at that. A warm, nostalgic smile, as if remembering something someone told him. She's a good kid. Her mother always knew she would be. I'm so proud of her. Will you tell her that for me? I eyed him suspiciously. Yeah, she is. You can tell her tomorrow at breakfast. But he kept on with that same sad smile. Not sure I'll get the chance, he murmured. I stood awkwardly for a moment, unsure what to do next. You feeling okay, Dad? Do you want a beer, or a coffee? I think we've got some tea, too. Rich jumped at the opportunity. I'd love a beer with you, son-in-law. I dug through the fridge for 2 Coronas at the back. Rich pulled a pack of smokes from his pocket and lit one at the table. Do you mind? I shook my head. A long, ugly tail of smoke poured from his lips. You know what's funny? She's such a good kid, and her mother and I, we had no idea what we were doing. I nodded with a smile and took a swig of my drink. Nobody prepares you for it. Sure, there are books and classes and whatnot. But nobody prepares you for the moment you get that little kid home and plopped in the crib. Rich offered that same nostalgic stare as he pulled on his menthol. It's like, now what? I returned a hearty laugh. I had heard the story before. Every Christmas, Easter, or New Year, he would recount the story of being Eloise's home. Don't laugh too much. That'll be you someday, he teased. Someday, I agreed. We want to be stable in our careers first. Rich didn't like that. He grimaced and reached out across the table to squeeze my hand. He squeezed so hard that I felt the circulation cut off. I felt my hand go numb. Strength coursed through his veined arm in a way I never recognized before. I tried to pull away, but the old man's liver spots must have held some secret strength. Don't wait too long, son. I noticed bright bruises forming on my fingers. Jesus, Rich. He ignored me and squeezed harder. My daughter deserves everything this world has to offer. Promise me you'll give it to her. Promise me. I stared into his lonely blue eyes. He looked drunk. I was sure of that at the time. But there was something else there. He looked scared, I promise. Rich smiled again. He let go of my hand. The seriousness of our conversation fell from the table as he pulled out his menthols and slipped one from the formation. I'm sorry. My instinct is to protect her. I have to know she's okay before I go. It's built into your DNA as a dad. You'll understand that one day. I nodded even though I didn't know what he meant. Do you want me to wake her? Hell has been known to sleep through a hurricane. He thought about that for a second. He pulled deeply on the cigarette and at our bay window nervously. Nah, I don't want her to see me like this. You'll tell her I stopped by? I blinked. Stopped by? Dad, it's pouring out there. Sleep on the couch. It'll be morning soon. We'll all do something in the morning and then you can talk to Ellie yourself. Rich kept his eyes fixed on the window. No, I don't want to bother you. You tell her. You're the man in her life now. I stared. I had never heard the man be so serious for more than 5 minutes. I didn't know how to react. Dad, just tell her, okay? Tell her Pop loves her. Pop will always love her. Tears started to form in my eyes from the confusion and fear. I angrily swiped them back. What did he mean? Why couldn't he tell her? Why was he leaving? Why was he screaming? I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't mean to frighten you. Rich finished his beer and got up to place it on the counter next to mine. A rush of white light filled the bay window. A black Mercedes pulled into my driveway. There's my ride home, kid. Who's driving? I asked. A flash of fear played on his face. Then he caught himself. That same old easygoing chuckle hit the corners of his lips. Don't know. Hopefully, somebody who can get this old drunk home. I laughed. I didn't know what else to say again. Rich retrieved his boots from the shoe rack and laced them up evenly. The Benz in the driveway waited patiently as I twiddled my thumbs and tried to come up with an excuse for him to stay. You know, Eloise will be mad at me if she hears you stopped by and I didn't wake her. He ignored me completely. Once the boots were on, Rich found his jacket in the closet and his wallet in the tray. He's here now. I have to go. Take care of yourself, son. And take care of her. I'll be watching. If you don't, well, I'll know about it. And I'll be back. I'll find a way back. I shivered. I love you. I love her. I love my family and I love this wonderful life. With that, he opened the door and danced down the steps into the storm. The passenger door to the black Mercedes opened gently. Rich got in and slammed it shut behind him. The car retreated down my long driveway, backed out, and disappeared towards the highway. I was left dumbfounded and alone on my porch in the middle of a thunderstorm. I went back inside and locked all the doors. I turned out the lights and took the dog out to pee one final time. I thought about cleaning up the beer and spraying some air freshener, but as sleep forced its way into my drooping eyelids, I decided to leave it for the next morning. I collapsed in bed between Eloise and the dog and let myself fall asleep to the steady dripping of rain on the window ledge. I woke up to a pair of wild blue eyes in front of mine. He's gone. I can't believe it. He's really gone. I mumbled a reply of Han as tears dripped down my wife's cheeks. My dad had a heart attack last night. They rushed him to the hospital. But he never woke up. He never woke up. He's dead, Matt. My dad died. I stared at her. The pieces started to slide into place as my brain frantically tried to work out the details. When did this happen? Eloise continued to sob and stared down at her phone in detachment. Don't know. A neighbor drove him. He got to the hospital sometime around 7 last night. Why does that matter? My father is dead. Did I dream it? I sprinted out of the room without a word for my bewildered wife. How could that happen? He died at 7 but stopped by at 3. I had to be dreaming. I had to have made it all up in my mind. That seemed to be the only rational thing that could have happened. And there was only one semi-rational way to confirm it. I slid into the kitchen to find one lonely beer bottle on the counter. The room still smelled like menthol. Puddles of water remained stagnant by the door. Everything about my encounter aligned with reality. He was gone. He was really gone. I think he just wanted to say goodbye, one last time. Rich's final threat repeated itself in my mind. And so I returned to the bedroom, hugged my wife, and slowly began to tell her the story of last night. I worked late night drive-thru. Welcome to Kickin' Chicken. Can I interest you in the number 5 on this fine evening? Repeat that phrase to yourself once. Now repeat it again, on average, 80 times in 8 hours. Such was my stifling, robotic life. I started my shift, out here in the sticks, at 11 p.m. each night. It ended at 7. The hours alone were tough to manage. After a few months, the stress of rough hours, unruly college kids, and minimum wage work caused pure anxiety that seeped into my days off. My classwork was bombing, my bills were stacked, and for some reason, I still refused to quit that job in Hackensack. The reason was actually pretty clear. Its name was Arabella, and I was intoxicated. On my first shift on the job, we brushed up against each other accidentally behind the serving counter. Her leather jacket, tossed ironically over her kicking uniform, felt smooth alongside my skin. Her jet black hair shined and smelled like cinnamon mixed with strawberry at the same time. The overwhelming dose of perfume co-mingled with the shampoo to create a heavenly smell laced with a tiny bit of alcohol. I was 18, after all. It took only one shy smile over a 6-hour shift for that girl to become my primary objective in life. I checked the schedule incessantly to see if we were working together. But, for the first few weeks after our original run-in, we were on different shifts. Then, finally, to my luck and surprise, one winter evening, the tables finally turned. That night was a blizzard. I arrived early to find Arabella operating the store on her own. Apparently, my normal companions had called out sick, and our boss had asked her to work a double shift. I didn't have a lot of questions. Honestly, I was too excited at the prospect of my shameless flirting through the morning. But, nothing happened. Arabella manned the fryer while I took orders. The hours crept by as we watched snow stack up in layers of white outside the sliding glass window. Our manager had hired a plow to maintain the drive-thru, but even still, not many folks had the courage to come through. After 2, there were only a few cars on the highway at all. I awkwardly used the time to run my best lines past Arabella. Where do you go to school? Do you live nearby? Did you grow up here? She nodded and mumbled a couple of half-hearted replies. Every 5 minutes, she would run out into the snow with her phone, leaving me alone. I assumed she was smoking a cigarette, or was just catching some fresh air. Or maybe she was bothered by her creepy coworker, me, that would not leave her alone. Eventually, I cut off the flirting and got back to work. And yet, around 3:30 a.m., we finally found something odd to bond over. A repeat customer. As soon as I uttered my catchphrase, "Welcome to Kickin' Chicken, can I interest you in the number 5 this fine evening?" I recognized the voice on the other side. "Yeah, let me get the number 5 with a cup of water. And some ice, please, if you don't mind." Same order, the same exact words. His face was not memorable, but that voice had just pulled through an hour ago. A cup of ice is an odd enough request to remember. Whatever. I ignored any suspicion and rang him up. The last thing you are supposed to do at a fast food joint is question the size of somebody's dinner. "You got it, sir. Total will be $8.33. Next window. Is the ice free?" he asked. "Yes, sir," I replied, aware that I was repeating myself. I turned to Arabella, who was staring at me with an inquisitive look. Her green eyes grew wide as I mouthed, "Same guy." I punched the order into the machine. Suddenly, she was super talkative. "What do you think he wants? What does he look like? Good thing we have some left," I mumbled my own replies. I was surprised that she seemed so worried. So what if it was the same guy? Maybe he was just hungry. Maybe he was out plowing the roads. Who cared? After scrambling somewhere in the back corner of the kitchen, Arabella fired up the fryer and started to cook the man's meal. I walked to the window and assured the man in the SUV that it would take a couple of minutes to cook. His appearance was truly unremarkable. He had brown hair, brown eyes, glasses, and light skin. The baseball cap on his head suggested he was a Mets fan, and the stickers on his bumper said he had kids. I asked about both casually. The conversation was common and cordial enough until Arabella arrived at the sliding window with his order. "Oh, well, you are the only one back there making this delicious chicken?" the man asked flirtatiously. I felt my face flush a violently angry red. She smiled and nodded shyly. He chuckled his reply. "Well, don't go anywhere, I might be back for more of your cooking, cutie." We all laughed and waved awkwardly as he took his food and drove off the ramp. For the next half hour, the man sat in his car in front of the store and enjoyed his meal. I thought nothing of it. Arabella was a lot more worried. "Don't you wish you would just leave us alone?" she said in a mouse-like tone as she drifted over and curled under my sweatshirt worriedly. I welcomed the contact. The smell of shampoo was replaced by menthol cigarettes and something else. "Do you think he will come back?" she asked in a whisper. Then she giggled. "Let's lock him out." Arabella strode over to the entrance and locked the doors as if it were closing time. She also turned off the drive-through light. Then she strode towards me with crystal green eyes lighting up the dine-in lobby. She shimmied a bit and let the leather jacket fall from her shoulders to the unclean tile floor. For half a minute, I forgot where I was. Right up until Arabella stuck a 4-inch knife into my gut. "Dolores was a little dry," she said as she stabbed me again. "But I'm so glad to have a fan. Let's get it right this time." She aimed the blade at my leg, probably hoping to nick an artery. "This will make a much bigger mess. But hey, he's gotta have his meat." The blood loss made me woozy. I was aware of the glass shattering. I can remember the ricochet of bullets. But the most unforgettable thing was the look on her face when she took several of the bullets in the side and died. Arabella was still smiling. A shadow in a Mets hat carried my body out into the snow. Unbeknownst to me, our manager had disappeared that afternoon after an argument with an employee. Her wife had called several times looking for her. But the calm, confident voice at our restaurant, Arabella, told the woman that our boss had not even bothered to show up that day. She knew that was a lie. After a few hours, an officer was sent to investigate, but the man thought he'd order some food first. He was shocked by what he found. Arabella had cut Dolores into pieces in her large white van outside. She then popped those portions into the fryer, mixed them with the chicken, and handed them off to me as part of the number 5. In total, we served 7 different customers with human remains. The officer never ate any, but he needed more evidence. So he ordered it on ice. Kickin' Chicken closed indefinitely after the incident. The entire store was investigated. I was never charged with a crime, mostly because I cooperated with investigators every time they asked. I avoid fast food, now, even if there is nothing else open on my street. This is the reason. You never know what is in your meat. My milkshake brings something terrible to the yard. I grab the blender out from the cabinet. Plop it onto the counter. Plug it in. Stare at its curved blades, shining in the low light. Then I swing open the freezer door. Grab the half-eaten tub of chocolate ice cream. Reach into the fridge, grab the carton of skim milk. 3 scoops of ice cream. 2 cups of milk. 1 deep breath. My hands shake in the air, over the on button. Then I close my eyes and push. The whirring sound fills my ears. But even though I can't hear it, I know it's coming. The hairs on the back of my neck prickle. But I don't turn around. I just close my eyes and wait for it all to be over. It all started 5 years ago. We'd listened to the song Milkshake by Khalees about 20 times while doing each other's makeup, dancing around, and talking about boys. We were 17, without a care in the world. Except for the party happening later that night at Matt's house. "Hey, I have an idea." Irina, our resident goth girl, turned down the music and smiled at us with a sparkle in her eye. Her black hair nearly reached her waist, and she was wearing so much eyeshadow it looked like her eyes were just floating in their sockets. "For us to look really hot tonight." "Yeah? What's that?" Carmen asked, not looking up from the mirror. "Just a little thing I found," she said with a giggle. "Leave everything to me." We should have realized Irina was going to pull some witchcraft shit, especially when she lit a few of my candles and started muttering to herself. But we were barely paying attention. Carmen was dusting an extra layer of glowy foundation over her perfectly brown skin, and I was running a straightener over a stubborn curl of hair. Her chants melted into the repetitive chorus of the song, "My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard." Landon won't even talk to me. Irina found me sitting in the corner, drinking some peppermint schnapps, glaring at the well-built football player across the room. Everyone was laughing and having the time of their lives, while I couldn't take my eyes off the guy I'd pined over all year. Talking to another girl. A blonde, because of course. I frowned at my own dark hair, and the curl that ran down my shoulder, springing back to life on this humid South Carolina night. "I think I know just the thing to cheer you up," Irina said, taking my hand. "Come on." She led me into the kitchen. My confusion only grew when she opened up Matt's freezer and pulled out a massive tub of cookies and cream ice cream. Then she grabbed a cup, a spoon, and a carton of milk. Have a milkshake? No way. I've had way too many calories today already. Seriously, she said. Just make one. I promise it'll make you feel better, I sighed. Cookies and cream was one of my favorite flavors. Finally, I reached for the spoon, plunged it into the ice cream. Plop. Grabbed the milk and poured it in. Then I grabbed the spoon and began to stir. As soon as I began to stir, something happened. I could feel a shift in the air. The humidity evaporates. The loud sounds of conversation and music seemed to grow quieter. The light overhead flickered, for just a second. I paused, looking up at the light. What was I glanced up to see Landon standing in the doorway, staring right at me. At first, my heart fluttered. But then my butterflies turned to dread. He was just staring at me. Not even blinking. Not even moving. Landon? I asked, hesitantly. I glanced at Irene. She was grinning. Landon? His mouth, slowly, stretched into a grin. But the grin didn't reach his eyes, which remained laser-focused on me. Landon. There you are. The blonde came rushing into the room. Then she glanced at me. What are you doing? I thought we were gonna. He turned his head, still grinning. Then he raised his arms and in one swift motion, bashed her head into the floor. Screams erupted. A pool of blood seeped into the kitchen tile. But all I could do was stare at Landon, who was now walking right towards me. Get away from me, I shouted, backing up. He quickened his pace, reaching for my arm. I darted away from him. Ran out the back door, into the yard. Ran around the side of the house and sprinted out onto the sidewalk. I froze. Several men stood on the sidewalk, motionless in the darkness, little more than silhouettes. The front doors of the surrounding houses stood wide open. The men varied in age, from middle-aged fathers to teenagers like me. I whipped around. Landon was closing in on me, jogging at full speed. Hands flattened as they pierced the air, like sprinters when they were going for the gold. I turned and ran for the car. I dove into the front seat just as Landon caught up with me. His face hit the window, hard, and then he began clawing at the door. I screamed. The shadows shifted and I realized the other men were catching up to me, too. A portly one rammed himself into the passenger door. Over and over. As if the blood trickling down his forehead didn't even register. An elderly man climbed up on the trunk, pounding at the back window. Another teenager joined Landon in trying to pry the door open. The keys. I'd given them to Carmen. She was the only one with pockets. Fuck you. I screamed at Landon, whose wild eyes stared at me from the other side of the glass. Get the f*** away from me. Oh, no. One of the men, a nerdy man in his 30s, grabbed a large rock by the side of the driveway. I watched in horror as he lifted it over his head, aiming for my window crash. The rock flew through the back window. As soon as it fell away, 4 men's hands thrust their way into the car, blindly groping the air. I screamed, opened the door, and lunged out into the air. A hand grabbed mine, and I looked up into Landon's crazed eyes. No, I screamed, jerking my hand back. And then I ran as fast as I could. After 20 minutes, I found myself alone. After what happened, Carmen lived her life never making milkshakes. I thought I'd do the same. It seemed a small price to pay. But then it happened. Last night, in my small town, a woman was raped. The cops think he's hiding somewhere, and while they don't have the means to flush every straight man out into the open, I do. I'm not sure I'll survive. I've barricaded the doors and windows, but I think that somehow, they might find a way in. So I'm writing this up and posting it before they have the chance. As I sip my milkshake, I can see them beginning to swarm. Walking down the sidewalk, coming out of their houses, homing in on me. But I know I'm doing the right thing. Because I've always wondered something, why the other guys at the party didn't follow me out. Why more men from the neighborhood didn't come out of their homes. And it became crystal clear when Landon was not only arrested for hurting the blonde girl, but forcing oral sex on a classmate. Maybe the cops will arrest more than one man today. I smile and take another sip. My friends went on a road trip through Europe and they haven't come back. I didn't go on the greatest trip of our lives because I was in a car accident that nearly unalived me. It was bad. I wasn't able to get out of bed without assistance for that first month. Broken leg, and busted up ribs, I looked more like a boxer that had just gotten out of a match gone bad than a recent high school graduate who was planning on going to college as a psychology major. My friends and I had been planning this trip since our freshman year in high school. I know. It was effing stupid. But we promised if we all graduated with a grade average of 3.5 or better and if we all scraped together the cash from after school/summer jobs, we'd take a road trip through Europe. Somehow we managed to do it. Our parents were so impressed that they even kicked in some cash. The silly dreams of 14-year-olds were coming to life. Whitney wanted to go to Paris and see the Eiffel Tower. Jade was all about Austria. She wanted to see where The Sound of Music was filmed. Jonah planned to eat all the chocolate he could stomach in Switzerland. Me? I wanted to see the countryside of every country, mountains, rivers, the ocean. But 1 week before the plane was supposed to take off, well, the accident happened. I told my friends to go without me, but I made them promise to constantly send me updates and tell me how much fun they were having. So they left Whitney, Jade, Jonah, Holden, and Tori. I even gave them a portion of the money I saved up so they could go crazy. At first, everything was normal. I got pictures. They even sent me a package from England full of little knickknacks and snacks. I hated the Iron Brew, but the Cadbury chocolates were to die for. But everything went wrong shortly after Austria. Below are the emails and messages my friends sent me when they had the time. These all take place over about 3 weeks. After that, everything goes silent. Their parents have yet to hear from them. They filed missing person reports, but I think if any of them are still alive, they won't want to be found. From Jade. Jesus Christ, you will not believe what happened last night, Lila. First off, let me make it abundantly clear that no one is dead, and no, the trip is not over yet. We got really lucky. Second off, Jonah is an effing moron, and I swear to God once his stitches are out I'm ripping him a new one. Okay, so last night we were out a bit late. We all got a little tipsy and we were heading back to the hotel. The legal drinking age is 18. It's not like that time we tried to sneak into Beverly's with those fake IDs. On the way back, we stumbled across another intoxicated who made a pass at Jonah. And you know Jonah, his intoxicated butt reacted loudly and violently. I swear he was about to make a swing at the guy, but the other guy swung first. I swear, the intoxicated guy fought like an animal. Jonah didn't stand a chance. We barely managed to rip Jonah away from him before he ripped his throat out. It was bloody and messy. We got Jonah to the nearest emergency room, got him patched up, and headed back home to sleep it off. How much do you want to bet that he won't remember it in the morning? I'm gonna hit the sack. Jonah is a moron. From Jonah. Jade told me she sent you an email about the fight. She needs to chill, I'm not that bad off. Besides, the guy was a creep. I do remember what happened, despite what she thinks. We were heading back when, get this, a strange guy complimented my skin. Said it looked smooth and rosy. That's not even flirting anymore, that's just creepy. I mean, he was your type, tall, dark, handsome, blue eyes and a bit of scruff on his face, but not mine. I'm fine though, you can barely tell where the guy got me. I think he had a knife because I got ripped up. Can barely tell now, he must have just grazed me. We'll be looping back up and heading for Poland next. Gonna cross through Germany to do that, but I don't mind the drive. Besides, Germany equals more beer. Miss you, next time you will have to come along. From Tori. I wish you were here. I miss you so much. How is your therapy going? I hope it's going well. You missed out on some beautiful views today. The camera doesn't quite capture it, but I hope to paint it once I'm home with my supplies. Maybe I can bring a little of this place back to you. I think I'm just homesick. I might cut my trip short and head back. I'm really worried about you. From Whitney. Did you talk Tori out of going home yet? I don't think she's willing to admit how spooked she got when that bum attacked Jonah. She started crying when she saw how bloodied he was. I was pretty freaked too, but it was way worse than it looked. He's completely fine now. Stitches came out, there's not even a scar. I'm pretty sure Jonah's bummed there's nothing to show off for when he gets home, lol. But yeah, nothing to worry about. He's still the same energetic Jonah we all know and love. Holden's horrible at remembering to email you. I've told him like 6 times. Did he do anything other than the one time he sent a what's up? He only did that because I nagged him. I wish we spent more time in Italy, but we're making a great time in Germany. I'm gonna go now, kick butt and take names at Overwatch for us when you can sit up, alright? From Tori. Jonah's almost too over the top since the attack. I think he's trying to make up for something, I don't know what. It's like, remember that time he pounded Mountain Dews all night while we were gaming? This was during our League of Legends phase, glad that ended, but Jonah was incredibly manic and he was constantly getting up to pace. He's like that but 24/7. I don't think he slept a full night, and it's almost impossible to make him stop for the night. We want to relax, there's no rush to get to Poland. I'll talk to him when I can get him to settle, see what's wrong. Love you. From Jade. Veiled, Tori went home last night. Her clothes and passport are gone. She left a note saying she missed you and her parents. She'll make it up to us when we're home. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed she didn't talk to us beforehand. She was right though, Jonah needs a chill pill. Is this how some people deal with trauma? Because I mean, you weren't there, but that was pretty bad. I can't even imagine how Jonah feels, but he's Jonah. He never lets anyone in. It's why you two broke up the sophomore year. The kid has issues. I hope this trip through Europe might help him learn about himself, but I think it's making it worse. From Whitney. We're in Denmark because Jonah decided Poland was a stupid idea. Ugh, sorry. So Jonah offered to drive us through the night. I said no, but Holden and Jade were all for it. So I sucked it up, took something to make me drowsy, and conked out in the back seat. When I woke up, Jonah and Jade were having a shouting match, and turns out, we're in Denmark. That wasn't the plan. He didn't clear this with us. Holden's on his side, saying that Denmark is a cool country too, but Jade's royally pissed. I can't blame her. We promised at the beginning of the trip that we were to clear any travel plans with each other. We talk about it. That's another reason to miss you, you are so good at talking. From Jonah. Everyone but Holden's pissed at me. Listen, I'm fine, I promise. I've just had to deal with some insomnia lately, is that bad? It's not like I'm as bad off as you were. There was a brief moment that morning of the accident we all thought we'd lose you. Insomnia goes away during the day. I can sleep then. Everyone can go and have fun during the day. I get to sleep, and I go do my poop at night. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, another reason I wish you were here was that I've been having some pretty interesting dreams involving you, when I can sleep anyway. TMI. But maybe I should have been less of a puss with you back in the day. I shouldn't have pushed you away. When I'm back, can we go on a date? I'll buy it. Anywhere you want to go. From Jade. Jonah made a pass at me, and he's not intoxicated. I'm confused and worried. He was pretty smooth about it, but I've never thought of him that way. He's like that obnoxious little brother you love anyway. I told him no and he accepted gracefully. Talking with Whitney and he also made a move at him and Holden? Jesus Christ, it's about time that Dumbbutt fell out of the closet. Holden's pretty into it though. I'm wondering if this trip was a success in that matter. We're going up through Scandinavia now. Sweden, here we come. At least we're in some of the most gay-friendly countries in the world right now, although I swear to God I think someone's been following us. I've spotted this small white car twice now and I think it's the same driver. But I'm probably just paranoid. From Holden. I know I don't email you often. I hate writing. But something's wrong with Jonah. I think he hurt someone. Last night we went out for drinks. I've always thought Jonah was cute but never thought he'd give me the time of day. We shared a hotel room, nothing happened but it was nice. But I woke up this morning and was trying to find something to wear and I accidentally went through one of Jonah's bags because our bags look the same and I found one of his shirts. It's covered in blood. And I found Tori's passport. It's also bloody. I've been reading and there's been 2 bodies on the same route we've been going. I also called Tori's mom and she hasn't heard anything from her daughter. She hasn't gone home. What should I do, Lila? You were always the smart one. From Jade. Jonah's lost his goddamn mind. I'm surprised I get a signal out in the middle of nowhere, but Holden asked him about Tori and Jonah got defensive. Then he brought up clothes covered in blood and that Tori never made it home and Jonah snapped. He pulled over to the side of the road and lunged for Holden. Whitney tried to break it up and got pretty ducked up for it. They'll be okay as soon as we get to a hospital or something. He's gone now. He took the keys with him. I'm gonna try and call for help, but Jesus Christ, how have things gone so wrong? From Jonah. This email was sent to all of us, along with the next one. I'm with Master now. He never meant for this to happen. He never meant for me to get turned. He tried to find me, but my stupidity kept us going. I'm so mad at myself. I should have told you guys what's been going on. I've been barely sleeping. Any sort of bright light effing hurts. And Tori. I never meant to hurt Tori. I swear to God. She was one of my best friends. But she's dead. And I unalived her. I couldn't stop myself. By the time I came to my senses, I'd shredded her to pieces. If they ever find where I dumped her, she'll probably be a Jane Doe for the rest of time. Master found me running around and stopped me. We're someplace safe now. He'll help me. But I need to know one thing. Did I bite you guys? From Whitney. You bit me. And you bit Holden. Jade's fine. For now. I don't know how long though. I feel strange. Like something is burning in my head and down my spine. Please find us. Holden's starting to feel strange too. Lila, we love you so much. Please, don't try to come find us. Go to college. Have fun. Make new friends. Study hard. Forget about us. We're dead anyway. My childhood town isn't on any map. Zonda. A word used to describe the profound feeling of realizing every stranger around you has a life as complex and important as your own. It's also the name of the town I grew up in. Zonda lies on the eastern coast of the UK, on the north side of England. If you reach Scotland, you've gone too far, but if you're in Scarborough, you've not gone far enough. It sits somewhere between there, though I don't think anyone could be more specific. You see, you can't find it on any map. Printed or digital, new or old, color-coded or satellite imagery, there is no sign of this town existing at all. If you pay enough attention online, you'll find the odd few people mentioning the place, like this that you're reading right now. Like a whisper passing by in a busy place, you only know it's there if you're looking for it. Yet to a vast majority of the world, Zonda is just a word. I was born there, and raised within its confines. I moved away at 15, about 10 years ago. It was a peaceful seaside village, the type where everyone knows each other. The type where when someone hosts a get-together, all residents are invited. It was a close-knit community. I still remember it with mostly fond memories. The waves lapped onto the sand all through the night. The cobbled streets scorched your bare feet as you walked back from the beach on a summer's day. The dark woods that overlooked the town from High Hill. High Hill is what we call the hill that stood next to Zonda. It blocked any chance of a view to other towns or cities. We resided in a valley at the edge of the sea, and whilst we liked it there, it felt very secluded. The town had a few small businesses. My favorite was Uncle Pete's Pizza. Everyone called him Uncle Pete, although he wasn't actually anybody's uncle. But his pizza place was perfectly between our home and my mom's pub. Every Friday she would pick up a pizza on the way home, absolutely no exceptions. Me and my older brother, Jacob, were always excited about this. Much of the town had been there for generations, the population naturally getting smaller as more and more of it became family. But a few people would move there every now and then. All of them found the town in the same way, a leaflet coming through the letterbox while searching for somewhere to move to. Every single time, the same story, they were driven here by a house moving service. I guess with no directions or map, it would be difficult to make your way here. They were lovely, they really helped us, they would always say. Nobody ever really seemed to question it much. I mean, it's not like we were trapped. We could leave whenever we wanted, make no mistake, Zonda was no prison. It didn't even feel like one. It's just difficult to find, and leaving just felt icky. Like you shouldn't do it. As the internet became mainstream, it became more and more obvious to people that the town was so hard to find. Suddenly people had friends from outside of Zonda, but they could never visit, because they could never seem to find their way in. The GPS signal was weak, and opening any app on your phone that tracked your location wouldn't pinpoint you. One truly odd thing about Zonda was the appliances. All of them had the same logo on somewhere, the letter V in a circle. Since leaving, I've tried to research this company, but to no avail. The moving company that people arrived in also had this logo on their vans. The town had its issues, none more known than the scream singers. At night, if you listened hard enough, you could hear them. A chilling, soft sound. It was almost like a distant scream, yet more melodic. Something enchanting yet fills you with dread. Nobody ever saw them, but someone in the town would go missing now and then, maybe once or twice a year. Some lived alone, and hadn't been seen in a few days before anyone realized. Some were cuddled up to their partner in bed, only for their partner to wake up with them no longer in their arms. The only thing they had in common is that there was never any sign of entry or struggle. My entire life, I've known the echoes over the valley to mean trouble. But my mother used to tell me stories of when the townsfolk thought they meant hope, a simpler time. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly when people made the connection between the disappearances and the whistles of the night. But they would always start a few weeks before a disappearance, and stop the night after someone had gone missing. This had always intrigued me, but not as much as it did my brother. Jacob found it fascinating. Perhaps because he had never had someone close to him taken, and didn't understand the pain. To him, it was just a mystery, wrapped in questions. Some believed the scream singers to be the ones taking these people. Some believed their calls to be a warning that something darker is coming. Whatever people believed their intentions to be, everyone knew that their somber singing over Zonda was only bad news. My fond memories of the town become clouded when the trauma of my final few days there enters my mind again. Years of therapy have helped me cope, but I feel talking about it publicly is the final thing that may bring me peace. As far as I know, I am the only person to have seen a scream singer. Or, at least, the only living person. It was the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. The 21st of June. Zonda has always held a small festival on this day. It dated back almost a century at the time, being the 97th consecutive solstice celebration. The festival took place not during those long sunlight hours, but as the sun began to set and the longest day ceased, at about 9:30 p.m. But the town of Zonda felt more melancholy than usual, especially for the festivities that were going on. The scream singers had started their wails again about 3 weeks prior, getting louder and louder each passing night. Sure enough, about an hour after the festival began, you could faintly hear the noises again, piercing through the sweeter melodies of the festival and the chatter of the crowds. People tried to ignore it and continue the celebrations. But every time the wind blew in just a particular way to make the noises more prominent, you could see the look on everyone's faces. The unspoken, silent fear washed through the crowds like a wave. My mom's pub, our family pub, was right at the festival. As such, the doors were wide open, and people kept coming in and out. It was always one of the busiest nights of the year. I and Jacob were sitting drinking red wine. He was 17 and had a proper glass, but I still had half lemonade in mine. It was the only night of the year I was allowed to drink alcohol. The festival was still going strong, when Jacob had the idea to go a little out of town and get a better listen to the scream singers. I was hesitant, but I was always up for an adventure. So, half reluctantly, I agreed. We got a few streets away before the howling became louder than the music. We were stood in the perfect mix of unknown to one side, and enjoyment to the other. We should not have kept going. But we did. We reached the final building before the cobbled streets turned to grass and mud, and didn't stop there. Without saying a word to each other, it was like we knew what we wanted to do. We wanted to be the first people to have seen the scream singers, the first to understand them. We didn't know that only one of us would catch a glimpse. High hill was steep, but not too steep. You didn't need your hands to climb it, it just took a lot of energy. Now and then, we looked back at Zonda. You would almost think it was a ghost town from how dark it looked, if not for the bright festival right in the center. The only clue of any life, all packed together. The sounds of cheering, singing, and music echoed up the hill. All the while, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed down. A battle between good and evil, not seen but only heard. As we reached the dark woods, we looked at each other. It felt like we hadn't spoken in ages, so I broke that. "We're doing this?" Jacob nodded. I knew he would, I just needed to say something. Hearing nothing but ghastly screeches was driving me insane. We wandered around in there for what seemed like forever, though it was closer to maybe 5 minutes. Every slight crunch made me flinch and turn around. There was never anything there, but the haunting screams which were all around us. We reached a clearing, and the sounds of the scream singers seemed louder than ever. In the center of the clearing was a rock, about as tall as me, and a little wider. Jacob held me, as he could tell I was scared. "It's alright, it just sounds. There's nothing to be afraid of. Maybe we should head back." His words didn't comfort me. They only told me one thing, he couldn't see what I could see. Stood on the rock is something I will never get out of my mind. A tall, gray figure. About twice as tall as any human I'd ever seen. It had 2 arms, but only one hand. The hand it looked what I can only describe as twisted. Its fingers weaved together in a way that didn't make sense and certainly wasn't natural. The shape of it was overall humanoid, but the proportions were all wrong. It had no eyes, at least not at first. I was terrified looking at this thing, but the moment my heart truly dropped was when eyes appeared. They slowly came out of its skin. There was no evidence that this creature should even have eyes. There were no holes for them. But as its face opened in a mesmerizingly disturbing way, I saw 2 eyes slowly come forward. The face closed again, with the eyes looking right at us. There were only 2 eyes. I counted them. 1, 2. Its face opened up again, as it let out a horrific scream. I ran. I ran faster than I ever have before in my life, only occasionally looking behind me to make sure Jacob was running with me. He was. But he wasn't running from the scream singer. He was only running to catch up with me. He had no idea why I was so scared at that moment. We ran all the way down High Hill, nearly tripping over. Running down a steep hill is difficult at the best of times. As we got back onto the cobbled streets, I turned around and looked up at the woods. No sign of anything chasing us, but the screams were still so loud, even down here. By this point, Jacob had caught up and was right beside me. He kept asking why I was running, but I was too shocked to answer him yet. We ran another street, and he reached out to hold me. I stopped running, and let him hug me. He told me that whatever I saw, it was going to be okay, and that we were safe. I closed my eyes with tears streaming down my face. I opened my mouth and began to explain what I saw, getting words out between choking on my tears. It was this gray thing, on the rock. You could see the rock, right? Well, on top. I realized the howling had stopped. I opened my eyes. Jacob wasn't there. I was standing in the middle of the street, with my arms out, hugging nobody. I looked to my right and could see the festival. I felt empty and confused. I walked through the crowd, tears still streaming down my face. I found my mother at the bar and she asked me where I had been and if I knew where Jacob was. I told her everything and she closed up for the night. We both knew that the scream singers had claimed their next victim. She wasn't angry at me for going to the woods. She held me tight, and neither of us spoke a word. We just wept and wept until we were too tired and empty to weep anymore. The next day was Friday. I got out of bed in the morning after absolutely no sleep. My mom was downstairs, packing boxes. She told me we were leaving that same day. Within an hour we were in her car, driving away from home. We passed Uncle Pete's Pizza. I realized this was the first Friday in my life that we weren't eating from there. As we drove further away from the sea, and I saw outside of that small town for the first time, I already knew that leaving our life behind would not fix anything. Zonda is still out there. I hope somebody can find it. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I have worked with the church for nearly 25 years. I have conducted hundreds of masses and met with thousands of parishioners. It hurts me horribly to break the trust instilled by my congregation. But in some sad and twisted situations, it is necessary. This is one of those situations. Consider it my confession. A beautiful young woman named Michelle visited our altar once every day. Her husband, Mike, attended mass on the weekends. The couple's outward appearances reflected all the pomp and privilege of a white bread, cookie-cutter neighborhood located in the suburbs outside the Hamptons. Mike worked as an accountant in Manhattan. Michelle managed the house and the checkout line at the local Stop and Shop in her spare time. The bruises on her arms did not appear noticeable at first. Michael was a smiley kind of guy, the type to grab a wrist and squeeze while shaking hands. He did that with me every Sunday after service. Those blue and compassionate eyes exuded all the warmth and compassion someone might expect from a young up-and-comer. He usually wore a tie with a smart suit jacket. When Mike kissed his wife, the passion and bond felt almost impossible to describe. Pastor Tim liked to say the two were a match made in heaven. Through no fault of our own. Some of us are blissfully unaware of the signs. I decided to intervene late on a Thursday evening. I don't know why. Maybe just my mood at the time. Or my responsibility as a counselor. Or maybe the fresh bruises on her flesh-colored cheeks reminded me of my little sister and I just could not stand it anymore. Michelle, would you have a moment to speak to me in private? I offered the words in a tone that sounded conversational. But the look in the young lady's sparkling green eyes said she understood my meaning. We stepped into my office. I offered her a worn leather seat and bottle of warm Aquafina. Michelle started to cry as soon as she sat down. I waited patiently. After a few minutes, she laughed nervously and spoke with that crying laughing tone we all have when looking for the bright side. Her Brooklyn accent reminded me even more of home. You know, we met at a Lauryn Hill concert. My turn to laugh. I know. Nobody could picture a guy like Mike listening to Miseducation. But he used to sing the cover of that Frankie Valli song, Too Good to Be True, to me all the time. A voice like an angel, swear on the big man. I smiled. It sounds like the two of you have a lot in common. Michelle placed her head on her hand and looked off into the distance nostalgically. Her curly brown hair and hoop early bobbed dramatically in the light. I could go on about the good days forever. So many big plans. So many big moments. You know, he proposed in Times Square. He didn't have money for the big billboard, though, so he paid a hot dog vendor to hold a sign. Such a cornball. The tears started to well up again. He promised to never be like his dad. I knew about the family issues early on. Raised in violence, stayed in violence. That's the poop he used to say. Sorry for the language, father. I raised my hand as a modest joke and smiled. He only hits me when I duck up. That's the thing. He keeps the beast inside, most of the time. It's only when I run my mouth or forget to make the right thing for dinner. I've got a big mouth, father. And I'm a lousy cook. I know that. It's not his fault. I interjected. Issues aside, there needs to be a more peaceful resolution to arguments. There is no excuse for your husband to hurt you. Lines need to be drawn. She snorted. You think I haven't heard that before? I love him. His anger is my anger. My anger is his. I bear the burden alongside. I am not going to leave him, father. Church guidelines insisted I walk a very narrow line in situations like these. I never suggested pursuing a divorce. I do think we should talk about the violence together. This has been going on too long now. You have a young son of your own now, correct? She nodded. Do you want the same for him? She shook her head. Very well. I think we should ask your husband to come down for some group counseling. Would you like to tell him, or shall I? She indicated they would talk about it that night. We ended our session with a prayer. I asked God to give the small family strength to drive the anger out of their home. Michelle asked for something else. Please save my husband from his anger. I escorted Michelle to her car and waved goodnight. Then, I kept myself busy by finishing a few other chores. I met with some waiting parishioners, set up for mass the following day, and cleaned the altar. But Michelle's words haunted me the whole time. I resolved to visit the family home that night. It was unorthodox. Actually, it was downright rude, and a breach of confidentiality. Michelle had given me her address in case of emergencies. She did not permit me to stop by at all hours. Regardless, my conscience and curiosity got the best of me. Someone needed to say something. In my arrogance, that became me. After a 5-10 minute search of the map in my backseat of my Cadillac, and a struggle with the GPS in front, I found the address. Their house sat on an isolated dirt road a few miles away. I left at the end of my shift. The rain made it difficult to find road signs. The lack of streetlights made it difficult to see anything at all. I arrived just after 9, and the house was completely dark. Something about that just did not feel right. I wondered whether my GPS had screwed me again. I wondered whether anyone was home. Even though the house stayed dark, a familiar song drifted eerily through the open windows and eased my suspicions. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I hoped that meant the couple had reconciled. I unbuckled my seatbelt and got ready to get out of the car. But a scream from somewhere inside indicated otherwise. The lights in the house turned on. I mumbled a quick poop and leaned back in my seat. When I peeked outside, I saw something in the window that is still difficult for me to describe. The lights in the kitchen depicted a freakish scene with unfortunate clarity. A normally picturesque home sat in ruins. Blood stained the carpet. Holes covered the walls. Every single object in sight seemed to either be sitting on the floor in pieces or moved out of place. Something entered the room a moment later. At first, I thought it might be the family dog. The shape paced back and forth angrily. It looked like a wolf waiting for dinner. I saw it move from the back, in bits and pieces, as it passed between chairs and knickknacks on the counter. After its massive height drifted into focus, it became quite clear that the creature did not look like anything I had ever seen before. It stood on all fours and still seemed to be over 4 feet tall. The beast had ears that added at least another 6 inches. It never turned to look at me. I am thankful for that fact. No one should be surprised by my next reaction. I pulled out my phone and called the police. The dispatcher asked for more information just as the situation in the house started to grow more dire. I hung up and got out of my car. The lights flickered off again, for a moment. When they turned back on, the creature inside let out a horrible roar. It jumped off the table just as a second shape intercepted my vantage point. Michelle was covered in blood. A haphazard bandage on her shoulder suggested she had been shot. There were bruises and contusions to her forehead and imprints on the back of her neck. But none of the injuries seemed to come from the beast. She seemed to have some sway over it. She flapped her arms aggressively, as if to ward it off, while the animal waved claw-covered paws lazily in her direction. I approached the house. That felt like an idiotic move. What could be done? I did not have any weapons outside a rusty old golf club in the back seat, so I retrieved the 9-iron and slammed my car door shut. The noise caused a reaction inside. The lights flickered again. That only hastened my pace. I ran up the path fearing that the devil himself waited inside. I knocked 3 times and waited with my weapon cocked for someone to answer. Michelle came to the door a moment later, just as blood-covered as before. "Oh, Father," she blinked. "How nice of you to come." I stared at her. "Michelle, where is your husband? Where is your son?" She stared blankly for a moment, then stepped aside. Lamps and expensive decorations lay on the floor in shambles. Bits of broken glass dotted every corner of the house. I don't know if it makes sense to describe the smell as bloody, but the sheer amount of red on top of everything overwhelmed my senses. "Where is Mike?" I asked. Michelle pointed into the kitchen. I followed her cautiously while a pair of footsteps reverberated over our heads. I saw something in here. "What is in the house with us, Michelle?" I must have asked the question 100 times. Michelle seemed too dazed to understand it. We found Mike on the kitchen floor. The remains of his vocal cords by his side told me that he probably could not breathe anymore. "Michelle, listen to me very carefully. The police are going to be here soon. Where is your son?" She seemed to finally panic for the first time. Beautiful green eyes widened as they came alive with the realization of the crime. "I did it. I did it. He shot me." The boy did what he had to do. "You have to tell them." "I did it." Ryan did not. "He did not know." I nodded. "Where is Ryan?" She pointed wordlessly upstairs as the footsteps seemed to scurry again. I nodded and followed Michelle up the rustically designed wooden staircase. I gripped the cross over my neck like a lifeline. Claw marks on the floor led right up to the door to little Ryan's room. Michelle opened it quietly when we got to the top. A 7-year-old boy sat far in the corner. He huddled under a jacket that must have pulled off his father's floor. Ryan's forehead and arms looked to be covered in sweat, and yet he shivered in the comfortably heated home. Sirens started to scream in the distance as Michelle's steady words repeated behind me. "I did this, Father. I will bear the burden." She paused. "We will bear it together. Right?" I shuddered through the evening as officers and EMTs evaluated the scene. Most of the issues were not easily explained. The coroner reported the cause of death to be an animal attack. The bullet in Michelle's shoulder belonged to Michael's gun. Michelle claimed to be unconscious at the time her husband died. I did not argue. I did not ask questions. Somehow, the family got out of it fine. I left the congregation shortly after. I have not broken my vow to the church. I have not divulged personal details, or made accusations against an individual with actual names. My conscience is clean and I have nothing else to say. Michelle and Ryan are now thriving without an abusive presence weighing in on their every day. And yet, I know what I saw that night. I know the creature inside Ryan must still be alive. Michelle's last words will always haunt me. I hope they do not come true. Raised in violence, stayed in violence. I think I need to bury my husband. He's alive. 4 years ago, my sister, Daisy, went missing. A week ago, my husband slipped into a coma. I didn't realize how connected these events were until recently. Daisy lived with us for complicated family reasons. She was 19 when she didn't come home one day. There isn't an exact moment I can pinpoint the grief starting, because there isn't an exact moment that I realized she wasn't coming home. It was a gradual realization over the course of 2 days, mainly because it wasn't unlike her to be out all night. I always used to blame myself, convincing myself that if I had noticed sooner, we might have found her. About a year later, my husband and I were getting ready to move to our new home. We fell in love with it immediately when seeing pictures online, and that love only got further cemented during our viewing. The place was as huge as it had looked. We thought moving here would be the best decision of our lives, although in the back of my mind, I worried that we were secretly running away from our feeling of grief, leaving Daisy behind. My husband simply said, "What if we're running with her?" I never entirely understood it, but it brought me comfort all the same. The move went smoothly, and we helped the previous owner move out, too. He was an elderly man with no family, so we felt it would be polite to help out. Before leaving, I remember the words he spoke so vividly. "You think you want a big home until the responsibilities get too much." We both seemed to feel happier after moving, and it even allowed us to explore new hobbies. One of the first things my husband did was set up beautiful flower beds outside. I had never known him to have such a green thumb in the past, but he seemed to really enjoy it. The outside of our home became full of life, as did the inside of my mind. For the first time in a while, I was happy. I always told him how proud of him I was. Every week he'd buy the same huge bag of cat food, not for a cat, we don't even have one. Apparently, it's just the best fertilizer. It made me laugh. It sounded ridiculous, but something must have worked. Those flowers bloomed all year round. Last week, I lost him without losing him. I woke up without him in my arms and went straight downstairs to find him. I found him unconscious on the kitchen floor, with blood coming from his lower leg. I don't know how long he was there, but the blame set in once again. If I had found him sooner, would he have been okay? I called an ambulance right away, but he never regained consciousness. The doctors aren't sure he ever will. When I found him, he was laying next to the well. The previous owner told us he discovered the well whilst having work done on the flooring. He decided to incorporate it into the design, making it level with the floor, and giving it a tempered glass top. It dates back to the 1800s when this building was first constructed as a pub. My husband found it so interesting, always being sure to show it off for any kind of visitors we had. I always just found it creepy, we don't even know how deep it goes. The bottom is never visible. Last week was my first night alone without my husband in years. I thought I wouldn't get any sleep, but maybe the exhaustion caught up to me. I fell asleep instantly upon touching the soft blankets. I remember so vividly dreaming of Daisy. That is when the thunder began. I woke up in the night to a booming crash. Thunder echoed all throughout the house for at least an hour or so. It frightened me at first, but as the noise died down, it actually became soothing and helped me gently get back to sleep. The next morning I walked back to the hospital to see my husband. The ground was dry and warm. There was no evidence of the storm I had heard loudly visiting the neighborhood on the night prior. I didn't take this as a clue at the time. It just wasn't my biggest concern. Going to see him felt similar to looking for Daisy. With her, we would go out every day, physically searching for her, and places she might be. Now, instead, I wait next to my husband, hoping, wishing for him to come back to me. The next night, the thunder came back. Louder and longer this time. I didn't get the satisfaction of drifting to sleep before it began. It was whilst I was laying there, eyes open, that I realized there was no light. Not a single flash from any kind of lightning. Those bedroom windows remained as dark as void. I decided to check the weather. Cold, slightly cloudy, this cycle repeated. I felt like I was going insane. Like clockwork, every night, the same cycle, the same cycle, the same cycle. It got stronger with each night. I spoke to neighbors, doctors at the hospital, friends on the phone. I'd always bring the thunder up in conversation. None of them had heard any thunder. I could not wrap my head around how I was alone in this. Yesterday, my mind seemed to decide that it was time to be active around the house again. I cleaned the dishes that were piling up, emptied the bins, and decided I should tend to my husband's flowers. I was surprised that they weren't wilting already. It gave me a funny feeling that he was still around, taking care of them whenever I wasn't looking. I got emotional as I looked down at them. I wasn't even sure how he applied the cat food fertilizer. I had never really seen him do it. I wanted to smell them first. They always had such a strong and beautiful scent. Yet, this time, nothing. No beautiful smell. Just nothing. Was my sadness running so deep that I had forgotten how to experience beauty? I extended a hand out to touch one. Plastic. I touched another and felt the same thing. All of them were plastic. Every single last one. Even the daisies, planted in memory of my sister. His hobby had been a lie. I was almost angry, but all that emotion came out as tears, as I settled for just feeling empty. Why had he lied? That night is when things took a turn. The thunder was at its loudest. I could hardly hear my own thoughts. I knew that there was no chance of sleep. I decided to get a glass of water, a decision that changed everything. As I stepped down each step, the noise seemed to somehow get louder. Step boom, step boom, step boom. I stepped into the kitchen, and the noise stopped. I tensed up, bracing for the next crash to cut through the silence, yet the silence remained. Relieved, I flicked the light switch, only to be met with more darkness. The bulb was busted, fantastic. But at least the noise had stopped. I made my way through the kitchen. The cold feeling of the glass at my feet confirmed that I was walking right over the well. I shivered, but not because of the temperature. As my feet made their way back onto the tiles, they hit something far too early. A tile seemed to be broken, or out of place. I couldn't tell, and whilst I could get a glass of water in darkness, I could not deduce this foreign feeling without the light. So, I went to get the spare bulbs down in the basement. Truth be told, I hadn't been down there since we moved to the house. I never liked the spooky atmosphere. But I had to face that fear, and thankfully, the basement was nice and bright. Regardless, I had no plans to be down there long. I found the bulbs quickly, but as I grabbed one, something caught my eye. Perfume. Lots of perfume. Boxes and boxes of them, none of them mine, and to my knowledge, my husband never wore perfume. Curiously, I sprayed one in the air and smelt it. I was instantly transported to the flower beds. This bottle smelt exactly like the ones outside our front door. So, I grabbed another bottle. This one smelled like the ones near our kitchen window. I grabbed another. This one smelt of daises. I began to piece together what was going on, but I didn't understand why. Against my instinct, I decided to look around the basement a little more. I discovered a wooden box, with a label. The Well Diaries. It was locked. Next to it was a collection of framed photos. Each of them contained different people standing at the well. The earliest dated to 1910, and the latest was of my husband. By himself. I had no idea this photo existed, who even took it. My husband had been lying to me about the flowers, but it seemed like he may have been lying about more, too. I realized at this moment that the previous owner had also lied. The old man claimed he found the well. These photos showed otherwise. It was never covered up, to begin with. I also found an MP3 player with only one song, Daisy Bell. The one that goes Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. My sister had always had that as a ringtone. The final thing I found creeped me out too much. It was a calendar. My husband had marked off every single day, of course stopping the day he fell into his coma. There was a note attached, feed her every day at 7 a.m. I turned around and headed back for the kitchen. This was all too much to handle. I just wanted to get a glass of water and get back into bed. Maybe in the morning I'd have a clearer head and be able to draw a rational conclusion. I went to replace the bulb, yet in my confusion, I had forgotten to turn off the light, as the new bulb immediately turned on as it screwed in. The almost blinding brightness isn't what startled me. It was the face I could now see under the glass of the well, staring at me. It was still only barely visible, but I could clearly see two eyes and an outstretched mouth. At first, I was too shocked to notice one of the kitchen tiles open like a trapdoor, directly next to the well. It seemed to hide a small chute covered in cat food, leading into the well. I was staring at this creature in fear, yet something stuck out to me. It had Daisy's eyes. The rest of it looked nothing like her. Gray skin, bony shoulders, balding head. But the eyes, they were unmistakably hers. It hit the glass with one of its hands. The noise was like thunder, as it echoed throughout the house. I only snapped out of my frozen state when I saw two fingers slowly make their way out of the chute, as the face continued to stare right through me. I ran. I ran faster than I ever have in my life. I ran, and when I couldn't run anymore, I ran anyway. I didn't have a specific direction in mind, but perhaps instinctively, I ended up at the hospital. I sat, with my husband, still shaking. I do not plan to go back to the house. It's not safe there. I stared at my husband, trying to calm myself down. Trying to think of happier times. Trying anything to just forget about what had just happened. Instead, I found something that almost made my heart stop. Around his shin, where the wound had been, his skin was slightly gray. Perhaps I'm being paranoid, but given what I've seen, I think I have every right to be. My sister has become whatever the f she is now, and I think my husband is going to suffer the same fate. I need to bury him. Right? I mean, that seems to be the entire point of the well. To contain whatever these things are. Clearly, they can't be allowed out. I don't know what to do next. I love my husband. I don't want to have to do anything to him, but I don't want him to become one of those things either. Perhaps I should track down the previous house owner. Perhaps I should try to read the well diaries. All I know is that I can't just forget this and leave. Whatever has been happening in that house, I want to end the cycle. People always use my driveway to turn around. A few days ago, someone pulled in and didn't leave. It happens all the time, and I can't help but find it irritating. I live on the outskirts of town, less than a mile from a busy highway, and people pull into my driveway at all hours of the day. It always makes me nervous, wondering if someone is dropping by unannounced, only to see them sit at the end for a moment, before reversing out and driving away. It's most unsettling at night, seeing the headlights cut through the trees in my front yard while they sit there. It makes me wonder if someone's scoping my house out like they're thinking of robbing me. I park my car in the garage, so it always looks like I'm not home. In the end, they always drive away, and I'm left feeling foolish at someone's lack of direction. A few days ago, however, someone pulled in and didn't leave. I stood and watched them from the window of my living room, peeking out through the blinds. The car sat there suspiciously, idling just at the end of the driveway. I thought maybe they were lost and checking the GPS on their phone, trying to figure out where they missed a turn. I try not to be a total jerk about it, and give them time to figure out where they're going before jumping to conclusions. But it was after 11 o'clock at night, and not only were they interrupting my movie, they were weirding me out. When the car stayed there for 5 minutes, I started to get worried. I raised the blinds and started waving, to see if I could get some kind of reaction. The car continued to idle there, the faint trail of exhaust rising in the chilly night. Nobody turned on the dome light, nobody got out. Nothing. I just stood there watching, wondering if I should go out there, or call the police. Dialing 911 seemed a little ridiculous without even going out and seeing first, so I did something I really didn't want to. I went to see why they were sitting there. I put on my shoes and pulled on a jacket. I brought my phone for light or in case I needed to help them call a tow truck or something. I thought the best case scenario was maybe they got a flat tire, their phone had died and they were too nervous to knock on the door. Like I said, it was after 11, and knocking on someone's door at that hour could be just as shady as watching them sit at the end of my driveway. Against my better judgment, I stepped outside. I could hear the engine running in the distance, along with a chorus of crickets chirping in the night. It took me a few seconds to get the courage to walk out there. The driveway is pretty long and it's really dark. Everything feels scarier in the middle of the night, especially with no neighbors close by. I swallowed hard and started walking, keeping my eyes on the car as I walked over. I turned on the flashlight function on my phone, and tried to keep a steady pace on the way. Gravel crunched under my feet, and my palms started to sweat. Maybe they were drunk, and fell asleep. Maybe it was a couple of young kids lost on a late night out. When I got about 20 feet away, I got a sick feeling in my stomach. Something felt off, especially when I could see the driver behind the wheel. They were just looking at me like they were frozen. I could only faintly make out their eyes, a pale visage within the darkness of the front seat. "Hello?" I asked aloud, trying not to sound as nervous as I was. No response. The driver didn't even blink. I took a couple of steps closer, trying to see if there was anyone else in there with them. The urge to call the police itched at me more the closer I got. "You lost? This is private property," I called out again, the features on the driver's face looking more unsettling the closer I got. I could only see their eyes, their nose. Why couldn't I see anything else? Why weren't they moving? The headlights were blinding, making it hard to see. I kept pushing forward, holding up a hand to try and block so I could see. I had no choice but to get closer, and try to get around to the driver's side to get a better look. More crunching footsteps, and their car getting louder. The driver didn't move a muscle, didn't move to me or anything. I realized I was holding my breath, the anxiety welling within me as I approached. The driver looked like a woman, her hands in front of her, holding the wheel. But it was so dark in there, I couldn't see her hands, only the unmoving stare. A strong feeling of foreboding radiated from the eerie car, and my body begged me to turn and run back to the house. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. I walked around the front of the vehicle to the driver's side and held up my flashlight to see them. They didn't turn to look at me, they didn't do anything. My eyes slowly calibrated what was in front of me, and when it finally pieced together, I wanted to scream. The woman was dead, her lifeless eyes frozen on my house, unable to look away. Her throat had been slashed, and the entire car was spattered with blood. Duct tape was everywhere, a single wrap across her forehead to hold her in place, a strip over her mouth so she couldn't speak, and several tight binds around her wrists to keep them to the steering wheel. Her hands had been removed. I called the police, frantically looking everywhere as the world seemed to be caving in on me. An operator picked up immediately, and through my terrified ramble, I subconsciously took in the scene as I explained what was happening. There was nobody in the back seat and no signs of anyone leaving. I started to panic more, looking in the trees, and back towards the house, expecting to see someone watching. But there was nobody else, nobody except me and the butchered woman. The operator instructed me to go back inside and lock the doors until help arrived. I sprinted back to the front door, the sounds of my own footsteps haunting me as I made my way back to the porch. Once inside, I slammed the door and locked it, flinching at every sound as the voice on the other line tried to keep me quiet. My heart raced so hard in my chest that I thought I would have a heart attack. The police arrived in less than 2 minutes. One car at first, with an officer getting out of the vehicle, gun drawn. Then another. Then two more. The fire department was next, and the wailing siren bled into the barrage of lights that lit up my entire house. It didn't feel safe to be there, even after officers came in and searched the house, and scoured the entire property. They didn't find anyone, and the killer didn't leave anything behind. The days that followed blurred together. I had to take some time off work. Between the questioning and my driveway turning into a crime scene, I couldn't go anywhere if I tried. I didn't sleep much. Between the police, the lawyer, and the news crews, I wasn't alone for a while. They searched everything: the basement, the attic, the woods behind my house. They even looked in the crawl space to see if they were holed up in there. There was no evidence left behind, no inclination of where they went either. The killer was never found. I didn't learn much about the woman I found, other than that they suspect she was picked at random on her way home from work. Eventually, things went back to normal, and I was allowed to go back to work. It was a relief to get out of the house. Even after they towed that poor woman's car away, I couldn't help but think of it every time I looked outside. Getting into town and back behind my desk was a welcome distraction, and once I was able to busy my mind, it was easier to pretend it was all just a bad dream. That was until I was driving home last night. I was about halfway home when I started noticing an odor like I had driven past some roadkill. I tried rolling up the windows and it got worse, a heavy rotting smell that made me gag. I realized it was something inside the car. When I pulled over to find it, I looked under the seats and in the trunk, thinking maybe I had left out some raw meat from the last time I went shopping. I didn't find anything, and I found myself scratching my head at a loss. Until I looked at the glove box, and saw it was leaking. When I hit the button and opened it, the scent exploded into the cab, along with a cloud of buzzing flies. Stuffed inside the glove box was the pair of women's hands, decomposed and swelling against the duct tape that wrapped around them. I won a lifetime supply of paper clips. The one thing I could probably live without, and I won the grand prize. I enter a lot of competitions like these. The only other times I had won something was £5 off at a local restaurant and a raffle at a Christmas fair. I won a life-size chocolate Santa for that raffle. It was actually really nice, high-quality chocolate. I don't remember entering this paperclip competition, but I and my friends do dumb things when we're intoxicated sometimes. Entering a stupid competition didn't seem out of the realm of possibilities. It started when I received a single envelope, full of paperclips. There were easily 100, at least. Probably more. You can imagine my confusion when I opened this first one. No letter inside, only paperclips. Red, green, blue, yellow, pink, black, and white. It almost looked like something you'd sprinkle onto a cake as they poured down to my feet, pitter-pattering on the wooden hall floor. I rolled my eyes and cleaned up. I figured an office had put the wrong address for supply delivery. One shipment of 100 paper clips is odd. But two? That's where I got suspicious. The second day had me question whether this was some form of prank. I was smarter this time, though. I recognized the weight and feel of the envelope. I recognized the outline of paper clips as I held it up to the light. I didn't let them spill out at my feet, although my curiosity still had me open it to peek inside. You do the same. Is it really just paper clips? Yes. Yes, it is. By the fifth day, I had stopped opening it. I just briefly hold it up to the light to confirm the outline looked like paper clips, and then I'd toss it. I don't remember why I checked my spam folder and my emails, but when I took a look, I immediately saw it. The cheesy headline stood out. Clippity-clop, you've won the lifetime paperclip jackpot. Below is the rest of the email. Your luck has just clipped right into place. Congratulations. You are the grand winner of our lifetime supply of paperclips competition. From now on, you can proudly say goodbye to those chaotic loose papers and let our high-quality paperclips take over. No more sacrificing yourself to paper cuts. And guess what? You didn't just win a box, you won an entire lifetime of daily paperclip surprises. You've hit the jackpot. Starting from next week, you will receive a random amount of our finest, top-notch paperclips every single day. Just imagine the possibilities. Office organization, arts and crafts, creative paperclip sculptures, the list is never ending. With your new paperclip friends by your side, there's no end to the horizon of tidiness and creativity, to the max. Just like our paperclips, durable, strong, and clip-tabular. As we ship your first batch, let's get you started by sharing some mind-blowing paperclip fun facts. I'll save you the fun facts section, as it's not very fun. Although I did learn that they've been around since the 1800s. The only interesting thing that this email gave me was a company name, Clipogenics. I promptly sent an email back asking that my prize be transferred to someone else. My exact words were someone more in need of paperclips, although thinking about it, I'm not sure who that could apply to. Spoiler alert, they did not reply, and the envelopes kept on coming. 2 weeks went by, I was still receiving paperclips. 6 weeks went by, nothing changed. A few weeks ago was the 3-month mark. Over 90 days of paperclips. Yes, I had considered selling them, but I don't know how much money I could make. Also, yes, they even arrived on Sundays. I could not understand who was delivering these. I never caught them, although I assumed the person posting them had no association with the company themselves, so talking to them is never something I attempted. Around the 3-month mark, I was going through my normal daily routine. Make a cup of coffee, pick up the envelope from the hallway floor, hold it up against a light, and toss it in the bin. Only this time, the light revealed the outline of one single paperclip, and something else. I have to admit, deep down, part of me was almost excited. A real-life plot twist? Something to spice up an otherwise mundane part of my day? Curveballs are usually exciting to me, and this was no exception. I reached inside, pulling the mystery object out. What could they possibly have sent me? A severed finger. A dry, almost slightly green, severed finger. I'm not sure which happened first, my scream, or dropping the finger to the floor. I noticed only then that the paperclip was lodged under the fingernail, piercing right through the flesh. It was golden this time, a color I had not been sent before. I'd like to say I stayed calm, but I didn't. I ran to the bathroom to throw up. I contacted the police, and they took the finger and envelope away. I explained everything that I knew, and showed them the email. They told me that they'd investigate. It's crazy, isn't it? One of the police officers began his thought to me. What? How dangerous simple production can be. Some poor sod has lost a finger over something as simple as a paperclip. You think it was an accident? I don't know what exactly I thought it was. A threat, maybe? I'm still not sure. Of course. Probably someone on the production line packaging these things. Finger gets caught in machinery. Ah, no. Whoops. And before you know it, the finger's lost. The weight of the finger makes the machine think the envelope is now full of paperclips, and off it goes to your door. Somehow a calm explanation of this situation helped me. Hell, it almost convinced me that it was just normal. I was assured, though, that the company was at fault for health and safety, and that something would be done about this. A couple of weeks went by, and the police hadn't contacted me with any new information. The envelopes kept coming daily, but I was too afraid to open them. For fear of tossing away evidence, though, I kept them piled up in the corner. As the pile grew taller, I decided to bite the bullet and open them, but not before carefully inspecting each one. My hands shaking, I held the first up to the light, and it was just full of paperclips. Perhaps the incident really was a one-off, and the fault had been fixed. I held a few more up, and my heart almost skipped a beat when I found one with a solid shadow. No outline of paperclips. This envelope had a letter. I carefully opened it up, and read. Dear valued customer. We would like to formally apologize for the incident that occurred recently. We understand that the events were likely traumatic, and whilst we may never make it right, we'd like to offer you a one-time compensation. Attached to this letter, using one of our sturdy, high-end paperclips, we have written a check for £2,000. We hope we can continue our partnership professionally. We understand that you may want to cancel your lifetime supply of paperclips. Unfortunately, we must decline this request. We hope you understand. Clipogenics Customer Service Team. No, I did not understand. Do you? Do you understand what the duck they're talking about? I contacted the police to update them, letting them know that I had received this message. They sent somebody to collect it. The following day, assuming all was well, I picked up the daily delivery from the floor. Before I had a chance to check it, there was a knock at the door. I folded the envelope and put it in my back pocket. I opened the door and was surprised to see a man in a suit looking very concerned. He wasted no time in getting to the point. Hello, we're relocating you. Pack your things, and tell nobody. We have a temporary hotel booked for you. My lack of response showed that I had many questions. Look, it's just precautionary. We can't find any evidence of clipogenics ever existing, and what? And the finger matched the DNA of a recently assumed self-mutilation. It's now assumed to be unalive. I had a feeling there was more. Unfortunately, his next sentence confirmed that. The person in question was found to have also won the competition. I did not need to tell twice. I got my essentials packed and was at the hotel in less than 90 minutes. It was only in the next town over, which I found odd, yet comforted that I was still so close to home. After the man left and I was left with my own thoughts, I was surprised at how quiet my head was. I was just content. I wasn't happy or sad or scared, I was just existing. Perhaps I was still in shock. It took about an hour before I remembered the envelope in my back pocket. I held it up to the light and knew from the resulting darkness that this contained another letter. I hesitantly opened it, peeking inside to check for hidden surprises. Upon taking it out, I thought it to be a blank piece of paper. It seemed empty. Until I unfolded it, to reveal the few words printed upon this letter. Dear valued customer. Self-mutilations don't lose fingers. The police do not wear suits. The world spun. The world crumbled. The world felt like it no longer existed. Then all at once, reality came back to me, as I felt a rush of anxiety-driven energy. I paced back and forth in the limited space I had, weighing up my options and trying to come up with a plan. Could I leave? I was probably being watched. Could I contact the police? I certainly no longer felt comfortable doing so. Could I talk to my friends or family? The last thing I wanted was to put them in danger. I knew I had to do one of these three options, and opted for the first. It was still bright out, surely I'd be safe in crowds. So that's exactly what I did. I stuck to busy areas, and traveled across the country, using as many different types of public transportation as I could. I didn't stop until night fell. I booked a new hotel under a fake name and paid in cash. I rested surprisingly well that night. My sleep was interrupted at around 7 a.m. by knocking at the door. No, thank you, I sleepily yelled at what I assumed to be room service. Something arrived in reception for you, I'll slide it under the door. A white envelope emerged through the crack under the door. I wanted to stay away from it, but I knew that being unaware of the contents would scare me more than anything else. Feeling my heart pounding through my chest, I reached for the envelope, noticing a thick object within. Another finger? No, a letter, this time with a vial of liquid, and 2 golden paperclips. Dear valued customer. We're glad you're settling in well to your new surroundings. Sorry for the little show, we needed to assure that you'd get as far away from your hometown as possible. Your true prize isn't the paperclips. That would be mundane. Your true prize is immortality. Paperclips are beautiful, aren't they? Connecting paper to paper, as the universe connects life to live. And as the flow of life continues, it has connected us to you. The chain of our will continues, as the chain of paperclips continues with it. The vial within has a unique purpose. It will unalive you and help you live, all at the same time. You do understand, don't you? Drink the vial, and stab a paperclip into yourself. You will slowly drift away for a moment, but you will stay connected to the universe. You must. You will awaken in your new body, one of the many that we have cryogenically frozen here. It worked for me. You saw my finger. Every single paperclip we have sent you has had a purpose. Each has been blessed with a new connection for your new life. They have all been through your home, many have touched your skin, and all have been held up to the light. Their blessings will reach you in your new life. The green ones bring you wealth. The red ones bring you health. The blue ones bring you happiness. All you have to do is drink the vial. Before the poison sets in, choose a paperclip. Your decision will always be the right one. We know how your brain ticks. Every word we've ever written, and every color we've ever chosen, have all been designed to sway your decision in this very moment. You'll fall asleep as a valued customer. But you'll awaken as our valued employee. I am not letting them control my destiny. I will not sacrifice my life for their company, to become one of their puppets to control. I know this company has a far greater reach than I first understood, so I might not be able to tell anybody. But I can tell everybody. I hope this post reaches their next big winner, and I hope they are as strong-willed as I am. If you see someone standing still in the woods, you should probably not approach them. I probably should have left the bar when my friends did. I probably should have never walked home alone. But something in the way that cute little brunette at the end of the bar smiled slyly in my direction kept me hooked. Something about her bright yellow shirt constantly bought my attention. She could have been looking at the door behind me. She could have been zoning out altogether. She might have never even meant to make eye contact at all. But then again, maybe she did. I had to stay and find out. So I told my friends goodnight and promised to catch them the next day, and behind by myself. I told myself I would buy her a drink. I told myself I would at least say hello. I pictured 1,000 different scenarios for what might happen next. We could leave together. We could go on a date. We could exchange phone numbers. We could even just have a pleasant enough conversation that ultimately ended in my rejection. But even talking to her would have been a wild achievement for my woefully undeveloped ego and painful shyness. Any of those endings would have been better than another defeated night at home alone. Of course, it didn't matter, because I choked. I sat at the bar and tried not to stare. I tried not to look weird. But then I started to think so much about trying not to look weird, that it looked weird, you know? I bought a round of 6 shots for her and her friends. When the bartender asked who they were for, I panicked, and said me. So he brought them to me. 6 shots. Then he left to help another customer while my social anxiety screamed obnoxiously. One of the friends caught me looking at them and shot a skeptical glance across the bar. She saw all the alcohol sitting in front of me. I saw her whisper to the brunette. I saw them look at me and laugh quietly. I escaped to the bathroom to avoid the embarrassment. By the time I got back, they were gone. But the shots were still there. Wind and drizzling rain pounded at the wooden door to our crappy dive at the edge of town. I knew I would have to leave my car there. I knew I would have to walk home through the woods. It would not be the first time. I guess in my youth and inexperience, I hoped the shots would warm me up. The temperate promised to dip below 32 in the early morning hours. And so I shouted bottoms up intoxicated to the closing time crowd and sank all 6 to the sound of disappointed murmurs and half-amused snorts. Of course, that never warmed me at all. It just made me more intoxicated. I don't remember getting kicked out. I don't remember leaving the place at all. The next place my memory places me is on the path through Bayview Woods. In the rain. By myself. Thousands of trees sat between my home and the bar. Their roots are tied together like the twisted electrical trees in your house. Boy Scouts had removed the undergrowth months before, but nobody could prevent the jagged roots from sticking out and catching careless feet. I stumbled quite a few times. On more than one occasion, I fell on my face. The rain had turned to sleet, at that point, and I tried my best to shield it with the back of my jacket pulled over my head. The dirt on the clean green path quickly turned to mud as my feet sunk and slurped unhappily. It took me too long to realize that I lost the path. The landmark suddenly appeared unfamiliar. I stared through the endless array of oak and pines and piteously tried to figure my way back. The weird weather started to fog my glasses. But somewhere, in the distance, the color yellow jumped out through the woods like the sorest of thumbs. I saw the girl from the bar standing about 20 feet away, in the rain and wind and whatever else. She was standing absolutely still. In my inebriated state, I called out to her immediately. I guess I temporarily forgot the collapse in confidence only 20 minutes prior. Hey, what are you doing here? She started to turn slowly. And so I kept talking. Ma'am, there are bears and wolves in these woods. You should not be out here alone. Great advice considering the obvious. Can I help you find your way back? She didn't reply. I walked closer to the yellow jacket in the distance. My glasses blurred so badly that I had to take them off. That, combined with the lack of light this deep in the woods, made it almost impossible for me to see anything. Are we back on the path? I think I am a bit lost myself. The girl stared at me oddly. My instinct scratched the itch and groaned. I was close enough now to see the look of utter boredom and amusement in her pale blue eyes. That was a weird thing to see, given the circumstances. She stared quietly for what felt like the entirety of 5 minutes. I was not sure what to do. I could walk away. I could keep talking and try to guide her back toward safety. But something in the way this girl looked at me made me feel just uncomfortable. Then she did something even more odd. She lowered herself to her knees and started to use her hands as legs. I tried to ask what the duck she was doing. I tried to ask her to stop. But my words turned into slurs, and I backed up from her the same way a dog might analyze an approaching threat. The girl, she said nothing. Instead, she lowered her shoulders and started to charge. I ran. I ran so fast that the scenery started to blur beside me. Rain whipped my face. Underbrush and branches jumped back wickedly and cut me all over. I thrashed about desperately trying to find my way. I could hear the girl still following me. I threw stuff to slow her down. I tried to change direction. But nothing seemed to change her mind. I heard a hideous growl escape from her mouth before she leapt at an intersection and pinned me against the cold hard ground. Please. Ma'am. I'm so sorry. Please. I have a family. I begged my attacker as if she were human. As if she were understanding the effing words coming out of my mouth. But there was no comprehension of her crazed features. At such close range I could see it all. Blood dripped down from small scrapes and slices against her cheeks. Her teeth looked absurdly yellow and her breath stank like hot manure. Her nails felt long and jagged against my skin. I rolled around piteously as the girl growled again. It was a deep, guttural sound. Like an animal about to feast. I reached for any sort of weapon I could find and found a heavy rock leaning up against a tree. I wrapped my hands around it and brought it down without hesitation. Her head cracked like a watermelon. There was no reaction, at first, to her plain features. There was no words from her twisted mouth. She simply paid me one last confused look in the pouring sleet of the evening. Then she fell to the side while blood seeped into the leaves. I ran home. I never reported my encounter to the police. I'm not quite sure what the hell they would say. I never really told anyone about it. Part of me expected to wake up the next morning and hear about a body found in the news. But none of the papers reported any such news. Nobody talked about a dead girl in town. I checked my clothes for blood. I found nothing. I checked the spot where we fought, to the best of my memory. Nobody was there. I started to blame the booze. It had to be the most reasonable explanation. As the weeks and months passed, I began to accept it wholeheartedly as fact. It had to be a crazy, intoxicated, tripping experience of some sort. I went to the same bar again last night. For the first time in a long time. My friend stayed with me. Call it a group attempt at conquering my growing irrational fear of the bar and woods. I stayed late. I ordered rounds of shots with my friends and enjoyed the closing minutes of our favorite football team. The place was packed. People milled in and out to smoke cigarettes and hide outside. Around 10 o'clock, an old familiar flash of yellow entered the door and grabbed a seat by the bar. She smiled slyly. She could have been looking at the door behind me. She could have been zoning out altogether. She might have never even meant to make eye contact at all. But then again, maybe she did. He has you. There is a new virus on the web. You might as well call it the last virus. Nobody knows who is behind it. Nobody knows how it first spread. But the one thing we do know, beyond a doubt, is that once this devious little piece of code works its way into your technological universe, your life is irrevocably ducked, from that day until your last. Take it from someone who knows. There is no going back. There is no wiping the slate clean. Once he gets inside, the infection is incurable, irreversible, and insatiable. Like cancer overtaking a cell. Like a disease that eats from the tips of your toes to the top of your head. Your goose is cooked. Your life is void. He has you, for all intents and purposes, hence the awful name. I just wanted to warn you. All of you. Anybody who will bother to read my story. Any one of you could be the next victim. Any one of you could be the next me. Even if this is the last thing I ever actually do, if I can spare a single family from my mistake, it will be worth it. All of this will be worth it. But you'll have to trust me. Trust is an important part of the equation. Listen to me carefully. If you ever get a phone call similar to the following, for your own sake, for humanity's sake, just hang up the effing thing. Hang up and hope it's enough. Don't listen. Don't talk. Don't follow. Just hang up and accept that the alternative will almost certainly be worse than the threat. I was 3 sheets to the wind on a stormy late night when this mother ducker decided to ruin my life. You have 2 minutes to get out of the house. The call came just after 11. I checked the number and found it blocked. My wife was out at work. I just returned from work. After a 12-hour shift of poop and misery in front of a boiling hot stove, the only thing that felt good to me was a cold glass of whiskey, then another, and so forth. My senses were dulled and my paranoia stood at full tilt. That's probably the only thing that kept me on the line. Who the duck is this? The caller had a robotic tone to his voice. Almost like the old voicemail messages you used to hear back in the day. I thought it might be automated. I thought it could be a robocall. But the warning itself grabbed my attention. You have 1 minute and 50 seconds to get out of the house. What if there was an emergency? What if something happened? My wife would be driving home soon. What if she crashed? You have 1 minute and 40 seconds to get out of the house. The caller didn't answer my question. He didn't even seem to hear it. A clap of thunder echoed in the distance. Halloween decorations slapped up against the door. I looked out the bay window and noticed an eerie shade of purple painted into clouds in the distance. Almost like a tornado brewing, but we rarely saw tornadoes in Jersey, certainly not in November. The thunder in particular made me worry. Every few seconds came to a new burst. I got up out of my chair and continued the conversation. I wasn't ready to listen to the caller. I just wanted to keep my options open. Who is this? I demanded. Are you threatening me? The line beeped. Then it clicked. Then he laughed. You have 1 minute to get out of the house. A dull sort of panic took hold. I found my loafers in the kitchen by the dog bowl. I grabbed our puppy, Abigail. A branch from somewhere above fell and landed on our roof. The quake echoed through our cavernous living room. Abby cried and turned over into my arms. I realized then that we needed to move. You have 30 seconds to get out of the house. We went for the door. The handle jammed from the rust. One of 10 things to fix on my honey-do list. I rammed it with my shoulder, cracking the frame, not caring as the remains fell to the porch beneath me, grateful for the cool blast of rain and wind that smacked against my bare cheek. You have 20 seconds to get out of the house. The backyard looked torn apart from the storm. Thick streams of water raced down the sidewalks. Heavy gusts ripped the remaining trees and leaves. I could barely see a thing in the shades of mist and spit and poop clinging to my glasses. I felt like Newman trying to steal the dinosaur DNA in Jurassic Park. You have 10 seconds to get out of the house. My feet hit the wet grass. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. My clothes were soaked in moments. Abigail whined piteously behind me. She was shivering. I tugged on the leash and thankfully she followed. You have 5 seconds to get out of the house. I didn't have time to grab anything. I didn't have my wallet. I didn't have my keys. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. The entire adrenaline rush left me gobsmacked, and the whole time, this nagging feeling that this could all be some sort of sick prank clung to the back of my mind like a ray of hope. What do you want? What is happening? Who is this? I heard an explosion but didn't see one. The next thing I remember, I was lying on my stomach in the backyard, with Abigail licking the side of my face, and a plume of smoke arcing behind her. The phone was still in my hand. What did you do? I screamed. What the duck did you do? My home was on fire. Upload complete. As ambulances and fire trucks raced to the scene from somewhere in the distance, I could hear somebody breathing in the background, listening to me struggle. Hello? I asked in a daze. How? How did you know? The line beeped. Then it clicked. Then he laughed. We'll be in touch. My stepsister got stuck in the washing machine. I think she's dead. Step bro, can you help me? The words woke me from my nap like a slap to the face. I sat up in confusion, groggily wiping the sleep from my eyes as I looked around the dim room. The door to my bedroom was open, and the portentous dark of the hallway loomed in the distance. While my mind scattered to recollect what was going on, I felt for my phone in the hope of clarity. The screen was blinding. No missed calls, no texts, nothing. Only a little caution sign in the upper right corner, near the battery. No service. Hello? I called, swinging out of bed. I was shocked I heard anything at all. I'm usually a really heavy sleeper. The house felt empty, abandoned even. A feeling I was still getting used to in the new house. My mother had recently remarried after over a decade of being single. The man had money, the kind where your house echoes because there's not even furniture or bodies to fill the space. The only thing stranger than your mom shacking up with someone 15 years older than her, his house sitting there empty home on spring break. Lisa? I called once more and got nothing but silence. Lisa is my stepsister. Whereas I had volunteered to sit out their ravishing vacation in exchange to catch up on Elden Ring and jerk off in peace, Lisa had skipped to go wild while Daddy was away. Our dorms were closed for the holiday, making each other annoyed acquaintances for the week. We're both in our early 20s and single, and we don't care much for each other. I remembered laying down for a nap, in preparation of pulling an all-nighter, while Lisa waited for her ride, dressed in an outfit her father would shriek at. She said she would be back late, and it was only 9 p.m. Hello? My voice echoed again. Standing in the doorway, the house was especially dark. Every light was off, the only residual glow coming from a single doorway downstairs. The laundry room. Step, bro? Can you help me? A voice beckoned from downstairs, making me jump. It was faint, but just loud enough to hear. It sounded like Lisa, but it sounded muffled. I sighed, already irritated. Lisa? What are you doing? I thought you were out. I called, heading down the hall. I flipped every switch as I went, trying to bring in as much light as I could. The place was creepy in the dark. I came home to change. She slurred like she had been drinking and I got stuck. Down the stairs, past the framed doctorates and awards. Stuck in what? I asked on the stairs, awaiting the reply. There was a moment of silence like she was thinking about it. The washing machine. Can you help me? She asked, pitifully. She had to be f***ing with me. Are you f***ing with me? I asked, scoffing. The implication of the situation was not lost on me. No, I'm not. Look, I got sick and threw up, step bro. Like a lot. I couldn't keep enough down. I tried to get some clothes out to change, and I got stuck, alright? Now will you help me or not? Please. I looked at the bright doorway of the laundry room, the tile stark white and pristine. Something felt wrong like I was being set up. I thought maybe it was some kind of prank, like a TikTok trend. I considered just leaving her there. She was a bit of a brat and had been nothing but unpleasant since the recent marriage. I was just about to turn and go back to my room when she started to scream. Step bro, help me out of this thing or I'll call the police and my father and then you'll alright. Alright, geez. I'm coming, settle down, will ya? Stop calling me that, I sighed and hurried down the stairs, shuffling to the laundry room. Lisa cleared her throat like she was choking back vomit, before muttering a muffled apology. Thank you. The voice was deeper, and cracking towards the end. God, how much did you drink? It's still early. I muttered, stopping when I rounded the corner to the laundry room. The sight before me was ridiculous. The laundry room was so bright it was blinding, overhead fluorescence beaming above the clean floor and matching set of machines. The dryer and washer were next to each other, with a linen cabinet on the other end. Hanging out of the expensive front-load washing machine was Lisa, only her lower half visible. It was like she had tried to climb in and fallen asleep. Not only was she not stuck, she wasn't moving at all. Lisa? I asked, looking at her. The room was so quiet it was unsettling. I expected vomit, a spilled purse, something. But it was just Lisa in the washer, her hands tucked inside like she was using them as a pillow. She was wearing the same outfit. She had gone out in a striped bodycon dress so tight you could see her panty lines and platform heels. One of the heels was missing, leaving a single set of painted toes laying against the tile. Lisa? Are you alright? I asked from the doorway, not wanting to go in. Help me step bro, I'm stuck, she said, her voice whining more than usual. Bullshit. You're not stuck, you're just laying in there. What is this? A joke? I asked, looking around the room for her phone, for the setup. But there was nothing but white, no camera, no one hiding around the corner recording. No, please, I really need help. I swear Lisa started to sob, her voice breaking to the point of babbling. Help me step bro, please. Except she wasn't moving, not even a little. It didn't even look like she was breathing. But the inside of the washing machine was dark, and I could only see the faint outline of the back of her head, her bob haircut tossed and completely still. What happened? That was all I could ask. The hair stood on the back of my neck, my palms sweating. The way she was just hunched in there, not even kicking her feet, the same recited line repeated again. Help me step bro, even as she lay face down. She looked pale sickly, and the harder I looked, the more it looked like her face was submersed, up to her ears in what looked like. Help me. Blood. I felt like I wanted to puke. I reached into my pocket for my phone, a cold sweat beating on my forehead as I cleared my throat. Lisa? Yes? What's my name? I pulled out my phone and unlocked it, bringing up the keypad. What do you mean step? She started, her voice starting to break character. No service. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Lisa's voice was deep and struggling like she had a wet rag over her mouth. Her skinny arms reached to the mouth of the washer and started to pull herself out, and I could hear a trickling of liquid from the matted strands of her hair. She pulled her head from the washer, and with it, a splash of deep red washed over the tile. Her face was gone. Oh God, Lisa's devastated cavity of a face coughed, a sputter of blood painting the wall next to her. She reached for me with mangled hands, each digit broken in different directions. She tried to stand with her bare foot and slipped. I left her there. I ran as fast as I could, bounding up the steps to the sounds of her trying to get up on the slippery tile. A guttural moan echoed after me, an angry call that chilled my bones. The lights flickered at the sound, blinking erratically until the noise stopped. Back down the hall, and into my bedroom. I slammed the door behind me and locked it, frantically looking around somewhere to hide. I could hear them coming, one bare foot followed by the heel. It was clumsy, but it was gaining fast. I considered hiding under the bed, but it was too low to the ground and I didn't know if I'd fit. I didn't want to get stuck myself. Lisa slammed into the door, and the hinges rattled. It wasn't going to hold for long. I didn't have enough time. The closet was my only chance. I opened the door as quietly as I could and ducked into the clothes, pulling it behind me before huddling under them in a ball. As soon as I sat on the carpet I heard a squelch, like I had sat in something. As a cold wet substance soaked into the seat of my pants, the door to my bedroom exploded. Wood splintered inward, and I watched through the slats of the closet door as Lisa slithered in. She wormed her way through the hole in the door, the bleeding crater in her face reverberating angrily as her head whipped around. She flopped on the bed first, and when she couldn't find me, she slithered underneath. I watched in horror as she would temporarily pause after every move to sniff the air, her head twitching as she knocked things over in my room in the process. Step bro, the monster gurgled slowly, moving impossibly as it blindly scoured the room. It twisted so far I heard ribs break, and when it propped itself up with its hands the flesh would tear, exposing bone. Wrists are cracked, knees twisted, and tendons are torn. With an angry shriek, the monster slithered out of the room. I heard it rampaging through the hall and into my mom's room, and then into Lisa's when it couldn't find me. When it had no luck I heard it moving downstairs, and I listened to its path of destruction as it tried to find me. When it got quiet for a while, I chanced to look with my phone to see what I was sitting in. As soon as the light went on I had to resist the urge to scream, holding my breath and nearly pissing myself when I finally saw what was soaking into my clothes. The carpet was caked in blood, a splotch of heavy crimson that had sprayed outward and onto my clothes. Inches away from where I sat were a single high-heeled shoe and a bloodstained phone. Lisa's. I wiped the blood from her phone and unlocked it, to see the same sickening icon of no service. I tried calling 911 with both her phone and mine, and the call wouldn't go through, even when I hit emergency service call. I tried to check her recents, to see if I could find any answers to what was going on. Her call log shows several incomplete calls, 5 to the police, 4 to her father, and 7 to me. None of them were able to connect. I checked her texts too. The last one that went through was outgoing, a response to a contact labeled only as in that said, "Still, picking you up? I want to get up in some guts." To which she replied with a thumbs up emoji. I don't know who him is, but it's not the part that unsettles me the most. It's the 9 failed texts that she sent to me that never made it through. While I was 5 feet away, sleeping. "Kyle, wake up, my Tinder date followed me home. I'm hiding in your closet, Kyle. Wake the fuck up. He's in here, I don't have a service, I tried to wake you up, I think he can hear me, I don't want him to find me, Kyle, wake the fuck up, Kyle, I've been in here for a while now, and my phone's about to die. I don't know what it is, but it's still down there. I would have tried to sneak past it, but it hears everything. I even had to mute my keyboard on my phone so I could type this out. I tried calling my mom, the police, my stepdad. Nothing will go through. It just says I don't have a signal. I thought of jumping out the window, but I think it'll get me before I can get out. It's gotten faster, the more of Lisa it leaves behind. Last I heard it was moving things around and stacking them like it's trying to keep me from getting out. I'm going to try and post this somewhere, and see if I can get enough signal for it to go through. If you get this, please send help. And if you get in here, do not help her out of the washing machine. Lisa, I'm sorry. Think I might try the window after all. We've been locked in our classroom for days, and our teacher is starting to act very strange. Day 1. We had just opened our textbooks to chapter 8 when the alarms blared overhead. A red strobing light spun by the door as metal slats slid down the wall to seal us in. The others started to stir and panic at their desks. Now. Class, I'm sure everything is fine. Probably just a drill. Mr. Jonas held up his hands in an attempt to soothe the crowd. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Evie came over the intercom. Level 3 contagion is located in the south quadrant of campus. The lockdown protocol is now in effect. Isolation protocol is now in effect. Oh no. The teacher suddenly looked pale and a little panicked. Day 3. I slid my rook across the tiled chessboard to overtake Patricia's bishop. She stuck out her tongue in defiance as I removed it from the board. I smirked and then shoved another saltine cracker in my mouth. Mr. Jonas said we shouldn't be in here much longer. It was probably just taking the CDC a while to quarantine and eradicate the contagion. He said it must be a pretty nasty virus if they are keeping us locked in our classrooms. We have enough snacks for another day or so. It's been difficult to ration properly when all you have are crackers, candy, and canned spray cheese. Overall, though, we were keeping our hopes up, which was all we could really do. Staying positive, for now. Day 5. The room was starting to smell foul. We designated some buckets in the corner as the bathrooms and they were about half full and beyond putrid. We ran out of food last night. My stomach rumbled with hunger, but I did my best to ignore it. I didn't feel like playing chess or reading anymore. Instead, I just napped at my desk as much as possible to pass the time. I was hoping at any moment I'd be awoken to the doors opening so that I could go home. I missed my parents. Mr. Jonas was losing his composure too. He'd been pretty put together up to this point and ensuring we were all calm. But his eyes looked a little wild now, and he kept pacing the room talking to himself. A few times I heard him cursing under his breath and then reciting prayers. I really hope we get out of here soon. Day 8. A pounding sound coming from the other side of the classroom pulled me from my dreams. I stayed still to appear asleep but cracked my eyes just enough to watch as the biology teacher smashed a chair against the steel door over and over again. He was really losing it. "Let us out of here," Mr. Jonas screamed as he tossed the chair to the side. "I cannot do that, sir. A level 3 contagion has been detected. I have sealed off the affected area, but you must stay isolated for your safety." The robotic voice hummed over the speakers. He screeched profanities at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. Some of the other boys were becoming aggressive as well. There had been some fights the last couple of mornings. Also, some hands going where they shouldn't be going, back behind the fake plants and lab equipment. It seemed as if we were slowly devolving, becoming an enclosure of chimpanzees, like one you'd see at the zoo but only hungrier. We needed out, or something terrible was going to happen. Day 10. We'd been on a diet of tap water for the past 5 days. I felt dizzy every time I stood at my desk. The room would spin and I'd almost black out. I kept my footing by sheer force of willpower. I had this irrational fear that if I passed out, I'd be eaten by my classmates, like a pack of hyenas on a gazelle, feasting on my intestines as they spilled across the tile floor. It sounded crazy if I said it out loud, but when I looked around the room and saw all the hungry faces, I didn't think the idea was too far-fetched after all. Mr. Jonas hasn't said a word in over 12 hours. He's just been sitting at his desk, carving something into the surface of it with an X-Acto knife. For the first time today, I had the thought that maybe we weren't going to make it out of this. Maybe we were all going to die in this classroom. I hung my head and cried. Day 13. Mr. Jonas. Mr. Jonas, stop, Micah cried. Don't you see? We have to do this, we need food. It's survival 101. When the pack is suffering and food is scarce, they turn on their weakest member. It's simple biology. Survival of the fittest. Mr. Jonas had his hands around Trevor's neck, squeezing so hard that the boy's eyes were about to pop from his skull. Trevor struggled beneath him, but he was frail and terribly small for his age. Micah grabbed a large beaker from the table and lifted it high over his head. Mr. Jonas, stop now. Don't make me do this. But the teacher was long gone. His eyes gleamed with delight as drool dripped down his chin from salivating at the thought of a meal. I jumped to my feet as Micah brought the beaker down as hard as he could onto Mr. Jonas' head. It shattered to pieces on impact, knocking the teacher out cold. I helped Micah push him off. Trevor. The poor kid was wheezing and gasping for air as tears streamed down his face. You're all right, it's okay, you're all right. Micah patted the kid on the back, trying to calm him as he wailed. Suddenly there was a scream like a war cry and Mr. Jonas was airborne. He leapt across a desk and plowed into Micah. They both went sprawling across the tile. Micah resisted him, but Mr. Jonas ended up on top and began dropping his elbows viciously on Micah's face, causing blood to spew from his nose and mouth. Static filled my mind. I didn't think, I only reacted. I reached down and picked up a hunk of glass from the broken beaker, grabbed Mr. Jonas's shaggy hair, and pulled it back to extend his neck. I pulled the glass through the meat of his throat as hard as I could. I'd never seen so much blood before. It poured in a waterfall across Micah's chest. Mr. Jonas fell to the side once more, this time never to get up again. I stared at my blood-soaked hands. I felt nothing. No remorse, no fear, only static. Suddenly the metal slats retracted into the ceiling and the door swung open. Lockdown protocol has been lifted. Please continue with your regular schedules. Lockdown protocol has been lifted. Her cheery robotic voice seemed so distant and out of place now. The other students gathered around me, just staring at the pool of blood. I think it was the hunger talking, but a part of me wanted to know what it tasted like. I think the others did too. Thankfully, before that could happen, a man in a suit strolled into the classroom. Hello, class. His perfect teeth gleamed under the LEDs. Before we could say anything, a team of adults in overalls poured into the room. Some began taking pictures of everything. Others started cleaning up Mr. Jonas. One man with gray hair dropped a large box on the teacher's desk and opened it. He then started throwing fresh fruit and granola bars at each of the students. We devoured everything he gave us. I started to feel more like myself after 2 bananas and 4 granola bars. They tasted like heaven, sweet salvation. The first man with the nice teeth and the expensive suit waited until we were all done before he addressed us again. I know it's been a long 13 days, guys. I appreciate you all hanging in there. I've alerted each of your parents that you've been cleared to go home. The classroom erupted in cheers as we all hugged each other. Even Micah, covered in gore, danced around excitedly. You'll all be able to go home soon, but first I just need to do a little debrief with each of you before you go. I'm going to set up in the counselor's office, and Mr. Moses here is going to bring you down one by one to give your account of what happened here during isolation. We all nodded our heads in agreement. Anything to get out of here. Mr. Moses, the man with the gray hair and the snacks, took us down one by one and we spilled our guts to the man with the nice teeth. When I gave my story on what it was like, I still felt numb. Even when describing how I'd killed Mr. Jonas, I just felt nothing. It wasn't until I'd gotten home that evening that I'd broken down and wept. Once I was in my mother's arms, I cried and cried until I couldn't anymore. Then I ate more food than I ever had. I shoveled pasta down my throat until I thought my stomach would burst. It was a good feeling. To be full. To be human again. Years later, while I was at university, a whistleblower had leaked that what we'd endured at the school was a government cover-up for a top-secret experiment. There had been no virus, no contagion. It began as an experiment to test the artificial intelligence system they had at the school. But then it morphed into a social experiment to see how long we would last before someone was murdered or severely harmed. To test the boundaries of civility and moral character under immense pressure. Just in case there was a real issue with the code in the AI and this scenario became a reality elsewhere. When I'd killed Mr. Jonas, it had ended the experiment. The news had made me sick to my stomach. I was angry and disgusted for weeks. I was okay with it now though. You see, Trevor may have been small, the weakest member of the Pride perhaps, but he was also a genius. With his hacking expertise, we were able to locate Mr. Nice Teeth and Mr. Moses. It's been 6 days so far, and every time they scream and hit the door with a chair, I just can't help but smile. It's a little experiment a few of us are conducting. It'll end when someone is murdered or severely injured. Maybe. Empty aisles. It didn't make sense, the way he was standing there. Just on the other side of the automatic doors, like some kind of cardboard cutout. Standing there waiting, that thin smile, toothy and wide and unexplainably unrealistic. Eyes in extreme contrast of black and white, looking at me through the glass. Hello? The guy at the register snapped, startling me. Gosh, I'm sorry. What did you want again? The menthol? I said, embarrassed. I had been on my way to grab his vape pods when I noticed the guy, outside. The man sighed exasperatedly, leaning against the counter like I had ruined his night. He was tall and lanky, wearing a tuxedo that seemed to shrink whenever he moved. Dressed like some sort of gentleman, but moved like Jack Skellington. No. Virginia tobacco, he said impatiently. So sorry. I grabbed the pods from the shelf and scanned them, unable to help myself from side-eyeing the automatic doors. He was still there. 1926. Would you like a bag? I asked, and he shook his head while reaching for his wallet. Hey, do you see that out there? That guy? I whispered, nodding at the automatic doors. He inserted his card and raised his eyebrows. What? He said, annoyed. Outside. The guy, standing there. I motioned to the entrance, at the guy who was very much still there, very much looking like a Photoshop disaster. His eyes were just as menacing as his broad smile, and he was still staring. Look, lady, I'm in a hurry. Places to be. Receipt? He asked, holding his hand out. He looked at the automatic doors briefly, then back at me. Right. Sorry, it's my first night. I printed the receipt and handed it to him, and he stuffed it into the pocket of his slacks. There's nothing out there, was all he said, and walked away. I leaned over the counter, watching the tall gentleman leave. The automatic doors opened with a hiss, giving a plain view to the man lurking outside. I could see him clearer now, a paper copy stuck in time and space. The gentleman paid him no mind, walking past him like there was nothing there. He didn't see his intense eyes, didn't notice his exaggerated grin. The teeth were long and rectangular, the corners pointed impossibly like a Powerpuff Girl smile. He didn't move, didn't blink. Kept lurking even as the headlights on the gentleman's car passed over him as he drove off into the night. Just standing there, watching me at the register. I looked away, pretending he wasn't there. I scanned the aisles, looking for someone else, someone who could assure me I wasn't crazy. I could see too, and I found comfort in the fact I wasn't alone. In the liquor aisle, a bearded man with a ponytail and sunglasses was browsing the whiskey. 2 aisles down were my manager, Catherine, who was straightening things up before she left for the night. I tried to motion for her to come over, but she wasn't paying attention. Outside, the cartoon man watched, unmoving. I looked at the monitor on the counter that displayed the live camera feeds. One view pointed at me, standing behind the counter. Another was at the pharmacy, which was currently closed. The view showed the counter and the dark delivery window. The third view was the liquor aisle, where the bearded man had made a selection. Lastly was the front entrance, where the cartoon man stood. Although on the screen, his toothy face was turned toward the camera. I looked outside to see he hadn't moved at all. He was somehow watching both at once. What's the word? Said the bearded man, putting a bottle of Woodford Reserve on the counter. He ran a hand over his ponytail and pointed at my name tag. Cool name, like the Disney movie. With the lions. Hey, thanks, I said, but I wasn't looking at him anymore. My gaze unintentionally pulled to the entrance of the store. Hey, do you see him out there? The guy. Outside. I scanned the whiskey and put it in a bag, while the bearded man lowered his sunglasses, his slightly glazed eyes looking outside. I see him, he said, and I felt a rush of relief. Oh, great, it's not just me he's coming in. Oh God, he's got a knife, he said, and I leaned over to look, gripping the counter. The cartoon man hadn't moved, his blown-up eyes still glued to me. Sorry, couldn't resist, he chuckled, putting his shades back on. Seriously though, there's nothing out there. Sorry kid. Are you alright? He asked. I rubbed my eyes, in a desperate attempt to make him disappear. But the strange cartoon man remained, still watching me through the glass. I'm fine. Must be my imagination, I guess, I sighed. The man paid for his booze and left, approaching the cartoon stalker as he left. I watched him go, and he made a point to look around outside before shrugging and leaving. I tried not to look. As the seconds crawled, I could feel him outside, lingering there like an antagonist from a 1930s cartoon. Silently watching, begging for my attention. Every customer that came in walked right past him, some of them even through him. In the end, I couldn't help it, and my eyes would wander discreetly to the monitor where he would be waiting. Alright kid, I'm finished up. You cool with holding the fort? Catherine said, startling me for the second time. Yeah. Hey, you ever have any issues here at night? I asked awkwardly. To my surprise, she looked nervous. Whatever do you mean? She said, and I could tell she was sweating. Do you see him? Out there? I asked, pointing discreetly. Catherine didn't look. Or blink. I don't see anything out there, dear. She kept her eyes on me and readjusted her purse on her shoulder. I looked outside and at the monitor. He was still there. Look, if this is some kind of joke, I started, but Catherine interjected. The first night's always rough. It's weird, working the night shift. But you'll be fine. It gets easier. Just make sure you're IDing for alcohol and tobacco sales. And try to keep the area clean. Catherine leaned over the counter and inspected my area, her eyes browsing over everything. Everything but the monitor. Once done, she started walking away. Everything should be just fine, dear. As long as you're not the only one in the store. Have a good night, she said, making her way to the door. When they automatically opened, she immediately turned right onto the sidewalk, scrunched up like she was warding off a winter wind. The cartoon man's eyes followed her briefly, before snapping back to me. I started to sweat. The feeling of being stared at made me uncomfortable. I looked for the other customers, each doing a late-night run for something specific. Even though it was after 10, it was still pretty busy. I tried to pay him no mind and focus on work, restocking cigarettes and straightening candy bars in between transactions. I spent more time looking at the people walking in, so I knew I wasn't alone at least. Each time I started ignoring him, I thought of the smile, and those eyes. When I looked back, he would be there. Just when I thought I'd get used to it, I couldn't help but ask the next customer if they saw him. A tired mother with the stroller thought I was joking. A muscular man buying protein powder just shrugged. The teenager buying condoms didn't even look. The man in the Hawaiian shirt asked if I was high. The man buying manga books was high. Not a single person could see the cartoon man. I started to think I was crazy, but after a while, I started to get used to it. Eventually, I stopped looking altogether. By the time a mustache man came in to buy Guinness, I had stopped asking people if they could see it. I handed him back his change and told him to have a good night. Once I turned to see the next customer, I realized he was the last. From the counter, I looked down the aisles and saw nothing but empty tiles and shelves. With nothing else to look at, I found myself looking outside. The cartoon man was gone. A moment later, I heard a crash from the back of the store. I checked the monitor to see the delivery window busted, the distorted cartoon man rapidly moving out of frame. I could hear his footsteps, running down the aisles fast and growing louder as they approached. I whipped around to look, just in time to see him duck behind a row out of sight. He had gotten inside. I could hear him back there, pacing back and forth. The automatic doors opened, and a couple walked in holding hands. The footsteps stopped. I don't know what they're looking for, but I hope it takes them a while to find it. Lucy and the house party. Hey, lawn guy, what are you up to tonight? I was 15 years old and the year was 2005. My mom got me a job cutting grass for $6 an hour, and while the heat sucked and the pay sucked, nothing beat seeing Lucy Atwell tanning on the back deck of her parents' suburban paradise split level on a picturesque summer day. But I didn't know what to say. At least not at first. Lucy was every bit 18 years old and beautiful. Long blonde hair, light, dreaming blue eyes, rounded hips and perfectly luscious lips. Her clothes always matched and her skin even seemed to glow under the hot summer sun. And that was the funny thing. Girls like Lucy never even bothered to speak to guys like me. I thought it was more likely she might yell at me for staring. I knew my mom and sister would smack me on the head for that. A real man would show more respect. A real man would keep his eyes on his work. My mother knew Lucy's mother, casually, because they both shopped at the same department stores. Could you imagine the embarrassment? And yet Lucy never seemed to mind. I'm having a party. Nothing too crazy. 12 kids max. She stood up and leaned over the deck railings to shout down to me. Nowhere to hide. Did you hear me? I said I'm having a party. I cut the engine and stared back sheepishly. Lucy smiled. Interested? What time? 10. Who's going? Nobody too crazy. 10 to 12 kids max. My mom and dad are going to be out of town, but I don't want to take the risk that some butthole breaks their poop. Okay. Okay, as in? Okay, as in, I'll see you at 10. Lucy smiled. A perfectly symmetrical row of white teeth shone down from the deck. Seeing that smile directed at me felt like hitting the lottery. That was it. I was in. I had to hide my excitement over the party throughout the rest of the day. I couldn't tell my friends about the risk of one of them blowing it up. I couldn't tell my parents about the risk of one of them keeping me at home. My mother expected an excuse for her admittedly young teen leaving the house for the night. I told her I was sleeping at a friend's house. That usually worked. I made sure to choose a friend whose parents she didn't like, which increased my odds of her not calling, and the gamble paid off. At 8 o'clock, I left home and walked to the nearby McDonald's alone. I ordered a soda and grabbed a table by the window. I watched the rain envelope our small town to pass the time. I waited there for an hour and a half. I left for Lucy's at 9:30 on the dot. The walk took me 20 minutes down a lonesome route through the woods lined with spacious McMansions. And as soon as I turned onto her street, aptly named Atwell Avenue, it became clear that this would not be a small house party. Cars lined the one-way block up and down. Music blared from somewhere in the basement. The chatter of excited voices made their way all the way to the street. At 10 o'clock, I knocked on the door and noticed that it was already pushed open. The wood frame cracked back slowly to reveal a scene of chaos. 2 teenagers I didn't recognize were making out on the couch. 2 more watched awkwardly with their beers. A couple of kids were smoking cigarettes in the kitchen, and at that very moment, I never felt more out of my element in my young life. I wanted to ask one of the wasted watchers where Lucy could be. But before I could, a shadow rushed up from behind and wrapped her arms around my shoulder. I turned around to see Lucy's perfect teeth inches from mine. And before I could say a word, before I could do anything, she kissed me. I couldn't believe it. What? Why? Lucy smiled. Nothing else in the room mattered to me. Because I wanted to. Her phone buzzed. Oh poop, hold on, this could be my parents. I let go of the breath staying stuck in my lungs. Okay. Hi, by the way. Hi, she smiled while staring at the text populating her screen. Commande not tonight. What? This guy has been bothering me all week. Look. Lucy pushed her old flip phone in front of my face. The excitement drained out of my red face quickly. I had to squint to see the messages. The number was not saved. 1010, come outside. Who is he? I don't know. Some creep that won't leave me alone. She paused. This happens to girls a lot, Matt, more than you think. The only person that texts me is my mom and Matt Heller. Who is Matt Heller? My friend. Your best friend is named Matt, too? I didn't say best. Well, he's the only one who texts you. What happened with the creep? Lucy lost her smile when she returned to her phone. He's mad he's not invited to the party. The phone lit up with another message. 10:15, slut. And another. 10:16, word travels fast. Lucy gasped. I looked around the room. Nobody looked back. 10:16, how could you? 10:17, I told you there would be consequences. The phone would not stop vibrating. 10:16, come outside. 10:16, better hurry. 10:17, I told Tommy. The poor can't live much longer with a broken heart. 10:18, maybe I'll just cut it out for him. And then it stopped. What consequences? I asked nervously. Who's Tommy? Lucy looked like she wanted to cry. My crazy ex. Could this be him? No, he's on vacation. This isn't even his number. We should call the police. There's alcohol. We're all underage. I'll get in trouble. We need to call the police. Or your parents. I don't know. This is scary. Kick them out if you're worried about getting in trouble. Lucy stared at me blankly. Then she nodded and started to shout for people to get out. The 4 grungy-looking kids on the couch immediately escaped through the front door. 10 to 20 more soon piled out from the basement and kitchen. Lucy continued her shrill scream as the last one of them, a chubby guy with a dingy soul patch, hustled his way out. 10:23, I hope you're home alone now. 10:24, I bet some of those kids have never seen a dead body before. 10:25, do you think they saw the one in the ditch where you had your first kiss? What the hell? Lucy made it halfway through the house before I finally decided to follow her. The screen door pulled open and shut rhythmically ahead of me. My feet slipped a few times on the sticky kitchen floor as I sprinted out and down the backyard deck to catch her. But I was too slow. Lucy's screams from somewhere in the backyard sent a shiver down my spine and adrenaline pumping through my veins. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I reached the bottom of the deck stairs and turned to sprint on the slick grass. I fell and my chin made contact with the concrete. Fresh blood rushed down my shirt to mix in with the mud. But I got up and kept going. Because sitting in the bed of a small drainage ditch 50 yards away was the shape of a large body in a sweatshirt. And Lucy would not stop crying. Oh, my god. Is he dead? Please tell me he isn't dead. I rushed up and wrapped my arms around her shivering frame. I tried to pull her away. She shouldn't see this, I thought, but she wanted to. I fought with her wiry frame before she freed herself from my arms. And so I stood there stupidly instead. Tommy, or at least the shape of Tommy, looked like any other kid in my town. A gray local state football hoodie sat on thin shoulders. Black track pants covered his legs. He had a wristwatch that suggested he probably came from a family with money. The only distinguishing factor was the large gash on his forehead leaked a river of blood over his eyes. Oh, my god. Is he dead? Please tell me he isn't dead. I don't know. Well, we have to check. Did you call the police? No. I turned around to pull out my cell phone. I often wonder what would have happened if I didn't get distracted. Because the next few seconds passed by in a flash. Lucy rushed forward to check on Tommy. I tried to shout for her to get back. But it was too late. The shape in the ditch leapt up like a comic book character the second she got too close. He had a knife in his hand. He stuck the blade so deep inside Lucy's stomach, the poor didn't even have a chance to scream. Her body collapsed next to him inside the ditch. Tommy looked at me curiously for a second. I couldn't say a word. I couldn't feel the air in my lungs enough to speak. I couldn't feel my legs enough to move. He raised the knife casually against his own neck. He whispered, "If I can't have her, nobody can." And then he slit his own throat. The police arrived 2 minutes and 40 seconds too late. Both of them were already dead.